The rules of Blue Star collapsed, and everyone entered the era of job transfer. Today is the awakening day that the whole Tianshui No. 1 middle school is paying attention to. As the focus of this grand ceremony, all eyes were focused on me, the confident and calm person in the crowd, after the awakening ceremony. I, Wang Yan, have been the top scholar in both civil and military studies at Tianshui No. 1 middle school for 3 consecutive years. I have always been at the top of the list in terms of both academic performance and ability. With my talent and performance, countless people were expecting me to awaken a powerful profession that would shock everyone. However, who could have thought that fate would play a joke that surprised everyone? I actually awakened a useless profession or a master. Mockery ensued. TSK, didn't you vow before that you would take the entrance exam to the 3 supreme universities? Now it seems that you should be thankful to be able to stay in Tianshui and get a degree. I licked him before, but I didn't expect this profession to be even worse than my awakened warrior. The Aura Master was considered as the representative of the useless profession in the early days. There is no combat capability and upgrading depends entirely on teammates. Every second of releasing the aura consumes 10 points of energy, and the energy can only be restored by 1 point per hour. What's even worse is that if you want to recover your energy quickly, you can only do so by melting your equipment. But a most common white equipment costs 300 dragon coins, which means that it will cost 10 or 20,000 yuan to activate the aura skill for 1 minute. How could I, a poor student with nothing, afford such a consumption? Just when everyone thought my future was bleak, I unexpectedly awakened a legendary talent, Holy Damage Aura. The moment I saw the effect of this talent, I was stunned. This talent can directly increase the damage of all friendly units within a 400-meter radius around you by 100%. What's even more terrifying is that it completely ignores all defense mechanisms, defense, damage immunity, blocking, and even invincibility, dodge, and nothingness states. Faced with such a talent, I made a decisive decision to hand myself over to the country. I took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and decided to tell my teacher about this bold idea. Teacher, I have a hypothesis. What do you think? I deliberately kept it a secret and paused for a moment, my eyes full of anticipation. If my aura effect can convert 100% of the damage of all teammates into holy damage, do you think I can directly apply for admission to the 3 supreme universities? As soon as she finished speaking, Teacher Qinyao suddenly burst into laughter. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands, but she couldn't suppress the smile between her eyebrows. Teacher Qinyao has always been known for her rigor. Now she was standing in front of me, dressed in slim professional attire, looking capable and elegant. Those straight and slender legs are particularly eye-catching, and the smile on her eyebrows in response to my questions makes people feel less distant and more friendly. Classmate Wang Yan, you are really good at making jokes. Teacher Qinyao finally stopped laughing and gently brushed the hair hanging down by her ears. Then, her tone was full of helplessness and wonder. Do you know what 100% holy damage means? This is not a concept that a Halo Master can touch at all. It is simply a mythical level effect. She paused and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It's enough for ordinary people to have 1% of holy damage, which is enough to make people envious. And you dare to mention 100%. Seriously, if this is true, it's not too much for you to directly become a god. To be honest, Teacher Qinyao didn't doubt me. It's just that the concept of holy damage is too outrageous and almost unimaginable. You know, even a top-level aura master who awakens in the later stage can bring a 1% or 2% holy damage bonus to teammates, which can make the whole team excited and unable to sleep at night. Because of this, regarding those holy damage auras and the like, Qinyao still thought I was kidding her. Teacher, I'm not kidding. If you don't believe me, just see the effect of my halo with your own eyes, I said anxiously. As soon as I finished speaking, I activated the newly awakened Holy Damage Aura, and a dazzling light spread out instantly. Holy Damage Aura, coverage range, 400 meters, 100% of friendly damage is converted into holy damage. Qinyao eyes widened, she was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. 400 meters at the start? Holy damage? She murmured, her tone full of disbelief and shock. Holy damage. This is the effect that professionals dream of, and even the legendary and holy level masters at level 70 or 80 may not be able to master it. And I, a newly awakened level 1 novice aura master, can achieve full damage conversion? It's like cheating. Qin Yao took a deep breath, looked at me with complicated eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Wang Yan, I believe it." As a gold-level professional in her 30s, she had seen countless aura masters, attack bonus, defense enhancement, and even true damage aura, but the conversion rate was only 1% to 10%. And holy damage is the pinnacle of all halos, enough to make her re-examine her career. Ignoring defense, damage reduction, and resistance, Qin Yao murmured, seeming unable to fully believe it. "This is absolute damage!" Her face flushed red, and her breathing became rapid. "Wang Yan, your talent is definitely an unprecedented miracle. I have to report to the principal immediately. Don't worry, I will definitely help you get the best rights." "Teacher, wait!" I hurriedly called her. "I just want to ask, in my situation, can I be recommended to the 3 supreme schools of Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan?" Qin Yao was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, with undisguised excitement in her voice. "Wang Yan, your question is so redundant. Not to mention being recommended, the 3 supreme schools will be vying for you." She left the classroom in a hurry, saying, "Stay here, I'm going to find the principal," and her back disappeared at the end of the corridor. I breathed a sigh of relief, leaned back in my chair, and my mind gradually relaxed. Looking at teacher Qin Yao's hurried back as she left, I couldn't help but sigh. This figure is not right. Focus, focus. On the other side, in the principal's office, Principal Zhao Gufeng was holding the phone in one hand, with a formal smile on his face. "Hello? Is this Mr. Li from Kyoto Second Academy? I'm the principal of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Our school this year." Beep, beep, beep. The phone was decisively hung up. Zhao Gufeng frowned and dialed the next number as usual. "Teacher Wang from Jinghai 9th Academy? Hello, I am the principal of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. This year we have several outstanding." "What? Even the Dark Moon Mage is not interested?" Beep, beep, beep. The phone was hung up again. Zhao Gufeng rubbed his temple, a trace of helplessness flashed across his face. "These admissions tutors are so arrogant. If they continue like this, our school's reputation will be affected." Just as he was about to continue dialing the phone, there was a loud bang, and the office door was kicked open. Zhao Gufeng was startled and looked up, only to see Qin Yao rushing in breathlessly, with excitement on her face. "Principal! Something big has happened!" Qin Yao's voice was filled with suppressed excitement. "Are there problems with students from those rare professions again?" Zhao Gufeng looked confused. "No, Principal!" Qin Yao waved her hands in denial, her eyes gleaming. "It's a new genius! A one-of-a-kind genius!" "Genius?" Zhao Gufeng raised his eyebrows, seeming unconvinced. "Could he be better than Holy Light Priest, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and Dark Moon Mage?" "Principal," Qin Yao emphasized, "his talent is far beyond your imagination." Then, she told me everything about my holy damage aura. Her voice became more and more excited, as if she was describing a future legend. Who doesn't know the Aura Master? On Blue Star, this is a recognized trash profession. In the early stage, it is as weak as a vase and has no value to play. There are many restrictions and low gains. Even if you survive to the later stage, it is difficult for a few to truly rise. But today, Zhao Gufeng met a genius who changed history. 100% holy damage conversion aura. This ability alone is enough to make the top forces across the entire Blue Star scramble for people. Zhao Gufeng couldn't help but slam the table. "Teacher Qin, where is that genius? I want to see him right away." Qin Yao just opened her mouth. "In my office." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Gufeng rushed out of the office like a chicken with blood pumped up, without even closing the door, leaving Qin Yao standing there in a daze, complaining in her heart. "Who told me to calm down just now? You went crazy in the blink of an eye?" She shook her head helplessly, and had to run back to her office. When the office door was pushed open, his eyes fell directly on me. "Are you classmate Wang Yan who has awakened the holy damage aura?" His eyes were shining with excitement, as if he had seen a rare treasure. I nodded as a sign of agreement. Quick! Let me see the effect of your halo. He was as anxious as a hunter finding his prey, with a look of anticipation on his face. If it's really as Teacher Chin said this time, our Tianshui No. 1 middle school will, not get rich, but become prosperous. Without further ado, I activated the halo directly. Holy damage aura, within a range of 400 meters, 100% damage conversion. Zhao Gufeng stared at the pure white halo in amazement. After a moment, he slapped his thigh suddenly. Fuck! Really? This is true. Awesome, absolutely awesome. I interrupted him with a smile. Principal Zhao, do you think that an aura master like me has a chance to be admitted to the 3 supreme schools? He was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Wang Yan, you asked the wrong question. You should ask whether the 3 supreme academies are worthy of you to go. After laughing, his expression suddenly became serious. Student Wang Yan, this is no longer a genius that our school can control. Now I have to report directly to President Tianshui. He turned to Qin Yao and said, Teacher Qin, take Wang Yan to level up. Every 10th level aura master will awaken a new aura effect. We can't waste time. I'll contact President Li. Then, he was busy like a top, quickly dialing the phone. President Li, our Tianshui No. 1 middle school has produced an earth-shattering genius. Chairman Li on the other end of the phone spoke calmly at first, but after hearing the words, 100% holy damage aura, his voice suddenly rose. What? Bring him to see me immediately. If it's true, I will report it to Dongshan province immediately. At the same time, Qin Yao took me to the level 10 monster area outside Tianshui City. She said apologetically, Wang Yan, it's not that I don't want to take you to a higher level area, but there is an experience penalty for over-leveling monsters, and it's more efficient here. I was filled with emotion. I thought that after awakening the useless halo, the road to upgrading would be difficult, but I didn't expect the school's arrangements to be so thorough. Then I smiled and said, Teacher, do I need to open the halo? Qin Yao smiled and said, It doesn't matter whether it's on or off when dealing with these split-horn pigs. However, if you want to try the effect, you can open it. To be honest, she was still a little bit looking forward to it. After all, for a ranger in her 30s even, true damage was rare, let alone holy damage. Without hesitation, I waved my arm and generously activated the halo. Holy damage aura activated. A dazzling white light burst out, and within a diameter of 400 meters, a pure white covered the entire area. Qin Yao looked at the holy damage buff on the attribute panel and couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. It's worth it to experience holy damage once in this life. Although she was excited, she also knew that opening this aura would definitely require a huge expenditure of energy. So, she quickly drew her bow and shot arrows at several split-horn pigs. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Minus 16,568. Holy damage. Minus 16,568. Holy damage. Minus 16,568. Holy damage. At this moment, a large number of terrifying holy damage numbers burst out like snowflakes. Oh my god, is this the power of holy damage? Qin Yao's eyes were filled with shock, and her hands holding the longbow trembled slightly. Ignore defense, ignore damage reduction, ignore all resistance. Every arrow can deal the maximum damage, this is too cool. Although the Rift-Horn Pig is a low-level monster of level 10, its several hundred points of defense plus its 10% damage reduction skill are an insurmountable obstacle for newcomers. It is a pipe dream for ordinary professionals to kill them quickly. But now, under the cover of holy damage aura, these Rift-Horn Pigs seem to have become a pile of brittle paper, and any arrow they shot would explode into a sky full of experience points. Ding! Your team member, Qin Yao, killed the LV-10 Rift-Horn Pig, and you gained 1,000 experience points. Ding! Your team member, Qin Yao, killed the LV-10 Bronze Boss Violent Rift-Horn Pig, and you gained 15,200 experience points. Ding! Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 5. Ding! You received attribute rewards, all attributes plus 5, free attribute points x 20. Ding! You have successfully awakened a new aura effect, God level attack aura. In just 2 hours, I went from level 1 to level 5, breaking the record for the fastest leveling speed for aura masters. Teacher Qin, I seem to have awakened a new aura. What? Awakened again? Qin Yao's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Awakened the second aura skill at only level 5? Aren't normal aura masters able to awaken their second skill at level 10? She urged impatiently. Open the skill panel quickly and let me see the effect. I clicked on the attribute interface and presented the effect of God level attack aura in front of her. Information panel, occupation, God level aura master level, level 5 attributes, intelligence 35, strength 15, constitution 15, agility 15, force 0/350 skills, holy damage aura, God level attack aura. God level attack aura consumes 10 points of energy per second, increasing the attack power of all friendly units within a range of all attributes x 10 meters around you by 1000%. The moment Qin Yao saw the skill description, she was stunned, and her mouth was opened so wide that an apple could fit in. 10 times the attack? This is too exaggerated. She took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. Wang Yan, this matter is too important. I must report it to the principal immediately. Okay, I just want to lie down now anyway. I waved my hands indifferently, but I was very happy in my heart, having a beautiful teacher to help me level up. This treatment is really the best in life. On the other side, Tianshui City Professionals Guild. Principal Zhao, Wang Yan has reached level 5 and has awakened his second Halo skill. I have sent you the skill effect diagram. While listening to Qin Yao's report, Zhao Gufeng received the pictures with his hands trembling slightly. The skill description in the picture clearly reads, God level attack aura, range 800 meters, attack increased by 1000%. 10 times the attack? Aura range of 800 meters? Zhao Guofeng was stunned for 3 seconds, then he slapped the table with shock on his face. Will this leave any chance for ordinary aura masters to survive? You know, the range of an ordinary aura master's first level aura is 20 to 30 meters, which is already outstanding. Even if you break through level 10, the range improvement is pitifully limited. But what about Wang Yan? He was far ahead of ordinary aura masters, with a skill range of several hundred meters, and the effect was outrageous. Principal Zhao, what's wrong? Seeing this, Li Yingtian, president of the Professionals Guild, couldn't help but ask curiously. Take a look at the effect of this skill. Zhao Gufeng handed over the phone with a wry smile. On the screen, a line of dazzling text came into view. God level attack aura, range 800 meters, attack power increased by 1000%. Seeing this line of information, Li Yingtian's pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. My God, this kid's awakened ability is simply amazing. The holy damage aura of 10 times the attack is simply a qualitative change for the entire team. He slapped the table suddenly, as if he had thought of something, and turned to Zhao Guofeng and said, Principal Zhao, if he can participate in the national war in a month. National war? Zhao Guofeng raised his eyebrows, instantly catching the deep meaning of his words. Are you referring to the All-Blue Star New Generation Professional International League? That's right, Li Yingtian said in a low and expectant voice. This league is held every 10 years, and the participants are all top professionals who have awakened in the past 10 years. This is not only an arena, but also a battlefield for the fight for international discourse power. At this point, his voice became more serious. To be honest, our dragon country has not performed well in national wars over the past 200 years, and it has even affected our international status. But if a genius like Wang Yan were to fight... He paused, a fiery light flashing in his eyes. Perhaps, this time we can avenge our previous shame and regain the coveted championship seat. When Zhao Guofeng heard this, he slapped his thigh excitedly. Yes! This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity! However, after a brief moment of excitement, their expressions gradually became solemn. The strength of the Dragon Kingdom is unquestionable, but in the national war it has been repeatedly constrained by secret schemes and conspiracies, the traps of the Ice Kingdom, the ambushes of the Sakura Kingdom, the conspiracies of the Lighthouse Kingdom, and the despicable tactics of the Bear Kingdom, each time causing the Dragon Kingdom team to suffer losses. But this time it's different, Zhao Guofeng said in a deep voice, his tone full of determination. Wang Yan's halo is an absolute killing weapon, 10 times the attack, sacred damage. No matter how many dirty tricks you use, they are nothing but a joke in front of absolute strength. That's right. Li Yingtian nodded, with a hint of suppressed anticipation in his words. In this national war, let them see what one force defeats 10 skills means. This thought made the two of them excited, and they even couldn't wait to send Wang Yan directly to the battlefield of the national war. But after calming down for a moment, Li Yingtian slowly spoke. However, this matter cannot be rushed. We still have to report to our superiors, and have the provincial president Lin Chong report to the Dragon Country Courtyard Guild. That's right, we also have to make sure that Wang Yan's potential is fully tapped. Zhao Gufeng added. By the way, what is this genius doing now? I have arranged a ranger mentor, and he is helping him to upgrade his level. Zhao Gufeng replied immediately. Very good. Li Yingtian nodded, a satisfied look on his face. Although the state stipulates that instructors cannot interfere with students' training, for a profession like Aura Masters, appropriate help is necessary. After all, they lack combat effectiveness and need to rely on the team. But then, his tone changed and his expression became serious. However, I must emphasize one point. Although aura skills look powerful, they often have hidden limitations, such as only being effective on low-level targets, or having a limited buff range. He pondered for a moment and added, in order to convince our superiors, we must provide detailed combat records. This will not only prove Wang Yan's potential, but also ensure that we are on the right track in training him. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Notify me as soon as you come back. Zhao Gufeng promised solemnly. Zhao Gufeng originally thought that Wang Yan's awakening of the god-level attack aura was already big news that shocked the entire city, but he did not expect that President Li Yingtian actually planned to report the matter to all levels, all the way to the provincial guild. Should we report this to the provincial government? Zhao Gufeng frowned slightly, his tone hesitant. Chairman Li, in the process of reporting to higher levels, will there be any risks? Risk? Li Yingtian turned to look at Zhao Gufeng with a hint of doubt on his face. What I mean is, if too many people know about it, once the news leaks out, a genius like Wang Yan might become the target of some people with bad intentions. Zhao Gufeng said in a low voice, with worry in his tone. This is not groundless worry. Similar things are common in the world. The genius of the Lighthouse country was assassinated, and the professionals of the Brahma country were attacked. All these examples are warnings of the dangerous situation of geniuses. Someone like me is undoubtedly a dancer standing on the edge of a knife. Once I am targeted, the consequences will be disastrous. After hearing Zhao Gufeng's concerns, Li Yingtian laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Principal Zhao, are you worried that Wang Yan will be caught and sliced for research? I dare not. Zhao Gufeng waved his hands awkwardly, his expression a little stiff. You worry too much. Li Yingtian showed some confidence. Our dragon country is not those lighthouse countries or Brahma countries. In this land, the protection of geniuses is beyond their reach. If the Courtyard Guild intervenes, Wang Yan's safety can be said to be more secure than the president's. In that case, then I understand. Zhao Gufeng nodded, and the doubts in his heart gradually dissipated. At the same time, in the level 10 wild area, Qin Yao and I were killing monsters. Scattered arrows, whoosh whoosh whoosh, minus 176,568. Holy damage, minus 176,568. Holy damage, minus 176,568. Holy damage. As a series of terrifying holy damage numbers popped up, large groups of monsters were instantly cleared out, and even the level 18 violent python did not last more than a few seconds. Ding! Your team member, Qin Yao, killed the LV-18 violent python, and you gained 1,800 experience points. Ding! Your level has been upgraded, current level, level 10. Ding! You received attribute rewards, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding! You have successfully awakened the aura effect, god level invisibility aura. I can't even imagine the power of this. Qin Yao put away her longbow, her face filled with shock. Normally, the damage of my scattered arrows is at most 10,000 points. Now, with the amplification of your aura, it can easily deal 200,000 points of damage. If this output can be sustained, not to mention the gold level dungeon, even the dark gold level dungeon can be crushed. Qin Yao sighed as he looked at the monster corpses cleared on the ground. However, such a powerful aura also has its price. Holy Damage Aura consumes 10 points of energy per second. God level Attack Aura consumes 10 points of energy per second. With 2 auras activated at the same time, it consumes up to 20 points of energy per second. If it relies on natural recovery, an ordinary aura master needs a full 24 hours to recover 1 point of energy. Even a god-level aura master like me needs 1 hour to replenish 1 point. More than 2 million dragon coins are consumed in 1 hour. I shrugged calmly, my tone was a little scary. If it really runs for a full hour, it will be easy to go bankrupt. Qin Yao was stunned for a moment, then she couldn't help laughing. Indeed, no one can stand this. But what is the effect of the new aura you just upgraded and awakened? Let me see. I opened the skill panel and displayed the newly awakened halo in front of Qin Yao. God level Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 10. Attributes: Intelligence 65, Strength 20, Constitution 20, Agility 20. Force 0/750 points. Skills: Holy Damage Aura, God level Attack Aura, God level Invisibility Aura. God level Stealth Aura. After it is turned on, it consumes 10 points of energy per second, making all friendly units within a range of all attributes x 10 meters around itself instantly enter the invisible state. This invisibility ignores any perception skills or props detection, and the movement speed is increased by 100%. After each active attack, it will automatically become invisible again within 1 second. At this moment, my god-level invisibility halo shone out, directly stunning Qin Yao. She was stunned, her mouth opened wide enough to swallow an egg. This halo, is it too outrageous? No wonder she was shocked, this halo was simply amazing. From the property point of view, not to mention the specific effect, the range alone was outrageous with me as the center. The radius was 1,250 meters, covering a full diameter of 2,500 meters. What kind of concept is this? Within this range, I can almost disappear silently beyond the perception of any enemy. What's even more exaggerated is that as long as the energy is sufficient, this aura can activate the stealth effect indefinitely. Not only that, even if you actively attack while stealth, the stealth state will be restored in just 1 second, giving the enemy no time to react at all. There is also an even more amazing function in the invisible state. The movement speed of teammates is directly doubled. This is a magical skill tailor-made for assassin professionals. With my assistance, those assassins don't have to worry about being killed by the enemy after using their skills. Miss your shot? No problem. Instantly turn invisible, double your speed, and escape from the battlefield with ease. But the god-level invisibility aura is not only a boon to assassins, it is also a godsend for rangers. Rangers rely most on flexible movement to find the output position, and this aura allows them to instantly become invisible after firing an arrow. For the enemy, even finding their position is a luxury, let alone killing the ranger. Awesome! So awesome! I shouted in my heart, almost impatient to activate the halo to let Qin Yao experience it. However, ideals are full, but reality is cruel. My energy value has been exhausted, and I can only stare blankly for the time being. But even without experiencing it personally, Qin Yao was completely shocked. She looked at me with awe in her eyes. Wang Yan, your halo is so abnormal and unreasonable. Hee, it's just luck. I smiled lightly and said nothing more. You don't have to work hard to upgrade, resources are automatically replenished, it's really worry-free. What's even more amazing is that the energy consumed when activating the halo was almost entirely solved by the energy Qin Yao extracted from the blank equipment dropped by monsters. However, the energy provided by these low-level equipment was pitifully small, and could only allow her to experience the power of the god-level aura for a few seconds occasionally. Even a few short seconds was enough to make her feel satisfied. But she knew in her heart that if a genius like me could join a national organization or enter the Dragon Country Court Guild, with sufficient resource support and systematic training, perhaps my potential could be fully unleashed. To be honest, following her to kill monsters is a bit of a waste of talent. After all, Qin Yao is just a tool to help me level up. Just as she was feeling emotional, Qin Yao suddenly caught a glimpse of a pop-up notification on her friend list and was startled. Is it Principal Zhao? She quickly opened Zhao Gufeng's private chat window. Zhao Gufeng. I just came back from the city. President Li asked you to continue to help Wang Yan upgrade. Go to the City Guild tomorrow to test his ability. By the way, how is he doing now? Qin Yao quickly replied. Principal Zhao, Wang Yan has reached level 10 and has awakened a new aura skill, /picture. When Zhao Gufeng saw the effect of Wang Yan's third halo, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. God-level invisibility halo? Infinite invisibility. Invincibility cannot be broken, and it also increases movement speed by 100%. Oh my god! This halo master. I'm really numb. Zhao Gufeng's face was filled with shock and he couldn't calm down for a long time. A holy damage aura is outrageous enough, and now a god-level invisibility aura has been awakened? Not to mention how amazing the effect is, the range alone is so exaggerated that it makes people's scalps numb. A 2,500-meter diameter invisibility zone, it's like cheating. Imagine a team with all members infinitely invisible entering a dungeon, and even the boss didn't know what was going on, and was defeated by air. This is not to fight the boss, but to scare the boss. The effect of this halo is too strong. If President Li hadn't said to wait until tomorrow, I would have let Wang Yan test his limits right now. Zhao Gufeng was deeply moved but helpless. At present, he had no high-level dungeon resources, and only killed small monsters, which could not reflect the true power of these god-level auras. Only when facing powerful monsters at the dungeon level could its dominance be demonstrated. Not only Zhao Gufeng, but even Qin Yao felt that it was a waste of talent to let someone with such extraordinary talent like me hang out with her in the low-level monster area. Forget it, let's not dwell on this, Zhao Gufeng suddenly said. Teacher Qin, didn't you say that Wang Yan would awaken an aura skill every 5 levels? Is this one night enough for him to reach level 15? Then, he added, if it's not enough, then take a rest first. Don't work too hard. I'm not worried that you can't handle staying up late, but I'm worried that Wang Yan's body can't handle it. It's probably difficult. Qin Yao frowned, and after thinking carefully, she answered. From 9 o'clock in the morning till now, I have spent a full 12 hours to reach level 10. To reach level 15, it will take at least 2 or 3 days. It is impossible to reach level 15 overnight. Zhao Gufeng's face did not change when he heard this. He just nodded slightly. Oh, so that's it. Then, he sighed helplessly. Alas, that's all I can do. Tomorrow, President Li will take Wang Yan to play a dungeon. Since we can't reach level 15, and we can't awaken new aura skills, let's take a rest first and don't get too tired. Professionals can indeed restore their mental strength when they level up, but this does not mean that their physical strength will not be overdrawn. Moreover, from the awakening ceremony to now, I have been busy all day. However, if I heard what Zhao Gufeng said, I would probably laugh out loud. Busy? You must be kidding. My killing monsters is just walking around and swinging my weapon a few times. In fact, I either sleep or lie in the shade of a tree to play with small animals. How can I be tired? After a while, Qin Yao cleared the monsters around, walked over to me, and told me Principal Zhao's arrangements. Huh! I'm going to the Tianshui Professional Guild tomorrow, and I can do dungeons with the guild leader? My eyes lit up after hearing this, and there was excitement in my tone. Not bad treatment. A beautiful girl leads me to fly, and a big boss summons me right after. It feels pretty good. I readily agreed. Okay, tell Principal Zhao that I will definitely go tomorrow. Qin Yao nodded slightly. Okay, let's have a good rest tonight and go to the professional guild together tomorrow. I was stunned for a moment when I heard her words, and then I smiled wickedly. Teacher Qin, you mean, we should take a rest tonight? Qin Yao obviously didn't react, and continued. Yes, tonight we. As soon as she said this, she suddenly realized something was wrong, and her pretty face flushed. No! It's not what you think. Principal Zhao meant for us to not get too tired and to adjust our state. You bad student, what are you thinking about? Seeing her embarrassed look, I couldn't help but laugh. Okay, I was just joking, Teacher Qin. However, I suddenly had a question, and couldn't help asking. By the way, Mr. Qin, the dungeon level that President Li is playing is above level 50. I'm only level 10, Can I get experience by following him? This is a big problem. Under the rules of heaven, a professional will not gain any experience after killing a monster that is more than 10 levels higher than himself. This seems to be an anti-cheating mechanism in the rules, preventing the strong from forcibly raising the level of the weak. But if this is the case, wouldn't I have made a wasted trip? Qin Yao seemed to be well prepared, and she smiled and comforted me. Don't worry, President Li will definitely give you the beast's blood potion. You don't have to worry about the experience problem. Beast's blood potion? I was stunned, then my eyes widened. Is it the potion that can increase the experience reward? As the top scholar in both civil and military studies at Tianshui No. 1 Middle School, I certainly knew about the existence of the beast's blood potion. This is a special potion made from boss blood by a high-level pharmacist. It not only increases experience gain, but also allows the experience gained from killing monsters in a team to be fully credited to the potion user. Bronze level beast blood potion can increase experience gain by an additional 100% and last for 1 hour. Higher level silver and gold potions increase the effect by 200% and 500% respectively. These potions can even directly break through the level limit for experience gain. In other words, after using the experience potion, even if you kill a level 100 monster, a level 1 professional can instantly leap up and gain an unimaginable increase in experience. Such an incredible effect makes the high price of the beast's blood potion seem reasonable. In the exchange in Tianshui City, ordinary beast blood potion is sold for as high as 10,000 dragon coins per bottle, but its effect only lasts for an hour. As for the bronze level beast blood potion, it was even more expensive, 100,000 dragon coins. This was almost the living expenses of an ordinary family of 4 for several years. Thinking back to when my parents died in an accident, the compensation my family received was only 200,000 dragon coins. Even if I used all of it to buy things, I could only buy 2 bottles of bronze level beast blood potion. If you have this potion now, your upgrade speed is almost as fast as using a cheat. Not to mention that after killing level 50 or 60 dungeon monsters, the experience reward is simply the starting point for soaring. At this time, Qin Yao suddenly said, "However, this medicine is a rare resource. We ordinary people can neither get it nor afford it. But, if you join President Li's team, you will have the opportunity to enjoy such resources." I nodded when I heard that, hope rising in my heart. I understand. With the help of the beast's blood potion, not only can you join President Li's team to clear dungeons, but your upgrade speed will also be greatly increased. After leaving the leveling area, Qin Yao and I returned to the urban area of Tianshui City and found a hotel to stay in. The next morning, after a quick wash and meal, we went to the school together to find the principal, Zhao Guofeng. "Now that everyone is here, let's go directly to see President Li," Zhao Guofeng said promptly and immediately drove us to the Tianshui City Professionals Guild. More than an hour later, I saw the magnificent building Tianshui Professionals Guild. The guild is divided into 3 major areas: the Affairs Hall, which is responsible for task delegation and handling affairs, the Trading Hall, which is similar to the Treasure Pavilion, but with more reasonable prices, and the Awakening Hall, which provides career awakening and advancement services. Our destination was the Affairs Hall, to meet the person in power in Tianshui City, Li Yingtian. Under the guidance of Zhao Guofeng, I finally met Li Yingtian. "Principal Zhao, is this the talented young man Wang Yan?" Li Yingtian swept his sharp eyes over me, with a hint of approval in his tone. Zhao Guofeng nodded and smiled. "That's right. This is Wang Yan, and the one next to him is Qin Yao, the teacher who is leveling him up. She is a late-stage gold level ranger, level 37. Li Yingtian motioned for us to sit down, and then said to Qin Yao, "Teacher Qin, please tell us about Wang Yan's situation in detail." Qin Yao calmly explained my abilities and performances one by one, especially emphasizing the enhanced experience of the halo effect on high-level professionals. After listening to the report, Li Yingtian was obviously shocked. "You mean, Wang Yan's aura is not only effective for high-level professionals, but also has no discount at all?" "That's right." Qin Yao nodded firmly. "This is simply a peerless genius." Li Yingtian was very excited. "This kind of aura effect is applicable to all levels. It's amazing." He couldn't wait to say, "Let me see your god-level invisibility aura." I demonstrated the effect of the invisibility aura without hesitation. Hiss! Li Tian took a breath of cold air, his eyes full of shock. This effect is really amazing. After repeated confirmation, he sighed. This invisibility aura not only optimizes the output environment, but also greatly improves the survivability of fragile professionals. In the invisible state, enemy skills cannot be locked, and even area damage skills can be easily avoided by moving 100 times faster. With such an aura, the team's fighting style will be completely changed. It is simply a perfect strategic resource, Li Tian exclaimed sincerely. Student Wang Yan, can you show me the effect of your halo? Let me see it for myself. Li Tian went straight to the point, his tone full of anticipation. I scratched my head and said helplessly, Presently, I spent the whole day killing monsters yesterday. My energy has been used up a long time ago, and it hasn't recovered yet. Energy? Li Tian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Yes, the Halo Master's skills require energy. If you want to recover, you need energy treasures, right? Don't worry, I've prepared it. As he spoke, he took out a crystal clear sky blue ball, his face full of pride. This is the energy pool. It contains a full 100,000 energy points. You can use it as you like, and you can replenish it when it's not enough. I looked at the energy pool and was completely stunned. This was a rare treasure that even heroes dreamed of, and Li Tian just handed it to me so casually. Presently, this thing. Before he could finish his words, he stuffed it into my hand. You're welcome, just use it. His tone was so firm that I couldn't refuse. I took a deep breath and began to absorb the energy in the energy pool. Ding! You have absorbed the energy in the energy pool, energy value plus 10. Ding! In just a few seconds, my energy value was replenished from the empty space to 750 points. The moment it was full, I activated the 3 halos without hesitation. The next second, the status gains of the 3 god-level halos appeared on the panels of Li Tian and others. They widened their eyes, their expressions full of shock. Gulyalu! Li Tian swallowed his saliva and found his voice after a while. Student Wang Yan, are you free? Are you willing to join our team to conquer the heroic dungeon? Sure, I agreed readily. Great! Li Tian excitedly said, good, 3 times, and then took out a few bottles of scarlet potion and handed them to me. This is a silver-level beast blood potion. It not only provides a lot of experience, but also increases the benefits of the dungeon. You use it first? I took the potion and was impressed by the rich resources of the Tianshui city president. I couldn't help but look forward to the upcoming copy operation. After a while, we arrived at a wilderness, and after some exploration, we stopped in front of a deep cave. This is our goal, the heroic dungeon underground demon cave, Li Tian said with a serious expression and encouragement. Don't worry, Wang Yan, the team will do its best to protect your safety. Soon after, the team members arrived one after another. Come, let me introduce you. Li Tian pointed at the people around him one by one. This is Su Muqing, a level 59 heroic holy light priest, Lu Xueyao, a level 56 silver moon priest, Qin Xiyu, a level 58 domination warrior, and Qin Ming, a level 59 sunfire mage. After the 10-man team was fully staffed, Qin Xiyu walked up to me with a playful smile on her face. Student Wang Yan, this time, I and the 2 priest sisters will protect you. How is it? Are you satisfied? 3 beauties protecting me? I secretly laughed in my heart, but nodded repeatedly on the surface. Satisfied, of course I am satisfied. Especially Su Muqing, her rare skill, Holy Light Protection, can make one immune to fatal damage within 10 seconds, which is simply an insurance artifact in the dungeon. Under Li Tian's command, everyone got ready and entered the copy. Ding! You have opened the heroic dungeon, Venomous Swamp. Please select the difficulty of the dungeon, easy, hard, nightmare, hell, Shura. Li Tian originally wanted to choose the difficulty, but in order to ensure my safety, he finally chose easy. As a feeling of dizziness came over me, the scene changed and we appeared in a swamp filled with miasma. As soon as they stepped into the poisonous swamp, they were shocked by the scene before them. A group of black poisonous cat monsters were quietly guarding the entrance of the copy, and there were estimated to be thousands of them. The moment everyone entered the copy, the cat demons all turned their heads, staring at them with their bloodthirsty red eyes, and making dangerous low hissing sounds from their mouths, as if they would pounce on them in the next second. The poisonous cat demon is one of the most difficult monsters in the swamp. They are fast, have high dodge, and their claws are poisonous. Although they don't have much health, they are enough to give you a headache. Sumuching looked nervous and said in a lost voice, "Oh no! It's a monster wave!" Monster tide is one of the rarest and most dangerous situations in a dungeon. Countless monsters gather together for unknown reasons, forming a terrifying torrent that can turn even the most common low-level monsters into deadly ones. What's worse is that this time the tide of monsters blocked the entrance to the copy, preventing everyone from retreating. "Calm down!" Li Tian quickly scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, keep your formation, move to the right, protect Wang Yan, and be ready to exit the dungeon in 1 minute." Before he finished his words, the poisonous cat demons let out shrill screams and rushed forward. Tianshui, wearing heavy armor, stood up resolutely, holding a long sword and blocking the front, shouting loudly, "I will hold them back!" At the critical moment, I activated the god-level invisibility aura. As the halo expanded, everyone's bodies gradually became translucent and completely disappeared from the cat demon's sight. Meow! The cat demons were stunned, apparently unprepared for the sudden disappearance of their prey. They pricked up their ears and sniffed around, but found nothing. The invisibility aura not only blocked smells and sounds, but could even block detection by reconnaissance skills. How could I forget about this monster? Li Yingtian breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at me. The other team members were also stunned. This aura has a range of 1,000 meters? Or is it group invisibility? After attacking for 1 second, you can enter the invisible state again. This is stronger than the thief's invisibility skill, right? Li Yingtian decisively commanded. Everyone move to the open space on the right. It seems that we don't need to exit the dungeon. Upon hearing this, everyone acted quickly, keeping a distance from the cat demon under the protection of the halo. In just a few minutes, the dangerous situation was easily resolved by me. Prepare for a counterattack. Following Li Yingtian's order, I deployed the holy damage aura and the god-level attack aura. Under the coverage of the aura, everyone's attack power instantly increased tenfold and converted into holy damage that ignored dodge. Tianshui rushed forward and slashed at a ferocious and poisonous cat demon with his sword. -269,873. Holy damage, an exaggerated number floated above the head of the poisonous cat demon. The cat demon was split into two and killed instantly on the spot. The defense of the poisonous cat demons is not too high, but they have a dodge rate of up to 33%. So even for skilled professionals, it takes some time to deal with them. However, with the blessing of the holy damage aura, their dodge attribute is directly ignored. When the other cat demons saw Tianshui suddenly appear, they were shocked and angry and charged towards her together. However, strangely, the next second, Tianshui's figure disappeared again. The poisonous cat demons were stunned again. At the same time, Wang Yan Mage Qinming finished chanting his rain of fire skill. Countless flames rained down from the sky, hitting the cat monsters. -116,848. Holy damage, -116,863. Holy damage, -116,834. Holy damage. Countless poisonous cat demons howled in pain and fell down in groups. Qinming himself was dumbfounded. Originally, his fire rain was just a large area, low damage skill. The main function is to reduce the blood volume of group monsters and add burn effects. It stands to reason that this skill can destroy at most a quarter of the poisonous cat demon's health. If you are unlucky enough to be dodged and take some of the damage, it may be even lower. But at this moment, with the blessing of my halo, the moment the fire rain fell, these vicious cat demons were instantly killed by him. Did I cast a forbidden spell? If it weren't for the triple halo around his body, Qinming would even suspect that he was hallucinating. Seeing the huge damage figures floating up one after another, Qinming felt so happy. In just 1 minute, thousands of cat monsters were killed by everyone. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of excitement and excitement. Others were not to be outdone when they saw this scene. Except for Su Muqing and Lu Xiuyao, who were guarding me closely, everyone else rushed into the group of poisonous cat monsters. There was no need to maintain a safe distance or consider the formation. With the blessing of the aura, any skill or move could kill instantly. It was like a sheep among a pack of tigers. Thousands of ferocious cat demons were chopped up by them like melons and vegetables. In less than a minute, almost all of them were killed. I stood there, watching everyone's performance idly under the close protection of two beautiful pastors. The heroic level copy was indeed powerful. With the help of the beast's blood potion, my experience points were skyrocketing. Ding, your team member, Ming, killed LV-51 venomous cat demon. You gained 5,100 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 11. Ding, you received attribute rewards. All attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding, your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 12. Ding, you received attribute rewards. All attributes +1, free attribute points +5. The upgrade reminder kept ringing in my ears, and my level soared like a rocket. My level did not stop until it reached level 14. My heart was immediately filled with joy. I made the right decision to come to this dungeon today. Wang Yan, well done! Your aura ability is beyond my expectations. Li Yingtian's eyes were bright and full of admiration. This young man in front of him, who was only in his teens, could play such a huge role in a heroic dungeon. This performance was a miracle. Although the monster wave just now was a simple one, the danger should not be underestimated. If it weren't for my aura, the team would have had a hard time escaping unscathed. The others also looked at me excitedly. Wang Yan, this aura is simply too strong. Brother, add me as a friend, and we must team up next time we have the chance. Everyone came forward. As experienced veterans, they had worked with various auxiliary professions countless times, but they had never seen someone like me. I not only assisted the team, but also turned the situation around by myself and led everyone out of danger. Such a powerful aura master has unlimited future achievements. Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, I gladly accepted their friend requests. These were all elites around Presidently, and were well known in Tianshui City. Has the level reached level 14? Li Yingtian nodded as he checked. Not bad, the upgrade speed is very fast. Let's take a break and continue. Along the way, everyone encountered only a few sporadic monsters, and with the help of my halo, these monsters were easily dealt with by everyone. This is the true difficulty of a simple hero dungeon. Under normal circumstances, with the strength of Li Yingtian and others, it should be extremely easy to pass this dungeon. It was the wave of monsters that they had just encountered that surprised them. The monsters that followed were not too difficult for them. Not to mention my aura was there to help. Soon my level reached 15. Ding, your teammate, Wang Ming, killed the monster LV-53 venomous garter snake, and you gained 5,300 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded. Current level, level 15. Ding, your level has been raised to LV-15, and you have successfully awakened the aura effect, God level purification aura. President, I have awakened a new aura, I said excitedly. Hearing this, Li Yingtian immediately became interested. He already knew that I could awaken an aura every 5 levels, while ordinary aura masters needed to awaken new skills every 10 levels. When Wang Yan unfolded his halo, a new status appeared in the team attribute column. I unfolded the halo, and a new halo status appeared on everyone's attribute bar. God level purification aura. When activated, it will apply a purification effect to all teammates within a range of all attributes times 10 meters. It can continuously dispel all negative states, such as bleeding, poisoning, burns, electric shock, dizziness, deceleration, and other states, and can dispel certain summons and negative environments. Seeing the effect of this halo, the team was in an uproar. As priests, Su Muqing and Lu Xiuyao were naturally very familiar with purification techniques. However, Su Muqing didn't learn purification until level 50. And her purification can only be used on a single teammate, and there is a certain cooling time. That is to say, when all teammates enter a negative state, she can only choose to purify the main combat force first. Then use other skills to protect and heal other teammates. After the purification spell has cooled down, you can purify other teammates one by one. This is why a team usually has 2 auxiliary professions such as priests. A priest has too low a tolerance for error, and sometimes is completely unable to take care of all teammates. But mine is very abnormal. His aura can purify continuously without cooling time. And it is a large area with a diameter of several thousand meters, which is outrageous. Li Yingtian was very excited. Up to now, there was no need to record the test. There is no doubt that I am a rare talent. What Li Yingtian is thinking about now is how to report me truthfully, and ensure that I can grow up safely. We continued to move forward, and soon we arrived at an area of poisonous fog. Li Yingtian took out gas masks from his backpack and distributed them to the team members, explaining, "The most difficult monsters to deal with in this area are poisonous fog assassins. They can hide in the poisonous fog and appear and disappear mysteriously." I took the gas mask and noticed that the rest of the team were also putting on gas masks. Gas mask, gold level, can resist damage from toxins. Li Yingtian continued. Moreover, this poisonous fog will cause people to enter a state of continuous poisoning, which is very troublesome, so you must wear a gas mask to enter this poisonous fog. The gas mask has a certain impact on vision, so in this poisonous fog, you can only rely on your ears to judge the location of the poisonous fog assassin. I know that Li Yingtian is passing on his experience to me. I nodded. I understand, President. Li Yingtian said to Su Muqing and Lu Xiaoyao. You two must protect Wang Yan later. Let's shrink our formation and don't disperse. The poison mist assassin is a very difficult monster to deal with. Their stealth ability allows them to appear and disappear in the poisonous fog, making them very difficult to deal with. Just as everyone put on their gas masks and prepared to enter the poisonous fog, I suddenly had an idea. President, do you think it is possible that my purification aura can purify this poisonous fog? Li Yingtian hesitated and said, How about you give it a try? He originally wanted to say, impossible. If one wanted to dispel such a large-scale poisonous fog, it would require a priest of epic level or above to do it. And the prerequisite was that the priest had awakened the relevant skills. But the ability I showed before was too amazing. For a moment, Li Yingtian was a little uncertain. I didn't hesitate and directly unfolded the entire halo. When my god-level purification halo unfolded, the poisonous fog seemed to evaporate, disappearing in large pieces. Without the cover of the poisonous fog, those poisonous fog assassins who had been hiding in the poison also appeared one after another. Everyone also saw the appearance of these poisonous fog assassins. They are similar to humanoids, short in stature, covered with short hair, and look like cats that have turned into spirits. They have 2 pairs of sharp claws on their hands and blood-red eyes. Chapter 13. The Poison Alchemist. At this moment, these poisonous fog assassins who appeared in front of everyone seemed to be stripped of their clothes, standing there at a loss as to what to do. Their little eyes were filled with great doubts. They couldn't understand why the large cloud of poisonous fog just disappeared. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned for a while before they reacted. The poisonous fog has actually been dispelled? Everyone looked at each other in amazement. For so long, no matter how powerful a professional is, when entering this poisonous fog area, he or she must wear a gas mask. This poisonous fog area is also the most challenging part of the entire poisonous swamp. After passing through this poisonous fog area, you can challenge the boss of the poisonous swamp. To some extent, this poisonous fog area is even more difficult than killing the boss. As for the high-level priests who have the ability to dispel this poisonous fog, they are usually not interested in heroic-level copies. Li Yingtian was the first to react. Now the poison fog assassin had no cover of poison fog, so this was the best opportunity. Let's go! He commanded the team and launched an attack on these poisonous fog assassins. Wang Yan also used all his halos to bless everyone. Without the cover of the poisonous fog assassin directly lost the ability to be invisible. Without their stealth ability, they are like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Qinshi rushed forward like a tiger among a flock of sheep, easily killing these poisonous fog assassins one by one with his sword. Qinming waved his staff, releasing fireballs, firewalls, and fire rain continuously, reaping the lives of the poisonous fog assassins. These poisonous fog assassins had no power to fight back and were slaughtered in a short while. Wang Yan's experience soared again, and the experience gained by these poisonous fog assassins directly allowed him to reach level 16. If his classmates knew about his rocket-like advancement speed, I wonder how envious they would be. After dealing with the poison mist assassin, continue forward to where the toxic swamp boss is. The boss of the venomous swamp is a level 50 heroic monster, the venomous alchemist. The venomous swamp was originally a place full of life. However, the alchemist's various experiments and alchemical products polluted the area, turning the swamp into a place filled with poisonous gas. And because of long-term alchemical experiments, this alchemist allowed toxins to invade his brain. Eventually, the alchemist lost his mind and began violently attacking all humans who came to the toxic swamp. This is the background story of the venomous swamp copy. According to the stories Wang Yan learned in school, these stories actually happened in other dimensions. The so-called copy is actually some kind of energy projection from other dimensions. That's why the monsters in the dungeon will refresh infinitely. Of course, there are also special copies that lead directly to other areas, which is equivalent to leading to another real world. The monsters in it will not be refreshed repeatedly, and once they are gone, they are gone. The secret of the copy, like the appearance of professionals, remains an unsolved mystery to this day. Putting aside the messy thoughts in his mind, Wang Yan followed everyone to the place where the boss was. This is a withered grassland. The originally lush plants around it have withered as if they had been polluted by something and look lifeless. There is a simple wooden house in the middle of the lawn. Various discarded bottles and jars were placed around the wooden house, as well as some bones, but it was impossible to tell what kind of creature they were. When everyone stepped into the hut, they heard a roar coming from the hut. "How dare you step into my territory!" I saw a poisonous fog explode with the hut as the center and spread at an extremely fast speed. Li Yingtian had told Wang Yan about this circle of poisonous fog in advance. This circle of poisonous fog cannot be avoided and is almost a guaranteed hit unless you use skills such as invincibility to offset it. This circle of poisonous fog is also the most powerful skill of the toxic alchemist. The effect of the poison mist is to make all enemies enter a poisoned state, losing 50% of their health within 10 seconds. This skill is a great test of the challenger's teamwork ability and the priest's ability. They need to face the boss battle in a state of low health and poisoning, which is a big test for the team's strategic combat. But as the poisonous fog spread, Wang Yan directly activated the god-level purification aura. Almost at the moment when everyone was touched by the poisonous mist, their poisoning state was relieved in 1 second by the purification halo. Su Muqing and Lu Xuya looked at each other and looked at Wang Yan beside them with complicated expressions. Every time they fought this boss, they were both very busy. You have to dispel the poisoning status for your teammates, and restore their health to maintain their condition. But with Wang Yan's halo, the two of them didn't have to do anything. For a moment, they even felt that they were the ones who were being helped to upgrade. After the alchemist released the poisonous mist, his true form was revealed. He was dressed in rags, his skin was cracked, and he looked like a madman who had completely lost his mind. "I'm going to kill you!" The alchemist had a ferocious look on his face, which looked somewhat terrifying. But everyone knew that after its strongest poisonous fog was purified by Wang Yan, the alchemist was no longer a big danger to everyone. With the blessing of Wang Yan's attack aura and holy aura, everyone's output is also exaggerated. Every time an attack hit the alchemist, hundreds of thousands of people were killed. The skinny and frail venomous alchemist was no match for them. After a few seconds, the alchemist collapsed with an unyielding roar. A treasure chest appeared next to it. A voice of improvement sounded in everyone's mind. "Your team has successfully cleared the toxic swamp, easy level, in 13 minutes and 55 seconds. Rating SS." Chen Xiu exclaimed. "I thought I was here to guide the newbies, but I didn't expect to get an SS rating." Su Muqing also said. "If it weren't for the monster wave at the beginning, and if we didn't deliberately speed up, we might have been able to get an SSS score." Chen Ming laughed. "I have been to this dungeon countless times, but I can say this is definitely the easiest and most enjoyable one I have ever played." As the main output mage Yang Yan, with the blessing of Wang Yan's halo, was outputting violently throughout the whole process, and the damage was directly multiplied several times. Everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Yan. They all knew that a super genius was about to rise in Tianshui City. Li Yingtian said to Wang Yan, "Wang Yan, you can open this treasure chest. Whatever comes out of it will be yours." Wang Yan said somewhat embarrassedly. "How embarrassing! You guys helped me level up, I was just a freeloader. This treasure chest is all thanks to you guys, Li Yingtian said. Okay, don't refuse. Everyone has seen the role you played this time, and I have another favor to ask of you later. Chapter 14, Extremely Cold Tomb. Hearing what Li Yingtian said, it seemed that he had something to ask of Wang Yan, so Wang Yan no longer refused. He walked forward and opened the boss treasure chest. Tip, you get 1 storage ring dark gold. Tip, you get 1 piece of mage robe gold. Tip, you get 1 poison resistance belt silver. Storage ring, dark gold equipment level, LV15. After wearing it, you can get a storage space of about 10 cubic meters. Alchemy robe, gold equipment level, LV15. After wearing it, it can enhance defense, increase magic power, including energy, recovery speed by 5%, and increase poison resistance by 5%. Poison resistance belt, silver equipment level, LV15. After wearing, it increases poison resistance by 10% and enhances defense to a certain extent. Generally speaking, the level of equipment obtained from a copy is linked to the level of the copy. There is only one exception. When a low-level team member opens a treasure chest, the level of the items that pop out of the treasure chest will be based on the low-level team member. Generally speaking, the higher the level of the equipment, the higher its value, so no one would deliberately let low-level teammates open the treasure chest. It was only this time that Li Yingtian took the initiative to ask Wang Yan to open the treasure chest. Wang Yan had a set of blank equipment from the beginning. As a mage, he didn't even have a staff. The reason is very simple. His aura skill itself is powerful enough and does not require the enhancement of equipment. Moreover, staffs that can amplify aura-type skills are extremely rare and not something Wang Yan can afford right now. As for defensive equipment, Wang Yan had never considered it. Ever since he awakened his aura master, he has never faced monsters head-on. All he needs to do is turn on the halo and stand behind his teammates and shout, 666. I have to thank him for this teammate. The monster had no chance of touching Wang Yan at all, so Wang Yan did not waste his money on those low-level defensive equipment. Wang Yan would like to waste the equipment that opens from these treasure chests now. These 3 items are all very practical equipment, especially the storage ring, which can be used to store some materials and equipment. The materials and equipment dropped from monsters can also be a considerable source of income. After putting on the alchemy robe, Wang Yan was wearing a black robe and a mysterious hood. He looked a bit like a wizard. After Wang Yan opened the treasure chest, Li Yingtian led everyone to leave the copy. After leaving the dungeon, Wang Yan showed everyone the equipment he had just obtained. Li Yingtian nodded and said, Yes, these equipments are very suitable for you. Wang Yan thought to himself that this was not bad at all. These equipments were simply amazing. Generally, novice professionals like him who are in their teens or so use bronze and silver equipment. This treasure chest gave Wang Yan a dark gold level equipment and a gold level equipment. Generally speaking, the equipment dropped by the boss is sold by everyone and the money is shared. If a piece of equipment is found that someone in the team needs, then that team member needs to pay the lowest market price and share it with other teammates. Of course, if you are a long-term teammate, you can ignore these. In any case, it is very rare for someone like Wang Yan to have exclusive possession of the boss treasure chest. It was because Li Yingtian had a lot of face, and all the professionals who came this time were willing to do Wang Yan a favor, so he could make friends with the future genius. After receiving the benefits, Wang Yan knew that the next step was to do things for others. So before Li Yingtian could speak, Wang Yan took the initiative to ask. President, you just said you had something to ask of me. Li Yingtian nodded and said, Yes, I do need you to do me a favor. He turned to the other 8 players around him and said, I believe everyone has heard of it. There is a dungeon in the underground demon cave called the Frost Mausoleum. No one in the world has ever been able to get an SSS rating. Everyone nodded. Wang Yan also learned about this matter at school. The underground demon cave is a heroic level dungeon, which also contains several dungeons. In fact, the underground magic cave copy is not unique to Dragon Country. Copies of the same name appear in various countries. Although the copies of different countries cannot communicate with each other, and will not affect each other, the monsters, scenes, and bosses in the copies are exactly the same. This type of copy is called a universal copy. The biggest feature of the universal copy is that the first team in the world to achieve an SSS level evaluation will unlock special national rewards. Each reward lasts for 50 years. In other words, as long as one country's team achieves an SSS level rating, other countries will have to wait for the next 50 years. And there is another restriction: the team must be lower than the dungeon level to count. Therefore, it is useless to let those high-level professionals come to low-level general dungeons to brush up SSS level evaluations. The competition for SSS level rewards and general copies is often very fierce. Some countries even specially train some talented professionals to challenge various general copies and achieve SSS level ratings. Take the Underground Demon Cave as an example. There are 4 copies of the Underground Cave. They are the Arctic Tomb, the Toxic Swamp, the Worm Cave, and the Dark Forest. Except for the SSS level reward of the Arctic Tomb, which has not yet been triggered by anyone in the world, the winners of the SSS level rewards of the other 3 copies are the Sakura Country, the Lighthouse Country, and the Bear Country. In other words, Longwood did not get any reward. The reward of this extremely cold tomb is of vital importance to the Dragon Kingdom. This matter has been Ling Tian's obsession for many years. After all, the underground magic cave copy is located in Tianshui City where he is. Over the years, no matter how many talents he summoned, no team could achieve an SSS level score in this extremely cold tomb. After Ling Tian's explanation, Wang Yan roughly understood what he meant. So you want me to participate in the grading? Ling Tian nodded and said, That's right. He looked at Wang Yan excitedly. Do you know why no one has been able to achieve an SSS score in the Frost Mausoleum for so many years? Wang Yan shook his head frankly to indicate that he didn't know. Ling Tian explained. If you want to get a high score in a dungeon, the most important factor is the time it takes to complete it. The fastest time to clear the Frost Mausoleum is currently 13 minutes and 11 seconds. If you want to get an SSS rating, you need to keep this time under 10 minutes. After Ling Tian's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood. It turns out that anyone who enters the extremely cold tomb will be given a cold status. This state will greatly affect movement speed and casting speed. Even if this state is dispelled briefly, it will reappear after a dozen seconds. The priest simply cannot use his precious purification spell to dispel this negative state. The boss of the Arctic Tomb, the Dark Night King, will release various negative states, slowing down the professional's progress. Therefore, no one has ever been able to clear this dungeon in less than 13 minutes, let alone 10 minutes. Chapter 15 Challenge SSS Level Rewards. Wang Yan immediately understood Ling Tian's thoughts. So, the key lies in my purification aura, right? That's right. Ling Tian looked a little excited. As long as you can activate the purification aura throughout the whole process, without the restriction of the cold state, the time it takes us to clear this dungeon will definitely be greatly shortened. Ling Tian had thought of some countermeasures to this cold state before. For example, taking anti-cold potions, or increasing the number of priests to take turns to dispel the cold state. But the final results were very unsatisfactory, with the highest score being SS, which was always one step away from SSS. Wang Yan nodded and said, Understood, let's go. Ling Tian handed over the captaincy to Chen Ming. I can't join you this time because my level has exceeded the required level for the SSS level reward. Ling Tian said to everyone. Everyone remember, this time we go in, we are still mainly trying. No matter whether you can get an SSS score or not, protecting your own safety is the most important thing, especially Wang Yan's safety. Chen Ming said seriously. Don't worry, even if we fail, we will protect Wang Yan. Everyone knows the importance of Wang Yan. His value cannot be measured by an SSS level reward. The SSS level reward can be challenged again, but if Wang Yan is gone, it would be an unbearable loss. Ling Tian was not worried that anything might happen to them. Every member of the team is an elite in Tianshui City. They have cleared the Shura level of the extreme cold tomb countless times. Although it is impossible to achieve an SSS level rating, it is still easy to protect your own safety and pass the level smoothly. The difficulty of the Arctic Tomb does not lie in how strong the monsters inside are, but because the copy comes with a negative state, and the boss is also good at using various time-delaying skills. Wang Yan replenished his energy value, and under the leadership of Chen Ming, everyone came to the entrance of the copy. Everyone had an excited expression on their face. As a Chinese, who doesn't want to bring glory to our country? Moreover, the powerful aura of Wang Yan brought an inexplicable confidence to everyone. It felt like they could do anything as long as they had Wang Yan's halo. Ding, you have opened the entrance to the heroic dungeon Arctic Tomb. Please select the difficulty of the dungeon you want to enter. Chen chose the Shura level difficulty. The scenery in front of them changed, and after a slight feeling of dizziness, everyone entered the copy. Everything was dark before my eyes. This is a dark underground mausoleum. After entering the dungeon, a wizard activated the illumination spell, so that everyone could see the surrounding environment clearly. This mausoleum was built with bricks and stones, with cobwebs everywhere and various rotten bones scattered on the ground. As soon as they entered the mausoleum, everyone felt a biting chill. A cold wind came from nowhere and swept everyone over, causing them to shiver. After a moment, a status called cold appeared in everyone's status bar. You are chilled, moving 20% slower and casting 20% slower. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan immediately summoned the purifying halo. With him as the center, the entire area within 2,000 meters was covered by a halo. Everyone felt the chill on their bodies disappear instantly. Chen and others immediately showed joy on their faces. It really works, let's go! The crowd wasted no time and everyone continued to move forward as quickly as possible. In front of the corridor of the mausoleum, the sound of stones rubbing against each other was heard, and some skeleton warriors pushed open the sarcophagus and crawled out from it. Wang Yan knew that this was the first wave of monsters that Li Yingtian had mentioned. These skeleton warriors held long swords and wore heavy armor, with blue flames flashing in their empty pupils. These skeleton warriors are covered in heavy metal armor, and their bones are hard, so their defense is outstanding. Their advantages are high health and good attack power, but their disadvantages are slow movement and attack movements, making them easy to dodge. When ordinary professionals encounter such high defense monsters, they need to spend a long time to clear them. This is one of the reasons why it is difficult for the Arctic Tomb to achieve an SSS level score. These monsters are not too strong, they just have high defense. Since they move slowly, it is difficult for them to pose a threat to humans. But killing them takes a lot of time. Wang Yan did not hesitate and directly activated the god-level attack aura and the holy damage aura at the same time. As for the invisibility halo, Wang Yan did not turn it on. These skeleton warriors are too slow in action, and there is no point in turning on the invisibility aura for them. After the two halos were turned on, everyone's damage instantly increased several times. With the blessing of holy damage and attack aura, everyone can deal their maximum damage and completely ignore the defense of the skeleton warriors. Even a monster with the highest defense could not withstand the fierce bombardment of the crowd. Minus 268,748. Minus 268,106. Minus 268,536. As a series of violent numbers rose up, the skeleton warriors fell down one after another like wheat being cut. Soon, the first wave of monsters was cleared out by everyone. Chen looked at the time and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. It only took us a little over a minute to get to the first wave of monsters. You have to know that it took them at least 3 minutes to clear out this wave of troublesome skeleton warriors, and their efficiency more than doubled. Of course, Chen knew that this was all because of an incredible person in the team that was Wang Yan. Without wasting time, Chen immediately led everyone to the next location without stopping. Soon, everyone arrived at the next location, which was a maze-like structure. There are 5 entrances in total, but only one leads to the exit. This is also a fairly time-consuming level. The monsters in the maze are not strong, but novices often waste a lot of time in the maze. Because each maze is random, it is impossible to break through the maze by rote memorization. But the team members are all veterans, so they will naturally not be stumped by this maze. Chen did not rush to lead everyone into the maze, but nodded to a summoner in the team. The summoner stepped forward and chanted a spell. A magic circle appeared under her feet. A moment later, 5 bats were summoned out of the void by her. Go ahead. Under the guidance of the summoner, 5 bats entered the 5 entrances respectively. The summoner closed his eyes and concentrated on feeling the routes of the 5 bats. Controlling 5 summons at the same time is also a big burden for her. Fortunately, Wang Yan's purification aura is large enough, with a radius of about 2,000 meters. These bats were not affected by their cold state and flew very fast. About 30 seconds later, the summoner's face lit up with joy. She opened her eyes, pointed at an entrance, and said, "Confirmed, this is the entrance." Chapter 16 Skeleton Knight. Wang Yan was also amazed at the summoner's operation. He didn't expect that summoning skills could be used in this way. It can be seen that these members of the team must have tried countless times in this extremely cold tomb before to come up with such an efficient method. If it were an ordinary team, they wouldn't be able to cooperate as well as they do. After confirming the entrance, everyone immediately entered the maze. The structure inside the maze is quite complicated, with many high walls and various dead ends to confuse people. But the bat summoned by the summoner just now has already memorized the way out of the maze. Her bat can emit ultrasonic waves while in flight to detect the nearby terrain and draw a map of the maze in its mind. All everyone needs to do is follow the bat, and they won't get lost. Led by the bat, everyone moved forward in an orderly manner. Occasionally, some skeleton warriors would emerge from the maze, but they would be quickly killed by other members of the team. Everyone was on high alert, and the moment the skeleton warrior appeared, he would be killed instantly by everyone's concentrated fire. It can be seen that everyone is trying their best to break through this maze as quickly as possible. Even Su Muqing and Lu Xiaoyao, who were guarding Wang Yan, were using damage skills to help the team clear monsters. Only Wang Yan had the most free time. He only needed to turn on his halo, stand in the center of the crowd, and enter the spectator mode. However, Wang Yan could also clearly feel that the sure level copy was indeed much more difficult than the simple level copy. Although the skeleton warrior can only be regarded as a small monster, if the skeleton warrior in the sure level copy is placed in a simple copy, I am afraid that 10 simple level poisonous cat monsters will not be enough for it to kill. These skeleton warriors have high defense and strong attack power. If it weren't for Wang Yan's aura being so overwhelming, one skeleton warrior would be enough for them to fight for a long time. However, in the face of Wang Yan's halo, the defense of these skeletons was useless. As the monsters become stronger, the experience points they bring to Wang Yan become more considerable. Wang Yan's level continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye he had reached level 17 and was about to reach level 18. Wang Chang took a look at his attribute panel. Information: God level Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 17. Attributes: Intelligence 95, Strength 27, Constitution 27, Agility 27. Energy 900/950 points. Skills: Holy Damage Aura, God level Attack Aura, God level Invisibility Aura, God level Purification Aura. During the battle, Wang Yan had been using the energy pool to replenish his own energy. After all, the Purification Aura is always on, which consumes 10 points of energy per second. Wang Yan decides whether to activate other skills depending on the situation. Although he had the energy pool given by Liang Tian, he didn't want to waste it too much, as it was all money. Everyone progressed smoothly in the maze and successfully got out of it in a short time. After walking out of the maze, everything in front of me became clear. Wang Yan followed the crowd forward while looking around and observing the surrounding environment. This was his first time entering this copy. In front of them was a huge circular square with no ceiling and many oil lamps hanging above it. These oil lamps float in the air as if they have lost gravity. Looking up again, there is an endless starry sky, and the deep night sky is filled with stars. This is illusion magic. We are actually still in the mausoleum. Seeing Wang Yan looking at the ceiling, Qin Ming explained. Wang Yan nodded and looked at the huge square. Somehow, he felt that the shape of this square was very familiar. This square looks a bit like a coliseum. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, everyone heard a sound similar to the sound of horse hooves. There was a slight vibration from the ground, and 5 or 6 white shadows suddenly rushed out from the corner at the end of the square. Looking closely, I saw that they were 5 skeleton knights. They were wearing heavy armor, riding bone horses, and were charging straight towards the crowd. Chen Ming reminded. Be careful, the skeleton knight's first charge is very strong. Upon seeing this, Wang Yan immediately cast his god-level invisibility aura. The movement speed of everyone who entered stealth mode instantly increased by 100%. Everyone dispersed in tacit understanding, avoiding the skeleton knight's charge route. The skeleton knight watched everyone disappear right before his nose. Having lost their target, they had to slow down. They pulled out the bone knives from their backs and looked around, trying to find any traces of Wang Yan and others. One of the skeleton warriors was wearing a red cloak on his back and looked taller than the other skeleton warriors. The information about the skeleton knight appeared in front of Wang Yan. Skeleton Knight Leader Hero. The leader of the skeleton knights is more powerful than ordinary skeleton knights. It turns out that this skeleton knight is an elite monster. I saw it wiping its hands in front of its eyes, and the blue soul fire in its eye sockets instantly turned red. Just as Wang Yan was puzzled, a ranger in the team spoke up. It's using its reconnaissance skills. Sure enough, the skeleton knight was seen looking around, trying to find the traces of Wang Yan and others with its red eyes. Wang Yan smiled slightly. His invisibility aura could not be detected by any perception skills or props. Moreover, his invisibility aura can block out sounds, smells, and even body temperature. Even if he stood in front of the skeleton knight leader and shouted at it, it would not be able to detect Wang Yan's presence. The skeleton knight leader looked around but still found nothing. But the members of the team had unknowingly circled behind the skeleton knights. Get started! Chen Ming shouted and released an explosive fireball. Others also took action and launched a surprise attack on the group of skeleton knights. With the bonus of holy damage and 10 times attack, the defenseless skeleton knights were killed almost instantly. Seeing the skeleton knights being killed so easily in seconds, Su Muqing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This invisibility aura is too powerful. With this aura, everyone can be a top assassin. Others in the team echoed. Yeah, this invisibility aura is really too strong. In the past, it would take us at least 3 to 5 minutes to deal with these skeleton knights. With the help of the invisibility halo, the group resolved the battle in just a few seconds. Everyone looked at Wang Yan with complicated eyes. There is envy and also sighs. You have to know that this is a level 17 aura master. Although he is the lowest level, if he says that his role in this copy ranks second, no one present is qualified to claim to be first. This talent is really too exaggerated, so strong that it makes people unable to even feel jealous. Chapter 17 Death Altar, Skeleton Mage. If Wang Yan was just a little bit better than ordinary people, they might still feel competitive. But Wang Yan's ability is so strong that people don't even have the slightest desire to compare with him. What's more, Wang Yan is a supporting profession. Who doesn't like to team up with such a powerful support? Since teaming up with Wang Yan, their combat effectiveness has increased several levels. Let alone heroic level dungeons, they are now confident even if they are asked to challenge epic level dungeons. Let's go quickly. We will soon meet the boss of the Frost Mausoleum. Chen Ming's eyes were full of joy. He looked at the time and found that it had only taken about 3 minutes so far. This was something we could never even think of before. If they continue at this rate, they might actually be able to achieve an SSS level rating. Everyone continued to move forward, and the next small level was an altar of the dead. There are many skeleton mages guarding the altar. The skill of this group of skeleton mages is to summon small meteorites. These meteorites are very fast and have a long range, making them very difficult to defend against, and pose a great threat to back row output type professions. The altar is in the shape of a hexagon, with a huge stone pillar at each corner of the hexagon. Those undead wizards were guarding the stone pillars, ready to use their spells to destroy the invading enemies at any time. These team members have been to the Arctic Tomb countless times, so they are naturally very familiar with the situation of the altar. So as they moved forward, they told Wang Yan what was going to happen next so that Wang Yan could be mentally prepared in advance. Before entering the altar, Su Muqing couldn't help but feel a little worried. These skeleton mages are all ranged professions, so she is not worried about the other team members. After all, they are of high levels and have good equipment. These skeleton mages did not pose much threat to them. But Wang Yan is different. Wang Yan is only in his 10th level. If he is accidentally touched by the skeleton mage in the sure level copy, he might be killed instantly on the spot. Just in case, Sumuching simply put a magic shield on Wang Yan. Wang Yan looked at her curiously. "What are you doing?" Sumuching said. "These skeleton mages have very high attack power, but don't worry, I will protect you." Wang Yan smiled slightly. He was not panicked at all and directly turned on the invisibility halo. The skeleton mage's ranged attacks are indeed a big threat to those fragile professions. But he is different. He is a profession that does not require fighting, and he is a mage who can become invisible. It can be said that even if you look through all the mages, you won't find many that have the invisibility skill. And Wang Yan doesn't need to take any action, which means he can remain invisible throughout the process. No matter how powerful your skeleton mage's offensive means are, how can you fight me if you can't see me? When Sumuching saw Wang Yan enter invisible mode, she realized that she was a little too nervous. At the same time, she felt a little emotional. Wang Yan's halo skills were really outrageous. Not only do his various bonuses seem incredibly high, he can also become invisible. If this happened in a national war, the opponent probably wouldn't even know how he died. In order to avoid being accidentally injured by the meteorite, Wang Yan discussed with everyone and stood separately from the team. Sumuching stood with him in case of any unexpected situations, and could use her skills to protect Wang Yan. Neither of them took action and remained invisible throughout the process. Originally, Lu Xiuyao also insisted on protecting Wang Yan together with Sumuching, but was rejected by Wang Yan. The attack power of this skeleton mage is not low, so the team still needs a priest to assist everyone. After discussing the strategy, everyone sneaked into the altar under the cover of Wang Yan's invisibility aura. There was a skeleton wizard sitting on each of the 6 pillars of the altar. They sat on the pillars motionless, as if dead. If it was someone's first time coming to this dungeon, they would probably think these skeleton mages were just for show. After everyone was in place, Wan Ming gave an order and the 4 long-range attack professions in the team took the lead in launching the attack. Fire snakes, bows and arrows, wind blades. -269,080. -299,561. -279,123. -239,456. 4 terrifying damage numbers floated up, and the 4 skeleton mages were instantly blasted into a pile of skeletons before they even had time to wake up. This is the terrifying aspect of Wang Yan's aura bonus. No matter what profession you are in, your attack power will be multiplied tenfold, and then converted into holy damage, which can produce power like a forbidden spell. The other 2 skeleton mages only then realized that the altar had been invaded. Blue flames ignited in their eyes and they stood up from the stone pillars. At this moment, the 4 people who had just taken action have entered invisible state again. The 2 skeleton mages could only rely on their senses to summon 2 meteorites, which smashed towards the location where the 4 people who had just attacked appeared. But it was too late. Under the god-level stealth aura, re-entering the stealth state will gain 100% movement speed. The 4 of them easily avoided the location of the meteorite. After adjusting their position, they shot again. -294,531. -273,169. 2 more exaggerated numbers appeared, and the remaining 2 skeleton mages were killed instantly. Chen Ming was stunned. He had never expected it to be so easy. If he remembered correctly, these skeleton mages would activate a magic shield after being attacked once. The shield value is very thick, and when the shield is about to break, the skeleton mage will summon a new shield. They will even teleport to other stone pillars in times of crisis to give themselves the opportunity to summon magic shields. So their previous strategy was to concentrate their firepower to kill one of the skeleton mages instantly, and then deal with the next one. As the last level before the boss battle, this altar is actually very difficult to fight. On the one hand, they had to dodge the small meteorites summoned by the skeleton mage, and on the other hand, they had to coordinate their output tacitly so as not to give the skeleton mage a chance to replenish his magic shield. And this also tests the pastor's judgment. If someone fails to successfully avoid the meteorite, the priest needs to release the shield in time to help teammates resist the meteorite. The meteorites thrown by the skeleton wizard are no joke. If you are hit by them, you will be seriously injured. But this time, these skeleton mages had no chance to open their shields at all. Every time they attacked, they killed the enemy instantly. It was so simple and brutal that even the skeleton mage couldn't use his extraordinary abilities. Next up is the boss battle. Everyone was extremely excited. Only about 4 minutes had passed since they entered the dungeon. This speed is simply unimaginable. Let's go, it's time to challenge the boss. Chen Ming's voice was trembling slightly with excitement. This is a chance to make history. If they could really win an SSS-level reward for Dragon Country, their names might even be written into history textbooks. Others were also very excited. Their best time in clearing the Arctic tomb was 14 minutes and 23 seconds. There is still a big gap from the world's best record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds. But now, they were standing at the door of the boss level, and it only took 4 minutes. Chapter 18: The King of Darkness. On the way to the boss level, Qinming took the time to tell Wang Yan the information about the boss of the extreme cold tomb. The boss of the Arctic tomb is called the Dark Night King, a powerful skeleton king. His attack power is not strong, but his defense and health are very exaggerated. The Night Lord mainly deals single-target damage in melee combat, but has many restrictive measures. Under his restrictive measures, opponents can only fall into passive defense most of the time. Therefore, you can't be in a hurry when dealing with this boss. You can only distract him, pay attention to his control skills, and slowly reduce his health. Soon, everyone arrived at the boss level. This is a very empty space, and in the center of the space, there is a huge sarcophagus. The sarcophagus is more than 2 meters long. On the top of the sarcophagus, there is a huge crown carved, and the crown is inlaid with various gorgeous gems. Who broke into my sleeping place? A deep and dark voice with a chill entered everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, there was a loud bang and the sarcophagus was suddenly opened. A huge bony arm stretched out from the sarcophagus and grasped the edge of it. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yan saw a huge skeleton monster crawling out of the sarcophagus. This skeleton king is more than 2 meters tall, and its body structure is different from other skeleton monsters. Ordinary skeleton monsters are humanoid skeletons wearing heavy armor or robes. But this skeleton king's body is covered with bone spurs, and its body has grown a lot of armor made of white bones. This body of bone shell looks like it is covered in heavy plate armor, and its defensive power is amazing just by looking at it. The skeleton king wears a luxurious crown on his head, inlaid with dazzling gems. In his hand was a slightly rusty giant sword. There was a faint cold glow on the rusty blade. Die, intruder! The skeleton king roared and raised the giant sword in his hand, and a chill spread out from it. The cold air had a huge range, filling the entire room, and there was no way to avoid it. The Dark Night King used the skill, Bone Prison Chill Breath. Bone Held Chill Breath. When the target has the cold status, Bone Held Chill Breath will apply a freezing effect to the target for 5 seconds. This is the signature skill of the Night Lord. The cold status is a negative status that will be applied as soon as you enter the extremely cold tomb. So this Bone Prison Chill Breath is a group control skill that can put everyone into a negative state. When facing this skill, the priest can only choose to give the purification skill to the meat shield profession, and then let him attract the attention of the Night Lord and forcibly drag through these 5 seconds. But this time, something unexpected happened to the Dark Night King. His bone prison's chilling aura swept across the crowd, surprisingly having no effect on them at all. The Dark Night King was obviously stunned for a moment. It was obvious that he did not expect that his skills would be ineffective. Qinming laughed out loud. You didn't expect that. I don't have the cold state at all. Taking advantage of the moment when the Dark Night King was stunned, Qinming launched his strongest attack skill, Flame Storm. The Dark Night King reacted quickly and immediately summoned an ice armor to cover himself. -73,499. -65,596. -72,749. A series of damage numbers floated above the head of the Dark Night King. Seeing the Dark Night King's health bar dropping madly, Qinming exclaimed that it was so exciting. You know, in the past his fire skills were restrained by the Dark Night King's ice armor. No matter how high the panel damage is, Flamestorm can only cause a few thousand points of damage each time. But now his damage has been converted into holy damage, so there is no such thing as attribute restraint. Everyone also launched an attack on the King of Darkness. The Dark Knight King's health bar disappeared quickly like magic. Roar! The Dark Knight King suddenly raised his sword and let out a roar. Suddenly, countless black mists emerged from its body and wrapped around it. The black mist was so lingering that it looked like the god of death from the abyss. Then, the bone armor on the Dark Knight King shattered and turned into countless fragments, floating around it. Chen-Ming shouted loudly. It's about to enter its second form. Su Muqing, protect Wang Yan. As soon as Chen-Ming finished speaking, Lu Xiuyao immediately released her most powerful auxiliary skill, Silver Moon Shield. I saw a silver-white light flashing, and after a moment, a silver-white shield appeared on everyone's body, like the moon. This is a group shield skill that can block incoming damage. Lu Xiuyao's skills have been released, and Su Muqing's spell has also been chanted. Wang Yan suddenly discovered that a holy cross emblem shining with golden light fell on him. He felt as comfortable all over as if he had taken a hot bath. Wang Yan looked at his status bar and saw an additional Holy Light Blessing. Holy Light Blessing, instantly apply the Holy Light Blessing effect to a friendly unit, making it immune to all fatal damage within 10 seconds, and after the Holy Light Blessing ends, restore 10% of the friendly unit's health. Wang Yan was puzzled. Am I not in stealth mode? Why did Su Muqing give up the Holy Light protection? He was wondering, when suddenly, he saw Qin Shiyu also holding a huge shield and standing in front of Wang Yan. The next second, Wang Yan understood the reason. The Dark Knight King swung his giant sword and the black fog around him expanded. The bone fragments that were floating around him were instantly launched out. In an instant, these bone fragments hit everyone's shields like bullets, and made some holes in the surrounding walls. This is an indiscriminate area attack. Even if Wang Yan is invisible, he may be affected. The damage caused by these bone fragments may not be a big deal to other people, but if they touch Wang Yan who is only level 10, he will be killed instantly. Fortunately, there is Qin Shiyu's protection and Su Muqing's Holy Light Blessing. Wang Yan is the type of person who can't die even if he wants to. After ejecting the bone fragments around his body, the Dark Knight King raised the giant sword in his hand and roared again. The black mist around it suddenly spread out. The Dark Knight King used the skill, Bone Prison Dark Breath. Bone Prison Dark Breath. The Dark Knight King releases several black mists, blinding all nearby targets for 10 seconds. According to Chen-Ming's previous statement, this skill is the second most powerful weapon of the Dark Knight King. The 10-second blindness forces the enemy into a passive defensive state. Moreover, the cooldown time of this skill of the Dark Knight King is 20 seconds. In other words, every 10 seconds everyone will become blind, which is very disgusting. A priest can only remove blindness from one person at a time. So generally speaking, a normal team can only determine the location of the Dark Knight King by sound and avoid him. Then wait until the blindness ends before outputting. With such repetition, it is naturally difficult to control the time to complete the game within 10 minutes. Chapter 19, SSS Level, National Award. But this time, the Skeleton King's Bone Prison Dark Breath failed to work. Everyone just felt a flash of black fog before their eyes, and in less than half a second, the black fog was dispelled. Wang Yan's God-level purification aura continues to work. The black fog had no effect on anyone at all. Bone Prison Chill Breath and Bone Prison Dark Breath are the two strongest skills of the Dark Knight Lord. The two skills are group control and group blinding, and have short cooldown times. This also makes the Dark Knight King recognized by everyone as the most disgusting boss in the underground magic cave. Its strength is not the strongest, but it is definitely the most disgusting one in a fight. But now, the two skills that the Dark Knight King was so proud of have become useless in front of Wang Yan's halo and are of no use at all. He held up an exaggeratedly huge sword, but he couldn't even hit a single person. The Night King, like the Skeleton Warrior, has a slow movement speed and high attack power. Originally, it needs to rely on controlling freezing and blinding to limit the opponent's actions in order to exert its strength. Without control skills, it is just like a sandbag. Not to mention that Wang Yan also has the blessing of Holy Aura and Attack Aura. Even its most outstanding defensive capability became useless. Soon, under the beating of the crowd, the Dark Knight King's health points quickly disappeared. Minus 269,080. Minus 299,561. Minus 279,123. Minus 239,456. Even a small crossbow arrow hitting it is like being hit by a magic cannon. Those moves that were unable to break its defense before were now deadly. Finally, the Dark Knight King could no longer withstand the siege of the crowd. It let out a wail, and the huge sword in its hand fell to the ground with a dull sound. The body of the Dark Knight King also fell to the ground, and his huge skeleton scattered all over the ground, turning into a pile of dry bones. After a few seconds, its skeleton and giant sword turned into starlight and disappeared in front of everyone, leaving only a large treasure chest. Everyone stood there in a daze, looking anxious. This was the first time that no one paid attention to the treasure chest that fell to the ground. Everyone is eagerly waiting for the system message announcement. Although everyone has already vaguely determined the result, they can only feel at ease after the news is announced. Your team has successfully cleared the Arctic Tomb, Shura level, in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. Rating, SSS level. Congratulations! Your team is the first team in the world to get SSS level rating in the Frost Mausoleum, Shura level, and national rewards will be issued soon. Only. Do you want to name your squad and make the members' names public? Yeah! We did it! Ha! SSS level! I was able to get the SSS rank this time, thanks to Wang Yan. Wang Yan is awesome! Everyone was very excited, and some even cried for joy. Although everyone knew that they were basically guaranteed to get an SSS grade. But it was not until the actual announcement was made that everyone finally felt relieved. After an exciting celebration, everyone talked about whether to remain anonymous. Of course, no one would choose to remain anonymous in this rare opportunity to become famous. But Wang Yan said, "You guys show your name, I'll just stay anonymous." Everyone was stunned for a moment, then they understood Wang Yan's idea. Chen Ming nodded and said, "Indeed, if your situation is discovered, it would be too shocking. It's better to remain anonymous." An aura master who was less than level 20, as the main force in a heroic level dungeon, helped the team win an SSS level scoring reward. If this matter were to be made public, Wang Yan would soon become a global celebrity. By then, I'm afraid countless people with ulterior motives will come to Wang Yan. For some countries that hate the Dragon Kingdom, the best way to deal with a genius like Wang Yan is to kill him before he grows up. For Wang Yan now, his level is still too low and he lacks the ability to protect himself. It is best to wait until he has grown for a period of time before slowly exposing him to the public. Sun Wuching stood up and said, "Then I'll stay anonymous too. If you're the only one who's anonymous, it'll be easy for people to find out." Others responded, "Then I'll remain anonymous too. It's just an empty name, it's not important. If it weren't for Wang Yan, we wouldn't have had a chance to win this reward." Everyone expressed their desire to remain anonymous in order to protect Wang Yan's information. Wang Yan felt a little touched, as he had only just met these teammates. "I didn't expect that they would be willing to give up this rare opportunity for me. However, this is also the unique cohesion of the Dragon Country. When it comes to major issues at the national level, the Dragon people always have unimaginable unity." Finally, after everyone's discussion, they named the team Halo, and all the team members remained anonymous. After confirmation, everyone instantly received a notice in their message bar. Global announcement: the Halo team from Dragon Country won the first SSS level score in the Frost Mausoleum with a score of 6 minutes and 36 seconds, and won the national award. Unique. The rewards are as follows. The output of resource materials in all heroic level and below dungeons in Dragon Country is increased by 10%. The probability of awakening rare professions for all unawakened people in Dragon Country increases by 10%. The probability of all wild monsters and dungeons in Dragon Kingdom dropping rare items increases by 5%. The reward is locked for 50 years and unlocked after 50 years. If a new record appears, the reward will change hands. When everyone saw the news announcement, they were stunned. Isn't this right? I remember that the only reward for the other copies of the Underground Demon Cave is the first one. If they remembered correctly, when the Sakura Country, the Lighthouse Country, and the Bear Country obtained SSS level ratings for the other 3 copies, they were only rewarded with a 10% increase in resource material output. But this time, 3 rewards appeared at the same time. The second reward, in particular, is of great significance. Although 10% may not be a lot, Dragon Country has a population of over 1 billion. This 10% probability means that when a new batch of Awakeners awaken next year, there will be thousands more rare professions. This is a matter of great significance to the entire country. Everyone was surprised and excited. Some speculated. Could it be that because this extremely cold tomb is very difficult, the rewards are so rich? It is very likely that under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to control the clearance time within 10 minutes. No team has ever received an SSS level rating in this extremely cold tomb for so many years. You can imagine how difficult it is. Okay, let's go out, the president is still waiting for us outside. Haha, that old guy must be very happy right now. Before going out, everyone suggested that Wang Yan open the boss treasure chest. This time Wang Yan did not refuse. He knew that he was the most crucial link in getting the SSS level reward this time. Chapter 20 Confidentiality. If Wang Yan wasn't there, they wouldn't have any chance of getting this SSS level reward. So everyone was unanimous in their opinion that this boss treasure chest should be given to Wang Yan. Wang Yan walked forward. This was a treasure chest of the Shura level difficulty in a heroic dungeon. Generally speaking, ordinary monsters in a dungeon don't drop many items, and most of the good equipment comes from boss treasure chests. When he opened the treasure chest, he saw a staff lying inside. Bone Scepter, dark gold equipment level LV20. After equipping, it increases casting speed by 10%, intelligence plus 10, and all attributes of summoned creatures plus 10%. As a level 20 equipment, the attributes of this staff are still very powerful. However, apart from the intelligence plus 10 which is relatively useful to Wang Yan, the other attributes of this staff are a waste on him. First of all, he doesn't need casting speed. Unlike other professions, all auras of the Aura Master are almost instant. The next thing is to enhance all the attributes of the summoned creatures, which goes without saying since he is not a summoner. However, equipment with such good attributes could be sold for at least millions if put on the market. Wang Yan did not intend to keep the staff for himself. He planned to find an opportunity to sell it. Wang Yan's luck with this treasure chest was average, and he only got this one piece of dark gold equipment. However, the focus of this dungeon was not the treasure chest. Everyone was very happy after successfully obtaining the SSS level reward, and they didn't care so much about the treasure chest. After opening the treasure chest, everyone exited the dungeon together. Li Yingtian had been waiting outside the copy for a long time. He had just seen the news that Wang Yan and others won the SSS level reward through the global announcement. He was so excited that tears were streaming down his face. Seeing everyone coming out of the copy, Li Yingtian quickly turned around and wiped his red eyes. I'm a little excited now. I'm sorry to have made you all laugh. Others consoled him. It's okay, President. We are excited too. Ha ha ha, who wouldn't be excited? It can be said that this reward had a direct impact on the national strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Yingtian walked through the crowd and came in front of Wang Yan. There is no doubt that Wang Yan is the focus of everyone's attention at this moment. Li Yingtian had led his team to challenge the extreme cold tomb countless times before, and each time the result was above 14 minutes. But when Wang Yan arrived, the time was extended to about 6 minutes. It is clear at a glance who played a key role in the team. Li Yingtian patted Wang Yan's shoulder excitedly. Well done, Wang Yan! Li Yingtian turned around and said to everyone, Thank you all for your hard work. You have done a great job. You were right to remain anonymous. Although you have missed the opportunity to become famous, I will report the specific situation to the provincial government. You are all heroes of Dragon Country. I believe that you will not be treated unfairly by your superiors. Li Yingtian's promise made everyone look happy. They all knew that Li Yingtian never said polite words, and he would definitely do what he promised. It is also because of his character that Li Yingtian has a high prestige in the professional circle of Tianshui City. But there is one thing I want to explain to you all. Li Yingtian's expression suddenly turned serious. I want everyone to keep this challenge completely confidential. Of course, we won't let you down forever. When the time is right, we will make public the list and details of this challenge. Everyone knew that the reason why Li Yingtian said this was because he wanted to protect Wang Yan to the greatest extent possible. Li Yingtian felt happy but also had a headache at the moment. He originally heard from Zhao Gufeng that a genius had emerged in Tianshui No. 1 middle school, but he did not expect it to be such an outrageous genius, so he did not make much preparations at the beginning. In a situation like Wang Yan, he couldn't make a decision on his own and could only report it and let the higher-ups make the decision. The only thing he could do now was to try his best to protect Wang Yan's information so as not to cause him trouble. Everyone expressed their understanding. No problem, President. Don't worry, we know what to do. Li Yingtian felt relieved when he saw everyone's promise. These players were his old teammates for many years and were all trustworthy people. Su Muqing asked, So what should we do next? Should we help Wang Yan level up as soon as possible? Her idea was simple. The faster Wang Yan grew, the safer he would be. Li Yingtian pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, everyone in Dongshan province knows that the underground demon cave is currently managed by our Tianshui City Guild. Over the years, Li Yingtian has been leading the team, trying to get the SSS level rating for the extreme cold tomb. Even though the team is anonymous this time, anyone with an eye can roughly guess that it was someone from the Tianshui City Guild who won the SSS level reward. If Wang Yan stays with us all day, he will easily be suspected. Li Yingtian hesitated for a while before saying, Well, Wang Yan, you go back first and prepare for the college entrance examination like a normal student. Don't show any abnormal behavior. Of course, it's just a show. It doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not. Being recommended to the Supreme Academy is a foregone conclusion. Now it is no longer a question of whether to send Wang Yan to any of the supreme institutions in Kyoto, Jinghai or Jiangnan. But no matter which of the three supreme academies Wang Yan wants to choose, they will all compete to beg Wang Yan to come. I need to consult with the higher-ups before I can make a decision. Wang Yan nodded. I see. Wang Yan felt that it was a pity. With these experts helping him level up, the efficiency was quite high. And with Li Yingtian's unlimited supply of beast blood potions, upgrading is even more exciting than riding a rocket. After passing the extremely cold tomb, Wang Yan's level has reached level 18.5 and is about to reach level 19. He estimated that the classmates who awakened with him were only at level 10 at most. He had originally planned to stay with this team for a while to gain experience. Since Li Yingtian said so, Wang Yan could only agree silently. He also knew that Li Yingtian was thinking about him. However, Wang Yan also knew that after Li Yingtian reported the situation to his superiors, someone would naturally help him upgrade in the future, so there was no need to rush. Next, Li Yingtian and Wang Yan added a friend. Originally, Li Yingtian planned to arrange for people from the guild to send Wang Yan back and then ask a few people to protect him, but Wang Yan refused. He thought it would attract attention. It would be better to take a taxi back openly so as not to attract the attention of those who are interested. Before leaving, Wang Yan handed the energy pool ball to Li Yingtian, wanting to return it to him. I only completed 2 copies this afternoon, and there are only more than 74,000 points of energy left out of the 100,000 points. Li Yingtian waved his hand proudly. Keep this energy pool. I'll ask someone to send you 2 more in a couple of days as backup. Chapter 21 Achievement Badge. Wang Yan did not act pretentiously and accepted the energy pool calmly. Li Yingtian continued. When you go back, remember to take a screenshot of the badge and send it to me so I can submit it. The badge that Li Yingtian mentioned is an option in the attribute panel, achievement system. When professionals complete some special achievements or participate in special events, it will trigger regional or even global announcements. Professionals will then receive an achievement badge as proof of their achievement or participation in a special event. Wang Yan opened his attribute panel and found that there was indeed an extra badge in the achievement system. Arctic Challenger, you obtained the world's first SSS level evaluation in the Arctic Tomb, triggering a national reward. This badge is proof of strength and honor. As long as you show this badge to others, you can instantly become the coolest guy in the audience. Wang Yan added everyone as friends, said goodbye to everyone, and left the underground magic cave copy. Li Yingtian was also anxious to return to the guild as he had a lot of things to deal with. Under the escort of a professional, Wang Yan successfully returned to the city. He hailed a taxi and returned to where he lived. Wang Yan lives in a rather dilapidated old neighborhood near the outskirts of the city. Almost all the buildings here have no elevators, and the walls are very mottled, with patches falling off here and there. But the advantage here is that the rent is very cheap, only 600 dragon coins a month. 10 years ago, when Wang Yan's parents passed away, they only left him 200,000 yuan in pension. Wang Yan used this pension to pay for his tuition, living expenses, and various miscellaneous expenses. It is not easy to persist all the way to graduation from high school. When Wang Yan returned to his home, he saw a note stuck on the door. "Please pay the rent on time, thank you for your cooperation." Wang Yan scratched his head and tore the note off the door. Embarrassingly, he hasn't paid his rent for about 2 months. Now there are only more than 1,000 dragon coins left in his bank card. About 2 months ago, Wang Yan fell into a financial crisis. He lived frugally and carefully calculated the 200,000 yuan left by his parents, and managed to support himself for 10 years, until he finally spent most of it about 2 months before his awakening. This is also the result after Wang Yan's careful calculation. As long as he can hold on until his professional awakening, he won't have to worry about money anymore. Career awakening is an important turning point in everyone's life. If you awaken to your life career, it means that you are just an ordinary person in this life and can directly enter the society to work and earn money. Only some special occupations can continue to study at university. If you have awakened a combat profession, then your ancestors must have been very lucky. Even the most basic combat profession can make money faster than ordinary life professions. As long as you can hunt monsters in the wild, the materials and equipment you obtain will be a considerable income. Of course, combat professionals spend money faster than ordinary people. Equipment, training items, skill books, pets, combat items. All kinds of things that can improve your strength are incredibly expensive. Just like the bone scepter in Wang Yan's hand, it would be no problem to sell it for 1 or 2 million in the trading market. So even though Wang Yan's parents were both combat professionals, they did not leave any savings for Wang Yan. As for their equipment and props, they were picked up by someone during the beast riot. Wang Yan's thoughts gradually drifted away, and he still remembered that he was only 8 years old that year. He couldn't remember many things about the beast riot. The only thing he remembered was that the whole city was burning, there were ruins everywhere, and there were panicked people. In order to prevent the beast tide from further invading the city center, the professionals in Tianshui City came out in full force to stop the beast tide. Countless professionals died in that beast tide riot, including Wang Yan's parents. Later, Wang Yan learned that although there was no definite evidence, the beast riot was most likely caused by people from the Sakura country. The mastermind behind the Sakura country is the Lighthouse country. From then on, the Sakura kingdom and the Dragon kingdom secretly developed a hatred. Cherry Blossom country. A barely perceptible hatred flashed across Wang Yan's eyes. Retracting his thoughts, Wang Yan shook his head and opened his attribute panel. Let's settle the rent first. No matter what, at least Wang Yan doesn't need to worry about money now. After each professional successfully awakens, he will obtain an initial storage space of 1 cubic meter. This space will also increase with the level, increasing by 0.5 cubic meters for each level. But if you want to hold more props, you need storage props. Storage items are very expensive, but Wang Yan has a dark gold storage ring in his hand, which he obtained in the Venomous Swamp dungeon. Wang Yan stored all the supplies and equipment in the storage ring. There are many materials in the storage space now, such as crystal cores, animal horns, animal skins, claws, bones, and so on. After each monster is killed, its materials will be automatically decomposed and divided equally among all team members. The armor worn by the skeleton warriors and their weapons will also be broken down into materials such as metal, wood, and leather. Just now, while following Li Yingtian's team, Wang Yan harvested a large amount of basic materials. If these materials are sold, it will also bring in a considerable amount of income. These are materials produced by heroic level copies. Wang Yan estimates that they can sell for tens of thousands of dollars. Just when Wang Yan was about to go out to the professional market, he suddenly received a message from his friend list. When I opened the friend list, I saw that it was a message from Li Yingtian. Student Wang Yan, thanks to you, our Tianshui city was able to keep this copy. After reading the content sent by Li Yingtian, Wang Yan realized that Li Yingtian was recently competing with the president of the neighboring Yihai city for the ownership of the underground magic cave copy. The reason is simple. Li Yingtian has led the team to challenge the extreme cold tomb for many years and has trained batch after batch of new team members, but he has never obtained an SSS level score. Gradually, the people in the provincial guild became dissatisfied with Li Yingtian's performance, so they decided to let the guild in Yihai City join the challenge of the Arctic Tomb. If Yihai City succeeds, then this copy will no longer belong to Tianshui City. Fortunately, Wang Yan appeared in time and preserved the ownership of the underground magic cave in Tianshui City. Finally, Li Yingtian said in the message, "To thank you for your contribution to Tianshui City, I have transferred a cash reward of 5 million to you in the name of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, as well as a dark gold level equipment. You will definitely like this equipment." Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat. 5 million? He didn't really care about the equipment, but the 5 million made him excited. Chapter 22: Becoming a Multimillionaire. Over the years, Wang Yan's monthly expenses, excluding rent, have been only a few hundred yuan. He has been used to living a poor life, and now someone suddenly said that they would give him 5 million, he couldn't help but get excited. Wang Yan laughed and scolded himself in his heart for being so useless. You have to know that the energy pool that Li Yingtian gave him is worth more than tens of millions. For high-level professionals, 5 million is nothing. But there was nothing he could do, as he had never seen so much cash in his life. Wang Yan looked at his mobile phone and sure enough, he had received a text message a few minutes ago, but he had not noticed it. Your savings card with the last number 9527 received 5 million yuan in dragon coins at 20 hours 11 minutes and 53 seconds, and the current balance is 5,001,033.40 yuan. When Wang Yan saw the balance of his account, he felt a strong sense of happiness in his heart. Ha ha, is this what it feels like to be rich? Wang Yan suddenly had the urge to roll on the ground to celebrate, but luckily he managed to restrain himself in the end. Wang Yan opened his phone and transferred the rent and utility bills to the landlord, feeling relieved. Oh yes, there's one more piece of equipment. He opened his friend list and found an attachment in the email sent by Li Yingtian, which was the equipment that Li Yingtian mentioned. Wang Yan took a look and found that it was a ring. Ring-type equipment is very expensive because the upper limit for wearing rings is 10. You can wear a ring on every finger if you want. Moreover, ring-type equipment is generally very functional equipment. The most expensive type of equipment on the market is rings, followed by necklaces and cloaks. After taking out the attachment, the equipment was automatically stored in Wang Yan's system space. Wang Yan opened the space and took a look. Frequency conversion ring. Dark gold equipment level LV15, intelligence plus 10, force recovery speed plus 10 points per hour, special effect. You can freely control the intensity of the halo, so that the halo effect can change freely between 1% and 100%, and the force consumption is also reduced. Wang Yan was a little surprised when he saw the properties of the ring. This is actually an exclusive equipment for Aura Master. Wang Yan quickly figured out Li Yingtian's intention in giving him this ring. When necessary, Wang Yan can directly turn on the variable frequency mode to reduce the effect of the halo. After all, for an ordinary Aura Master, the initial Aura skill only increases the attack by 1% or something. And Wang Yan's God-level attack Aura has a 1000% increase right from the start. If he were to go out and form a team, wouldn't it scare people to death? With this frequency conversion ring, he can disguise himself as a normal Aura Master. Wang Yan himself is not a person who likes to hide, but his current aura skills are mainly auxiliary. If he is separated from his teammates, he will have no fighting power. If there really are foreign forces with ill intentions trying to assassinate him, he can only turn invisible and run away, which is generally not very safe. Wang Yan remembered the group damage caused by the Dark Night King today. If it weren't for the protection of Qin Shiyu and Su Muqing, he would probably have died alone. As an aura master, no matter how strong he is, he still needs teammates. Without teammates, he has no attack ability on his own. Realizing his current shortcomings, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. Maybe I can find an opportunity to go to the pet market and see if I can buy a combat pet. After becoming a professional, you can sign a contract with your pet. Pet contracts can be signed for multiple pets at the same time. However, you can only bring one pet into the dungeon. Only those who have changed their profession to become summoners or beast masters can control multiple pets to fight at the same time. Most people buy pets to keep them as companions. The second is the auxiliary type of pet. They can wear some storage equipment and use it as a backpack for their owners. Or they may have some auxiliary skills, such as shield, treatment, or buff status, but the effects are usually not too strong. As for combat pets, they are very expensive. Moreover, there are very few professionals who choose to contract combat pets. Only specialized beast tamers will choose to train combat pets. Because for high-level professionals, life and death in battle is often just a matter of thought. They need to concentrate all their attention on the current battle and have no extra energy to command their pets. For example, in Ling Tian's team, except for the summoner who brought an owl for picking up equipment, no one else brought a pet. But Wang Yan is different. When fighting, he only needs to open the halo and nothing else to do. He can use the extra energy to command his pets to fight. However, combat pet eggs are very expensive, and high-level pets can easily cost several million. Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. Let's go out for a midnight snack. There are still 6 days left until the college entrance examination. If nothing unexpected happens, his classmates who have just awakened are working overtime to upgrade their levels. If the family conditions are better, they may also need to ask senior professionals to help them level up. Everyone wants to get good grades in the college entrance examination and enter a good university to continue their studies. Although in addition to rank, major universities place more emphasis on career potential and talent. But level is also very important. In addition to the written tests, there are also special trial copies in the college entrance examination to evaluate students' abilities. You can't enter the dungeon with a level 1 status, that would be a joke. But now Wang Yan doesn't need to think about the college entrance examination at all. With Li Yingtian around, all he had to do next was wait for arrangements. He plans to relax these few days. Wang Yan planned to go to the food street to have a big meal, some barbecue and beer, and treat himself. Just as Wang Yan was about to go out, he suddenly found that Li Yingtian had sent him another message. I have good news to tell you. I have reported your SSS level evaluation. The basic bonus has been determined. It is 10 million and will be deposited soon. As for other rewards, they have not been determined yet. Do you have any needs? You can tell me and I can help you report to the higher-ups. Wang Yan was shocked. 10 million? Does that mean he's going to become a multimillionaire? In the circle of senior professionals, 10 million may not be a big deal, but in the eyes of ordinary people, 10 million is an unimaginable huge sum of money. He quickly replied. I don't have any needs at the moment, just having money is good enough. At this moment, Wang Yan's mind was full of thoughts on how to spend the money. How many barbecues and beers does this require? After a while, Li Yingtian sent a reply. No problem, I understand what you mean. It's normal for a newly awakened professional to be short of money. I will find a way to help you get it. Wang Yan went into the dungeon without wearing any equipment today, which left a deep impression on Li Yingtian. He could also see that Wang Yan's family conditions were not very good. Chapter 23 Qin Yuan's Invitation. Wang Yan found a barbecue restaurant, ordered a table full of dishes, and also ordered a few bottles of beer. He couldn't remember the last time he went out to eat. Wang Yan has been really tired of being poor these years. Just as he was about to leave, the 10 million bonus from above had arrived in his account. There are now more than 15 million dragon coins in Wang Yan's account. For a moment, Wang Yan was still a little uncomfortable with it. According to ordinary people's standards, he is now considered a rich man. But Wang Yan knew that this was just the beginning. The waiter kept bringing grilled skewers of meat and vegetables, which whetted Wang Yan's appetite. Looking at the table full of food, he felt that it would be a bit too lonely to eat alone. He couldn't help but think of his friend Qin Yuan. Not knowing what Qin Yuan was doing at the moment, Wang Yan hesitated whether to send him a message to ask him out for a midnight snack. It's already past 9 o'clock in the evening, maybe Qingyuan has already fallen asleep. Qingyuan is Wang Yan's only friend in school. Wang Yan spends most of his energy and time studying at school. In the eyes of others, he is always taciturn and keeps to himself. Because Wang Yan is handsome and has good grades, he has many suitors in school. But many girls find it very difficult to talk to him. For some reason, he always looks very busy. Many people speculate that he doesn't like socializing and has a withdrawn personality. But only he himself knew that it was not the case at all. He is simply too focused on his studies and has no time to make friends. The reason why he and Qingyuan became friends was very simple, that is, Qingyuan often paid to borrow his homework to copy. Although we don't know Qingyuan's specific family background, his family seems to be very wealthy. It just so happened that Wang Yan was also short of money at that time, and was happy to lend him his homework to copy, so after a few interactions, the two became good friends. Friendship between boys is sometimes just that simple. After much thought, Wang Yan decided to call Qingyuan out. In the past, Qingyuan always invited him to dinner, but he had never treated Qingyuan much. Now that he is rich, he naturally cannot forget his good brother. Come to think of it, he hasn't added Qingyuan as a friend to his friend list yet. Taking out his cell phone, Wang Yan found Qingyuan's name on the communication app. When he was about to type the 4 words, "Get up and pee," he suddenly found an unread message from Qingyuan. The content of the message is, "Old Wang, do you want to level up together tomorrow? Sent 1 day ago." His. Wang Yan took a breath of cold air. Somehow, he didn't see the message. Judging from the time it was sent, he should have been happily leveling up with teacher Qin Yao at that time. Maybe I was having too much fun killing monsters with teacher Qin Yao at that time, so I didn't see the news from Qingyuan. His old face turned red, and he replied somewhat embarrassedly. Ahem. I just saw the news. Just a few seconds after Wang Yan sent the message, Qingyuan sent a reply. I thought you were dead. I went to your house to look for you yesterday. Wang Yan replied. Ha ha ha, don't worry about these details. Are you coming out? I'll treat you to a meal. Holy crap, is this true? Are you rich? I made a little money recently. Sure, Lao Wang, but not today. My parents are at home right now. If I go out at this time, they will beat me to death. I'll remember this meal for you. Wang Yan felt a little regretful. It seemed that he would have to eat alone tonight. Qingyuan continued. Would you like to level up together tomorrow? I called a few friends, and they are all very powerful. When Wang Yan was about to refuse, Qingyuan sent another message. Don't say you don't have time. Wang Yan smiled helplessly. Qingyuan understood him. He had already edited the 2 words, busy, but had not had time to send it out. During this period, the news that Wang Yan had awakened as an aura master spread throughout the school. As the top student in both arts and martial arts for 3 consecutive years, Wang Yan's performance in school was truly too eye-catching. Now seeing this genius fall, many people are gloating. After all, Wang Yan used to be a loner, so it was inevitable that people would misunderstand him as having an aloof personality. Weak amplification ability and slow energy recovery are common problems for ordinary aura masters in the early stages. Therefore, the aura master is one of the least popular professions in the early stage of the team. Wang Yan knew what Qingyuan meant. Qingyuan asked him to join a team because he actually wanted to help him and help him level up together. While feeling helpless, Wang Yan also felt somewhat touched. In fact, most of the time, after career awakening and the college entrance examination, even the best friends will go their separate ways. In this world where the strong are respected, reality is so cruel. The career in which a person awakens largely determines his future development path and potential, as well as the circle he or she is in. But even after Wang Yan awakened to a career that seemed to have no future, Qingyuan still chose to stand with him. Wang Yan replied. Okay, what time tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I will meet you at the entrance of Shadow Forest on the northern outskirts of the city. Okay. After chatting with Qingyuan for a few more words, Wang Yan exited the communication software. While he was eating and drinking, he suddenly saw a news broadcast on TV. Breaking news! A mysterious team from Dragon Country cleared the Frost Mausoleum dungeon and won an SSS level reward, but no team member is willing to be interviewed at the moment. Everyone chooses to remain anonymous. Our reporter has come to Tianshui City, where the dungeon is located. Let's follow the reporter's perspective. Someone behind Wang Yan was talking. May God bless our dragon kingdom. The rewards this time are so great, I saw foreign forums are going crazy. Yes, especially the one that increases the awakening probability of rare professions by 10%. The next batch of awakening students in our dragon country are really blessed. Yes, thanks to these anonymous heroes, I wonder how many rare professions will be awakened by the next batch of students. Why do they want to be anonymous? They are too low-key. People in the barbecue restaurant were talking about it. Wang Yan then realized that this national award seemed to have attracted a lot of attention. Almost all the customers in the store were talking about it. It's not just because the reward this time is so generous, but also because the mysterious team's clearance time is so amazing. 6 minutes and 36 seconds, which is about twice as fast as the previous world record of 13 minutes and 11 seconds set by the Lighthouse Country. This clearance time is really exaggerated. This means that this team of challengers, at least at the level below level 60, are the world's top professionals. Wang Yan listened to the unreserved praise from the people around him, such as pillar of the country, unparalleled talent. He felt a little embarrassed. Chapter 24 hotly discussed on the internet. Hearing everyone's discussions, Wang Yan turned on his cell phone. As expected, the headlines of major websites are basically all about the SSS level rewards of the Arctic Tomb. An unknown hero won the world's first SSS level reward. The reason for his anonymity is unknown. God bless Dragon Nation. A mysterious team won the SSS level reward from the Frost Mausoleum, sparking heated discussions across the internet. 6 minutes and 36 seconds. The fastest clearance time in the history of a level 60 instance? Expert analysis. It will not be surpassed in at least 500 years. A 10,000-word article analyzing the impact of increasing the probability of rare occupations by 10% on the Dragon Nation. Read it now. This incident dominated almost every online platform. Online social media platforms are flooded with discussions about this matter. Wang Yan opened a forum and found the most popular posts. The strongest national reward for a level 60 dungeon in history? A rational analysis of why the rewards for the Frost Mausoleum are so outrageous. This post is very popular, with more than 100,000 replies, and the number is still increasing. Wang Yan was curious and clicked on the post. The poster of this post is nicknamed Jian Bingguzi, and he claims to be a professional from Tianshui City, so he is very familiar with several copies of the underground magic cave. In his opinion, the Arctic Tomb is the most difficult dungeon in the underground magic cave to get an SSS level rating. The strength of the 4 copies of the underground demon cave is actually similar. But the special thing about the Arctic Tomb is that its level design seems to be specifically designed to delay time. After entering the dungeon, the first time delaying buff appears, which is the cold state. In a cold state, the professional's movement and attack speed will be greatly slowed down, and the skill cooldown time will also be longer, which greatly increases the time to clear the dungeon. The second thing is the monster design of the Arctic Tomb. There are almost no fragile monsters in the Arctic Tomb. Each skeleton warrior is extremely strong, with high defense and high health. It often takes a long time to deal with a skeleton warrior. Even the monster that sounds the most fragile in the Arctic Tomb, the skeleton mage, is actually very difficult to deal with. Because after being attacked, the skeleton mage will cast a spell shield on himself. The most outrageous thing is that they will rebuild their shield before the shield is broken. In other words, if you want to kill the skeleton mage, the whole team must work together and deal a large amount of damage to the same skeleton mage in a short period of time in order to kill the skeleton mage instantly. However, due to the existence of the cold state, it is very difficult to kill the skeleton mage instantly. In addition, professionals must avoid the skeleton mage's meteor skill, so the 6 skeleton mages in the Death Altar often take a lot of time to kill. Not to mention the boss, which is a meat shield type boss, and has a group freezing and a group blinding skill. The 2 control skills are cast alternately, and the challengers can only focus on defense, ensuring their own safety while slowly reducing their health. After following this process, even the most powerful beacon country in the world could only achieve a time of 13 minutes and 11 seconds, and has not been able to successfully replicate this result many years later. It is precisely because it is so difficult to get an SSS level rating in the Arctic Tomb that its rewards far exceed those of other level 60 copies. In response to these problems, Jianbingguzi also expressed his own ideas. According to my understanding, in fact, if you have a group purification skill, you can greatly improve your score at this level. But mass purification is something that only priests above level 80 have the opportunity to learn. It is almost impossible for professionals below level 60 to get in touch with such a high-end skill. But increasing the number of priests is not feasible. In the Death Altar stage, there must be enough output to kill the skeleton mage. Too many priests will affect the team's output capacity, so this problem seems to have no solution. Wang Yan couldn't help but nodded after reading the post. This netizen named Jianbingguzi is indeed very familiar with the extreme cold tomb. Everything he said was on point. Jianbingguzi's personal understanding is also completely correct. It is precisely relying on his group purification aura that Wang Yan has achieved such an incredible result. And the most exaggerated thing is that Wang Yan's group purification skill is continuous, which is a bit unreasonable. Wang Yan continued reading. At the end of the post, Pancake Dog said, "So I can understand why the team that cleared the Frost Mausoleum this time chose to remain anonymous. They either came up with some kind of strategy that I can't understand, or they are a group of super geniuses who formed a team and crushed the dungeon with brute force. These geniuses might have been trained by the Dragon Country Court Guild, so it's understandable that they chose to remain anonymous. In my opinion, this achievement will not be surpassed by any other country for a long time. To be frank, the rewards for this instance have been permanently locked up by Dragon Nation. Even if the rewards are unlocked 50 years later, it is unlikely that anyone will surpass this record. And don't forget, everyone, the anonymous team challenging the Frost Mausoleum this time only has 9 people. Although I don't know why they didn't form a full team, this also means that 6 minutes and 33 seconds is not their limit. If they use a full team, there is even room for further improvement in the results." Wang Yan couldn't help but smile when he saw this. The reason why a full team is not needed is simply because Ling Tian's level is too high, and he doesn't have enough time to gather more people at once. No one could have imagined that this challenge to the SSS level score in the extreme cold tomb was not carefully planned. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea of Li Yingtian after seeing Wang Yan's ability. But overall this post has provided a good analysis. Finally, Jianbingguzi summed it up in one sentence. 10 years ago, my father died in the Beast Riot in order to protect the city he loved so much. His greatest wish in life was to witness the day when Dragon Country rises, so when I saw the national award announcement, I was really moved. Thank you to these unsung heroes. You are the pride of Dragon Country." This post is very popular, with many likes and comments. The OP is awesome, the analysis is spot on. If the OP hadn't posted the analysis, I wouldn't have known that this extremely cold tomb was so difficult. If the OP hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have noticed that there are only 9 people in the team. These 9 bosses are so awesome. At every critical moment, there is always a group of brave people who stand up. They are the backbone of our Dragon Country. I salute the father of the poster, and also salute these 9 anonymous heroes. Wang Yan looked at the post with mixed feelings. As a party involved in this incident, he just felt that everything was going on naturally. Although he was happy, he didn't expect too much. What surprised him was that this incident actually brought spiritual encouragement to so many people. Many people expressed in their comments that they would take the 9 anonymous heroes as role models, work hard to improve themselves, and strive for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. While feeling gratified, Wang Yan also felt that there was more responsibility and pressure on his shoulders. Chapter 25 Challenge. Late at night, in the land of cherry blossoms. In a mansion in the far suburbs, a middle-aged man was sitting on the ground. The man picked up the tea bowl and took a sip. In front of him, a thin man was sitting opposite him, and behind the man stood several bodyguards wearing suits and sunglasses. The thin man spoke first. "Kitahara-kun, I'm sure you already know that Dragon Country won the first SSS level score in the Extreme Frost Mausoleum. The identity of this thin man is Kunihiko Yoshioka, the president of the Provincial Professional Guild of Dongjing Province in Sakura Country. the man he called Kitahara-kun was Kitahara Sosuke, the patriarch of the Kitahara family, a secluded family in Sakura country. The Kitahara family is known as the last hidden family in Sakura country. Since ancient times, they have used banned drugs to train some professionals to become death warriors. These death warriors have an extremely short lifespan, and most of them do not live beyond the age of 30. However, these assassins overdraw their life potential through the use of banned drugs and gain combat power far beyond that of ordinary people. Kitahara Sosuke put down his teacup. I know. Seeing that Kitahara Sosuke didn't continue speaking, Yoshioka Kunihiko suddenly became a little anxious. Kitahara-kun, can you just sit back and watch the Dragon Nation rise? Kitahara Sosuke smiled and said, Master Jigang, have you forgotten? 10 years ago, in order to incite the Dragon Kingdom beast-tide riot, more than half of my men were killed or wounded. As an old man, I am powerless. Yoshioka Kunihiko sighed. Kitahara-kun, this time I want to ask you to do something. You are the only one in the entire Sakura country who can do it. I know you're worried about Kitahara Asuka, but think about it. He's a rare genius in our great Sakura country that only appears once in 100 years. Would I let him die in vain? Kunihiko Yoshioka took out a black token and placed it on the table. When Kitahara Sosuke saw the token, his expression changed slightly. This is a challenge. Kunihiko Yoshioka smiled and nodded. Yes, it is the challenge order. I believe Kitahara-kun also knows how valuable the challenge order is. Kitahara Sosuke picked up the challenge order, and a line of text appeared in front of him. After activating the challenge order, you can initiate a death match challenge to a certain country and set participation conditions within the permitted range. The winner and loser will receive huge rewards and severe punishments respectively. The maximum number of challengers is 500. Yoshioka Kunihiko said cautiously. We must teach Longhua a lesson this time. We can't let them get carried away. These are the Prime Minister's original words. The Prime Minister hopes that the challenge will be directed to the group of professionals who have just awakened in the Dragon Country. Kitahara Sosuke instantly understood why Yoshioka Kunihiko said that only he could do it. This challenge forced both sides to send out professionals of similar strength. If the challenge was launched normally, the Sakura country might not have a chance of winning. The strength of the professionals in Dragon Country is not worse than that in Sakura Country, and is even stronger. The death warriors trained by Kitahara Sosuke, although they have a short lifespan, have strength far beyond their peers. In addition, the Kitahara family recently awakened a young professional named Kitahara Asuka. He awakened a rare S-level profession, Crescent Moon Swordsman. Kitahara Asuka has been practicing Shinto Ishinryu swordsmanship since he was young, and he became even more powerful after awakening the Zangetsu swordsman. Kitahara Asuka's teacher predicted that Kitahara Asuka would become the future #1 swordsman of Sakura Country. There is no doubt that Kitahara Asuka is a rare genius in the entire Sakura Country. If Kitahara Asuka brought more than 400 warriors from his family to challenge the group of newly awakened professionals from Longhua, then this fight to the death will turn into a massacre without any suspense. Kitahara Sosuke couldn't help but feel a little excited, and his expression was no longer as calm as before. Losing 500 newly awakened geniuses would be a heavy blow to the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention that the loser of the challenge will face a very severe punishment, a punishment that is enough to cause the Dragon Kingdom's national strength to stagnate for decades. Kunihiko Yoshioka said, This is a rare opportunity for Asuka. When he returns triumphantly, I will arrange for him to study at Kasuga Shrine. The Kitahara family will become the strongest family in all of Dongjing. These are the conditions promised by the Prime Minister himself. Consider them carefully, Kitahara-kun. Kitahara Sosuke directly put the token into his arms. Don't think about it. I promise you, I need 5 days to prepare. Yoshioka Kunihiko bowed to Kitahara Sosuke. Please, Kitahara-kun. In the Lighthouse Country, in a certain national secret agency, an officer saluted a man in a suit. The man asked, Still haven't found it yet? Yes, sir. For some reason Dragon Country has done a very good job of keeping it secret this time, and there has been no progress for the time being. The man frowned and said, Send spies from several provinces near Dongshan Province, and put the others aside for now. Prioritize investigating the list of people who passed through this customs. Yes, sir. Tianshui City. Tianshui Occupational Union. Zhao Gufeng sat upright, with Qin Yao and Li Yingtian beside him. Li Yingtian asked Qin Yao seriously. Teacher Qin Yao, when you and Wang Yan were leveling up together that day, were there any bystanders around? Qin Yao thought carefully for a while and nodded. Well, no one saw it, I'm sure, because the location I chose was very remote at the time. Qin Yao thought about it and added. Besides, that place belongs to the novice area. With my level, it is normal for me to kill those monsters in seconds. Even if someone sees it, they won't be suspicious. Li Yingtian nodded. That's good. I have already explained Wang Yan's situation to the higher-ups. Now we have to keep it secret and wait for their decision. Li Yingtian paused and continued. If my guess is correct, the higher-ups should arrange for Wang Yan to participate in the national war in a month, so we can't reveal Wang Yan's information at the moment, lest other countries prepare in advance. Zhao Guifeng and Qin Yao both nodded seriously. They are naturally aware of the interests involved, as this is an important matter concerning the entire Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Guifeng asked. Presently, about Wang Yan's admission. Li Yingtian smiled and said. Principal Zhao, are you still worried about this? Let me tell you this, based on Wang Yan's performance this time, it's just a matter of a word for him to choose which of the 3 supreme schools he wants to go to. When Zhao Guifeng heard this, his heart immediately blossomed with joy. Tianshui No. 1 Middle School has cultivated such a genius, so as the principal, he naturally also benefits from it. When applying for funding again this year, he could finally be more assertive. It's time to renovate the old teaching buildings in the school. At this time, Wang Yan did not know that this butterfly had triggered a series of unimaginable chain reactions, and a storm was about to come because of him. Chapter 26 Sumushue. Ding 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 ding. The alarm clock rang. Wang Yan, sleepy-eyed, stretched out a hand from the quilt, fumbled around the bedside for a long time, and finally touched the annoying alarm clock. I looked at the time. It was 7:30 in the morning. He remembered that Qin Yuan had made an appointment with him at around 9 o'clock. Wang Yan looked at the ceiling with empty eyes. The bed beneath him seemed to have some kind of magical power that imprisoned him and made him unable to move. Oh, we played too late last night. Wang Yan regretted why he agreed to Qin Yuan's request to level up early this morning. He could have slept in at home today. Wang Yan's eyelids seemed to be fighting each other, and an evil thought arose in his mind. Why don't you stand Wang Yuan up? Leveling up is not as important as sleeping. But after careful consideration, Wang Yan felt that if he stood Qin Yuan up again today, he might come to his house later and personally handle his burial ceremony. Forget it, get up, get up. After a fierce psychological struggle, Wang Yan finally struggled to get out of bed. After washing up, Wang Yan put on his clothes and went out. He ordered a basket of buns, a glass of milk, and a fried dough stick at the breakfast shop downstairs. Although he is rich now, he still needs to save money. After breakfast, Wang Yan hailed a taxi on the roadside. Master, let's go to Shadow Grove. Shadow Grove is a forest on the northern outskirts of the city. Unlike dungeons like the underground demon cave, the Shadow Forest is an open area. There are many lower-level monsters on the outskirts of the forest, which is very suitable for newly awakened professionals to level up. Generally speaking, the difficulty of the dungeon is a little higher, because after entering the dungeon, you must challenge the boss to gain something. However, challenging a dungeon usually requires a well-coordinated team with a maximum of 10 members. Newly awakened professionals are not even proficient in their own skills, let alone team cooperation. Therefore, novices who have just awakened usually go to open areas to level up and accumulate combat experience first. For Wang Yan, who is now level 18, the monsters outside the Shadow Forest can no longer give him much experience. He came out to find Qin Yuan this time simply because he was bored. About 30 minutes later, Wang Yan successfully arrived at the Shadow Forest. I looked at the time, it was around 8:50. Today, Shadow Forest is much more lively than before. Wang Yan saw many professionals wearing equipment gathered outside the Shadow Forest. These professionals all have a hint of childishness on their faces, and it seems that they are all professionals who have just awakened this year. Apart from anything else, their equipment was neatly worn. During the awakening season every year, a large number of low-level fine equipment will appear in the professional trading market. Most of these equipment have low-level requirements and good attributes. Which unscrupulous businessman wouldn't want to take advantage of this opportunity to rip off those newbies? Although everyone knows that these low-level equipment will soon be eliminated, it does not affect the children from wealthy families who want to win at the starting line. People like Wang Yan who wear casual clothes from head to toe are definitely a minority. If I didn't know, I would have thought he came here to see the scenery. Wang Yan was also helpless. Li Yingtian asked him to keep a low profile for the time being and not make too much noise. So Wang Yan not only hid his level, he also did not bring the golden robe and silver belt he had obtained in the copy. He also hid the information on the only dark gold storage ring. The appearance of this ring is not very eye-catching, and after hiding the information, it looks no different from an ordinary ring. Wang Yan was looking for Qin Yuan in the crowd. As he was watching, suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Wang Yan. "Old Wang, here, here!" Wang Yan turned around and saw that it was indeed Qin Yuan. He also waved at Qin Yuan, and the two smiled at each other. He found that Qin Yuan was wearing heavy armor. Qin Yuan's awakened profession is a heavy-armored warrior, a profession with strong explosive power, excellent attack, defense and speed, but the endurance is a little lacking. But overall it's a very strong profession. Wang Yan discovered that there were 4 people around Qin Yuan, 3 men and 1 woman. Those 3 men looked much older than Qin Yuan and Wang Yan, and they seemed to be in their early 20s. Obviously, they are not the awakened ones of this generation. The girl had delicate features and a petite figure, and looked somewhat familiar. Qin Yuan took the initiative to introduce. "Let me introduce you. These 3 are the 3 sparring partners I invited from the Golden Wing Company." Wang Yan suddenly realized that these 3 people were hired by Qin Yuan. He had heard of the Golden Wing Company, which was a relatively large agency company in Tianshui City. The company has many strong professionals who accept a variety of tasks. Sparring is one of their more popular businesses. But Goldwing sparring partners are not cheap. After all, professionals with a little bit of ability can earn a lot of money by killing monsters on their own. If you want to hire them to practice with you, the money will naturally be expensive. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh that Qin Yuan had really spent a lot of money. Not only did he hire a sparring partner, but he hired 3 at once. He was simply inhumane. Qin Yuan pulled Wang Yan and said to the 3 people, "This is my good brother, Wang Yan." Then Qin Yuan blinked at Wang Yan, looked at the girl next to him, and then looked at Wang Yan with a rather strange expression. He raised his eyebrows at Wang Yan and said, "Wang Yan, I don't need to introduce this person. You must know her. This is classmate Su Muxue." After hearing what Qin Yuan said, Wang Yan recognized that the very beautiful girl in front of him was Su Muxue, a celebrity at Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Compared to the name, Su Muxue, she has a more famous nickname, Yan Luowang. The nickname came from Su Muxue's delicate and cute appearance and petite figure. Although she is 18 years old, she still looks like a little lowly. But contrary to her cute appearance, Su Muxue has an aloof and arrogant personality. She never actively contacts others and always looks very serious. Few people have ever seen her smile. So someone gave her this nickname. Wang Yan and Su Muxue were not very familiar with each other, but they both knew each other's names. The reason is simple. Wang Yan has been the top student in both arts and martial arts at Tianshui No. 1 Middle School for 3 consecutive years. Su Muxue has been ranked second in the school for 3 consecutive years. As the eternal second, who has been suppressed by Wang Yan for many years, Su Muxue is often discussed together with Wang Yan. Later, for some unknown reason, there were even some inexplicable rumors that Su Muxue and Wang Yan were an underground couple. But this time Su Muxue awakened a rare profession, Dark Moon Mage. After that, few people compared the two. This time, Tianshui No. 1 Middle School awakened a total of 3 rare professions, namely Holy Light Priest, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and Dark Moon Mage. Dark Moon Mage is recognized as the strongest among these 3 rare professions. So in the eyes of others, the future of Su Muxue and Wang Yan must be completely different. Chapter 27. Why are you here? Wang Yan was a little confused. When did Qin Yuan meet Su Muxue? He had never known about this. At this time, Sumushio was looking Wang Yan up and down. Wang Yan smiled at her friendly and nodded. Hello, classmate Sumushio. Sumushio also nodded at him. Well, hello? Wang Yan was a little surprised. It seemed that Sumushio was not as difficult to get along with as the legend said. Qinyuan looked at his watch, and it was already past 9 o'clock. He smiled at everyone a little embarrassedly. Sorry everyone, please wait a moment, my girlfriend isn't here yet. Wang Yan asked curiously. Your girlfriend? Which one? The one with twin tails? What's her name? Qinyuan said helplessly. That's not it. Didn't I tell you 2 days ago, Jiang Yueqi from our class, you really have a bad memory? Wang said. Can you blame me for this? You change girlfriends every few days, who can remember? Qinyuan watched as Sumushua's eyes gradually became strange when she looked at him. He couldn't hold it anymore and poked Wang Yan quickly. Stop talking, old Wang. Just as everyone was waiting patiently, suddenly, a surprised voice came from beside them. Mu Shui! Everyone turned around and saw a young boy who was the same age as Wang Yan and the others. Wang Yan and Qinyuan actually know this boy. The boy's name is Jin Lu. He is a classmate of Wang Yan and Qinyuan. Among the 3 rare professions awakened in Tianshui No. 1 middle school this year, Jin Lu is one of them. His awakened profession is bloodthirsty berserker. Qinyuan joked. Well, now 2 of Tianshui City's top 3 geniuses have joined together this year. Sumushio frowned. Jin Lu, do we know each other well? Please don't call me so intimately. After hearing what Sumushio said, Jin Lu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Jin Lu saw Wang Yan standing with Sumushio, and his brows immediately frowned. Wang Yan? Why are you here? What are you doing here? Wang Yan was confused by Jin Lu's questions. What's wrong with me being here? I'm here to see the scenery, okay? Does it have anything to do with you? Jin Lu had a bad expression on his face, and there was some anger in his eyes as he looked at Wang Yan. At first, Wang Yan didn't understand how he had offended him. Suddenly, he noticed that Jin Lu's eyes were glancing at Sumushio beside him from time to time. He immediately understood the reason. This Jin Lu probably likes Sumushio, and there are rumors about Wang Yan and Sumushio in the school. When Jin Lu saw Wang Yan and Sumushio together, he probably thought too much. Jin Lu showed a mocking smile. I heard that you have awakened the Aura Master. Why don't you show us your skills? Let us see what it's like to be the best in the school. Wang Yan was too lazy to pay attention to him. He had realized that Jin Lu was just bored and looking for trouble. Jin Lu thought Wang Yan was scared and said with a smile. You're not really here to see the sights, are you? You don't have any equipment on you, not even a staff. Did you forget to buy one? Or can't you afford it? Jin Lu pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Oh, I understand. Anyway, your aura only increases by 1%. It doesn't matter whether you have equipment or not, right? You are worthy of being the best in the school. Your thinking is different from that of ordinary people. Qinyuan refused to do it anymore. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Jin Lu. You're looking for trouble, aren't you, Jin Lu? I remember that my 2 brothers have never offended you, right? Just as the 2 were confronting each other, a girl came up to the crowd. Qinyuan, why didn't you reply to my message? I've been looking for you for a long time. Wang Yan recognized that the girl was Qinyuan's girlfriend Jiang Yueqi. She was also a classmate of Qinyuan and Wang Yan, and her awakened profession was Ice Mage. When Qinyuan saw Jiang Yueqi coming, he didn't want to get entangled with Jin Lu anymore. He stepped forward, took Jiang Yueqi's hand, and said, Let's go. Only then did Jiang Yueqi notice Wang Yan in the crowd. She frowned. Wang Yan? Why are you here? Wang Yan was completely speechless. He didn't know who he was bothering by coming here today. Anyone would ask him why he was here. He said helplessly. I was just passing by. Jiang Yueqi showed dissatisfaction and said to Qinyuan. Qinyuan, why didn't you tell me that Wang Yan would be coming too? Qinyuan was also a little unhappy. Why, I need to ask you for permission before I call my brother over? Jiang Yueqi was obviously a little angry. Do you know that these few days are very important to us? The college entrance examination will be held in 5 days. I don't have time to waste with you. After hearing this, Wang Yan finally understood what Jian Yueqi meant. According to the rules of nature, experience is divided equally after forming a team. No one would use expensive animal blood potions to kill monsters of the level found outside Shadow Jungle. That would be too uneconomical. Originally, Qin Yuan had already hired 3 sparring partners, and with the addition of Wang Yan, the amount of experience points each person could get would be even less. Jian Yueqi clearly thought Wang Yan was a burden, sharing his experience but being of no use. Wang Yan smiled helplessly and shook his head. These classmates are too real. Ever since he awakened to the profession of Aura Master, everyone's attitude towards him, except Qin Yuan, has changed drastically. Qin Yuan also understood what Jian Yueqi meant, and his face became gloomy. Jin Lu, who was standing nearby, saw this scene and immediately knew that something good was going to happen. He folded his hands and looked at Qin Yuan and Jian Yueqi with interest. Qin Yuan was about to say something when Wang Yan came up and patted him on the shoulder. I suddenly remembered that I have something to do at home. You guys go in. I'll go back first. Wang Yan was about to leave when Qin Yuan grabbed him. No, Lao Wang, you're not going anywhere today. We agreed to level up together, so don't think of standing me up today. After saying that, Qin Yuan pointed at Jian Yueqi and said, As for you, go wherever you like. Jian Yueqi's face flushed, and she looked at Qin Yuan in disbelief. Qin Yuan, what did you tell me? Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. I told you to go wherever you want, don't you understand? Jian Yueqi clenched her teeth. Okay, don't regret it. Jian Yueqi turned around to leave, but was stopped by Jin Lu, who smiled and said, Jian Yueqi, why don't you come with us? We are in need of a mage here. Only then did everyone realize that there were 3 people following Jin Lu, and it was obvious that they were not this year's awakened ones. It turns out that Jin Lu also hired 4 sparring partners. Wang Yan sighed in his heart, wow, he has one more than Qin Yuan. It seems that Jin Lu's family conditions are not simple. Jian Yueqi was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth slightly curled up and she smiled. Okay, I'll go with you then. She stood beside Jin Lu and glanced at Qin Yuan with a hint of provocation. Qin Yuan smiled calmly, spread his hands indifferently, and said to Wang Yan and Su Muxue, Let's go. The 3 were about to leave when Jin Lu shouted, Wait a minute! Chapter 28 You May Be in Trouble. Qin Yuan turned around and looked at Jin Lu impatiently. What else do you want? I don't have time to play house with you. Jin Lu smiled and ignored Qin Yuan, but walked to the 3 sparring partners next to Qin Yuan. You 3 are from the Golden Wing Company, right? The 3 men looked puzzled. They could see that there was a conflict between Qin Yuan and Jin Lu's groups, but as sparring partners, they would not get involved in such matters. They only needed to fulfill their job responsibilities. The young man who was leading the 3 sparring partners said, Yes, we are from the Golden Wing Company. What can I do for you? Jin Lu smiled and took out a business card and handed it to the young man. The boss of Genie Company is Genie Fei, he is my father. The 3 of them looked at each other. Jin Lu pointed at Qin Yuan and said, I despise people who don't respect girls. Don't take his orders. I will explain to my dad if there are any problems. The 3 sparring partners looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. The golden road surface turned cold. Why, I can't speak well, right? The 3 sparring partners sighed, and finally they decided not to offend the future successor of Golden Wing Company. The leading sparring partner walked up to Qin Yuan and whispered, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry you saw it too. We can't do anything about it. We will return the deposit to you later. Qin Yuan was a little angry, but he also knew that these 3 sparring partners were just employees of the Golden Wing Company, and he didn't want to make things difficult for them. I understand. Go ahead. The leading sparring partner apologized again and left with the other 2 sparring partners. Jin Lu laughed loudly and walked towards the shadow forest with Jian Yueqi and his 4 sparring partners. Wang Yan, Chen Yuan, you guys can have fun. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Jin Lu said to Su Muxue, Muxue, classmate, do you want to join us? What Jin Lu didn't expect was that Su Muxue rejected him coldly. No, I have my own plans. The smile on Jin Lu's face froze. He looked at Wang Yan, then at Su Muxue. Okay, then go for it. After saying that, he left with Jian Yueqi and others. After Jin Lu and others left, Wang Yan sighed and patted Qingyuan on the shoulder. Before he could speak, Qingyuan spoke first. Hey, look at what's happened. I'm sorry, classmate Su Muxue, I made you laugh. Su Muxue shook her head to indicate that she didn't mind. This damn Golden Wing Company, I will make them regret it sooner or later. After saying that, Qingyuan asked somewhat awkwardly. What do you say next? You have to make an appointment in advance to hire a sparring partner, and it is too late for Qingyuan to hire a sparring partner from other companies now. Without these sparring partners, Su Muxue might not be willing to join them. Even if Su Muxue was willing, it was not a good choice for 3 people to enter the Shadow Forest. Generally speaking, for newcomers who have just awakened, a team of about 5 people would be more appropriate. Firstly, it is highly efficient, and secondly, if there is an unexpected danger, a team of 5 is enough to deal with it. Wang Yan put his arm around Qingyuan's shoulder and said, Now that we're here, let's go for a walk around the outskirts of the jungle and practice by hunting down a few rabbit monsters. Qingyuan sighed helplessly. That's all we can do. It looks like today's upgrade plan has gone to waste. He said to Su Muxue. I'm sorry, classmate Su Muxue, for taking up your time. Su Muxue waved her hand and said, I'll go with you. For a moment, Wang Yan and Qingyuan wondered if they had heard it wrong. Qingyuan looked at Su Muxue puzzledly. Ah? The 3 of us? Su Muxue nodded and said, Yeah, why are you still standing there? Let's go. As she spoke, Su Muxue took the initiative to lead the way and walked in front. Wang Yan also looked at Su Muxue with a confused face. For a moment, he even suspected that there was something going on between Qingyuan and Su Muxue. He knew very well that for a genius like Su Muxue who had awakened a rare profession and was also very beautiful, there must be countless people who wanted to invite her to join the team. Wang Yan really couldn't understand why she fell for 2 worthless people like him and Qingyuan. He whispered to Qingyuan. By the way, how did you get to know her? Qingyuan looked strange and whispered. Well, you won't believe it if I tell you this, but I'm not familiar with her. Wang Yan looked at Qingyuan as if he was a fool. Do you think I will believe it? Qingyuan became anxious. Why would I lie to you? I was standing there waiting for you and Jian Yueqi today, and she suddenly came over and asked me, Classmate Qingyuan, are you with classmate Wang Yan? I was also confused at the time, so I said yes, and she took the initiative to ask me if she could join us. What can I say? Of course I said yes. Wang Yan was stunned. You mean she's coming for me? Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan with a slightly pitiful look. I feel like you're in trouble. Qingyuan looked at Su Muxue walking away, sighed, and quickly followed. There was one thing that Qingyuan didn't tell Wang Yan. He heard that Su Muxue's father had a bad temper and was very protective of his own people. Wang Yan shook his head. Baffling. He quickly followed. Across an open meadow, there is a long iron fence enclosing the forest. Entering the iron fence means entering the outer perimeter of the Shadow Secret. Occasionally you can encounter some very weak monsters on the outskirts of Shadow Forest. For example, sharp-toothed rabbit monsters, slimes, goblins, and so on. After entering the Shadow Forest, the 3 found that the place was overcrowded. It's also because the awakening season just ended recently. All the people here are newbies who have just awakened and come here to level up. Once they found a monster, it would be beaten to death almost instantly. When they came in, the 3 of them had already formed a team. Wang Yan saw that Qingyuan was level 11 and Su Muxue was level 12. Although they both saw that Wang Yan had hidden his level, neither of them took the initiative to ask more questions. In their opinion, Wang Yan's level must be too low, so he is embarrassed to show his level. Su Muxue waved her staff and summoned a dark orb, which flew towards a rabbit monster. The dark magic ball exploded on the rabbit monster, instantly blasting it into pieces. Ding, your team member, Su Muxue, killed the LV5 sharp-toothed rabbit monster, and you gained 167 experience points. Wang Yan shook his head. The experience points were too low. It would be faster to just follow Li Yingtian and the others and kill a random monster in the dungeon. However, Sumushua's skills made Wang Yan's eyes light up. Sumushua's dark orb dealt more than 5,000 points of damage. This crispy rabbit is not enough for her to fight. The damage of her skills is very high among mages of the same level. Chapter 29, Traces of the Wind Wolves. There are too many people here. We must go deeper. After killing the rabbit demon, Sumushua said lightly. Qingyuan looked hesitant. But there are only 3 of us. Isn't it a bit too risky? You know, the outskirts of Shadow Forest are absolutely safe, and the monsters here will not exceed level 10 at most. However, once you go deep into the Shadow Forest, it is hard to say what level the monsters inside will be. After all, Shadow Forest is a large forest with an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers. Occasionally, high-level monsters will wander into the territory of low-level monsters. Therefore, if you want to enter the inner area of Shadow Forest, without considering sparring partners, it would be better to have at least 5 people. If you encounter a high-level monster, you still have a chance to escape unscathed. Qingyuan added. Besides, none of the 3 of us have any reconnaissance skills. What if we accidentally encounter a group of monsters? Generally speaking, a guaranteed team needs a professional with reconnaissance capabilities to act as a pioneer. Prevent the entire team from getting into dangerous situations. For a 3-person team like Wang Yan's, it would be very dangerous if they accidentally encountered monsters that lived in groups, such as a group of goblins or a group of orcs. And on Qingyuan's side, he tacitly acknowledged that Wang Yan had no fighting ability. It is said to be a team of 3, but in fact it is just a team of 2. The 2-man team ventured deep into the Shadow Forest, risking their lives. Sumushua smiled. Why are you scared? When Qingyuan was asked this kind of question by a girl, he suddenly felt embarrassed. I'm not scared, I'm worried about you too. They both looked at Wang Yan at the same time. Wang Yan shrugged indifferently. I don't mind anyway. As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, Sumushua turned around and walked ahead. Then let's go. Qingyuan looked at the 2 of them helplessly. Slow down, classmate Sumushua, why are you, a mage, always walking in front? The 3 continued to go deeper into the Shadow Forest. As they walked, Sumushua took out a map. The supply station is to our northeast, so my plan is to go deeper while moving closer to the supply station. There are senior guards stationed at the supply station. If anything unexpected happens, we can also move to the supply station. Listening to Sumushua's plan, Wang Yan felt a little emotional. This girl didn't look like a novice who had just awakened at all. Although she dared to lead a 3-person team deep into the Shadow Forest, she was not reckless, but had her own ideas and plans. Although she looks very cute, she is calm and composed beyond many of her peers. As we go deeper, the level of monsters becomes obviously higher. However, both Qingyuan and Sumushua are very powerful. As long as a monster appears, they will be killed in seconds by the 2 of them working together. Wang Yan did not activate his aura skills along the way. However, Qingyuan and Sumushua didn't care. They both assumed that Wang Yan currently had no fighting ability. Wait a moment. As they were walking, Wang Yan suddenly stopped everyone. He leaned over and saw a pile of fresh feces and some footprints. Sumushua and Qingyuan looked at him curiously. Wang Yan said, Look at these footprints, they should be the wind wolves. The feces are very fresh. They should be nearby. We have to be careful. According to what Wang Yan learned from textbooks, wind wolves usually appear in groups. Moreover, the level of wind wolves is generally around level 15. This level is already difficult for Sumushua and Qingyuan to handle. Sumushua looked at Wang Yan's analysis, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. No wonder I lose to you every year. I must admit that your theoretical knowledge is indeed impressive. There is a lot of knowledge in books, but there are not many people like Wang Yan who can apply it flexibly. Wang Yan smiled and said, Looking at the direction of the footprints, this group of wind wolves should be heading northwest. Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan with some admiration in his eyes, and he nudged Wang Yan with his elbow. Sure, Lao Wang. It has to be you. Relying only on some feces and footprints, Wang Yan played the role of a close-range reconnaissance professional and provided information to the team. It takes a lot of effort to be able to apply the theoretical knowledge from books to this extent. A barely perceptible trace of regret flashed across Qin Yuan's eyes. Such a powerful person just happened to awaken the profession of an aura master. Su Muxue said. In that case, let's move towards the supply station. The wind wolves are too dangerous for us. Qin Yuan also nodded to show his agreement. Wang Yan smiled and shook his head. No, I mean we should follow these footprints to track them. Both of them were stunned and looked at Wang Yan in disbelief. Their expressions seemed to say, Are you crazy? Old Wang, this is no joke. That's a level 15 monster, and if I remember correctly, there are more than 10 wind wolves in the pack. Su Muxue added. And where there is a wind wolf pack, there is usually more than one wind wolf pack. There will also be other wind wolf packs. Wang Yan said. That's right. If they encounter a strong enemy, they will howl like a wolf to call the surrounding wind wolves. The two looked at Wang Yan in confusion. Su Muxue said. Now that you know that, you still plan to track the wind wolves? Qin Yuan also said. Old Wang, stop kidding. There's no way the three of us can defeat the wind wolf pack. Wang Yan smiled slightly. What if we add these halos? He activated the frequency conversion ring and adjusted the frequency to 10%. The triple halo unfolds simultaneously. Holy damage aura. 10% of the self-damage of all teammates around evolves into holy damage that ignores defense, ignores damage immunity, ignores invincibility, and cannot be selected. God-level attack aura. After it is turned on, it consumes 1 point of energy per second, increasing the attack power and spell strength of all friendly units within a range of meters around itself, all attributes x10, by 100%. God-level stealth aura. After it is turned on, it consumes 1 point of energy per second, making all friendly units within a range of all attributes x10 meters around itself instantly enter stealth state. This invisibility ignores the detection of any perception skills or props. In the God-level stealth state, the movement speed increases by 10%, and after each active attack, it will enter the stealth state again after 10 seconds. Under the 10% frequency change, the attributes of Wang Yan's triple amplification halo have changed. There was no change in the range, but the bonus effect became 10% of the previous attribute, and the energy consumption became 1/10 of the previous amount. But even so, this bonus is still terrifying. 10% holy damage, 100% damage increase, and group invisibility. These three attributes are enough for them to move freely in monster areas below level 20. Chapter 30. Can we beat them now? Fuck Lao Wan Yu. Looking at the attributes of the triple halo on his body, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue both showed expressions of extreme shock. Qin Yuan opened his mouth wide with an expression of disbelief, as if he had been struck by lightning. Su Muxue was also shocked. She could no longer maintain her previous calm and cold appearance. Her mouth was slightly open, her face full of disbelief. Wang Yan turned off the halo. Well, now we can defeat the wind wolves, right? Qin Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, rushed forward and punched Wang Yan on the shoulder. Ha, awesome, Lao Wang. I knew you were no ordinary person. Good boy, you have a hidden trick up your sleeve, right? Even with this triple halo, Wang Yan suppressed the effect to 10%, but in the eyes of Qin Yuan and Su Muxue, it was still incredibly strong. For example, Holy Aura. Generally speaking, for an aura master with good luck, after awakening the true damage aura, the initial bonus is only 1%. But this is already a level that many teams are vying for. After all, true damage is the most powerful damage among all damage types except holy damage. Because although true damage can be blocked by shields and will also be affected by damage reduction buffs, it is damage that ignores defense. If one can reach more than 5%, then he is an absolute genius. No matter which team he joins, others will be eager to have him. And Wang Yan 10% Holy Spirit damage? Ignoring shields, ignoring damage reduction, and ignoring all defensive measures. This type of people, even the sparring partners Qin Yuan had hired before, might be willing to pay Wang Yan and ask him to team up with them. Not to mention the attack aura and invisibility aura. Generally, an aura master's attack aura only increases damage by 1%, and a 10% increase is already considered genius level. Wang Yan came up with 100%. There is also a group invisibility aura, which is extremely rare in the world, let alone in Longhua. Moreover, usually that kind of invisibility halo has a very large range limitation. It is impossible for it to have a range of about 2,000 meters like Wang Yan's. Su Muxia looked at Wang Yan with complicated eyes. Originally, when she saw Wang Yan entering the shadow forest without any equipment, she thought he was here to get Qinyuan's sparring partner. I didn't expect him to be so secretive. What puzzled her was that Wang Yan obviously had such a powerful aura, but facing Jin Lu's provocation, he did not prove his ideas at all. As long as he unfolded these 3 halos at that time, even if Jin Lu was an idiot, he would shut up on the spot. No one would want to offend such a talented aura master. A powerful auxiliary professional must have unimaginable connections and growth potential. Any combat profession is willing to team up with powerful auxiliary professions. And powerful auxiliary professions are always rarer than powerful combat professions. Could it be that, in Wang Yan's eyes, Jin Lu didn't allow him to prove his qualifications at all? Su Muxia felt that she couldn't quite see through Wang Yan. Okay, let's go and find the group of wind wolves. Wang Yan spoke. After seeing Wang Yan's aura, Qinyuan also became visibly excited. Let's go, let's go. He took the initiative to lead the way, wishing that the group of wind wolves would appear in front of him immediately. Along the way, Wang Yan carefully identified the fallen branches and footprints on the ground. There was no other way. There was no scout in the team, so he could only temporarily serve as a scout. After the 3 of them continued to grope forward for about 5 minutes, they suddenly heard a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. Here I come. The 3 of them looked vigilantly toward the bushes. Many dark shadows were moving around behind the bushes, and they could vaguely see that the shadows had black and white hair. Wang Yan was immediately certain that, if nothing unexpected happened, these should be wind wolves. Ouch! There was only a wolf howl, and then the dark shadows emerged from the bushes. This is a group of ferocious wind wolves. There seemed to be about 10 of them. They cooperated very well, and when they appeared, they had already trapped Wang Yan and the other 2 in their encirclement. This group of wind wolves had ferocious faces and murderous eyes. They stared at the 3 people in front of them, as if the 3 people were already their prey. Wang Yan remembered that it was written in the textbook that the wind wolf could increase its speed by stimulating the wind element in its body, so it was named wind wolf. However, their use of elements and magic is limited to this. Their active method of attack still relies on their claws and teeth. Seeing that these wind wolves were about to launch an attack, Wang Yan immediately activated the invisibility halo. Withdraw from their encirclement first. After cooperating with Li Yingtian and others, Wang Yan also learned some basic tactics and formation coordination, so he began to command. Su Muxia and Qinyuan did not hesitate and moved in the designated direction according to Wang Yan's instructions. The wind wolves were stunned when they saw the 3 people disappear right under their noses. They twitched their noses, trying to smell the 3 people, but their usually extremely keen sense of smell seemed to be failing at this moment. Okay, we can attack now. Wang Yan deployed the holy damage aura and attack aura at the same time. Qinyuan put away his short sword and large shield, replaced them with a great sword, and released 2 status skills in succession. Burst Stance increases attack by 30%, movement speed by 10%, and reduces defense by 20%. Fighting Roar, inflict a pain-tolerant state on yourself, and attacks and skills will not be interrupted by receiving damage. As a heavy-armored warrior, Qinyuan can switch freely between defensive posture and explosive posture. The Burst Stance has high damage and movement speed, but reduces defense. The defensive stance increases defense, reduces movement speed, and can be used as a meat shield for the team. Therefore, the heavy warrior profession is very flexible. It can be used as an output profession to deal damage, and it can also be used as a tank to withstand damage for the team. Originally, Qinyuan planned to use a dagger and a shield to act as a front row, withstand the damage and buy time for Su Muxia to attack. But now with Wang Yan's halo and invisibility, why do we still need a front row? Qinyuan roared, rushed directly into the wolf pack, and started chopping with his huge sword. Crushing Storm. Qinyuan brandished the giant sword and spun his body at high speed. With him as the center, countless violent sword auras spread out around him. -13,990. minus 14,845. Minus 13,729. Minus 13,829. In an instant, the 6 wolves around him were cut into several pieces by the sword energy and died on the spot. With the support of the attack aura and Qinyuan's own status skills, his shattering storm unleashed terrifying damage. These level 15 wind wolves were all killed instantly by him with one move. Wang Yan was a little surprised to see Qinyuan being so fierce. He knew that although he had the halo, Qinyuan's own strength seemed not simple. The abilities he displayed were not much worse than Su Mushue's. Chapter 31 The Wind Wolf King is Coming. When Su Mushue saw how fierce Qinyuan was, a hint of surprise appeared on her face. But her hands were not idle. After chanting for a while, she waved her staff. After a moment, she released several dark moon blades, flying towards the group of wind wolves. The attack power of Dark Moon Blade is not as good as that of Dark Sphere, but it has a short cooldown time, fast speed, and is a group attack. With the blessing of Wang Yan's halo, her damage has already seriously overflowed, and there is no need to use high-damage single-target skills anymore. Sure enough, those 5 or 6 Dark Moon Blades each dealt over 10,000 damages. The health of these wind wolves is just around 10,000, and these Dark Moon Blades can kill them instantly. There were more than 10 wind wolves, but in an instant only 2 were left. Before they could figure out what was happening, they saw a human warrior suddenly rush out from stealth and kill 6 wind wolves in an instant. Then a mage suddenly appeared and 5 more wolves were killed instantly. Seeing Qinyuan chasing after them and trying to kill the last 2 wind wolves together, Wang Yan shouted, "Don't worry, Qinyuan, leave one." After hearing what Wang Yan said, Qinyuan killed one of the wind wolves and then retreated. The remaining wind wolf had never seen such a scene before and was almost scared to death. When it saw that Qinyuan did not kill it, it quickly slid away with its tail between its legs. Qinyuan looked at Wang Yan puzzledly. "Old Wang, why keep one? It's experience points after all. What a waste." Wang Yan smiled and shook his head, pointing in the direction the wind wolf escaped. "Listen." Qinyuan turned his head and looked, and sure enough, about 10 seconds later, a loud wolf howl came from the direction where the wind wolf fled. Qinyuan suddenly realized that Wang Yan was planning to use this escaped wind wolf to call more companions. "Haha, you're really something, old Wang. You have a really dirty heart." In this way, they don't need to actively look for wind wolf packs, and there will be a steady stream of wind wolves coming to their door. Su Mushue walked forward and watched the corpses of the wind wolves on the ground turn into light spots and slowly disappear. She felt something was unreal. Looking at the extra crystal cores, wolf skins, animal bones, wolf teeth, and other materials in the backpack, it was proved that everything that had just happened was real. This group of wind wolves dropped a bronze suit, which was a light armor that none of the 3 professions could use. Light armor is equipment needed by professions such as fighters, swordsmen, and assassins. So the 3 of them decided to let Wang Yan put it away first, and go to the supply station to exchange it for money later. A piece of white equipment is worth a few $100s, while a piece of bronze equipment can usually be sold for several $1,000s. It's hard to believe that the 3 of us can actually wipe out a group of level 15 wind wolves. Su Mushu exclaimed. She was very confident in her own strength, but let alone a pack of wind wolves, even if she were to face 2 or more wind wolves alone, she would most likely be in danger. After all, the mage's skills have a long cooldown time, and the wind wolf moves very fast. It would be troublesome if she couldn't kill the opponent instantly. Qinyuan burst into laughter. It was such a great feeling to kill just now. The 3 sparring partners I hired before didn't have this effect. Ha! Before, Qinyuan hired 3 sparring partners, and with Jiang Yueqi, there were 5 people in total. With a certain amount of experience penalty, although it was safe, the upgrade efficiency was not high. Now there are only 3 of them, but they share the experience of a group of level 15 wind wolves. This upgrade speed is very exaggerated. Let's continue. Another pack of wind wolves should be arriving soon. Wang Yan activated the invisibility halo and led everyone to chase in the direction where the wind wolf had just fled. Soon, they found the escaped wind wolf in an open space in the distance. At this moment, it has stopped running away and keeps howling like a wolf to call its companions. After a while, the three saw another group of wind wolves rushing towards them. This time, the number of wind wolves increased slightly to about 15. Qin Yuan chuckled, drew the big sword from his waist, and walked towards the group of wind wolves. He looked at the group of wind wolves with a dangerous and greedy expression, as if these wind wolves had become his experience points and materials. Old rules keep one, Wang Yan reminded. No problem, leave it to me. 3 hours later. Crushing storm. Qin Yuan wielded the giant sword, and the violent sword energy instantly killed the wind wolf beside him. After Qin Yuan made his move, Su Muxue immediately released several dark moon blades. After 3 hours of running in, their cooperation has become more and more proficient. More than half of the 20 wind wolves in the group were killed or injured in an instant. Roar! An exceptionally sturdy wind wolf stood behind the wolf pack, with a fierce look in its eyes. Wind Wolf King, Bronze, level 19. I don't know if it was because Wang Yan and others killed too many wind wolves that they actually attracted the wind wolf's boss. When the Wind Wolf King saw that his little brother was being killed as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, he immediately let out a roar, and the roar seemed to carry some kind of terrifying magic. The Wind Wolf King used the skill, Fear Intimidation. Fear Intimidation. The Wind Wolf King lets out a roar. If the opponent's level is lower than the Wind Wolf King, its attack power will be reduced by 35%. As soon as this negative buff appeared, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue both showed a trace of panic. Obviously, this boss is the kind that can reduce group damage. This kind of boss usually requires a large number of people to deal with, and it is not something that can be easily solved by 2 or 3 people. Su Muxue asked Wang Yan. Wang Yan, should we retreat? Unconsciously, she had already regarded Wang Yan as her backbone. Wang Yan shook his head calmly. Need not. As soon as he thought about it, the purifying aura quickly spread out, instantly purifying the fear state in Su Muxue and Qin Yuan. There was a flash of surprise in both of their eyes. They didn't expect that Wang Yan had this skill. Let's move back until the next time our invisibility takes effect. Wang Yan did not take the Wind Wolf King seriously. He has fought against the heroic level Night Elf King, so why would he be afraid of this level 19 bronze boss? Not to mention that his aura is only at 10% level. If the halo is fully deployed, this Wolf King will not be able to match it. After hearing Wang Yan's words, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue felt as if they had taken a reassurance pill. They began to retreat according to Wang Yan's command. After they entered stealth mode again, Qin Yuan launched another surprise attack on the Wind Wolf King and the Wolf Pack. Su Muxue ignored the Wind Wolves and attacked the Wind Wolf King, throwing several dark magic balls. Minus 13,592. Minus 14,305. Even though the Wind Wolf King has an exaggerated health of 120,000, he cannot withstand such outrageous damage. Just like that, the Wind Wolf King let out a howl and fell to the ground before he even touched everyone. Ding, your team member, Su Muxue, killed the LV-19 Wind Wolf King, and you gained 14,500 experience points. The other Wind Wolves were also dealt with one by Qin Yuan. The Wind Wolf King dropped several pieces of equipment, 3 of which were white plates and 2 bronze ones, in addition to a mysterious map. Su Muxue picked up the mysterious map. Look, what is this? Chapter 32 Small Treasure Map. Su Muxue picked up the map and looked at it carefully. After a moment, Su Muxue's face suddenly showed a look of surprise. This is a treasure map! When Qin Yuan and Wang Yan heard Su Muxue's exclamation, they came forward. Su Muxue handed the purple map to Wang Yan. Wang Yan took it and looked at it. A line of information appeared in front of him. Small treasure map. After using the map, you can open a temporary copy, and this map can refresh a small kobold camp. Qin Yuan also came over, looked at the map, and exclaimed. Fuck, it really is a treasure map. Wang Yan had heard about the treasure map. In some wild open areas, some bosses will occasionally drop this type of treasure map. It is called a treasure map, but in fact it can be seen as a key to open a special copy. After using the map, you can refresh a camp. After professionals enter the camp to challenge, they can get very generous rewards. Not only does the camp have higher experience points than regular dungeons, but it also has a chance to drop valuable items or equipment. This kind of treasure map is usually only dropped by boss. Therefore, even a small treasure map is very precious. If it is put up for auction in the market, it can be sold for at least several million. Of course, this kind of hard-to-find prop is generally not sold by anyone. Qingyuan's eyes were burning. How about it? Lao Wang, are we going to challenge this dungeon now? Wang Yan shook his head. Su Mushua's magic power is exhausted and needs to be restored. Don't you think your physical strength can't keep up? The three of them had been leveling up for the entire morning. Although only 3 hours had passed, they had not stopped during these 3 hours and had been fighting with the Wind Wolf the entire time. They killed group after group of Wind Wolves until they summoned the Wolf King, and finally no more Wind Wolves came to their door. Wang Yan was fine, his Halo skill only activated 10% of its effect, and his energy pool was still plenty. But Qingyuan's physical strength and Su Mushua's magic power could no longer keep up. As the battle lasted longer, their physical strength and magic power recovered slower and slower. They are not like Wang Yan, who has a rare item like energy pool that can restore energy. Wang Yan continued. It's noon now. Let's go to the supply station first, have a meal and recover, and then challenge this treasure map in the afternoon. Since Wang Yan had spoken, naturally neither of them had any objections. Wang Yan looked at their levels. Qingyuan and Su Mushua are both level 15 at this time. In other words, in just one morning, Qingyuan leveled up 4 levels, while Su Mushua leveled up 3 levels. This upgrade speed is simply exaggerated. Of course, this is mainly due to Wang Yan's contribution. Otherwise, there is no way that 2 people who are just over level 10 can defeat the Wind and Wave King who is level 15. Wang Yan looked at his experience bar, which was almost full. He estimated that it would not take long before he could reach level 19. When he reaches level 20, he will be able to awaken a new Halo. On the way to the supply station, Qingyuan suddenly said, Old Wang, it seems that the intimacy between the 3 of us has been upgraded. Wang Yan opened the friend list and took a look. Sure enough, the intimacy level between him, Qingyuan and Su Mushua had been upgraded from level 0 to level 2. There are 5 levels of intimacy. The longer you team up together, the higher the intimacy level. When the intimacy level is increased, you can get a certain amount of experience value bonus when forming a team. If you can reach level 5 intimacy, then even if you are in a multiplayer team, the experience points you gain will be greatly increased. When high-level and low-level professionals team up, the intimacy increases very slowly. This mechanism is also to prevent high-level professionals from leading low-level professionals to upgrade too quickly. It is also to encourage professionals to form a long-term and stable team. Wang Yan nodded and said, That's right. This way we should be able to upgrade faster this afternoon. Qingyuan laughed and said, Haha, it's a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect you to be so awesome. Leveling up with you is much more efficient than with those other players. Su Mushua didn't say anything, but judging from the expression on her face, she should be in a good mood. She always has a blank expression on her face and looks a little cold on weekdays. But at this moment, Su Mushua had a rare smile on her face. The 3 of them chatted as they walked. Qingyuan was the main person talking, then Wang Yan took over, and Su Mushua usually didn't speak much. Qingyuan asked, Lao Wang, which university are you going to apply to this time? Wang Yan paused and said, Well, actually I haven't thought about it yet. Although Wang Yan has already decided to choose among the 3 universities of Zhihai, Jiangnan and Kyoto. But he is not sure which one to go to. The college entrance examination rules in this world are slightly different. After the college entrance examination results are released, professionals have a long time to make their choices. As long as the scores are high enough, it is no problem to report later. After all, many professionals are bound to have some special things to do, while university is relatively free. Of course, the reporting time cannot be delayed too long. If you miss the formal courses, it will not be worth it. Qingyuan waved his hand. Well, with your level, you can go to any university you want. But when you have made up your mind, you can tell me. I will try my best to go to the same university as you. But, Qingyuan added, if I don't pass the exam, there's nothing I can do, Wang Yan smiled and said. Don't worry, with your ability, you will definitely pass the exam. Wang Yan wasn't trying to comfort him. Judging from the strength Qin Yuan demonstrated this morning, his potential is likely to be underestimated. Qin Yuan's overall strength may not be worse than that of the students at Tianshui No. 1 Middle School who have awakened 3 rare professions. And considering team formation, he might even be more popular with the team. Because he can not only act as a meat shield, but also has very strong output capabilities. At this moment, Su Muxue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Student Wang Yan, when you decide which school to go to, send me a message. Ah? Wang Yan and Qin Yuan looked at Su Muxue at the same time. Su Muxue's face turned slightly red for some reason. She turned around, walked quickly ahead, and said without looking back. Don't get me wrong, your grades have been better than mine for the past 3 years. I just want to find an opportunity to make up for it. Wang Yan said straightforwardly. No problem. I'll tell you when I think about it. Qin Yuan looked at Su Muxue, then at Wang Yan, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. There seems to be something wrong with these two people. Chapter 33, Zijin Chamber of Commerce, Purchasing Station. Before arriving at the supply station, the 3 of them sorted out their morning harvest. In addition to harvesting a lot of materials, they also obtained more than a dozen white equipment and 2 bronze equipment dropped by the Wind Wolf King. The 2 bronze items are Strength Arm Guards, bronze, equipment level LV15, heavy armor equipment, strength +5, defense +165. Wind Staff, bronze, equipment level LV15. After equipping, it increases the damage of wind attribute skills by 5%, increases casting speed by 5%, intelligence +5, and magic attack +1845. Both pieces of equipment are good equipment. But what surprised Wang Yan was that Su Muxue and Qin Yuan were not interested in these 2 pieces of equipment. They all suggested selling the 2 pieces of equipment for money and then splitting the proceeds. Let's not talk about Su Muxue. After all, she is a Dark Moon Mage, and only the bonus of dark attributes is effective for her. However, the properties of this Strength Arm Guard are very suitable for Qin Yuan, and Wang Yan doesn't understand why he doesn't want this equipment. Facing Wang Yan's doubts, Qin Yuan smiled and showed his equipment. Only then did Wang Yan realize that this boy was wearing a set of silver equipment, and all of them were level 10 equipment. He was speechless. Silver level equipment is not cheap. Even if it is only level 10, each piece will cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just treat yourself as a sucker. Your equipment has good attributes, but you can only use it up to level 15. When you reach level 20, the attributes of these equipment will not even be as good as those of level 20 blank equipment. Qin Yuan looked very proud. My buddy has money, I am happy to do it. Besides, you have no business sense. These silver level 15 equipment are very rare. I can sell them to the newly awakened professionals next year. I can't say how much I will make, but at least I can get my money back. Rounding it off, I got this equipment for free. Wang Yan looked at Qin Yuan. It was the first time he realized that Qin Yuan had the potential to be a profiteer. Maybe he inherited this gene for a profiteer from his family. Qin Yuan never said what his family did, but there was one thing Wang Yan was sure of, that was, his family was very rich. Shadow Grove Supply Station. The supply station here is a supply point established by the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. It can provide a place for professionals to stay, where they can stay or have meals. Of course, the most important function of this supply point is to purchase crystal cores, materials, etc. obtained by professionals. Zijin Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the entire Dragon Country. Their branches are almost all over Longhua, and they are a business organization that cooperates with the Longhua government. Therefore, the purchase price of Zijin Chamber of Commerce is very fair, and it follows the strategy of small profits but quick turnover. No matter what level of equipment, they can appraise it and then sell it directly. If you are very confident about your equipment, you can also take it to the auction of the Zijin Chamber of Commerce. Of course, generally only equipment above silver level will be put up for auction. After all, auctions require more commissions, and if you can't sell it at a good price, it will be a waste of time. At this time, inside the supply point, several young professionals placed a pile of materials on the trading table, expectantly waiting for the buyer's appraisal. Your crystal core and materials are worth 2,413 yuan in total. Would you like to pay in cash or by bank transfer? When they heard the acquisition personnel announce the price, a hint of joy appeared on the faces of several young professionals. Transfer the money, thank you. For many professionals, after they awaken to become combat professions, their first pot of gold is earned by selling materials at supply stations. More than 2,000 yuan is already an ordinary person's monthly income. And this group of young professionals earned so much in just one morning. Although it was shared by several people, it was still pretty good. For many budding professionals, this income is enough to keep them happy for a while. It was getting close to noon, and more people were coming to the supply point, and queues were gradually forming at the several windows for purchasing supplies. Generally speaking, professionals in their early 10th level only have 5 or 6 cubic meters of storage space. Moreover, most professionals from ordinary families would not rush to buy luxury equipment such as storage rings. So they need to sell materials and equipment frequently to free up their storage space. While waiting in line, these novice professionals listened to the figures reported by other acquisition windows and silently compared them with their own income. Hello, the estimated value of your materials and equipment is 6,421 yuan. Suddenly, the quotation at window number 3 attracted many people's attention. Many people looked sideways at window number 3. I saw a thin young boy holding a girl of the same age next to him and said casually, "It's just this little. Transfer it all to her." These two people are Jin Lu and Jiang Yueqi. I just don't know what these two people went through in the morning, and now they have developed to the point where their relationship is arm in arm with each other. Jiang Yueqi seemed a little flattered. "This is not good, Master Jin. After all, we are a team. Thanks to you and your sparring partner for helping me level up. How can I be embarrassed to do this?" Jin Lu waved his hand casually. "Take it. I don't need this little money. You can use it to exchange for some good equipment. We can team up together next time." As he spoke, Jin Lu gently pinched Jiang Yueqi's waist. Jiang Yueqi twisted her waist, her face full of joy and her eyes full of peach blossoms. "Thank you for taking care of me, Master Jin." After confirming with the two, the buyer accepted the materials and said to Jiang Yueqi, "I will transfer 6,421 yuan to you, including the 10% handling fee that has been deducted." Jiang Yueqi couldn't hide the smile on her face, and the look she gave Jin Lu became more and more seductive. The people around were talking about it. "Who is this person? He looks familiar." "You don't even know him, he's Jin Lu from class 3-1. Isn't that the one? One of the 3 rare professions in Tianshui City this year." "Yes, it's him. He awakened the bloodthirsty and frenzied warrior class, which is an offensive warrior class. No wonder he was able to obtain materials and equipment worth more than 6,000 yuan in just one morning. Is this the power of rare professions?" Jin Lu, who became the focus of everyone, was very pleased with the discussions of everyone. With a proud look on his face, he put his arm around Jiang Yueqi's waist and walked slowly through the crowd. Just as he was about to go to the restaurant at the supply station, he happened to see Wang Yan and others coming in from outside. Looking at Su Muxue talking and laughing with Wang Yan, Jin Lu's expression became a little gloomy. Qing Yuan also noticed Jiang Yueqi next to Jin Lu and was stunned for a moment. Noticing Qing Yuan's eyes, Jin Lu hugged Jiang Yueqi's waist tightly as if to provoke her. Unexpectedly, Qing Yuan just laughed and didn't look angry at all. He ignored it and just walked quietly to the purchase window to queue up. Chapter 34, 14 Pieces of White Clothes. Jin Lu was very unhappy with Qing Yuan's reaction. As for Wang Yan and Su Muxue, they didn't even look at Jin Lu. Jiang Yueqi saw all this and her face looked a little embarrassed. She pulled at the corner of Jin Lu's clothes. "Mr. Jin, aren't we going to eat?" Jin Lu ignored her and took a few steps forward towards Wang Yan and others. He said aloud, "Hey, isn't this Qing Yuan and Wang Yan? How did you harvest this morning?" Qing Yuan raised his eyelids. "None of your business." Only then did Wang Yan notice Jin Lu behind him. He sighed, feeling helpless about this lingering ghost. Jin Lu was scolded by Qing Yuan, but he was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Don't get excited. I just feel that as a classmate, I need to remind you that the purchase price of the supply station starts at 500 yuan. If you can't collect enough money later, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Jean Lu was telling the truth. Purchasing staff at the supply station need to keep records of every purchase. In order to prevent long queues from forming at the purchase window, and to avoid professionals who come to sell some scattered materials whenever they want, the Capital Chamber of Commerce stipulates that if the material is estimated to be worth less than 500, it will not be purchased. In Jean Lu's opinion, without the help of those sparring partners, Qin Yuan and his group would only have 3 people, not to mention that one of them, Wang Yan, was a useless aura master. With their team configuration, they would be lucky if they could kill a few rabbits this morning. For open areas like Shadowgrove where monsters tend to gather in groups, a team of more than 5 people is almost a hard standard if sparring is not taken into consideration. Jean Lu looked at Su Muxue standing beside him again. He originally thought that Su Muxue was in another team, but he didn't expect that she was determined to be with Wang Yan and Qin Yuan. This also made him more certain of his guess. This Su Muxue might really have some unclear relationship with Wang Yan. If this were not the case, who would be willing to team up with a useless aura master? Student Mu Shui, my thoughts remain unchanged. As long as you plan to join my team, you can do so at any time. Jean Lu did not give up and invited Su Muxue again. A hint of annoyance flashed across Su Muxue's eyes. No need, I have a team. Jean Lu was unhappy, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface. Okay, as long as you're happy. The conversation between several people here attracted the attention of people around. The crowd around started to watch the fun. There were many students from Tianshui No. 1 middle school present, and many of them recognized Su Muxue. Isn't this girl Su Muxue? Is that Su Muxue who awakened the Dark Moon Mage? Yes, it's her. She is one of the 3 great talents of Tianshui No. 1 middle school this year. It's really interesting that we met 2 of the 3 geniuses. This Su Muxue team is so unprofessional. How come there are only 3 people? Everyone suddenly shifted their attention to Wang Yan, who was standing nearby. They whispered to each other. Fuck, look who's next to Su Muxue. Oh my god, isn't this Wang Yan? Haha, isn't this the pride of our Tianshui No. 1 high school, the genius aura master Wang Yan? How can he have the nerve to team up with Su Muxue? Isn't this delaying her leveling up? Why else? He's just a gigolo. How shameless. He even dragged his brother Qin Yuan into this. This guy is truly amazing. I remember Qin Yuan seemed to be a heavy-armored warrior? It's a good profession. I know why there are only 3 of them. With Wang Yan as a burden, who would be willing to team up with them? Su Muxue and Qin Yuan are so unlucky to have such a friend. When they were discussing Wang Yan, they did not deliberately lower their voices, as if they intended for Wang Yan to hear. That's human nature. When you see someone who was once high and mighty fall down, there are always some people who can't help but want to step on him. Qin Yuan showed an indignant look on his face, and seemed to want to step forward and argue with those people. Wang Yan held him down and shook his head at him. Qin Yuan saw that Wang Yan looked normal and didn't seem to take the sarcasm and ridicule to heart. Suddenly, Qin Yuan understood Wang Yan's idea. He probably wanted to deliberately hide his strength. Although he didn't know why Wang Yan did this, Qin Yuan still nodded at Wang Yan. It was Qin Yuan and his team's turn at the acquisition window soon. Qin Yuan said, Lao Wang, classmate Su Muxue, let me take care of the recycling. You can trade the materials and equipment to me. Generally speaking, according to the general team rules, if the equipment obtained is not needed by anyone in the team, then it will all be sold and the money will be divided equally among everyone. If a team member obtains the equipment he needs, he will pay the market price, and the money will be distributed to all other teammates. Of course, you can also directly use the money from the sale of materials and equipment to offset it. The equipment items dropped by monsters are usually kept by the team leader, while the materials and crystal cores are automatically divided equally after the monster dies. As the saying goes, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Even the closest friends generally follow this rule. No one wanted the equipment that Wang Yan and his team obtained this morning, so they simply sold all the materials, crystal cores, and equipment together, and then divided the proceeds equally. Qin Yuan and Su Muxue tacitly acknowledged that Wang Yan was the captain, and all the equipment they obtained was in his possession. So Wang Yan traded all his equipment and materials to Qin Yuan, and Su Muxue also traded her materials to him. Under the expectant gaze of everyone, Qin Yuan came to the purchase window. Jin Lu looked at Qin Yuan with disdain, wanting to see how capable the three of them were. Under everyone's gaze, Qin Yuan first took out a white suit. Jin Lu frowned. White clothes are not valuable, just a few $100s. For wealthy families, this amount of money is not a big deal. But the problem is that when everyone is at a low level, the drop rate of white equipment is not high. Even if you kill 100 monsters below level 10, they may not drop a single piece of white equipment. So he was quite surprised that Qin Yuan could actually take out a white suit. Jin Lu sneered. It seems they are lucky. But soon, Jin Lu was speechless. He saw Qin Yuan taking out white clothes one by one and placing them on the purchasing table. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gradually, the entire supply station became quiet, and everyone's attention was attracted by Qin Yuan. The way they looked at Qin Yuan and others became increasingly strange. Qin Yuan placed the white clothes one by one on the stage. His movements made everyone hold their breath and watch. It was not until Qin Yuan took out 14 pieces of white clothes that he finally stopped. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. 14 pieces of white clothes, isn't this a bit too exaggerated? If it were an ordinary team, they might not be able to get so many white items even if they spent 3 or 4 days, let alone a whole morning. For low-level professionals, the main source of income is still from recycling materials and crystal cores. Chapter 35, Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce Black Card. As expected of a Dark Moon Mage, Su Muxue is indeed quite capable. It seems that the heavily armored warrior named Qin Yuan is also quite strong. 14 pieces of white equipment, even if you take into account the accumulation from yesterday, it's very powerful. It has only been 1 day since this generation of professionals awakened, and today is the 2nd day. No one thought that Qin Yuan and others obtained these equipment in just 1 morning. But even if he could collect 14 pieces of white equipment in 2 days, it would be surprising enough. Their attitudes also changed to some extent at this time. At least they have begun to recognize the strength of Su Muxue and Qin Yuan. As for Wang Yan, no one cares. No one really thinks that Wang Yan has any credit. After all, he is just an aura master. Jin Lu, who was originally preparing to watch the fun from the side, now had a somewhat stiff expression on his face. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him strangely, Jin Lu's expression became somewhat gloomy. Many people noticed just now that there was some conflict between Jin Lu and Wang Yan's team. Jin Lu even took the initiative to mock him, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. But what everyone didn't expect was that after Qin Yuan placed the 14 pieces of white equipment on the table, he actually took out 2 pieces of bronze equipment. One is a bronze arm guard and the other is a bronze staff. As soon as these 2 bronze suits were displayed, the crowd suddenly became excited. Fuck, am I seeing right? Is this a bronze suit? And there are 2 of them? Where on earth did they get it from? If I remember correctly, among monsters over level 10, bronze equipment is only available from the boss, right? Is it just luck? One thing can be considered luck, but 2 things are unlikely. Generally speaking, monsters below level 15 will only drop basic equipment. Then there is an extremely low probability, about 1 in tens of millions, of bronze-level equipment dropping. In other words, if you want to get bronze equipment from a monster over level 10, it can only be dropped from the boss. This is a bit confusing. Can a team of 3 really challenge the boss? Even a level 10 boss has close to 100,000 HP, and the boss has various special skills. How can it be easily solved without a team of about 10 people? Everyone showed disbelief on their faces. Jin Lu's face was filled with shock, his eyes moving back and forth between Qin Yuan and Su Muxue. Is the Dark Moon Mage really that powerful? Or is it that Qin Yuan is a hidden master? Jian Yueqi, who was standing next to Jin Lu, was feeling uneasy. Jian Yueqi knew it best, as she had leveled up with Qin Yuan yesterday. Before leaving Shadow Forest, they sold all their spoils together. In other words, the pile of equipment in front of Qin Yuan was definitely not accumulated yesterday, but was obtained in just this morning. Although she didn't know how Qin Yuan did it, it was obvious that she must have missed something. If she hadn't had a conflict with Qin Yuan in the morning, she would have a share of these equipment now. Since they were able to produce so much equipment, one can imagine how much experience they gained. Conservatively speaking, these experiences can allow her to level up by about 3 levels. At this moment Jian Yueqi was filled with regret. For a moment, Wang Yan's 3-person team became the focus of everyone. After Qin Yuan took out 2 pieces of bronze equipment, he placed the miscellaneous materials including the crystal core on the table. That's all. Please give me an estimate. The buyer's eyes were also filled with shock, and it was only after Qin Yuan reminded her that she reacted. After counting, the buyer said, "The total value of your equipment and materials is 32,356 yuan, which is 29,120.4 yuan after deducting the 10% handling fee." Qin Yuan took out a black card and said, "I have this." When the buyer saw the card in Qin Yuan's hand, his face suddenly changed. She immediately said to Qin Yuan respectfully, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know you were a distinguished Sijin Chamber of Commerce black card user. I'll waive the handling fee for you and calculate the recycling price based on the highest average market price, which is 35,591 yuan in total." Qin Yuan nodded with satisfaction. The buyer transferred the money for him very quickly. The people around were talking about it. Black card user? What is that? Why have I never heard of it? It feels like it's pretty awesome. It must be amazing. Look at the way the buyer flattered us. We don't usually get this kind of treatment. Only Jin Lu was extremely shocked. He knew very well what the black card of the Capital Chamber of Commerce meant. He once heard his father mention that in the entire Dongshan province, there were no more than 10 people who possessed the Zijin Chamber of Commerce black card. Even though Genie Company was the largest agency company in Tianshui City, his father was not eligible for a black card. Who is this Qin Yuan? After the transaction was completed, Qin Yuan glanced at Jin Lu intentionally or unintentionally. Jin Lu was a little frightened by his look. He shook off Jian Yueqi's hand. Jian Yueqi screamed and looked at Jin Lu in surprise. Jin Lu said nothing, and said to the 3 sparring partners beside him, "Let's go!" After saying that, he hurriedly left the supply station, leaving Jian Yueqi alone. Qin Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. In a sense, Jin Lu is really decisive. Jian Yueqi was a little confused. She didn't know why Jin Lu suddenly left her here as if he had seen a ghost. At this time, everyone around her looked at her with strange eyes. Jian Yueqi felt a little embarrassed and looked at Qin Yuan with a look as if asking for help, but found that Qin Yuan and Wang Yan and Su Muxue had already walked towards the restaurant. Jian Yueqi's face flushed red, and she turned around and walked out, leaving the supply station. In the restaurant, the 3 of them divided the proceeds from selling equipment and materials equally, with each earning about 10,000 yuan. Qin Yuan naturally looked down on this little money, and Su Muxue didn't seem to care much about it either. For them, the biggest gain this morning was that their levels soared a lot, and nothing else mattered. Wang Yan shook his head. Rich people are just different. But soon Wang Yan realized that he was now more or less a multimillionaire. When going to the restaurant, Wang Yan suddenly remembered that he still owed Qin Yuan a meal. "What would you 2 like to eat? I'll treat you later. I just said I'd treat you to a meal yesterday." Qin Yuan quickly shook his head and said, "Come on, big brother. How dare I ask you to treat me to a meal? You are my real brother now. Don't worry, I will make sure you have a clear arrangement for this lunch. You should recover your strength. I am counting on you to help me level up this afternoon." Wang Yan was speechless. Su Muxue suddenly said, "How about we split the bill?" Qin Yuan said quickly, "Don't, Su Muxue, you've worked hard this morning. If you hadn't joined our team, we 2 brothers might still be fighting the rabbit monster right now." Qin Yuan led the way and said, "Don't be polite to me, I'll make the arrangements." He walked up to a restaurant staff, flashed his black card, and said, "Are there any private rooms left? Get one for me." When the staff member heard Qin Yuan's words, he frowned at first, but when he saw the card in Qin Yuan's hand, he immediately put on a very friendly smile. "Please wait a moment, I will arrange it for you right away. Chapter 36 Random Refresh. After a while, a man in formal attire came hurriedly from the office upstairs from the restaurant. He was smiling all the time and greeted Wang Yan and others very respectfully. Hello everyone, I'm the manager of the supply station restaurant. My last name is Wang, and my full name is Wang Shun. Please go upstairs. We have a special room prepared just for our distinguished guests. At the invitation of Manager Wang, Wang Yan and his companions were invited into a special box on the second floor. After inviting them into the box, Wang Shun had someone present a special menu. After Qin Yuan took the menu, he didn't look at it, but handed it to Wang Yan first. Lao Wang, Sumushue, take a look and see if you have anything you want to eat. You are welcome to order whatever you want. Wang Shun was watching this scene from the side, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could tell at a glance that among the three people, Qin Yuan and the girl seemed to be secretly led by Wang Yan. What is the origin of this young man named Wang Yan that makes a black card user of Zijin Chamber of Commerce respect him so much? It seems that these three people are classmates, and they should have a very good relationship. Wang Shun silently memorized the appearance of Wang Yan and Su Mushue, and whispered to the waiter next to him. Bring me a bottle of rubies. Wang Yan took the menu and looked at it carefully. Generally speaking, restaurants at supply stations provide some fast food. To put it simply, a supply station is a place that provides a temporary dining place for ordinary professionals. Generally, professionals who come here focus on killing monsters and leveling up, not on enjoying delicious food. So Wang Yan could tell at a glance that the menu seemed to be prepared specially for a special guest. The menu includes king salmon, caviar, shark fin, white truffle. At first glance, these are not things that should be found in a fast food restaurant. However, Wang Yan doesn't like these fancy things very much. His only requirement for food is that it is large in quantity, and filling and delicious. So he turned to the next few pages and ordered some more homely dishes, such as dompa pork elbow, fish-flavored eggplant pancake, and twice-cooked pork. Then Wang Yan handed the menu to Su Mushue. Su Mushue refused directly. You guys order. I'm not picky about food. I'll eat anything. So the menu returned to Qin Yuan, who said directly to the waiter. Please give me one portion of each of your signature dishes. Just as Qin Yuan finished speaking, Wang Shun walked in holding a tray. On the tray was a bottle of red wine with a fiery red gem painted on the label. Excuse me, this is a bottle of red wine I'm giving to you on behalf of the restaurant. It's called Ruby and comes from the Hessen Winery in Dragon Country. Qin Yuan hurriedly said. Manager Wang is so polite. We are just having a simple meal. There is no need to make such a fuss. Wang Shun quickly opened the bottle of red wine and put it on the table. Mr. Qin, your presence really makes our shop shine. I won't bother you anymore. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. Looking at the red wine on the table, Su Mushue smiled slightly. Ruby, Qin Yuan, it seems that you have a lot of face? Qin Yuan waved his hand. I don't have any face at all. It's all because of that black card. I'm just a loser. Wang Yan knew nothing about red wine, so he asked Su Mushue. Is this wine expensive? Su Mushue nodded. That's right. In order to pursue the quality of their wine, the Hessen Winery has a very limited annual output. A bottle of Ruby can be sold for hundreds of thousands. Qin Yuan said disdainfully. Hey, what's the limited production? It's just a waste of money. If you asked me, it's not as good as Coke. As he said that, Qin Yuan actually asked the waiter to bring a bottle of Coke. Su Mushue looked at Qin Yuan and shook her head speechlessly. Everyone was quite satisfied with the meal, and it was obvious that the restaurant really put in a lot of effort. At the dinner table, the three of them chatted, and Su Mushue gradually became familiar with Wang Yan and Qin Yuan. Wang Yan discovered that this girl, known as Yan Luoang, was not that difficult to get along with. She is just more competitive than the average girl and is focused on improving her abilities. In other aspects, she is not much different from ordinary girls. After eating and drinking, Qin Yuan suggested continuing to upgrade, as he was already a little impatient. So everyone walked out of the supply station and came to an open space in the forest. Wang Yan took out a purple map from his backpack. This was the small treasure map he got from the Wind Wolf King this morning. Looking at this treasure map, Wang Yan and Su Mushua's eyes were somewhat excited. The small copies refreshed by treasure maps generally have very generous rewards, and the experience points are much higher than those of ordinary monsters. Under the gaze of the two people, Wang Yan's mind moved, and the picture suddenly flashed with a faint purple light. After a moment, the words and lines on the treasure map gradually became clear, and an arrow pointed to the end of the treasure map. Kobold Camp, level 1520, Boss Bronze level. Wang Yan frowned. Bad luck, this treasure map is refreshed randomly. Generally speaking, after opening the treasure map, the copy will be refreshed in front of the user most of the time. There are also a small number of treasure maps that refresh directly at a random location nearby. Users need to follow the instructions on the treasure map to find the location of this copy. If you are unlucky, you may even be discovered by other professionals first. The copy of the small treasure map can only accommodate one team. If it is discovered by someone else first, it would be like making wedding clothes for others. However, this randomly refreshed treasure map will usually refresh in a location with fewer people. As long as Wang Yan and others follow the instructions on the map, they still have a great chance. Su Mushua took out the map, compared it with the location marked on the treasure map in Wang Yan's hand, and said, "Sorry, this copy is located in the first area." The so-called first area is the official way of dividing the Shadow Forest into areas. Shadowgrove is a very large forest. The official divides Shadowgrove into different areas according to the level of monsters living in it. The area with monsters below level 10 is called the Outer Shadowgrove, while the area with monsters above level 10 is called the Inner Shadowgrove. The Inner Shadow Forest is divided into 3 areas from the outside to the inside: the first area, the second area, and the third area. The deeper you go, the higher the level of the monsters. In the first area, monsters around level 20 have started to appear. If you are unlucky, you might encounter monsters above level 25. For Qin Yuan and his group's level, the first area is a relatively dangerous area. Moreover, they lack reconnaissance professions and are unable to avoid risks in advance. Chapter 37: Insider Information of the Pet Industry. For a moment, everyone hesitated. Wang Yan said, "Well, shall we go?" Qin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Of course I have to go. It's such a rare opportunity." Wang Yan looked at Su Mushua again. Su Mushua hesitated for a moment and said, "Why don't we take a vote? Those who agree to go, raise your hands." After saying that, Su Mushua raised her hand. Then she looked again and saw that Wang Yan and Qin Yuan also raised their hands without hesitation. "Well, why should we vote? 3 people are so bold and one is chasing the other." After making the decision, the 3 of them set off immediately and rushed towards the destination without stopping. Along the way, in order to quickly reach the location of the copy, they did not choose to take the main road, but chose to take a shortcut. Qin Yuan held a knife and cleared a path in front, cutting through the thick thorns that blocked his way. While clearing the way ahead, Qin Yuan complained, "Alas, if I hadn't wanted to level up quickly these past 2 days, I would have definitely gotten a pet to use as a mount. It's too troublesome to walk here." Speaking of pets, Wang Yan immediately became interested. He had the idea of contracting a combat pet some time ago. "Qin Yuan, do you know a good place to sell pets?" Qin Yuan turned around and said, "Why? You want to get a pet?" Then Qin Yuan said, "Hey, you're right, Lao Wang. With your skill, it's most suitable to have a combat-type pet. If you turn on this aura for your pet will definitely be very powerful." Wang Yan said, "I thought so too, but I'm not very familiar with the pet market." Qin Yuan thought about it. "But if you asked me, I'm not sure either. I'm not very familiar with the pet market." Qin Yuan looked at Su Mushua and didn't say anything else. He knew that the Su family was in the pet business. But he couldn't say it directly. If he said it directly, Su Mushua might think that he had specifically investigated her background or something, causing unnecessary misunderstandings. At this moment, Su Mushua took the initiative to speak. "There are only 2 pet stores in Tianshui City. One is Zen Shuzhai in the east of the city, and the other is Yishiguan in the west of the city. But to be honest, if you want to buy a good pet in these 2 pet stores, it's very difficult." After Su Mushua's explanation, Wang Yan finally understood. It turns out that most of the pets sold in the pet shop are bronze and silver level pets, which means that their upper limit of strength will not be too high. The difference in strength between pets of different qualities is very large. It's like a bronze level mole can never be a match for a sanctuary level dragon no matter how it's trained. Moreover, the pets in these pet shops are extremely expensive. Even a bronze level pet egg could be sold for tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention other high level pets. Because most of these pet eggs or pets are caught from the wild by professional animal trainers, there are very few pets that can be artificially bred. And not all monsters in the wild are suitable as pets. It would be best if the monster had social habits and a stable personality to be a pet. The highest quality pet eggs in the pet shop are basically around gold. Higher quality ones are generally not circulated in the market, and even if they are available, they will be bought up quickly. Finally, Su Mushue concluded. So, if you want to buy a combat-type pet to transition, of course that's fine, but if you don't want to waste too many resources and buy a pet that can accompany you in battle for a long time, there are only two ways. One is to go out into the wild and steal the eggs of powerful monsters. Of course, this method is likely to cost you your life. Another thing is that you can pay attention to the auctions that the Purple Gold Chamber of Commerce holds regularly across the country. Generally, high-level pet eggs or pets will be given priority in the auctions, so that they can be sold at a good price. Wang Yan nodded and said, I see. I understand. It can be seen that Su Mushue is very knowledgeable about the pet industry. After her explanation, Wang Yan also had a general understanding of this industry. If Su Mushue didn't tell him this, he might have gone to the pet shop in the market and been cheated. After walking for about 10 minutes, the three of them came across a stream. Wang Yan took out the map and looked at it. This should be the dividing line between the inner area of Shadow Forest and the first area. As long as they cross this stream, the monsters they encounter next will basically be around level 20. Qinyuan and Su Mushue are both currently at level 15. Killing monsters across 5 levels is something that ordinary people would never dare to think about. However, considering Wang Yan's incredible aura, they were not so scared. After entering the first area, they only walked forward a few hundred meters before encountering the first monster in the first area. This is a strange ancient tree about 3 meters tall, covered with messy branches and thorns. Twisted Tree, LV21 Monster. The twisted tree has a mouth formed by a tree hole and 2 eyes on its trunk, which look like human facial features. It opened its mouth and made a harsh creaking sound, like the creaking of an old door bolt. Wang Yan recognized the monster in front of him at a glance. The twisted tree moves slowly, has extremely strong defense, and has a certain regenerative ability. When it gets close to the enemy, it will use its thorns to wrap around the enemy, strangling the opponent like a python and strangling him to death. What Wang Yan is least afraid of is this kind of monster with strong defense. He directly deployed 3 halos at the same time, and Qinyuan and Su Mushue also attacked the twisted tree in tacit understanding. Su Mushue summoned a dark substance that looked like a meteorite that fell from the sky and hit the twisted tree hard. -34,197. This is the skill that Su Mushue had just learned when she reached level 15 Dark Matter, a small-range skill with extremely high magic damage. Qinyuan was not willing to be outdone, but the opponent was a level 21 monster after all, so Qinyuan did not rush forward to fight head-on. Even if he switched to a defensive stance, he might not be able to withstand the damage from a monster of this level. He held a big sword and slashed out several sword energies in succession. -14,762. -15,879. The sword energy fell on the twisted tree, wood chips flew everywhere, and many branches were cut off. This is also the new skill Qinyuan has learned, Sword Chi Slash, which allows him to attack the enemy from a distance. Sword Chi skills are the characteristics of heavy-armored warriors, and most warrior professions basically have no long-range attack methods. Therefore, heavy-armored warriors are also ridiculed as Chi Mages by some professionals. Under the violent output of the two, the twisted tree fell down with a loud bang. Wang Yan nodded slightly. It seems that we can still deal with this level 20 monster easily. In that case, let's not waste any more time and get on with our journey. According to the instructions on the map, they were still more than 1,000 meters away from the copy. Wang Yan simply turned on the invisibility halo and headed towards the kobold copy at full speed. Chapter 38 Blood Crocodile. Inner area of Shadow Forest, first area. This is a huge freshwater lake, and a little deer cautiously comes to the surface of the water. It was very alert and kept looking around. After confirming again and again that there was no danger around, it carefully bent down to drink the water in the lake. Just as it bent down, a splash of water suddenly appeared on the originally calm surface of the lake. A bloody mouth emerged from the water and bit the deer's neck. This is a huge crocodile, and its body looks to be 4 or 5 meters long. Unlike the dark gray skin of ordinary crocodiles, this crocodile is red all over, with black and red patterns that look like blood. It is not an ordinary crocodile, but a level 25 monster, the blood crocodile. The deer panicked and struggled violently to break free, but the blood crocodile did a death roll on the spot. After several rounds, the deer was half dead. The blood crocodile slowly dragged the deer into the water and disappeared beneath the surface. The lake returned to calm again, and if it weren't for the bloodstains on the ground, it would seem as if nothing had happened. About 10 minutes later, 3 professionals came to the freshwater lake. They were Wang Yan, Qingyuan, and Su Muxue. That's right here. Wang Yan turned off his invisibility halo. The journey over the past few minutes had consumed a lot of his energy. Although his energy pool was still sufficient, he still had to use it sparingly, since he had to enter a dungeon later. I looked at the treasure map, and the copy on the map corresponds to this place. In fact, he didn't even need to look at the treasure map, because at this moment there was a circular halo flashing on the distant lake shore. Within the halo was a dark and bottomless void that seemed endless. This halo is the symbol of the portal. Just touch this portal and you can enter the dungeon. Haha, luckily no one else noticed. Qingyuan was extremely excited and was about to rush towards the portal when he was suddenly grabbed by Wang Yan. What's wrong, Lao Wang? Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan with a puzzled look. Wang Yan said speechlessly. You've forgotten everything in the textbook, haven't you? Ah? Qingyuan pretended to be thinking hard, but after thinking for a long time he still didn't understand what Wang Yan meant. Su Muxue smiled and said, It's obvious from the look of you that you don't usually listen carefully. You must have slept in class. Qingyuan smiled awkwardly. To be honest, I do have a habit of sleeping in class. Then he said helplessly, it's really too stressful to be with you two academic masters. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Wang Yan explained. This large freshwater lake is a very important source of water in the forest. Suddenly, Wang Yan discovered that there seemed to be some messy traces of struggle somewhere on the lakeshore. As he walked towards the trace, he continued to explain. So, a lot of smart predators would set up ambushes here to ambush the animals that come to drink from the water. Su Muxue added. Not only that, this kind of freshwater lake is very dangerous in itself. There may be some aquatic monsters in the water, such as water snakes, crocodiles, alligators, and snapping turtles. Wang Yan said. That's right, so we can't get too close to the lakeshore, and we have to be careful of the surrounding grass. After listening to their explanation, Qingyuan suddenly felt scared. Shit, luckily you held me back just now. It turns out this lakeside is so dangerous. Qingyuan patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Old Wang, let's turn on the stealth and rush over. Wang Yan shook his head. No rush, let's first deal with the threats near this portal to avoid being ambushed when we get out. Qingyuan and Su Muxue both agreed. Wang Yan looked at his experience bar and realized that he was only 10% away from reaching level 20. Resolving the threats around the portal was only one of the reasons. His real idea was to gain as much experience as possible before entering the dungeon. When he reaches level 20, he will awaken another aura skill. By then, even if there is any danger in the copy, he will be able to deal with it more calmly. Wang Yan walked up to the messy traces and found that a long drag mark had been plowed out on the sand on the ground. It was obvious that something had been dragged into the water. There were also some bloodstains and some water marks on the sand. These water marks looked very new and had not yet completely evaporated. It can be seen that something must have been hunting here just now. Old Wang, did you find anything? Qingyuan and Su Muxue walked to Wang Yan's side, and following Wang Yan's gaze, they also saw the bloodstains. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said, If I remember correctly, the aquatic monsters in Shadow Forest include giant anacondas, black electric eels, and the most numerous blood crocodiles. Look at these marks, it looks like the blood crocodile did it. Let's not get too close to the shore. Blood crocodiles are social monsters. They are large, strong, and swim very fast. They are good at sneak attacks from underwater, but they move very slowly on land. Qingyuan asked. So what do we do next? Wang Yan looked at the portal. Let's go towards the portal first, and keep a distance from the shore. They will come out eventually. The blood crocodile is a violent creature that will never tolerate outsiders entering its territory. The portal is located on the distant shore, very close to the lake. Wang Yan and his two companions always kept a distance of 3 or 4 meters from the shore, either too far nor too close. They were intentionally luring the monster in the lake to take the bait. When everyone was less than 10 meters away from the portal, suddenly, the originally calm surface of the lake began to churn violently like boiling water. Accompanied by splashing water, countless blood crocodiles crawled out of the water. There was a dense mass of red, and it looked like there were at least hundreds of them, making one's scalp tingle. Fortunately, Wang Yan and the other two were well prepared. They quickly retreated away from the shore. The blood crocodiles moved very slowly on the shore, but they seemed determined today and seemed determined to drag the 3 invaders into the water. There was a red light in their eyes, and the red scales on their scarlet skin opened and closed with their angry breathing. Wang Yan did not hesitate and immediately spread out the halo. Qingyuan kept waving the giant sword in his hand, releasing several sword chi slashes. -15,509. -15,971. The blood crocodile's health is about 24,000. Qingyuan can kill a blood crocodile with every 2 sword energies. But Su Mushua's situation is much simpler. Every time she summoned a dark matter to smash down, 3 or 4 blood crocodiles died on the spot. Although these hundreds of blood crocodiles look scary, Su Mushua and Qingyuan's killing efficiency is even more exaggerated. Chapter 39 Mutated Boss. Soon, the bright red corpses were piled up all over the lakeside. The speed at which the corpses disappeared was not even as fast as the speed at which Qingyuan and Su Mushua killed them. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the blood of the blood crocodiles soaked the mud and sand beneath them, forming a bright red mud. Wang Yan also quietly released the finger pressing on the frequency conversion ring. He had originally planned to slightly increase the power of the halo if Qingyuan and Su Mushua were under too much pressure. But according to the current situation, 10% is enough. At first, these blood crocodiles seemed endless and kept crawling out of the lake, but soon, their numbers decreased. About 10 minutes later, there were only 5 or 6 blood crocodiles left on the shore. Qingyuan charged directly into the group of crocodiles, followed by a crushing storm, killing all the remaining crocodiles. Ha! Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Done! Hundreds of crocodiles were killed by the 2 of them. Countless corpses turned into light spots all over the sky and disappeared in midair, leaving only bloodstains on the ground, proving what had just happened. These crocodiles dropped several white outfits and a large amount of materials. Alligator skin and teeth are both great materials for crafting and can fetch a good price. Qingyuan walked forward, picked up the equipment on the ground one by one, and then returned to the crowd. Qingyuan was carrying a huge sword, looking relaxed. That's all a group of level 20 monsters are? They're not that strong, it's as easy as killing a wind wolf. Come to think of it, could it be that we have wiped out these blood crocodiles? It seems that we have already wiped them out. Wang Yan smiled and said, I didn't realize you care about the environment. Qingyuan laughed out loud. What do you mean by caring about the environment? I just haven't killed enough people. Just as Qingyuan was boasting, suddenly, there was a surge of water in the center of the freshwater lake. A deep, powerful, angry roar came from the center of the lake. The roar was like a dragon's roar, making people feel a sense of fear unconsciously as if it was instinctive. The strong low-frequency vibrations of the roar caused splashes and ripples on the water surface, as if there was a subwoofer in the water. What the hell is going on? Qingyuan was startled and quickly ran several steps in the opposite direction of the lake before he dared to look back. Some blood-red scales and a dorsal fin like a sword floated out of the water. The dorsal fin and red scales have a metallic texture and sparkle in the sun. A crocodile head also floated out of the water, and a pair of cold and ruthless eyes were staring at the three people on the shore. This is a blood crocodile of huge size. Judging from its size, it is at least 8 or 9 meters long. It was swimming very fast, approaching the three people on the shore rapidly, and its information appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dragon blood crocodile, gold, level 33, this is a powerful mutated blood crocodile. It has activated the remaining dragon blood in its body, bringing unlimited possibilities for its growth, and its offspring will have a great probability of inheriting or even optimizing its dragon blood. Oh my god! A level 33 gold boss! Qingyuan was horrified. Wang Yan and Su Muxue also showed surprise on their faces. Generally speaking, most bosses are about 5 levels higher than monsters of the same group. It is very rare to find a monster like this that is 13 levels higher than the monsters of the same group. And according to its information description, it seems to have mutated and is still growing, which means that level 33 is not its upper limit. The chance of monster mutation is not 0, but it is very low. I didn't expect the probability to be so low, but today the three of them just happened to meet each other. What should we do? Wang Yan? Su Muxue looked at Wang Yan, waiting for him to make a decision. Run first, then talk. What else can I do? Of course I'd run away. I can't fight a level 33 boss head-on. Wang Yan did not hesitate and directly turned on the invisibility halo, running towards the portal with Qingyuan and Su Muxue. The angry dragon blood crocodile suddenly rushed out of the water, creating countless splashes. Its movements on land were obviously much faster than other blood crocodiles. But when it rushed to the shore, it found that the 3 damn humans in front of it had disappeared. The dragon blood crocodile roared, and the huge roar seemed to carry the anger of being played by a weak creature. The 3 of them turned on the stealth and trotted to the portal. A prompt appeared in front of them. Do you want to enter the dungeon, Kobold Camp? Kobold Camp, level 1520, boss, bronze level. Wang Yan chose yes without hesitation. I saw a flash of strong light before my eyes and I couldn't see anything clearly. When the strong light disappeared, everyone had arrived at another place. They were in an open space surrounded by wooden walls and watchtowers. It looked as if they were trapped inside these walls. However, these walls look very simple. They are made of wooden sticks and then covered with clay. Then they are burned with flames to harden the outer layer of clay. I have to say this is a very poor and primitive level of construction. Welcome to the Kobold Camp. Objective: kill the Kobold leader and steal his treasure. Note: if your team leaves the instance before killing the Kobold leader, you will not receive any rewards, and all experience and loot will be recycled. It can be seen that the copy of the treasure map is indeed somewhat special. In general, even if you quit a dungeon halfway through, there is no such thing as recovering experience points and loot. This dungeon only counts if you defeat the Kobold leader. Just as the boost disappeared, everyone suddenly heard a horn sound. Then a chaotic sound came from the city wall. Intruder! There's an intruder! Defeat the invaders! Kill them! Then many short dog-headed men suddenly appeared on the city wall. They all have dog heads and human bodies, are short in stature, have dark red skin, and look somewhat similar to orcs. However, they are not as tall and strong as orcs. They are very thin and look like smaller versions of orcs. However, the crossbows and tendon-horn bows in their hands still made Wang Yan and others feel a little threatened. Defensive stance. Qingyuan reacted quickly, immediately changed his posture, took out a large shield, and blocked Su Muxue and Wang Yan. Wang Yan also activated the invisibility halo at the first possible moment. The terrain they were in was at a disadvantage, and the enemy was attacking from a high position, so the arrows could have greater power, and Wang Yan and others could not fight back easily. So Wang Yan had no choice but to turn on invisibility first, and see what the situation was. Seeing the 3 people suddenly disappear, everyone's ogre brain seemed to crash for a second. For a moment, they were a little confused as to why the 3 people had suddenly disappeared. Chapter 40: Closing the door and beating the dog. It was not known who took the lead, but a dog-headed man shot an arrow towards the place where Wang Yan and the others were just now. The other gnolls suddenly realized and began to attack the place where Wang Yan and the others were just now. For a moment, the land where Wang Yan and his companions were just now was instantly covered by a rain of arrows. However, Wang Yan and his men had already moved away under the cover of invisibility. Occasionally, a few arrows that were extremely crooked accidentally flew towards Wang Yan and his team, but were blocked one by Qin Yuan with his shield. Perhaps because the scene was too chaotic, no kobold noticed the arrows that suddenly fell from the air. They were just busy, firing, madly, shooting arrows one after another as if they were free, aimlessly firing at the open space below the city wall. Soon, the vast yellow land was filled with arrows. Quack, quack! A kobold that was slightly taller than an ordinary kobold raised his hand as if issuing some instructions. After it spoke, the other kobolds immediately stopped shooting. Wang Yan and others also noticed this conspicuous dog-headed man, and a line of information appeared in front of them. Kobold Centurion Bronze, level, LV20. Except for this Gnoll Centurion, the other Gnolls are basically around LV15. Quack, quack? The dog-headed Centurion had a puzzled look on his face and scratched his head, as if thinking. Quack! Quack! The dog-headed Centurion waved his hand and chattered in a language that Wang Yan and others could not understand. Apparently, the Kobold Centurion gave another order. The ogres standing on the city walls quickly got busy. They threw away their bows and crossbows and replaced them with short swords and round shields. Old Wang, what are they doing? Wang Yan shook his head. I don't know, let's wait and see. I saw several dog-headed men turning a huge winch on the city wall. The winch drove the rope and slowly pulled up the simple city gate. Countless dog-headed men rushed out of the city gate and rushed to the open space where Wang Yan and others were. They twitched their noses as if they were sniffing something, and some of the dog-headed men waved their daggers in the air, as if trying to test the location of Wang Yan and others. They know we're invisible, Wang Yan said. It was obvious that these dog-headed men wanted to find Wang Yan and others through a carpet search. What should we do then? Although these ogres are not as high level as the blood crocodiles, they are numerous and occupy advantageous terrain. It would be a bit dangerous if they were to fight rashly. Although this open space is not small, about the size of a football field, it is only a matter of time before they are found if the other party conducts a carpet search. Wang Yan looked up at the city wall and asked the two people beside him. See that capstan next to that kobold centurion? Qin Yuan and Su Muxuan nodded at the same time. Their four walls are completely closed, and that gate is the only entrance. As long as the capstan is destroyed, they won't be able to escape by themselves. Qin Yuan and Su Muxua's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's go while the city gates are still open. At this moment, the ogres who had been standing on the city walls and watchtowers came to the ground one after another. They poured into the open space in groups, determined to find the invaders. Wang Yan and the other two moved carefully, sticking to the corner of the wall, trying their best to avoid these dog-headed men so as not to bump into them and get discovered. Fortunately, this open space was relatively empty, and the noblemen's team did not have time to assemble for a while. The three of them slipped out through the city gate quietly without anyone noticing. The kobolds were unaware of this. Ha ha ha, these idiots! Qin Yuan couldn't help laughing when he saw these dog-headed men continuing to pour into the open space under the city wall. The three of them successfully climbed up the city wall along the stairs behind it. They stood behind the kobold centurion so openly, and the kobold centurion remained unaware. It was yelling loudly and directing the hundreds of dog-headed men below to search for the traces of Wang Yan and others. Maybe it's because the kobolds have low IQs. It can be seen that it is very difficult to command this kobold centurion. Occasionally, there would be a few gnolls who disobeyed his orders and made him scream in anger. Qin Yuan put away his shield, drew the giant sword from his waist, raised the sword and stood behind the ogre centurion. Don't worry, Wang Yan said. Wait until they all go to the open space, then we'll close the door and beat the dogs. Wang Yan took out a small knife from his backpack and stood next to the capstan. As soon as I cut the capstan rope, you can start. Su Muxua and Qin Yuan both expressed their understanding. Qin Yuan held a huge sword and stood behind the kobold centurion. He was like an invisible god of death, ready to chop off the kobold centurion's head at any time. Chili Quao! Chili Quao! Under the passionate command of the Gnoll Centurion, about hundreds of gnolls gathered in the open space under the city wall. They held short swords and round shields, lined up in a long snake formation, and advanced slowly from left to right. They brandished their daggers, hacking at the enemies that didn't exist in front of them. Be prepared to act. Wang Yan came to the capstan and swung the dagger in his hand violently, and the rope connected to the city gate broke instantly. With a loud bang, the city gate hanging in the air fell to the ground. At the same time, the halo around him instantly spread out. All the kobolds were startled by the loud noise. Quack! The kobold centurion made a puzzled sound. But the next second, it heard a huge sound of breaking air in its ears. Looking back, the sharp blade of the giant sword was already in front of me. Qin Yuan swung out several times with his sword, and the defenseless ogre centurion died instantly. Su Mushua also released several dark moon blades, instantly killing all the ogres guarding the ogre centurion. At this time, the other dog-headed people on the city wall reacted. Quack, quack! Seeing that the gnoll centurion had been killed, several timid gnolls were so scared that they turned around and ran away. There were also a few brave ogres who raised their shields and rushed towards Wang Yan and others. Of course, what greeted them was the dark moon magic and sword energy with ridiculously high damage. Just like cutting melons and vegetables, these rebellious ogres failed to cause much splash and were quickly cleared out by the three men on the city wall. Now there are only a few hundred dog heads left trapped under the city wall. These trapped gnolls were shouting and screaming in anger, but they could do nothing to Wang Yan and the others. Their bows and crossbows were left on the city walls, and they only had short swords and round shields. Several kobolds picked up stones on the ground and threw them onto the city wall. Of course, this didn't work. Chapter 41 Upgrade. New Aura. Qin Yuan had a malicious smile on his face. You just locked us up down there to shoot arrows at us, right? Now it's our turn. The gnolls below seemed to know that they were in great danger. Many gnolls gathered under the city wall and began to pile up like humans, trying to attack the city in this most primitive way. Qin Yuan slashed out several sword energies in succession, killing the ogres under the city wall one by one. Su Mushue, I'll leave the kobolds in the distance in your care. The range of Qin Yuan's sword energy is not as good as Su Mushue's. After all, Su Mushue is an orthodox long-range profession, and he is just a temporary guest, Mage. Su Mushue waved her staff, and dark purple light gathered at the tip of her staff. A moment later, countless dark moon blades flew out and launched a one-sided massacre against the gnolls in the square. After Su Mushue used this move, more than 10 gnolls were killed instantly and fell in a pool of blood. The remaining gnolls then realized that something was wrong. They fled in all directions in the square, buried their heads in the ground, or simply lay on the ground pretending to be dead. They used all kinds of tricks. Even the ogres who were preparing to attack the city by stacking themselves up like a pyramid lost their will to fight under Qin Yuan's terrifying sword energy. Their psychological defenses collapsed, and they began to flee in all directions like the other kobolds. But all this was in vain. Su Mushue's dark moon blade was like the accurate scythe of the god of death, reaping life after life. After about 10 minutes, the massacre finally came to an end. Hundreds of dog-headed men in the square were slaughtered cleanly by Su Mushue like killing chickens. Ding, your teammate, Su Mushue, killed the LV-15 kobold, and you gained 1425 experience points. Ding, your level has been upgraded, current level, level 20. Ding, you got attribute rewards, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Ding, your level has been upgraded to LV-20, and you have successfully awakened the halo effect, God level slowing halo. After killing these hundreds of gnolls, Wang Yan finally upgraded. Wang Yan looked at the description of his new halo skill. God level slowing aura. When activated, it will slow down all enemies within a range of all attributes times 10 meters, reducing the enemy's movement speed by 90% and the distance of the enemy's charge skills by 90%. This slowdown ignores toughness. After reading the skill description clearly, Wang Yan was slightly shocked. Ignore toughness? The so-called toughness is a hidden attribute value. The higher the toughness value, the shorter the control time of control skills such as stun, deceleration, freezing, etc. Most boss-level monsters have very high toughness, which means that the effects of many control skills will be greatly reduced when used on them. The core skill of some warrior professions is to enhance resilience and prevent being controlled for a long time. Just like Xinyuan's skill, Fighting Roar. The effect of this skill now is to impose a pain tolerance state on Xinyuan, making his attacks and skills unable to be interrupted. However, after Xinyuan reaches level 20, this skill will be upgraded to enhance toughness by 30%. Wang Yan's aura ignores toughness, which means that no matter how high the enemy's toughness value is, it will suffer a 90% continuous slowdown. This aura is really too abnormal. It seems that the only skill that can counter this deceleration aura is continuous purification. Next, Wang Yan looked at his attribute panel. Information: God level Aura Master Wang Yan. Level 20. Attributes: Intelligence 110, Strength 30, Constitution 30, Agility 30. Energy 934/1000 points. Skills: Holy Damage Aura, God level Attack Aura, God level Invisibility Aura, God level Purification Aura, God level Slowing Aura. Now Wang Yan already has 5 halos, and all attributes have reached about 200 points. The range of all halos has reached a full 2,000 meters. Haha, I've leveled up again. When Wang Yan was checking his panel, he heard Xinyuan's cheers. When he looked at the team panel, he found that Xinyuan and Su Muxue had both reached level 16. Su Muxue also said, "This hidden dungeon has a high experience value." The experience points of these LV-15 gnolls are actually higher than those of the blood crocodiles around level 20. Xinyuan looked at the equipment that had exploded in the square. There were a dozen white pieces of equipment in total, and from a distance, there were even 2 bronze pieces of equipment. Alas, what a pity for all this equipment! Although the materials are automatically decomposed and divided equally into each person's backpack, these equipment and props still need to be picked up manually. Wang Yan looked around and there seemed to be no way to get down from the city wall. Once he went down, he would not be able to get up. The city gate was made of thick wooden boards wrapped with iron sheets that were half a meter wide, and it might have weighed several tons. If you use skills to destroy it, it will probably waste a lot of energy. Just as Xinyuan sighed, Su Muxue said, "It's okay, I brought a pet that picks up equipment." Su Muxue took out a small red ball from her backpack, which was engraved with runes. Wang Yan and Xinyuan both recognized that this was a pet ball for storing pets, and it was very valuable. A beam of light emerged from the small ball, and a moment later, an owl appeared in front of everyone. This owl carries a rune backpack, which is the most basic silver-level storage item with approximately 5 cubic meters of storage space. Under Su Muxue's command, Owl packed all the equipment on the square into his backpack and brought it back. "Thank you for your hard work, Coco." Su Muxue touched the owl's head and then put it back into the pet ball. Xinyuan exclaimed, "What a beautiful owl! You actually have such a treasure. Why didn't I see you release it just now?" Su Muxue explained, "Coco doesn't have much combat power. He can only pick up equipment. I usually just treat him as a pet." Wang Yan's attention was focused on the pet ball. "This pet ball seems to be a little different from the pet balls on the market." The pet balls commonly seen on the market are usually white and slightly larger, about the size of 2 fists. The pet ball in Su Muxue's hand was only the size of a baseball, very small. Su Muxue shook the pet ball in her hand. "This is a silver-level pet ball. It has the effect of healing the pet when it is placed inside. By the way, my family is in the pet business. The Zen Shuzhai in the east of Tianshui City and the Weird Beast Hall in the west of the city are both owned by my family. If you are interested, you can come and have a look. I can give you a discount." Wang Yan was shocked. No wonder Su Muxue's equipment was not much worse than Xinyuan's. It turned out that she was the eldest daughter of a wealthy family. "Do I have the physique to attract rich second generations?" Looking at his blank white outfit, Wang Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. Chapter 42: The Palace of the Kobold Leader. After resting for a while, everyone continued to head deeper into the Doghead camp. The further they went, the more they realized that the 4 walls were actually the most magnificent buildings in the entire camp. These gnolls really don't have much talent for construction. Tents made of animal skins and branches were scattered throughout the camp. From time to time, groups of ogres would rush towards Wang Yan and the others, but they were easily dealt with. Gradually, more advanced kobolds appeared in more and more numbers. Unlike the weak kobolds before, as the group went deeper, they began to encounter well-trained kobold combat teams. A squad includes kobold warriors, kobold crossbowmen, and kobold spearmen. Their level also increased from level 15 to around level 17 or 18. Although the combat effectiveness of these ogre teams is much stronger than the previous ones, they cannot stop Wang Yan and others at all. Every time they encountered a group of kobolds, Wang Yan would turn on his invisibility halo, and the three of them would go around behind the group and, with a burst of crazy damage, they would be able to easily kill them in seconds. Especially Qingyuan, he would sneak into the group of monsters in stealth every time, and then without saying a word, he would launch a crushing storm. With the help of Wang Yan's invisibility aura, Qingyuan experienced the joy of being an assassin. Everyone had a smooth journey and strolled leisurely in this level 20 copy. Soon, they arrived at the final level of this dungeon, the Palace of the Kobold Leader. You have arrived at the Palace of the Kobold Chieftain. Please prepare for battle. After hearing the prompts in their minds, everyone looked at the so-called palace in front of them in silence. This is a small house built of mud and thatch, with an area estimated to be less than 20 square meters. The entire thatched house has no windows and there are several large holes under the eaves, making it look very unstable. Can this really be considered a palace? Qingyuan looked at the thatched house speechlessly. He suspected that if a strong wind blew, the house might be blown down. Wang Yan said. Compared to those animal skin tents just now, this thatched house is quite luxurious. When Su Muxue heard what Wang Yan said, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. At this moment, the door of the thatched hut was kicked open. A tall dog-headed man walked out of the thatched hut. Quack! I don't know if it understood what everyone said, its face looked very unhappy at the moment. The body shape of this dog-headed man is completely different from that of other dog-headed men. Most dog-headed men are very short, only a little over 1 meter tall. The height of this dog-headed man leader is very close to that of a human, about 1.7 meters. It had a sharp sword on its waist, which looked completely different from the crudely made weapons of other kobolds. The ogre leader has well-defined muscles all over his body, and he is very strong and looks very explosive. Kobold leader, bronze, level, LV20, agile boss, superb swordsmanship. Quack, quack! The ogre leader suddenly attacked. He drew the sword from his waist, kicked the ground with his hind legs, and his whole body flew out like a cannonball. Everyone only saw a shadow flash by, and in an instant the ogre leader had already rushed to Qingyuan's side. Qingyuan reacted quickly, for he knew that his speed was not enough to outrun the ogre leader. So he simply used offense as defense, and released a crushing storm on the spot. Seeing Qingyuan turning his body and wielding the great sword to slash out countless violent sword chi, the ogre leader was indeed forced to retreat. It suddenly stopped its forward steps, did a backflip, and avoided Qingyuan's sword energy. Just as it landed, the dark matter summoned by Su Muxue fell from the sky and was about to hit the ogre leader. Unexpectedly, the ogre leader rolled sideways and nimbly avoided Su Muxue's skills. Qingyuan exclaimed, "What a fast speed!" Wang Yan discovered that the No leader did not have much health. As a level 20 boss, his health was only over 70,000. It seems that this is a boss with outstanding agility attributes, but its defense should not be high. When Qingyuan cast Shattering Storm just now, the ogre leader did not choose to confront him head-on, but retreated. From this point it can be seen that its strength and destructive power are probably not as good as Qingyuan in his explosive posture. At this time, the ogre leader was holding a long sword, seemingly looking for the next opportunity to attack. Qingyuan faced the ogre leader and slowly retreated back to Wang Yan and Su Muxue. "Lao Wang, it's too fast. I'll switch to a defensive stance and fight you too," Wang Yan said. "No, if you believe me, just rush up and chop it right now." Qingyuan was stunned at first, then he laughed. "Okay. Just watch me." He didn't even ask any questions, he just rushed forward with his sword in hand. There was a look of disdain in the eyes of the kobold leader. In its view, this human had the audacity to charge at it like this, and his entire body was full of flaws. Just as it pressed its claws on the sword and prepared to charge, it suddenly felt a heavy force exerted on its body. In an instant, its legs felt as if they were filled with lead and were extremely heavy. Seeing that Qingyuan had already rushed in front of it, its speed suddenly became slow, and every step it moved seemed to be in slow motion. Seeing Qingyuan raising the giant sword and chopping it down, the ogre leader finally showed a look of fear in his eyes. Under normal circumstances, it would have countless ways to dodge this sword, but this time, it couldn't dodge it even if it tried its best. Qingyuan struck the ogre leader with a heavy blow, and a number -18,030 popped out. The kobold leader's already low health point was instantly reduced to a quarter. But this is not the end yet. Su Mushua's dark magic ball hit the ogre leader almost at the same time as Qingyuan drew his sword. -34,978. The kobold leader's eyes were filled with fear. What kind of injury is this? But no matter how it thought about it, it was of no avail at this moment. Qingyuan released the shattering storm again, instantly cutting the ogre leader into pieces. Ding! Your teammate, Qingyuan, killed the LV-20 kobold leader, and you gained 21,000 experience points. Lao Wang, how did you do it? Why did it suddenly stop moving? Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan in surprise. Since the slowing aura was aimed at the enemy, Qingyuan could not see the properties of the slowing aura in the status bar. Wang Yan just smiled. The new skill I learned is an aura that can reduce movement speed. This ogre's death was quite miserable. If it had been allowed to take advantage of its speed, Wang Yan and the other two would have been in for a tough fight. After all, its speed is really amazing. If it weren't for the deceleration halo, the three of them probably wouldn't be able to touch it. Chapter 43, 2 Silver Suits. I see. I was wondering why the kobold leader suddenly stood still and let me fight him. Qingyuan turned his head and looked at the body of the kobold leader. No, why doesn't this kobold leader drop a treasure chest? Generally speaking, after killing the boss of the copy, the boss will drop a treasure chest. As soon as Qingyuan finished speaking, the body of the ogre leader turned into light spots in the sky and disappeared. Just as its body disappeared, the thatched house suddenly collapsed. A silver chest loomed among the ruins of the thatched hut. The kobold leader's treasure chest. When they saw the box, the three of them suddenly understood. Your team has passed the kobold camp. The instance will be automatically closed in 10 minutes. You can also choose to leave early. A reminder sounded in everyone's ears. Wang Yan walked forward and looked at the huge box. Who among us will open the treasure chest? I'll do it. Qingyuan volunteered to go up and open the treasure chest. A flash of light passed by, and a magic staff appeared in front of everyone. Nightmare Staff, Silver, Equipment Level, LV-20, after equipping, casting speed increases by 5%, Intelligence +5, Dark Attribute damage increases by 10%, Magic Attack +2,460. Gale Greatsword, Silver, Equipment Level, LV-20, after equipping, it increases attack speed by 13%, Strength +10, and Physical Attack +2,460. A hint of surprise appeared on Qingyuan's face. Haha, 2 pieces of silver-level equipment, I'm lucky, right? As a bronze-level boss, it actually dropped silver-level equipment. This is indeed quite good luck. However, Wang Yan felt that this was probably not because Qingyuan was lucky, but because this was a special copy. After all, this copy can only be opened using a treasure map, so it would be strange if only bronze equipment could be produced. Moreover, the copy opened by the treasure map has another feature, that is, the equipment opened in the treasure chest dropped by the boss is likely to be in line with the professional needs of the team members. This is one of the reasons why treasure maps are so valuable. Just like these 2 pieces of equipment, one is suitable for Qingyuan and the other is suitable for Su Muxue. Although there was no equipment suitable for Wang Yan, he did not feel any regret at all. Anyway, it doesn't matter if he doesn't wear any equipment, as long as the aura is there. Qingyuan picked up the giant sword from the treasure chest. That's strange. This is the first time I've seen a great sword that increases attack speed. But it suits me very well. The speed at which my sword energy is released is just related to my attack speed. I want this equipment. Unfortunately, the level requirement for this equipment is 20, and Qingyuan needs to upgrade a few more levels before he can use it. Qingyuan handed the staff to Su Muxue. Su Muxue, take a look at this staff. It happens to have a dark attribute. It should be quite suitable for you. Su Muxue took out the staff, looked at the properties, nodded, and said, Well, the properties are very good, I want it. Both pieces of silver equipment are LV20, and can be sold for nearly 100,000 yuan. They only need to go to a supply station or a specialized appraisal agency for an appraisal, and Wang Yan estimates that he can get around 70,000 or 80,000. This would have been an unimaginable amount of income in the past. Okay, let's get ready to exit the copy. As Wang Yan spoke, he activated the invisibility aura. Seeing Wang Yan's action, Su Muxue and Qingyuan remembered that there was a dragon blood crocodile guarding outside the copy. That's a level 33 mutated golden boss. It seems like they can't afford to offend it. The dragon blood crocodile has a total of 480,000 HP. Even if you stand still and let them hit you, it will take a while. The most important thing is that they don't know what skills the dragon blood crocodile has. Bosses of this level can be killed instantly with one move if encountered. It would be troublesome if this mutated boss had some fancy tricks. After the invisibility halo was deployed, Wang Yan and the other two exited the dungeon together. As soon as they came out of the dungeon, the three saw the dragon blood crocodile lying on the shore, motionless, as if it was asleep. Qingyuan whispered, Oh my god, it's still here! Su Muxue whispered, It's not waiting for us. Although the invisibility halo can block sound, the two couldn't help but lower their voices. This was the oppressive feeling that the dragon blood crocodile brought to them. They were about to leave when they suddenly found the dragon blood crocodile lying on the shore and began to twist its body. Its muscles were tense, as if it was exerting force, and its body was trembling slightly. Qingyuan asked curiously, What is it doing? Wang Yan also felt a little confused. Is it constipation? Looking at the dragon blood crocodile like this, it seems like it really can't defecate. Su Muxue looked at the two people's curious eyes and couldn't help feeling helpless. Are you going to watch a crocodile go to the bathroom? Let's go. She looked at the blood-red scales, sharp dorsal fin and sharp teeth of the dragon blood crocodile and felt frightened. Because her family is in the pet business, she knows very well that most monsters with the word dragon in their names are not easy to mess with. The bloodline of the dragon basically represents the top combat power in the Warcraft world. A dragon with pure bloodline is of at least legendary quality, and most of them can reach the sanctuary level. This dragon blood crocodile is described as having awakened the dragon blood in its body. This kind of mutant monster has unlimited growth potential. Generally speaking, the quality of ordinary monsters and pets is fixed after birth. For example, a bronze level wind wolf will always be bronze level. Even if its level is improved through artificial training, its quality will remain unchanged and will always be bronze level. However, mutant bosses have unlimited room for growth. He is still at the gold level this year, and maybe he will reach dark gold in a few years. However, the growth limit of this monster with dragon blood is almost unpredictable. So, if you encounter this kind of monster in the wild, it is better to avoid it or not provoke it. Qingyuan said. Don't panic, this is a gold level boss using the toilet. How many times can you hear this in the world? Wang Yan obviously agreed with Qingyuan's opinion and paid close attention to the movements of the dragon blood crocodile. Oh, I really admire you too. Su Muxue was speechless and had no choice but to wait for them. She thought to herself, Don't they say boys like excavators? I've never heard of boys liking to watch crocodiles poop. After waiting for a few seconds, Qingyuan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. It's out, it's out. Hey, that's not right. Why is its poop red? Wang Yan looked carefully. These should be its eggs. It should be laying eggs. Yes, it seems that now is the mating season for blood crocodiles. Su Muxue's eyes lit up when she heard this. It's laying eggs? Oh my god, aren't those eggs golden? Qingyuan also reacted immediately. Fuck! Lao Wang, Su Muxue, are we going to get rich? Chapter 44, Gold Level Pet Egg. Su Muxue said. A gold level egg would cost at least 1 million, not to mention that this is an egg from a boss level creature, and it also carries the blood of the dragon clan. It is very likely to be sold at a sky-high price. Seeing this golden egg, Sumushiya was also a little tempted. Many combat professions are generally too lazy to train combat pets. One reason is that he doesn't want to be distracted from commanding during the battle, which will affect his own judgment of the battle. The second reason is that there are too few good pet eggs and they are expensive, costing hundreds of millions. Not to mention that feeding pets is also an additional expense. If they really have that much spare money, many people would choose to buy a good weapon or put together a set of high-quality equipment. The most important point is that if the pet participates in the battle, it will take away half of your experience points. Many times, if you buy a pet of low quality, you will invest a lot of money and experience points to train it. It is very likely that in the later stages, the combat effectiveness improvement it brings may not even be as useful as a piece of high-quality equipment. But gold-level pets are different. Among pets, ordinary, bronze, and silver are the most common pet quality levels. Above the gold level is a watershed. Pet eggs above gold level usually have good basic attributes and growth attributes. A gold level pet that is carefully cultivated artificially will be much stronger than a wild monster. And most importantly, pets above gold level usually have higher intelligence levels. In this way, the owner does not need to be distracted to give commands during the battle. Just give a general instruction and it will know what to do. After all, it's a gold level pet. Just let it go and do it. Why give it any orders? Once a pet of gold grade or above grows up, its role is no less than having an extra teammate. After hearing what Sumushiya said, Wang Yan and Qinyuan were also excited. That is to say, the egg of this mutant boss has the potential to evolve infinitely, right? Sumushiya nodded and said, Yes, with the dragon bloodline, the possibility of unlimited evolution is quite high. If we can get its eggs, it can be said that each egg can be sold at a sky-high price. Hearing this, Wang Yan and Qinyuan couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Sumushiya continued. But she suddenly remembered something and looked hesitant. And what? You said? Qinyuan saw that she only said half of her words and suddenly became anxious. After hesitating for a moment, Sumushiya said, Also, my family has a special secret method that can further strengthen the hidden bloodline of the pet that has been activated, making the bloodline of the next generation of pets pure. So the activated dragon bloodline alone is a priceless treasure for my family. Qinyuan took a breath. That is to say, as long as your family keeps breeding 2 pets with dragon blood, the next generation of dragon blood will become stronger and stronger, right? If this is true, it's like a hen that lays golden eggs. No wonder the Su family's pet business can spread all over the world. It turns out that the family has this secret method. I don't know how many secrets they have about their pets. Sumushiya nodded. That's right. This is my family's business secret. Don't tell anyone. Wang Yan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, we will keep it a secret for you. Qinyuan couldn't help but think in his heart, this Sumushiya looks cold, but I didn't expect that she is so bold that she dares to tell such things to others. If Qinyuan accidentally leaked the family's business secrets, his father would beat him to death. However, Qinyuan was also somewhat moved. Although Sumushiya hesitated for a moment, she finally chose to tell them. This shows that Sumushiya already trusts him and Wang Yan very much. While they were discussing this, the dragon blood crocodile had already laid its second egg. Looking at its difficult appearance, it seems that laying eggs is not an easy task for it. Wang Yan couldn't help but cheer for it in his heart. Come on! Come on! The more eggs it lays, the happier Wang Yan and others will be. However, the efficiency of this dragon blood crocodile is really slow. After each egg it lays, it has to rest for a few minutes. Qinyuan was a little worried about Wang Yan's energy problem. Old Wang, how long can your invisibility aura last? Qinyuan looked at his energy pool, and there were still 60,000 energy points left in it. After he used the frequency conversion ring to suppress his aura to 10% of its effect, the consumption also became 10%. So he basically didn't consume too much energy today. At the rate of consuming a little bit of energy per second, the remaining energy he had would be enough for him to stay here with the dragon blood crocodile until tomorrow morning. It's still early. Don't worry. I have a tool to restore our energy. Let's fight it today. Wang Yan took out a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. Don't be in a hurry, eat something first, and then squat slowly. Seeing that Wang Yan was so patient, the other two simply found an open space to sit down, took out some dry food they brought with them, and restored their strength. Wait until it finishes laying eggs, then I'll find an opportunity, drive over in stealth mode and steal its eggs. Wang Yan expressed his plan. While eating, Qinyuan watched the dragon-blood crocodile lay eggs attentively. I have a question. If it lays eggs and returns to the water with them, how can we steal them? Wang Yan glanced at Qinyuan speechlessly, and Su Muxue also sighed. Qinyuan said helplessly, What's wrong again? Did I say something wrong? Su Muxue said helplessly, How did you learn this in the past 3 years? Blood crocodiles always bury their eggs in the sand after laying them. Isn't this common sense? Qinyuan's old face turned red. Well, it's all because Lao Wang made me copy homework all the time, and I became dependent on him. Wang Yan said. Blame me. The three of them chatted while paying attention to the situation of the dragon-blood crocodile. After they waited for nearly an hour, the dragon-blood crocodile finally laid its 4th egg. After laying the 4th egg, the dragon-blood crocodile seemed to have no intention of continuing to lay eggs. It dug a hole in the soft sand on the shore and carefully buried 4 eggs in it. What a pity, there are only 4. This dragon-blood crocodile is not powerful enough. Qinyuan couldn't help but sigh. Su Muxue shook her head. It's not bad actually. As a mutant creature, it's already rare for it to lay 4 eggs. Wang Yan stood up. I'll steal the eggs later. You guys stay away from here and be ready to run away at any time. Qinyuan was a little worried and said, I'll go with you. Su Muxue also hurriedly said, Yes, let's go together. It's too dangerous for you to be alone. Wang Yan shook his head and shook the ring in his hand. I have a storage ring. Let me do it alone. This way it will be faster. There are only 4 eggs in total, so it doesn't matter whether there are more or fewer people. Chapter 45 Stealing Eggs. There was a flash of surprise in Qinyuan and Su Muxue's eyes. Storage rings are very expensive, so they are now using basic storage backpacks. Unexpectedly, Wang Yan was not wearing any equipment, but he had an expensive storage ring in his hand. A storage ring doesn't just have more space than a storage backpack. The storage ring can store items from a greater distance and at a faster speed. Generally speaking, the storage distance of a whiteboard storage backpack is about 1 meter, while that of a bronze backpack is more than 2 meters. The storage ring on Wang Yan is of dark gold grade, and its storage distance is as long as 5 meters. After seeing Wang Yan take out the storage ring, the two no longer insisted. A safe distance of 5 meters may determine life or death. Stay away from each other for now. Remember, no matter what happens, don't attack. Once you actively attack, the invisibility aura will become invalid. As long as everyone doesn't show up, no matter how powerful the dragon-blood crocodile is, it can't do anything to them. After Wang Yan finished his explanation, he planned an escape route after stealing the eggs. Next, Wang Yan stayed where he was, guarding the dragon-blood crocodile and waiting for an opportunity. Qinyuan and Su Muxue were responsible for clearing the thorns and monsters on this route. But what Wang Yan didn't expect was that after the dragon-blood crocodile buried the eggs, it found some branches and leaves to cover them. Then it just lay on the shore with its mouth open, motionless. Its location was less than half a meter away from where the eggs were buried. If Wang Yan acted rashly, it would be very dangerous once it reacted. Even after knowing that Qinyuan and Su Muxue had cleared the route and returned, the dragon-blood crocodile remained motionless and did not move. What is this dragon-blood crocodile doing? Why is it lying there motionless? Qinyuan was a little anxious. He looked at the time. It was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. If he delayed any longer, it would be dark. Humans' night vision is no match for wild monsters. If they really waited until dark, they would have no choice but to abandon the egg and return to the supply station. Because it is very dangerous to spend the night in the wild where monsters are present, even high-level professionals will not choose to act at night. Don't be impatient. Wait slowly. I don't believe it isn't thirsty or hungry. Wang Yan was not in a hurry. The dragon-blood crocodile, which had just given birth, consumed a lot of energy. It can't guard these eggs forever. There will always be a time when it has to leave here to eat. After a long wait, the sky gradually became dark. The sun gradually fell from the horizon, the orange-red sunset dyed the entire sky red, and the night was about to fall. At this moment, the dragon-blood crocodile lying motionless on the shore finally moved. I saw it slowly crawling towards the freshwater lake, as if preparing to go into the water. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The opportunity had finally come. Wait for me at the retreat route. Neither Qingyuan nor Su Muxue have professions with high agility, especially Su Muxue, who moves very slowly. Instead of letting them watch Wang Yan here, it would be better to let them run away in advance, which is safer. Lao Wang, please be safe. Compared to this egg, safety is the most important thing. Su Muxue also looked at Wang Yan with some worry. Be careful. Wang Yan waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll go first, you guys retreat quickly. As he spoke, Wang Yan began to move slowly towards the direction where the dragon-blood crocodile had just buried its eggs. He didn't know how alert this dragon-blood crocodile was. Although the invisibility halo could block his own sound, if he accidentally stepped on something like a branch, it might alert the dragon-blood crocodile. After the dragon-blood crocodile dived into the water, the entire lake became calm, and there was no sign that a dangerous behemoth was lurking in it. Wang Yan successfully reached the shore and found the place where the dragon-blood crocodile buried its eggs. Perhaps to facilitate the hatching of the little dragon-blood crocodiles, the eggs were not buried very deep, and part of the eggshells were exposed, covered with a few very sloppy branches. This was good news for Wang Yan. If the egg was completely buried, he would have to dig up the sand to put the egg into his storage ring. Wang Yan came to the maximum storage distance of the storage ring, and then activated the storage ring towards several eggs. You get 4 dragon-blood crocodile eggs. Wang Yan was delighted and was about to retreat quietly. Suddenly, countless splashes of water surged on the lake, and Wang Yan heard an angry roar. Oh my God! I can find this too! Obviously, the dragon-blood crocodile must have sensed that its eggs were missing in some way. Maybe it's the smell, maybe it's something else. Wang Yan no longer hesitated, turned around and ran away immediately. Behind him, he heard a heavy sound of footsteps, and saw the dragon-blood crocodile taking steps and rushing quickly towards the direction where the eggs were buried. I saw it roaring, and this roar was somewhat different from the previous roar. This time, the sound of its roar was very much like the roar of a dragon, and there was a powerful pressure in the voice that made people feel frightened. The dragon-blood crocodile used the group suppression skill, Dragon Power. Dragon's Might causes all hostile creatures around to enter a state of fear, reducing their movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and skill CD by 10%, lasting for 20 seconds. Oh my God, so perverted! The skills of this dragon-blood crocodile are so terrifying. The strength of this skill is comparable to that of a dark gold level boss. The moment Wang Yan felt his movement speed slowing down, he activated the purification aura and removed the negative state on his body. Afterwards, Wang Yan deployed a deceleration halo, trying to slow down the dragon-blood crocodile. Unexpectedly, the moment his deceleration halo was deployed, the dragon-blood crocodile roared again. The dragon-blood crocodile's body expanded rapidly. It was originally 8 or 9 meters long, but now it suddenly grew to more than 10 meters in length. It was completely red, steam was coming out of its body, and its blood-red scales seemed to be dripping with blood. The dragon-blood crocodile used the skill, Bloody Fury. Bloody Fury, size increases by 50%, defense and attack power greatly increased, walking speed on land increased by 100%, swimming speed increased by 100%, immune to all magic and negative states, lasts for 180 seconds. The dullness halo had no effect on the dragon-blood crocodile. Oh my God, immune to magic? What kind of monster is this? Wang Yan was shocked and didn't dare to waste even a second, so he quickly started running. He felt that this might be the fastest he had ever run in his life. Fortunately, his aura skill is not considered an attack skill and does not have the effect of breaking invisibility. The dragon-blood crocodile came to the place where the eggs were buried and saw that the eggs it had just laid were stolen by someone. It immediately roared to the sky. It opened its bloody mouth and spewed out a stream of scorching flames around it, instantly burning the surrounding trees and weeds to ashes. The dragon blood crocodile used the skill, Dragon Breath. Wang Yan, who had not yet run far, saw this prompt and immediately ran faster. Chapter 46 Dark Gold Pet Egg. On the retreat route, Qingyuan and Su Muxue were waiting anxiously. When they heard a loud roar coming from the lake, their hearts suddenly rose to their throats. Su Muxue's face turned slightly pale. Has Wang Yan been discovered? Qingyuan's face also looked a little unhappy. Don't worry, Lao Wang has an invisibility aura, so nothing will happen to him that easily. Although he said this, his hands were shaking slightly. He paced back and forth, and it was obvious that he was in great torment. Why haven't you come yet? Qingyuan looked towards the lake, but could not see Wang Yan. And the huge roar by the lake continued. Qingyuan vaguely saw flames raging by the lake, and could tell that the dragon blood crocodile whose eggs had been stolen was in a state of rage. No, I have to go back and check. Qingyuan couldn't bear it anymore in the end. He drew the huge sword from his waist and decided not to wait any longer. Su Muxue originally wanted to stop him, but when she saw the anxious look on Qingyuan's face, she hesitated. Just as Qingyuan was about to turn around, he suddenly saw a familiar figure running towards the lake. Qingyuan couldn't help but shouted excitedly. Old Wang! Wang Yan waved his hand and shouted. Run, this dragon blood crocodile is ridiculously strong. After hearing what Wang Yan said, the two of them quickly followed Wang Yan and ran away. They ran for more than 10 minutes according to the escape route they had planned previously. The three of them stopped only after they could no longer hear the dragon blood crocodile's roar. Qingyuan was wearing heavy armor and was the most tired of everyone. He sat down on the ground, gasping for breath. No. Next time I will ask my dad to buy me a mount-type pet no matter what. It's exhausting. Wang Yan and Su Muxue are not much better. They are both mages and their physical fitness is not as good as Qingyuan's. Old Wang, what's going on over there? Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan, his face full of anticipation. Wang Yan chuckled, took out 4 fiery red eggs from his backpack and placed them on the ground. The 4 eggs are fiery red all over and covered with dense scales. They don't look like crocodile eggs, but more like dragon eggs. Holy crap! You're awesome, Lao Wang! Ha ha ha, I knew you could do it! Qingyuan excitedly rushed up and gave Wang Yan a bear hug. Su Muxue also smiled happily, her eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescents. Wang Yan, you are so amazing! If someone had told her before that an aura master could steal the eggs of a boss in front of it, Su Muxue would definitely not believe it. Her company has many teams that specialize in capturing pets and finding pet eggs. Most of these teams are composed of professions such as thieves, assassins, and rangers. But Wang Yan did it. If such a talent was recruited into the company, he would at least be promoted to the position of chief catcher, right? I'm telling you, it's a good thing we didn't go head-to-head with the dragon blood crocodile. Wang Yan told Qingyuan and Su Muxue about the skills that he saw the dragon blood crocodile use by the lake. Both of them had a look of astonishment on their faces. You mean, it's immune to magic and can breathe dragon's breath? According to what you said, if we fight it head-on, won't it burn us to ashes in one blow? Wang Yan nodded. That's right. And this is just what I saw in just a few seconds. I'm not sure if it has any other abilities. Su Muxue looked at the 4 eggs with a more serious look. It seems that the value of these 4 eggs is much greater than I thought. Qingyuan touched the 4 eggs and exclaimed. Old Wang, look, there is an egg that is of dark gold grade. Wang Yan turned his head and took a closer look, only to find that one of the 4 eggs was indeed different from the others. This egg is obviously larger than the other eggs, and its scales are thicker. Wang Yan was so nervous when he stole the eggs just now that he didn't have time to see clearly. This egg is of dark gold level, and the other 3 eggs are of gold level. This means that the dragon bloodline of this egg is stronger than that of other eggs, which is a pleasant surprise. Wang Yan looked at the eggs in front of him and fell into deep thought. 4 eggs, 3 people, how are we going to divide them? One of them is of dark gold grade. Wang Yan couldn't help but feel a little headache. No matter how he divided it, it seemed that someone would suffer a loss. According to Sumusue, this egg should be very rare and Wang Yan does not intend to sell it. I guess Sumusue and Qinyuan are also reluctant to sell it. When Qinyuan heard what Wang Yan said, he scratched his head embarrassedly. Come on, Lao Wang, how can I have the nerve to share a piece of the pie? You stole this egg yourself. If it weren't for your invisibility aura, I wouldn't even be qualified to touch this egg. I have no objection if you keep all of it. Although according to the customary rules of team formation, the resources obtained during the team formation are divided as equally as possible. But these 4 eggs were too precious, and Qinyuan felt that he had not played any role, and he did not want to destroy the relationship between the brothers because of this. Sumusue looked at the 4 eggs with reluctance in her eyes, but she also said, Yes, Wang Yan, I can't help you much. You can keep all these eggs. If you want, I can let my family's company buy them at a high price. The reason they were able to get the egg was all thanks to Wang Yan's invisibility aura. Wang Yan sighed. What bullshit are you two talking about? We are a team, there is no reason for me to eat alone. Although it seemed that Qinyuan and Sumusue were of no help, without them, Wang Yan would not have been able to clean up those blood crocodiles by himself, let alone have any chance to steal eggs later. Needless to say, Qinyuan is his good brother. And Sumusue chose to join his team when no one was optimistic about him. Without her as the main output, Qinyuan and Wang Yan might not have achieved so much today. So Wang Yan certainly couldn't let her suffer any loss. Wang Yan knew that no one would blame him even if he took all the eggs for himself, but he had his own principles. He knew that if a person was too greedy, he would hurt himself. He said to Qinyuan and Sumusue, Everyone has a share of this egg, so don't refuse it. Seeing Wang Yan's insistence, Qinyuan said, Anyway, the dark gold belongs to you, so nothing else matters. Sumusue also said, Yeah, I agree with Qinyuan's idea. Wang Yan thought about it carefully and said, Okay, how about this? I'll take the dark gold egg. Wang Yan looked at Sumusue. Then, Sumusue, didn't you say that your family has a secret method to cultivate the next generation with stronger bloodline? Why don't you just take the 2 eggs back and cultivate them? Sumusue was stunned. 2 eggs for me? Really? Sumusue was a little flattered and couldn't believe what she heard. But I. Chapter 47, Fair Distribution. Wang Yan said. These 2 eggs can only play their greatest value in your hands. Most people can only bring 1 pet into a dungeon, and can only summon 1 pet to fight in combat. So whether it is Wang Yan or Qinyuan, there is no need to cultivate 2 eggs at the same time. It would be a pity to sell such rare eggs for money. Sumusue's eyes were a little red, and she was deeply moved. She had only known Wang Yan and Qinyuan for less than a day. Although she had already regarded the 2 of them as her friends during today's interactions, she did not expect Wang Yan to be so nice to her. These 2 eggs were indeed very important to her. Even if Wang Yan did not give them to her, she would notify her family and find a way to buy the 2 eggs from Wang Yan at the highest price. Monsters with dragon bloodline are rare to begin with, and obtaining their eggs is even more difficult. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her Su family. As long as they have these 2 eggs with dragon blood in their hands, they can breed countless pets with dragon blood. If you are lucky, it is not impossible to breed a legendary level pet. Unconsciously, her eyes became a little blurry. Wang Yan, thank you. Sumusue didn't say too many words of thanks. Words were powerless, she just kept this matter firmly in her heart. Wang Yan looked at Qinyuan and said, But in this case, Qinyuan can only get 1 egg. We have to find a way to compensate him, and not let him suffer too much. Qinyuan shook his head violently and was about to say no, but Sumusue quickly said, How about this? After my family's company breeds the next generation of dragon blood crocodile babies, I will pick out the best pet egg and give it to Qinyuan. Qinyuan's face suddenly lit up with joy. Oh, you are so polite! How can I be so embarrassed? Qinyuan had heard of the Su family's technology for breeding pets. If we can breed the next generation of dragon blood crocodiles by then, they will definitely be stronger, there is no doubt about that. Qinyuan is not short of money. He can give this dragon blood crocodile to the elders in his family. He feels proud just thinking about it. Okay, let's decide this then. Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 4 eggs were finally distributed fairly. This is why there are so many customary rules for forming teams among the people. Sometimes, if a team accidentally obtains a high-value item but cannot distribute it fairly, members will often become enemies. This is often the case with professionals. If they are lucky enough to obtain a priceless treasure, they can change their destiny. There is no other profession in the world that is more exciting and has more ups and downs than being a professional. Of course, there is no more dangerous job in the world than being a professional. Wang Yan has heard too many stories about people who are close to each other in daily life, but end up killing each other for a treasure and robbing others without recognizing their relatives. Once you leave the city, whether it is an open area or a dungeon, it becomes a lawless place. Countless professionals die at the hands of monsters every day. Who knows whether these professionals are killed by monsters or humans? There is an unspoken rule in this world that no matter what grudges or hatreds there are between professionals, as long as they are resolved outside the city, the law will not pursue them. This actually shows how important it is to have a team of reliable teammates. In Wang Yan's opinion, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue are both trustworthy teammates, and they both have great potential for growth. Seeing Su Muxue put the 2 eggs into the storage space, Qin Yuan suddenly thought of a question. Su Muxue, I suddenly remembered something. If you use these eggs to breed, what if both are male or female? Before Su Muxue could speak, Wang Yan explained. It's very simple. Blood crocodiles have a characteristic. When the temperature is between 28 and 29 degrees, female cubs are hatched. When the temperature is between 33 and 35 degrees, male cubs are hatched. Ordinary crocodile eggs also have this characteristic, but blood crocodiles are more stable. As long as you give it the right temperature range, it will definitely be that gender. You should be more worried about the problem of inbreeding than this. Qin Yuan suddenly understood, but Su Muxue looked surprised. Wang Yan is right, but the problem of inbreeding is easy to solve. We have special methods. But these things are not in the textbooks. How do you know these? There are so many kinds of monsters in the wild, and textbooks only give a brief introduction to some common wild monsters. More in-depth knowledge like this about reproduction is generally not found in textbooks. Su Muxue also learned this knowledge from the teachings of her family elders. She was very curious about how Wang Yan knew these things. Wang Yan said, "When I have nothing to do, I go to the library and occasionally look at the monster manual, or something." He has been ranked first in both liberal arts and martial arts for 3 consecutive years, and it is not for nothing. In the past 3 years, Wang Yan has spent all his free time in the library. Qin Yuan often says that Wang Yan is a book with 2 legs. The look in Su Muxue's eyes when she looked at Wang Yan gradually became complicated, with admiration, envy, and a hint of powerlessness. She originally thought that the gap between herself and Wang Yan was not that big, and as long as she worked hard to catch up, she would be able to surpass him one day. But now it seems that the gap between Wang Yan and his peers is really too big. Not only is he talented, he's also very hardworking. He's going to crush everyone else. Su Muxue has always been regarded as a genius by people around her since she was a child, but in front of Wang Yan, a true genius, she just feels that she can't compare with him. But fortunately, she could feel that Wang Yan had already recognized her as a teammate in his heart. Wang Yan looked at the time and it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although there is still some time before dark, Wang Yan plans to call it a day. He was also very much looking forward to this dragon blood crocodile, and couldn't wait to go back and hatch the eggs. Why don't we just call it a day and come back tomorrow? I have to go to the pet market and prepare some things. Qin Yuan and Su Muxue obviously had the same idea. Su Muxue said, "Well, I have to go back and tell my dad the good news." Su Muxue suddenly remembered something. "By the way, contracting a pet requires a contract scroll, so don't go to the market to buy it. It's not worth it. I'll email you a copy later. Remember to check it." The contract scroll is still quite expensive, costing tens of thousands of dollars. Wang Yan and Qin Yuan did not exchange pleasantries with Su Muxue. They knew that Su Muxue had taken 2 gold-level eggs and felt somewhat indebted. Next, everyone went to the supply station together, sold the unnecessary materials and equipment, and then left the Shadow Forest and said goodbye to each other outside the Shadow Forest. Chapter 48 Incubation Device. Wang Yan was sitting in the taxi, and it was already completely dark. The scenery outside the window kept receding, and Wang Yan could occasionally see some night patrol teams. It was a patrol force composed of high-level professionals, on guard against monsters from the wild accidentally running into the city. After the vehicle had been driving for more than 10 minutes, Wang Yan finally saw the familiar high wall. The city wall is more than 10 meters high, giving people a full sense of security. This wall is the boundary between the city and the wilderness. Since the beast tide broke out 10 years ago, Tianshui City has been severely damaged. In order to prevent similar incidents from happening again, this towering city wall was built. Wang Yan was in a good mood as he drove back to the city. He heard from Su Muxue that a dark gold-grade pet egg could be sold for nearly 10 million yuan. The egg in his hand is not only the egg of a mutant boss, but also has dragon blood, so the price will only be higher. I have gained a lot today. Wang Yan did not ask the taxi to drive back to his community, but went directly to the nearest rare beast house. He needed to buy some equipment at the pet market to hatch his blood crocodile. After arriving near Zhenshuhai, Wang Yan randomly found a restaurant and prepared to eat something. It's already around 7 o'clock in the evening and my stomach is growling with hunger. Wang Yan found a home-style restaurant and ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Since becoming a professional, as his attribute points continued to increase, his physique became better and better, and his appetite became bigger and bigger. The physical fitness of ordinary people, all attributes are around 10 points. Although Wang Yan is a mage, except for intelligence, all his attributes are only improved a little at each level, but if he levels up 10 times, his attributes will be twice that of an ordinary person. Just when Wang Yan was eating, Su Muxue from his friend list sent him a message. Wang Yan, the contract scroll has been sent to you. I also gave you some small gifts. Please check it. Wang Yan opened the attachment and saw that it was a pet contract scroll, a pet ball, and finally a card. The pet ball is exactly the same as the one in Su Muxue's hand today. The red one is smaller and is a silver-level pet ball. Wang Yan checked online and found out that a pet ball like this would cost around 50,000. After taking out the 2 items and placing them in the storage space, Wang Yan held the contract scroll in his hand and looked at it carefully. The contract scroll can be used to sign a contract with a monster to make it your pet. If the other party has a strong will to resist, the contract may fail. Wang Yan also knows some knowledge about pets. Generally speaking, it is easiest to sign a contract with a pet in egg form, because the pet in the egg has not even formed consciousness and naturally will not resist. The second type is young pets that have been tamed by animal tamers using special methods. As for those monsters that were captured as adults, the success rate of signing a contract is extremely low. The contract scroll can be used by everyone, even if they are not beast masters or summoners. They can sign contracts with multiple pets at the same time. However, after signing the contract, you can only choose one pet as the main pet. Other pets can only serve as secondary pets and cannot participate in the battle. Once the secondary pet is involved in the battle, the pet will refuse the order at best, or the contract will be invalidated on the spot. It will be released directly, and the merit will be +1. Moreover, the level of a pet will not exceed the level of its owner, so it is useless even if a non-combat profession buys a very powerful pet. Professions such as beast tamers can ignore the number limit and control multiple pets to fight within their own capabilities. The greatest function of this contract, besides preventing the pet from betraying, is that it allows the master and the pet to communicate with each other in their minds with just a thought. The 2 things Su Muxue gave helped Wang Yan save a lot of money. Finally, Wang Yan looked at the card. It was a black card with a cute monster drawn on it. This is a VIP card that gives you a 10% discount on purchases at rare animal houses and exotic animal museums across the country. This Su Muxue is quite thoughtful. Wang Yan didn't expect Su Muxue to give him so many things besides the contract scroll. He replied to her in the friend list. I received the item, thank you. After finishing his meal, Wang Yan came to the rare beast house. Zhenshuhai is the largest pet store in Tianshui City. It covers a huge area and has a neat row of storefronts in front, selling pets, pet eggs, pet supplies, etc. The back is an area not open to the public. As soon as I walked into the store, a waiter came up to me warmly. Hello, welcome. Hello, I want to buy a device for hatching eggs. After some inquiries, Wang Yan found out that the incubation devices range from cheap ones like a few thousand yuan to expensive ones like tens of thousands of yuan. Better incubation equipment can ensure the success rate of hatching and predict the time of successful hatching. Wang Yan would certainly not save money on this, although it stands to reason that the probability of hatching failure for a powerful creature like the dragon blood crocodile is very low. If that extremely low probability of failure really occurs, wouldn't Wang Yan be heartbroken? So Wang Yan simply bought the best incubator, which cost more than 70,000 yuan. Then Wang Yan bought some dried meat for carnivorous pets. It was not expensive. 100 kilograms cost Wang Yan more than 1,000 yuan. After putting the frozen meat and incubator into his backpack, Wang Yan took a taxi and hurried back home. After returning home, Wang Yan immediately found a piece of open space and plugged in the incubator. This incubator is made of special materials. The internal temperature can be controlled, and it simulates an environment close to natural conditions in the wild. It can also skin pet eggs, monitor their health, and predict hatching time. Wang Yan carefully took out the dragon blood crocodile egg from the storage space and put it into the incubator. I spent so much money just to hatch an egg like yours. You can't let me down. Wang Yan patted his eggs and took out the contract scroll. Do you want to sign a pet contract with this creature? Wang Yan silently said yes in his heart. Then, a faint light flashed, and the contract scroll turned into a stream of light and sank into the egg. A symbol flashed on the eggshell and then disappeared. The contract was successful. Wang Yan instantly felt that an idea was officially connected with him. Strong, wild, bloodthirsty, hungry. This is a restless soul that can't wait to break out of the cage that binds it. Although the little dragon blood crocodile has not yet hatched, judging from its full spirit and mood, it is already in very good condition. Wang Yan carefully covered the incubator and set the temperature to 34 degrees. He wanted to hatch a male dragon blood crocodile baby. If it weren't for reproduction, the male dragon blood crocodile would be larger than the female and have stronger attributes. Chapter 49, Invitation from the Courtyard Guild. After the setting is completed, a line of text is displayed on the incubator. Scanning pet eggs. After a few seconds, the font changes. Current status of pet egg, very healthy. Estimated remaining hatching time, 14 hours and 34 minutes. Wang Yan was a little surprised. So soon? According to this time, the hatching will be completed around 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Generally speaking, wild blood crocodile eggs take at least 1 month to hatch. This dragon blood crocodile doesn't even need a day. The mutant creature is indeed an extraordinary creature. Thinking that he would be able to see the dragon blood crocodile hatching from its shell tomorrow, Wang Yan was extremely excited. The next step is to wait patiently. The incubator will operate automatically and there is nothing for him to do. Wang Yan was just about to take a shower when he suddenly received another message reminder from his friend list. He thought it was Qingyuan or Sumuxue, but when he opened it, it turned out to be Zhao Gufeng, the principal of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Wang Yan, congratulations. President Li told me that your admission has been confirmed. You can choose from one of the 3 supreme schools. If nothing unexpected happens, he will contact you later to explain the details. When Wang Yan saw the news, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that he had a high chance of being admitted to the 3 supreme universities this time, he felt relieved only when he actually received the news. Wang Yan looked at the coffee table, where there was a photo of him, his parents, and 3 others. At that time, Wang Yan was only 6 or 7 years old. His still young parents held him in the middle, and the family of 3 were smiling very happily. Wang Yan looked at the photo and whispered, Dad, Mom, I was admitted to the best university in Dragon Country. Did you see it? Putting away his emotions, Wang Yan replied in the message column. Thank you, Principal. I will never forget the cultivation of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Soon, Principal Zhao sent another message. You're welcome. As the saying goes, God rewards hard work. This is your own hard work, and it is also God's blessing. By the way, I have applied to the school board for a merit scholarship for $1 million, which should be transferred to your account soon. When Wang Yan saw the news, he was immediately delighted. Thank you, Principal. Although Tianshui No. 1 Middle School was not as generous as the Tianshui Vocational Union, after all, the school's funding is limited, but who doesn't like free money? You're welcome. This is what you deserve. By the way, when you have time, remember to take a full-body photo and send it to me. Dress a little more formally. Wang Yan was somewhat puzzled and asked, "What's the point of taking a full-body photo?" It was the first time that Wang Yan heard that he needed to take a photo to receive a scholarship. Soon, Zhao Gufeng sent a reply. After discussion between me and President Li, we both agree that you have great potential to enter the Tianshui No. 1 Middle School Hall of Fame, so make preparations in advance. Ah? Wang Yan was confused. Tianshui No. 1 Middle School Hall of Fame? If he remembered correctly, there was a special building in the school that was used to record the deeds of the school's outstanding graduates. The school will display photos or statues of these graduates in the Hall of Fame and record their achievements in text. The stories of all students who make it into the Hall of Fame are more or less legendary. Wang Yan clearly remembered that in the 300 years since the founding of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School, only 7 people had been inducted into the school's Hall of Fame. And most of them are from many years ago. If we talk about the most recent graduate, it was a student named Xiao Jianyun who graduated about 50 years ago. Xiao Jianyun is a well-known figure in the entire Dragon Country and was once considered the number 1 warrior in the Dragon Country. Later, at the peak of his career, Xiao Jianyun disappeared and there was no news of him anymore. Many people rumored that he had joined a secret organization in Longhua. The 7 people in the Hall of Fame are all combat-oriented, and none of them are auxiliary or life-oriented. If Wang Yan can enter the Hall of Fame, he will probably be the first student from Tianshui No. 1 Middle School to enter the Hall of Fame as an auxiliary profession. However, these people in the Hall of Fame entered the Hall of Fame after graduation and after achieving certain achievements in society. Wang Yan is just a student who has just awakened and has not even graduated yet. It is a bit outrageous that Zhao Gufeng is so anxious. This made Wang Yan a little amused. No matter which school in Longhua, he had never heard of a student who was about to enter the Hall of Fame as soon as he awakened. Okay, I'll send it to you as soon as possible. Don't worry, the photos won't be used urgently, but just remember this. Okay, let's not talk about it anymore. President Li should contact you later. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Principal. After Wang Yan closed the chat bar, Li Yingtian sent a message a few minutes later. Student Wang Yan, Dongshan Province sent someone to communicate with us today. I have reported your lack of money to them. So based on your situation, the higher-ups have decided to give you an additional bonus of 10 million, and then give you a chance to join the Atrium Guild. Li Yingtian added. This opportunity to join the Midgard Guild is very rare. Considering that you are still a student, they will not assign you too many tasks. Not only will you get a fixed salary every month, but you can also receive combat resource subsidies. If there are tasks assigned to you, there will be additional rewards and subsidies. How about it? Do you want to join? Wang Yan of the Atrium Guild had naturally heard of it. This guild is a special national organization that only recruits the strongest professionals from all over the country and collects special talents from all over the country for training. Unless the guild actively invites them, ordinary professionals have no chance to join. Even a strong person like Li Yingtian is eager for the opportunity to join the Atrium Guild. Apart from the benefits of the guild itself, the fact that the Atrium Guild gathers the strongest people from all over the country is enough to make countless professionals yearn for it. Moreover, once you join a guild, in a sense you are included in the national system and are directly protected by national power. Wang Yan was also slightly excited. The main reason was that he heard that the salary of the Atrium Guild was very high, and once you joined, it was basically a lifelong job, with a high pension. The country's rice bowl is still more prosperous. Wang Yan suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Thank you, President. Of course I will join, Li Yingtian replied. Very good. I will report this to the higher-ups. Someone will bring you the confidentiality agreement and employment application directly. You just need to sign them and don't worry about anything else. Hearing Li Yingtian say this, Wang Yan immediately felt relieved. He thought that he had to make a special trip to the capital to join the Zhongding Guild. Li Yingtian continued. Next, let me talk about your admission to university this time. Chapter 50, Choice of 3 Universities. When Wang Yan heard Li Yingtian say this, he immediately became interested. He knew that this was the main point of Li Tian's message to him this time. Here, you are given the highest right of choice. You can choose any of the higher education institutions in the entire Dragon Country, including Jiangnan University, Kyoto University, and Jiangnan University. You don't have to take the college entrance examination this time. Just wait for the admission letter at home. But I need you to tell me within a month which university you plan to choose, because your batch of graduates will have to enroll in 3 months at the latest. Which university? Wang Yan was a little hesitant. He hadn't thought about this issue yet. In fact, it didn't matter which of the 3 universities he went to. He just wanted to be admitted to one of the 3 supreme universities, which would not disappoint his parents' expectations. But if I told Li Tian just any one of them, it would seem a bit too casual. So Wang Yan asked? President Li, I don't know much about the 3 universities here. Can you give me some advice? Li Tian seemed to have guessed that Wang Yan would ask this question. He said, I knew you would ask me this. Let me tell you the differences and advantages of these 3 universities. First is Kyoto University. This university is located in the capital. If you go to this university, you can meet many dignitaries, which will be very helpful for your future. And the leaders of Kyoto University have the widest network of contacts, so it is easy to recommend work institutions or introduce business partners. Wang Yan shook his head silently in his heart. He was not interested in the so-called official career. Getting promoted and getting rich was not his dream. Next is Jinghai University. Most of the students at this university are children of wealthy businessmen. I heard that Jinghai University has contacts with many domestic wealthy businessmen and even international financial consortiums. This means that as long as you enter the Jinghai University circle, you will know a lot of business opportunities that outsiders don't know about. After hearing this, Wang Yan rejected this option in his mind. He was not very interested in making money by doing business. Having money is the best, but his original intention is to become a powerful professional. The last one is Jiangnan University. There is nothing special about Jiangnan University. It is the most traditional and purest academy for combat professionals. Many of the strong people who graduated from Jiangnan University are well-known figures in Dragon Country. But I must remind you of one thing. Jiangnan University is located near the Abyss Demon Cave, which is often invaded by Abyss demons. As a student of Jiangnan, you have to participate in the battle. This is why the professionals trained by Jiangnan University have the strongest combat effectiveness, because they have the most practical experience. Of course, correspondingly, many students at Jiangnan University die in battle every year, so it is also the most dangerous place. After listening to Li Tian's introduction, Wang Yan immediately said without hesitation, President Li, thank you for your detailed introduction. I choose Jiangnan University. Li Tian was indeed thoughtful. When he introduced each university, he did not say something very official, but instead introduced in a very practical way the possible impact that each university might have on Wang Yan's future. In a sense, Wang Yan's choice this time also largely determined his future destiny. After about a few dozen seconds, Li Tian sent a message. Are you sure? Actually, as a support profession, you don't need to fight so hard and put yourself in danger. Wang Yan replied. Thank you for the reminder, President, but I am sure that Jiangnan University is the college I want to go to. Li Tian sighed. At this time, Li Tian was sitting in the office of Tianshui City Vocational Union. Normally, he would be alone in the office at this time to deal with some unfinished work. But today there was a middle-aged man in his office. The man had a square face, a sturdy build, and was wearing a black combat training uniform. There was a very noticeable scar on his face, running from the upper left forehead across his eye to near the corner of his mouth. The scar added a bit of ferocity to his fair face. His eyes were as sharp as torches, his body was like a tiger or leopard, and he carried a vague murderous aura, as if he had walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Li Tian sighed in his heart, and said to the man in front of him. He chose to go to Jiangnan University. The man smiled gently. Yes, this guy is very much my type. I am very optimistic about him. Li Tian looked at the man in front of him and said, Captain Su is interested in Wang Yan? The man in front of him was named Su Jingfeng, and he was the captain of the Long Yan team of the Zhongting Guild. Although Li Yingtian knew that the higher-ups would definitely send someone, he never expected that the people sent would be from Wang Yan's team. In Dragon Country, many people know about the Atrium Guild, but not many people know about the Longyan team. The Longyan Squad is a special team in the Midgard Guild and often carries out secret missions. This team has an absurdly high level of authority. Even the professional unions in the capital have no jurisdiction over them. They only follow orders from the Yezhongting Guild. In Li Yingtian's opinion, everyone in this team is a dangerous person. If Su Jingfeng falls in love with Wang Yan, it is hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for Wang Yan. Su Jingfeng smiled and said, "That's right, our Longyan team only needs real warriors. Of course, whether he is a true warrior or not depends on how he performs later." After saying that, Su Jingfeng stood up and opened the office door. "Thank you for your hard work, President Li. I have to go back to the guild now. I'll trouble you with the rest." Li Yingtian stood up and said respectfully, "Okay, feel free to contact me if you have any questions. Your savings card with the last number 9527 received 10 million yuan in dragon coins at 19 hours 45 minutes and 13 seconds, and the current balance is 24,946,055.40 yuan. Seeing the arrival notification on his phone, Wang Yan smiled happily. There is a total of more than 25 million in the bank card now. I really want to just retire like this, ha. Wang Yan threw his phone away and lay down on the sofa. It feels so good to have money. At this time, Wang Yan didn't know that on the rooftop opposite him, a male warrior in light armor and a female ranger in leather armor were observing him through telescopes. In order to better blend into the night, both of their equipment were painted black. The man said, "What is this kid doing? He's just lying there. He's going to take the college entrance exam soon and he doesn't even know how to exercise. He looks like a loser." The woman next to him looked at him with disdain. "Do you think everyone is as training crazy as you? This kid is a recognized genius and is destined to be admitted to the 3 major universities." The man smiled disdainfully. "Genius? There are so many geniuses who have died at my hands. I don't know why the captain sent me to protect such a person." The woman folded her arms and said coldly, "Okay, stop complaining. Once he successfully joins the guild, our mission will be over." Chapter 51, Su Mushue's Invitation. The next day, Wang Yan slept until he woke up naturally. He didn't set an alarm for himself, and didn't get up until after 9 o'clock. Anyway, he doesn't have the pressure of the college entrance examination anymore, and he doesn't need to attend classes. For him, it's like a holiday now. Wang Yan opened his sleepy eyes and found an unread message from Qing Yuan. His heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have made an appointment with Qing Yuan to level up together yesterday. Wang Yan quickly opened the message board. "Lao Wang, I can't come this morning. My crocodiles are about to hatch. How about we go to the Shadow Forest together this afternoon?" Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought Qing Yuan was going to be stood up by him again. He replied, "No problem, let's do it in the afternoon." Speaking of the dragon blood crocodile, Wang Yan estimated that his eggs should be about to hatch. He got out of bed and looked at his incubator. It was still in very good health and there was about 1 hour and 15 minutes left before hatching. After reading it, Wang Yan returned to bed, covered himself with the quilt, and fell into deep thought. "I don't feel very hungry, so I might as well skip breakfast. It turns out that the purpose of taking a holiday is to sleep in." After 3 years of intensive study, Wang Yan is now like a wild dog that has broken free from its reins and has completely let himself go. Just when Wang Yan was about to take a nap, his friend List suddenly indicated that there was a new message. Wang Yan took a look and saw that it was sent by Su Mushue. "Are you here to ask me to form a team too?" Wang Yan opened the chat bar and took a look. "Wang Yan, my father wants to arrange a time to meet you and invite you to dinner. I wonder if it's convenient for you." Wang Yan got a headache when he saw the message. What does Su Mushue's father mean? Do you want to make a special trip to thank him in person? But what Wang Yan hates most is eating with strangers, especially those of elders. He is a socially anxious person and doesn't talk much. What if the atmosphere becomes awkward? But now Su Mushue is his regular teammate after all, and it would seem a bit disrespectful to her if he doesn't go. After some inner struggle, Wang Yan felt that he couldn't escape this time. So I could only reply. Okay, when? Sumushia quickly replied. It depends on when you are free. Me? I'm free today at noon. Wang Yan just wanted to resolve this matter quickly. Okay, I'll tell my dad right away. Tell me your home address and I'll have someone pick you up later. An hour later, Wang Yan squatted next to the incubator, nervously watching the movements inside the incubator. There is less than a minute left until successful hatching. Pa pa! Two crisp sounds came from the incubator. Obviously, the dragon blood crocodile was moving in the eggshell. Soon, 1 minute passed, the hatching countdown returned to 0, and a cheerful electronic sound rang out. Wang Yan just felt that the music was somewhat familiar, and thought it was the reminder sound of the rice cooker being cooked. It's time to hatch. You may now open the incubator. After seeing the prompt, Wang Yan immediately opened the incubator, and the egg with fine scales and a fiery red body appeared in front of him again. There were constant noises coming from the eggshell, and the little dragon blood crocodile was trying hard to break out of the shell. This incubator has a shell-breaking function, which can help some pets that are difficult to break out of their shells. But Wang Yan was not in a hurry to use this function. This is a dark gold level dragon blood crocodile, 1 level higher than its gold level mother. If it can't even break an eggshell, then it's doomed. The dragon blood crocodile's consciousness was connected to him, and Wang Yan could feel the little dragon blood crocodile's anxious mood. Instead of helping, he encouraged it. Come on! You can do it! After being encouraged by Wang Yan, the dragon blood crocodile seemed to have gained confidence, and it suddenly rammed into the eggshell. In an instant, a big hole suddenly appeared in the eggshell. The dragon blood crocodile crawled out from inside, looking very happy. It crawled quickly in the incubator, celebrating its new life. It howled towards the sky, making a childish dragon roar, and wisps of flame spewed out of its mouth. Wow, he already has the ability to breathe fire right after he was born. Seeing it so happy, Wang Yan was happy for it from the bottom of his heart. He reached out his hand and tried to touch the little guy. When Wang Yan stretched out his hand, the little dragon blood crocodile instantly quieted down. It stretched out its head and rubbed it in Wang Yan's hand, appearing very intimate. Wang Yan picked it up and examined it carefully in his hand. This little dragon blood crocodile has beautiful red patterns. It is not blood red all over, but has some tiny black patterns mixed in with the blood red. These patterns make it look more aggressive, with a dangerous and deadly aesthetic. Its eyes are very charming. The blood red eyeballs are like a red galaxy dotted with stars, just like the vast starry sky. But those tiny black pupils seemed like a bottomless abyss, shining coldly and revealing a hint of indifference and cruelty. The sunlight from the window shone on it, and its dense red scales sparkled, making it look like a blood-red jade sculpture. It's so beautiful. Wang Yan couldn't help but admire that this was simply a work of art created for killing. Rather than looking like a crocodile, it looks more like a giant dragon without wings. Wang Yan pried open its teeth, and the little dragon blood crocodile cooperated by opening its mouth wide. It has a row of very sharp teeth. What's interesting is that these sharp teeth are all blood red. The neatly arranged teeth are crystal clear, like red agate, and very beautiful. Wang Yan patted its head. Since your teeth are so red, I might as well just call you Blood Fawn. Roar! Blood Fawn let out a domineering growl, feeling happy about having a new name. Wang Yan placed the bloody tooth on the table, took out a plate of dried meat that he had prepared long ago, and placed it in front of it. Bloody Fawn was extremely excited when it smelled the meat, but it did not rush to eat it. Instead, it opened its bloody mouth and blew a breath of dragon's breath at the meat on the plate. The dried meat in the plate was instantly roasted to a crisp, giving off a burnt aroma. Oh, you're quite particular. Wang Yan was amused by it. While watching Blood Fawn feasting on the food, Wang Yan summoned the pet's data panel in his mind. Dragon Blood Crocodile, Dark Gold. Level LV1. A powerful creature, it has mutated due to the dragon blood in its body. The dragon blood has been activated, and it has great potential for growth. Skills: Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Tumble. Bite: the dragon blood crocodile leaps forward, rushes to a maximum distance of 5 meters, grows with level, and bites the enemy. Death Roll: After the dragon blood crocodile bites the enemy, it rotates its body at high speed, causing terrible tearing damage to the enemy. Dragon breath spray. Spray out a stream of dragon breath that burns everything. Chapter 52 Meeting. Wang Yan was shocked when he saw Blood Fang's skills. Oh my god, it turns out that the dragon blood crocodile has a charged skill? Ordinary blood crocodiles usually walk very slowly on land. Only in water can blood crocodiles show their true strength. So Wang Yan subconsciously thought that the dragon blood crocodile must be the same as the ordinary blood crocodile, good at fighting in water but not good at moving on land. I didn't expect that this dragon blood crocodile actually has an additional charged skill compared to the ordinary blood crocodile. The threat posed by monsters with charged skills and monsters without charged skills are on completely different levels. The palm-sized dragon blood crocodile in front of me can actually jump 5 meters away. If its level and size were allowed to grow, how far would it be able to jump? Wang Yan was very grateful that he did not show up when facing the level 33 dragon blood crocodile. If he had appeared for even 1 second at that time, with the strength of the dragon blood crocodile, it would definitely rush to his side within a second. If there was another death roll or something like that, Wang Yan would probably die on the spot. Thinking of this, Wang Yan also felt a little scared. But besides the fear, he felt more surprised. With the charged skill, it means that the dragon blood crocodile's combat capability on land will not be too bad. Not to mention that Wang Yan remembered that the dragon blood crocodile also had a magic immune blood rage skill, which could greatly increase movement speed while being immune to magic and negative states. With the support of these two skills, the dragon blood crocodile's combat effectiveness on land is completely comparable to that in water. In addition to the bloody frenzy skill, Wang Yan remembered that there was also a skill called Dragon Power, which was also very powerful. However, Blood Fang's level is still very low, and it is estimated that it will need to be upgraded before it can learn those two skills. As for whether it will learn more skills in the future, it depends on Wang Yan's training. After Blood Fang had eaten his fill, he burped with sparks in his eyes, then jumped off the table and onto the floor, accompanied by a crisp pop sound. This amazing jumping ability also surprised Wang Yan a little, and at the same time he was impressed by Blood Fang's toughness. The height of the table was not low for it, and it jumped down without even blinking. Shuya was very curious about Wang Yan's room. He crawled around in the room, as if exploring the environment there. Roar! After exploring the room, Bloody Fang roared at Wang Yan. Wang Yan understood what it meant. It wanted to find a place to swim. Wang Yan slapped his head. How could I have forgotten this? He should have prepared a fish tank for Blood Fang. Although pet balls exist, pets will become depressed if they stay in them for a long time. Generally, owners will only put their pets into pet balls for convenience when they go out. He walked over, grabbed Blood Fang, then put it in the bathtub in the bathroom and filled it with some water. Just swim in it for now, I'll get you a bigger fish tank later. Blood Fang was not picky and dived into the water and started swimming. It can be seen that it prefers water to land. Looking at the bathtub, Wang Yan wondered if he should move to another place. It's not that he gets carried away just because he has money. It doesn't matter to him that he lives in a rented house that costs only a few $100s. But the Blood Fang will definitely need a larger space in the future, and one fish tank cannot satisfy it. Looking at the dragon blood crocodile we encountered before, we can see that an adult dragon blood crocodile can grow to at least 8 or 9 meters long. This size of fish cannot be accommodated in a fish tank. Moreover, the size growth of pets is also linked to their levels. As the level increases, their size will also increase rapidly until they grow to adult form. If Wang Yan wants to take good care of it and make it grow better, he might have to prepare a large pond specifically for it. This is probably another considerable amount of money. But there is no way, professionals need money everywhere. Wang Yan thought about it and decided not to rush for now, as he was about to go to Jiangnan University in Jiangnan City. Jiangnan City is located in Jiangling Province, more than 2,000 kilometers away from Dongshan Province. By then, Wang Yan will probably have to stay in Jiangnan for a long time. It is not very cost-effective for him to buy or rent a new house in Tianshui City. Wang Yan squatted down and touched the bloody tooth swimming in the bathtub. You play first, I need to go out for a while. I looked at the time and it was almost time for the appointment with Su Muxue. Just when Wang Yan was getting ready to go out, Su Muxue sent a message. Wang Yan, I've asked the driver to come downstairs to your house. Su Muxue told Wang Yan the model, color and license plate number of the vehicle. Wang Yan replied, received, and hurried downstairs. After he went downstairs, he found a black car parked downstairs. Wang Yan knew nothing about cars, but just by looking at the appearance of the car he could tell that it must be a luxury car. A man in formal attire and white gloves greeted Wang Yan respectfully after seeing him. Mr. Wang Yan, this way please. He took the initiative to open the car door for Wang Yan and invited Wang Yan to get in. Wang Yan was quite uncomfortable seeing the other party being so formal. Thanks. After getting in the car, Wang Yan began to close his eyes and rest. Su Muxue had booked a platinum 5-star hotel called Caixuan. This restaurant is very famous in Tianshui City, but Wang Yan has never been there. Caixuan, in a private room. Su Muxue was sitting in her seat, looking at the navigation on her phone. Dad, Wang Yan is almost here. I'm going to pick him up. Sitting next to Su Muxue was a tall and burly middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very strong, and his bulging muscles filled out his clothes. He had a slicked back hair and sharp facial features. He looked more like a soldier than a businessman. This is Su Muxue's father, Su Che. Su Che said, softly and nodded. Then he said, Xiangyuan community? I didn't expect your classmate to live in such an old community. The environment there must not be very good. Su Muxue nodded and said, Well, Wang Yan's parents unfortunately passed away in the beast tide 10 years ago, so his family conditions are not very good. Su Che supported his chin with his hand and looked at Su Muxue with an ambiguous smile on his lips. This kid actually gave away a pet egg worth tens of millions. Tell me honestly, is this kid pursuing you? 2 red clouds suddenly appeared on Su Muxue's face. Oh, Dad! Don't make wild guesses. He is just more principled and insists on even distribution according to the team rules. Su Muxue thought about it, and then said seriously. And don't underestimate him. He is very strong. Maybe he doesn't even care about this little money. Chapter 53, The Auction in Half a Month. After hearing his daughter's words, Su Che's face showed a thoughtful look. Su Che was clear about his daughter's character. In order to catch up with her sister, Su Muxue has been very strong-willed since she was a child. No matter what she does, she wants to be the best. She rarely praises others, and even if she loses to others, she will find a chance to win back. If even she said that the classmate named Wang Yan was very strong, then he must be really very capable. No wonder he even gave away these 2 gold-level pet eggs. If he really has that much potential, Su Che could seriously consider making friends with him. Su Muxue looked at her phone and said, Dad, I'm going to pick him up first. Mr. Wang, we are here. After parking the car, the driver opened the door for Wang Yan. After getting off the bus, what caught my eye was a hotel with a simple but unique decoration. This hotel is not like some high-end restaurants, with luxurious facilities. Instead, it adopts a very retro bamboo and wood decoration style, making it look like a woodland cabin hidden in the bustling city. Wang Yan quite appreciated this style, and couldn't help but feel a little excited about the food here. I didn't expect Su Muxue's father to have such good taste. Wang Yan thought secretly in his heart. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure walking out of the hotel entrance. He recognized it as Su Muxue at a glance. Su Muxue walked towards him and waved at him, and Wang Yan nodded at her. Afterwards, Su Muxue led Wang Yan to the private room booked by Su Che. As soon as he entered the box, Wang Yan saw the strong Su Che and was stunned. The kind of businessmen that he had in mind were usually those with big bellies and kind faces. It is rare to find a businessman as oppressive as Su Che. Wang Yan, this is my dad. Wang Yan nodded slightly. Hello, Uncle Su. Su Che looked Wang Yan up and down, then greeted him warmly. Xiao Wang, come here and sit here. I kept hearing Xiaoxue talking about you yesterday, and today I see that you are indeed a handsome man. Although Su Che had a sense of oppression, he was very easygoing towards Wang Yan and did not act like an elder. After some polite exchanges, Su Che and Wang Yan started chatting about family matters. Unlike most elders, he did not ask Wang Yan questions like checking his household registration, but instead chatted with Wang Yan about some things in study and life. Su Che controlled the topic just right so as not to make Wang Yan feel uncomfortable at all. As the two chatted, the nervousness in Wang Yan's heart disappeared without a trace. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Su Che is a pretty good person, it's just that he looks too intimidating. After chatting for a while, the topic finally turned to the dragon blood crocodile. Su Che said, "The 2 dragon blood crocodile eggs hatched smoothly. If nothing goes wrong, they have already been sent to our breeding center for cultivation." Wang said, "Really? That's great. My dragon blood crocodile has also hatched and is in very good condition. By the way, Uncle Su, I also want to ask you about questions such as pet breeding." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan could ask questions about the subsequent cultivation of the dragon blood crocodile. You have to know that Su Che is a top figure in the pet industry, and his understanding of pets is definitely beyond doubt. Sure enough, Su Che did not hide anything and patiently explained to Wang Yan many issues regarding pet breeding. Only then did Wang Yan realize that there were many things to pay attention to when raising a reptile pet like the dragon blood crocodile. There are things to pay attention to regarding temperature, water quality, and food. Of course, for the overall strength of the dragon blood crocodile, level and talent are the most important. A pet with poor talent has little value in training. However, Wang Yan still learned a lot about raising pets, many of which were not in the textbooks. "Thank you, Uncle Su, for your teachings. I have learned a lot today." Su Che smiled slightly. "It's okay. If you still don't understand something, you can always ask me. Let's add each other as friends." As he spoke, Su Che sent a friend request to Wang Yan. After Wang Yan accepted the friend request, the two chatted for a while about the dragon blood crocodile. As they chatted, Su Che revealed the real purpose of meeting Wang Yan. "Xiao Wang, Shishue doesn't know much. These 2 eggs are too valuable. I also heard from Shishue about how you got the eggs. How about this? I'll buy these 2 eggs for 10 million each. What do you think?" Only then did Wang Yan understand why Su Che invited him to dinner. It turned out that Su Che felt that the favor he owed Wang Yan was a bit too big and wanted to give Wang Yan some compensation. Wang Yan quickly waved his hand and said, "No, the 3 of us had already discussed this matter at the time. Besides, I am also following the rules. According to normal team rules, the resources obtained should be divided equally." Seeing that Wang Yan spoke sincerely and his eyes were clear and didn't seem fake, Su Che immediately looked at Wang Yan with a new respect. Wang Yan came from a poor family, but he was so motivated by the temptation of money. Since Su Che offered the money, it would be reasonable for him to accept it, but he still chose to stick to his principles. There are indeed not many young people like this nowadays. Suddenly, Su Che felt more favorable towards Wang Yan. He laughed. "Well, just like Shishue said, you are indeed a young man with principles. However, you gave my Su family such a great gift, and if I, Su, accepted it without saying anything, it would be unreasonable. If it gets out, I'm afraid people will laugh at me." Su Che pondered for a moment and said, "How about this, Xiao Wang? In about half a month, the Zijing Chamber of Commerce will hold an auction in Tianshui City. I would like to invite you to attend with me. I will have a gift for you then. I hope you won't refuse this gift." Wang Yan knew that if he refused again, he would be disrespecting Su Che. So he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll definitely come then. The earliest you can go to Jiangnan University is 1 month later, and the latest is 3 months later. Therefore, Wang Yan will still have time to attend the auction in Tianshui City in half a month." It just so happened that he had some spare money, so he decided to see if there was anything suitable he could buy. After dinner, Wang Yan said goodbye to Su Che and Su Mushue. He and Su Mushue made an appointment to go to the Shadow Forest to upgrade together at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Both she and Qinyuan need to prepare for the college entrance examination. Wang Yan also planned to go down to the Shadow Forest. Although he no longer needs to worry about the college entrance examination, he plans to take this opportunity to help Shuya get promoted. The Blood Fang is only level 1 now. Chapter 54, Qinyuan's Talent for Naming. After Wang Yan returned home, he picked up the bloody tooth that was soaking in the bathtub. He was just about to put it into the pet ball, but suddenly remembered what Suche said, that it is best not to use the pet ball with a newly born pet. Newly born pets are very wary of everything around them and lack a sense of security. They need to become familiar with their owner's scent and surroundings. If they are kept in the pet ball all the time, it may affect the intimacy between them and their owners. Because for pets that are raised from childhood, their owners are like their parents. The younger the pet is, the more dependent it is on its owner. Therefore, it is best to let the pet get familiar with the owner for a period of time before trying to let it enter the pet ball. I have to say that I learned a lot after chatting with Suche today. If Suche hadn't told him these subtle pieces of knowledge, he would have been completely unaware of them. If the intimacy of a pet is affected, it is no small matter, as the intimacy is directly related to whether the pet can obey commands. Wang Yan held the bloody fang in his hand and gently stroked its little head. Shuya felt happy and excited in his mind, and rubbed Wang Yan's palm vigorously. "Come on, follow me out, I'll take you out to fight monsters." Hearing Wang Yan's words, Shuya suddenly became excited. Its eyes were fierce and it spewed out a few sparks. It was obvious that it was impatient to start a killing. As expected of someone with dragon blood, he's so fierce. Seeing it so excited, Wang Yan was very satisfied with its condition. But now this guy is too small, only the size of a palm. I guess any stray cat would be able to fight it back and forth. Wang Yan put Bloody Fang into his pocket and stuffed a piece of dried meat into it. Bloody Fang stayed in Wang Yan's pocket obediently and chewed the dried meat. As Wang Yan walked downstairs, he sent a message to Qin Yuan. "How's it going, Qin Yuan? Su Muxue and I have an appointment to go to the Shadow Forest at 2 p.m. Qin Yuan quickly sent a reply. "No problem. I just finished my meal. Let's meet at the usual place at 2 p.m. It was already around 1 p.m., and there were only a few dozen minutes left until the agreed time. If Wang Yan sets out now, the time should be about the same when he arrives. Putting the bloody tooth in his pocket, Wang Yan went out, hailed a taxi, and drove towards the shadowy forest. About 30 minutes later, Wang Yan successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. There are no fewer professionals coming to Shadow Forest today than yesterday, and most of them are recent graduates. Seeing Wang Yan coming, the professionals around him all looked at him. "Did you see it? This is Wang Yan. I heard that he and the two great gods recovered nearly 990,000 worth of resources in one day yesterday. Yes, I know both of them. One is a heavy-armored warrior named Qin Yuan, and the other is one of the 3 rare professions in our school, the Dark Moon Mage Su Muxue. Wang Yan is so lucky. Even at this point, he still has 2 friends who stick with him." Wang Yan walked through the crowd and heard everyone whispering, feeling a little unhappy. "These people are talking in front of me, don't they pay attention to the volume of their voices?" However, it seems that the 3 of them sold a large amount of resources in succession at the supply station yesterday, which caused a small sensation. He, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue should be famous. However, it was obvious that these people did not think that Wang Yan played any role in this 3-person team. Maybe these people thought that Qin Yuan and Su Muxue had a good relationship with him, and they teamed up to take care of him. But this is also a good thing, as it just meets Liang Tian's request of him to keep a low profile during this period. Although Wang Yan didn't believe that anyone who could threaten his life would have the guts to come to Longhua. What's more, Tianshui City is located in the center of Longhua, so it is not easy to sneak in. However, since he had received instructions from above, Wang Yan decided to be cautious. But speaking of keeping a low profile, Wang Yan opened his storage ring and looked at the several pieces of equipment inside. Alchemy robe, gold, poison resistance belt, silver, bone scepter, dark gold. These 3 pieces of equipment were obtained when I followed Liang Tian and others into the heroic dungeon. In order to keep a low profile, Wang Yan did not wear any equipment. But when we arrived at the Shadow Forest, we found that all the young men and women from these wealthy families started with silver-level equipment, and occasionally had 1 or 2 pieces of gold equipment. On the contrary, people like him who didn't wear any equipment yesterday would look more like an outlier and attract more attention. Wang Yan simply stopped keeping a low profile and put on all his equipment. Then he found that no one around him noticed him. Fuck, I really did that yesterday. As long as he doesn't reveal the attributes of this equipment, he will look like just an ordinary mage. After waiting for a while, Su Muxue and Qin Yuan arrived as promised. Su Muxue had just found Wang Yan when Qin Yuan arrived almost right after. As soon as Qin Yuan saw the two people, he shouted and seemed extremely excited. "Old Wang, Su Muxue, look, my little crocodile has hatched." In his hand he held a small crocodile that looked like a lizard. It looked quite pretty and was actually a little smaller than Wang Yan's blood fang. Qin Yuan's dragon blood crocodile looks quite different. It does not have black patterns like the blood fangs. Its entire body was blood red, its bones were thick, and its appearance was very similar to the dragon blood crocodile it had encountered before at the freshwater lake. Its teeth are ordinary white, and its eyeballs are not blood red, but ordinary copper color. It seems that the difference between the dark gold level and the gold level is not only reflected in the size, but also in the appearance. There is no doubt that Blood Fang is more beautiful than the dragon blood crocodile in both body shape and appearance. Qin Yuan said excitedly. "I named it Xiao He." "Well?" Wang Yan was stunned. "Little black? I can't tell where it's black." Wang Yan carefully looked at the crocodile in Qin Yuan's hand. It was indeed red all over, without any other colors. Qin Yuan shook his head. "No, when I was a kid, my family had a dog named Xiao He. I named it in his memory." "I have to say, brother, you really have a talent for naming." "Ha!" Qin Yuan laughed and said. "Of course." Roar. The dragon blood crocodile in Qin Yuan's hand, "Oh no, it's Xiao He," made a low moaning sound. Obviously, it is not very satisfied with its name as it has a certain level of intelligence. "So small? Quite cute." Su Muxue took the little dragon blood crocodile from Qin Yuan and touched its body. There was some envy in her eyes. Although Wang Yan gave her 2 eggs, those 2 eggs now belonged to the family. She would have to wait until the dragon blood crocodile hatched the next generation before she would have the chance to make a contract. The family doesn't want her to waste energy training those pets that have no talent. However, the dragon blood crocodile is an exception. Its bloodline determines that it has the possibility of evolution. Chapter 55, Area 1, East District. Qin Yuan asked curiously. "Old Wang, where's your crocodile? Hasn't it hatched yet? Does it mean that dark gold pet eggs hatch more slowly?" Wang Yan reached into his pocket and fumbled around, then took the bloody tooth out. "Wow, it's so beautiful!" Su Muxue exclaimed in a low voice. Wang Yan said. "It's called Blood Fang because its teeth are blood red, very special." Qin Yuan looked at the dragon blood crocodile in Wang Yan's hand, and then looked at his Xiao He. "You know what, you really look a little different at the dark gold level." The appearance of Blood Fang is very different from its mother, the dragon blood crocodile beside the freshwater lake. In fact, Wang Yan was also looking forward to it. If the blood fang in its hand grew to level 33 like the dragon blood crocodile by the lake, what kind of strength it would be. Just thinking about it made him excited. Qin Yuan asked. "So, are we still going to yesterday's area today?" Wang Yan took out the map and thought about it. "Forget it. Maybe the dragon blood crocodile has already set its sights on us. I want to go to the east district of the first area today. What do you think?" Wang Yan placed the map in front of the two of them and pointed to the east side of the first area. This position is the intersection of the first area and the second area. Getting closer to the second area means you will encounter more high-level monsters. Wang Yan continued. "There are fewer people in this area. Although it's farther from the supply point, the competition is not that fierce. After yesterday, the levels of many newly awakened professionals have been upgraded. The competition in the level 10+ monster area should be much more intense than yesterday. However, Su Muxue and Qin Yuan's levels are still higher than most people. They are both level 16 and will soon be promoted to level 17. So they are also qualified to challenge higher level monsters." There was a hint of worry between Su Muxue's brows. "If I remember correctly, there seems to be a large goblin settlement in the second area near the East District?" Wang Yan nodded and said. "That's right. Many professionals will deliberately avoid the eastern area of the first zone, because that large goblin settlement is the most hated place by many professionals. The average level of goblins is around level 25. One very annoying thing about these goblins is that they usually move in small groups and rarely act alone. These goblins have a certain level of intelligence, so there is a certain ability for division of labor and cooperation among them. Moreover, they have detailed professional differentiation, including goblin warriors, goblin archers, goblin spearmen, and so on. Therefore, although these goblins provide the same experience and resources as other level 25 monsters, they are much more difficult to deal with than monsters of the same level. What is most annoying for professionals is that these goblins will run away when their health is low, and occasionally blow horns to call their companions, which is extremely despicable. Therefore, most of the time, professionals' first choice in the first area is the South District, followed by the West District. Take the South District as an example. The South District is a vast grassland with many monsters acting alone. These monsters have low intelligence, will not run away, and mostly prefer to fight alone, making them very suitable for leveling up with a small team. Wang Yan knew Su Mushua's concerns and said, "Don't worry, we have an invisibility aura. We can evacuate at any time if there is any danger. And the large number of goblins may not be a bad thing for us." Wang Yan looked at Su Mushua and Qin Yuan. "What do you think?" Risks and opportunities always coexist. The more goblins there are, the more efficient they are in gaining experience. Su Mushua nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." Qin Yuan also nodded. "I'll do whatever you say." After setting the goal, everyone began to move towards the depths of the shadow forest. A few hundred meters behind Wang Yan and his group, a male warrior and a female ranger exchanged glances and quickly caught up with Wang Yan and his group. The male warrior spoke first. "Look at these two guys. They seem to be quite free. They even raised a lizard each." The female ranger ignored him. "I say, Tauzi, can't we just go up and tell that kid that we're here to protect him? Look how sneaky we look." The woman, whom the man called Peach, looked at him impatiently. "Shut up, Xiaolan. I really don't know why the boss asked me to be in a group with an idiot like you." Peach rolled her eyes. "If we go straight up, wouldn't that be equivalent to telling everyone that Wang Yan is an important person? Have you forgotten what the boss said?" Xiaolan was scolded, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of this woman. He was very clear about how terrifying this woman's strength was. "Do you think I don't understand? I'm just talking." Tauzi rolled her eyes at him. "Less talk, more action, hurry up and catch up." The two followed Wang Yan and others not too far away. Since there were many people outside the shadow forest, Wang Yan and others did not notice anything wrong. As for Wang Yan, it will take some time for them to get deep into the East District. But everyone is not in a hurry. Like Qin Yuan and Wang Yan, their main goal today is to upgrade their dragon blood crocodile as soon as possible. Occasionally, when a monster passed by, Wang Yan would turn on his halo and help Qin Yuan and Su Mushue kill the monster instantly. Probably this morning, Li Yingtian sent 2 more energy pools and told Wang Yan not to save energy, just tell him if it was not enough. As long as the energy pool is empty, it can be sent back, and Li Yingtian will find someone to help him fill the energy pool. Since Li Yingtian said so, Wang Yan didn't hesitate. It wasn't his money anyway, so he didn't feel bad about it. As the three were walking, a black bear suddenly emerged. Black bear monster bronze, LV23. Wang Yan immediately unfolded the halo, but this time, he used the frequency conversion ring to adjust the power of the halo to 20%. The bonus of the attack aura has become 200%, and the conversion rate of holy damage has reached 20%. Qin Yuan stepped forward and slashed out with sword energy, and Su Mushue also summoned a dark magic ball. With the blessing of the double halo, the black bear monster only had time to let out a roar before it fell to the ground with a bang. The level 23 monster was killed instantly on the spot. Only then did Qin Yuan and Su Mushue notice that there seemed to be something wrong with today's injuries. When Qin Yuan saw the buff on the status bar, he immediately exclaimed, "Damn it, Lao Wang, why has your aura become so outrageous?" Wang Yan smiled and said, "It's just a skill upgrade, it's normal." Qin Yuan and Su Mushue looked at each other, and Qin Yuan shook his head. "Old Wang, seriously, you are a monster." Generally, even if the skills of an aura caster are upgraded, the increase for a damage aura, for example, is only 1% to 5%, and 10% is the maximum. Wang Yan's score doubled directly from 100% to 200%. How could anyone upgrade like this? Wang Yan smiled secretly in his heart. He wondered how Qingyuan would react if he knew the true bonus of his halo. Chapter 56 Agreement. With the increase in the levels of Qingyuan and Su Muxue, and the blessing of Wang Yan's aura, the damage of the two can now be said to be extremely exaggerated. Every time they attack the monster, they can cause more than 20,000 damage. You should know that a level 20 monster now has just over 20,000 HP. Coupled with the blessing of holy damage, the amount of blood hit on the monster is considerable. A level 20 monster wouldn't last more than a single round against them. Ding, your teammate, Su Muxue, killed the LV-23 black bear monster, and your pet dragon blood crocodile gained 1150 experience points. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile has reached level 2. Just by killing one monster, Wang Yan's blood fawn was upgraded to level 2. When a professional brings a pet into battle, he can freely adjust the specific proportion of experience the pet gains. The maximum value that can be adjusted is 100%, which means that all the experience gained will go to the pet. When the pet's level is equal to that of its owner, its level cannot be raised to a level higher than that of its owner, and it can only remain at the same level as its owner. However, this experience ratio cannot be lower than 50%, which means that if a professional brings a pet into battle, at least half of the experience must be given to the pet. This is why many professionals are reluctant to bring combat pets. If it is a pet with ordinary qualifications, it will not only slow down the owner's upgrade speed, but also may not be able to exert much combat power. Roar! After upgrading, Blood Fawn let out a joyful roar. Wang Yan took it out of his pocket, and found that the size of Blood Fawn had increased a whole circle. The Blood Fawn was only the size of a palm before, but after it was upgraded to level 2, it became the size of 2 palms. If this continues, Wang Yan's pocket might not be able to fit it soon. Qingyuan also noticed that Wang Yan's bloody teeth had grown larger, and asked curiously, "Old Wang, has your dragon blood crocodile been upgraded?" Wang Yan nodded. "Yes, I adjusted its experience to 100% so that it can level up quickly." A hint of surprise flashed across Qingyuan and Su Muxue's faces. "Lao Wang, aren't you preparing for the college entrance examination?" Wang Yan knew what he meant. Although the college entrance examination results were not the most important factor in determining a professional's level, the higher the level, the better. The ability to upgrade levels also, to some extent, reflects the professional's level of effort, actual combat capability, and even family background. Although the family background seems a bit too cruel and true, it is the fact. Professionals with good family backgrounds often find it easier to grow. Therefore, generally speaking, during the stage of preparing for the college entrance examination, everyone will try their best to improve their grades. It is really outrageous for someone like Wang Yan to directly give 100% of the experience to his pet. Su Muxue also advised. "Yes, Wang Yan, your own level is also very important." Wang Yan smiled. "I don't need to worry about that. Principal Zhao called me yesterday and told me that I was admitted." Su Muxue and Qingyuan were stunned at first, then Qingyuan suddenly rushed up and punched Wang Yan on the shoulder, laughing. "You are so good, old Wang, you didn't even tell me such a big thing." Su Muxue's expression was somewhat complicated. "Congratulations, Wang Yan." On the one hand, she was happy that Wang Yan was admitted to the university, but on the other hand, she felt that the gap between her and Wang Yan seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. She has been working hard to surpass Wang Yan over the years. Wang Yan's results are always slightly better than hers. In order to get the first place in the school, Wang Yan has always been her goal. But now she feels that the gap between her and Wang Yan is getting bigger and bigger. As one of the 3 rare professions awakened in Tianshui Middle School today, she only got a letter of recommendation from the principal. Although this recommendation letter can increase her chances of entering a higher education institution, it is still far from the qualification for direct admission. For a moment, Su Muxue was a little depressed, but soon she shook her head and threw the depression out of her mind. "Su Muxue, what are you thinking about? You should be happy for your friends." Su Muxue secretly blamed herself in her heart. Qingyuan said, "Lao Wang, if those people who made fun of you in the school forum knew this news, I wonder what they would think, haha. Su Muxue also suddenly remembered that when they parted yesterday, Wang Yan asked the two of them to keep it a secret and not tell anyone about his halo. She was a little confused. Why should such a thing be kept secret? Could it be that Wang Yan would rather endure those mocking looks than clear his name? Speaking of which, Wang Yan, why don't you make your abilities known to the public? As long as Wang Yan demonstrates his abilities, his title of Tianshui City's #1 genius will immediately return to him. Wang Yan sighed and said, Well, there is a reason for this, but I can't tell you the reason for now. In fact, Wang Yan didn't want to pretend to be Loki. He has never been a person who likes to hide things. It was all because he accidentally led people to break the record of the extreme cold tomb, which attracted the attention of the whole world. If someone finds out that he is the key to breaking the record, he won't know how much trouble will be waiting for him in the future. The struggle between countries in this world is still very fierce. In order to suppress other countries, some countries can use any despicable means. Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. By the way, aren't you planning to apply to the same university as me? I chose Jiangnan University. Of course, this university may not be suitable for the two of you, but there is no need to force it. I suggest you listen to your family's opinions. He knew that Qingyuan and Su Mushue's families were both in business. Logically speaking, Jinghai University is more suitable for them. Unexpectedly, Qingyuan immediately spoke. No, I have already made up my mind to go to the same university with you. Not every university can find an aura master like you. I will definitely follow you as my teammate. Su Muxue also said. Me too. Even though you are much stronger than me now, I must find a way to defeat you once. Wang Yan laughed and said. Then you have to work hard. In that case, let's make an appointment and meet at Jiangnan University. The three of them chatted as they continued moving towards the East District. What they didn't know was that behind them, there were two people in stealth mode quietly following them. I didn't expect that their three-man team is quite powerful. The mage and warrior next to this kid seem to be very strong. Taozi rolled her eyes at Xiaolan. You didn't read the information the captain gave you, right? This young man named Wang Yan is an aura master. Can you guess why the two teammates next to him look so strong? Xiaolan suddenly realized. I see. Then I really underestimated him. Peach said. Keep following them. They seem to be heading to the East District. We have to keep a close eye on them. Xiaolan smiled contemptuously. A group of ignorant little fellows, a team of 3 dares to go to the East District. It seems that I will have to take action today. Chapter 57, Goblin Squad. As Wang Yan and others arrived near the East District, they found that the surrounding trees were becoming increasingly scarce. The vegetation became thinner, which gave them a wider field of vision, but also made them more easily spotted by monsters. Wang Yan found many wooden stakes of different lengths on the ground, which had obvious signs of being cut down. Apparently, the reason why trees are so scarce here is that many of them have been cut down by humans. Qingyuan asked doubtfully. Oh my god, there are people cutting wood in such a dangerous place. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said. It seems that the goblins cut down these trees and use them to build camps or burn them as firewood. That means we are getting closer and closer to the goblins' activity area. Wang Yan's words added a hint of vigilance to Su Muxue and Qingyuan's eyes. Wang Yan took out the map and looked at it. According to the terrain, they had indeed arrived at the edge of the second area in the East District. Along the way, they killed many monsters, and Wang Yan's blood fawn was upgraded to level 5. It is now more than half a meter long, and Wang Yan can no longer put it in his pocket. He can only let it lie on the backpack on his back. The three of them continued to move forward. As they walked, Wang Yan suddenly grabbed Su Mushue's wrist and pulled her back. Su Muxue almost fell down, and her whole body was half lying on Wang Yan. What's wrong? When Qingyuan heard the noise behind him, he quickly turned around and saw that the petite Su Muxue had almost half of her body lying on Wang Yan. You two are flirting here? Qingyuan chuckled, his eyes ambiguous. Su Muxue also looked confused. Her pretty face slightly reddened, and she quickly stood up from Wang Yan's arms and stood firm. Wang Yan ignored Qingyuan's teasing and gestured to the two of them to look down. Following the direction Wang Yan pointed, the two looked down and found an irregular mass of weeds covering the opposite surface. Among the weeds, an iron sawtooth is faintly visible. Wang Yan found a branch and pushed aside the weeds. Only then could he see the full appearance of the iron teeth. It turned out to be a huge animal trap. This trap is as big as a wash basin and is tied to the ground with an iron chain. It looks quite powerful. Wang Yan tapped the trap lightly with a branch. Bang! With a loud and crisp sound, the trap tightened instantly, breaking the wooden stick into two pieces. A trace of fear suddenly flashed across Su Mushua's eyes. If Wang Yan hadn't held her back, her legs would have been broken by the trap. Be careful, these goblins use traps. This trap is obviously made by goblins. Although it is crude, it is really hard to find at first glance if you don't look carefully. Many newly awakened professionals have fought many times against beast-type monsters with relatively low intelligence, and they never thought that monsters can also use traps. It is often this kind of carelessness that puts the team in danger. If Su Mushua had been accidentally caught in a trap just now, then Wang Yan and the others would have had to go back home and take her back to heal her wounds. Of course, this is the best-case scenario. If there happens to be a monster nearby and chasing the injured people, it would be dangerous. However, compared to other teams, Wang Yan at least has an aura of group invisibility as a last resort, so he can still run away even if he can't win. Go on, let's be careful. Wang Yan looked at the map. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a dense concentration of monsters ahead. Sure enough, after walking forward a few hundred meters, they soon encountered a group of goblins who were cutting wood in the forest. This is a team of goblins. Several goblins wearing equipment are standing beside a dozen naked and unarmored goblin lumberjacks, supervising them and making them cut trees hard. Goblin Lumberjack, Bronze, level 23, a lumberjack, his only axe is both a tool and a weapon. Goblin Centurion, Bronze, level 27, the leader of the team and an outstanding warrior among the goblins. Goblin Warrior, Bronze, level 25, a strong goblin warrior, stronger than ordinary goblins, does not participate in labor, only responsible for fighting. Goblin Archer, Bronze, level 25, goblin archers with long-range attack capabilities, but their accuracy is not very good. Wow, so many! Qin Yuan exclaimed. Since the woods nearby were sparse, both sides could see each other from a distance. In addition to more than a dozen goblin lumberjacks, this team of goblins also includes a goblin centurion, 2 goblin warriors, and 2 goblin archers. Obviously, the 5 goblins were the real warriors, and the other lumberjacks were just laborers. But this lineup of 15 monsters is very rare in low-level areas. Wow, wow! When the goblin saw Wang Yan and others, he immediately let out a loud shout and communicated in a way that Wang Yan and others could not understand. Soon, the goblin lumberjacks put down their work and rushed towards Wang Yan and others with axes raised. The 2 goblin archers also drew their mulberry wood longbows. Deal with the 2 ranged professions first. Wang Yan and others' team does not have any defensive professions and cannot provide the team with protective skills such as shields. In order to prevent the team from being too lacking in output, Qin Yuan always maintains an explosive posture. Therefore, when facing the opponent's ranged profession, you must give priority to dealing with the ranged profession, otherwise Wang Yan and Su Mushua are likely to be injured by hidden arrows. Fortunately, Wang Yan has an invisibility aura, which allows him to ignore the team's lack of defensive measures. The invisibility aura is activated. Many goblins cried out in surprise. Rabbi Rava! The goblin centurion raised the dagger in his hand, a rune condensed on the broken sword, and then a ripple spread out in all directions. The goblin centurion used the skill, Detect. However, the people who heard the prompt did not panic, because they knew that Wang Yan's god-level invisibility aura could make him immune to some detection methods. Sure enough, the goblin centurion's detection failed and it did not find the location of Wang Yan and others. At this moment, Qin Yuan had already sneaked up to the side of the 2 goblin archers. Almost at the same time as he raised the great sword in his hand, Wang Yan simultaneously activated the attack aura, holy damage aura, and god-level slowing aura. Crushing Storm. Qin Yuan swung the great sword, and with the additional 200% attack bonus, he released many extremely high damage numbers in succession. -25,530. minus 26,132. Minus 25,554. The fragile goblin archers could not withstand such brutal damage. The two archers died almost instantly. The other goblins finally reacted, but just when they wanted to besiege Qinyuan, they suddenly found that their bodies were out of control, as if they were struggling to move forward in the mud, unable to move. Chapter 58 Rapidly Growing Blood Fangs. Wang Yan's god level slowing down aura slowed them down by up to 90%, making them almost unable to move. Obviously, there are no priests or other professions in this team of goblins, and they are helpless against this disgusting slowing aura. Su Mushua's group attack support Dark Moon Blade arrived in time. Minus 17,856. Minus 17,391. Dark Moon Blades have slightly lower damage, but win in numbers. Judging from the current health of these goblins, every 2 Dark Moon Blades can kill a goblin in seconds. Su Mushua released more than 10 Dark Moon Blades at a time, and 7 or 8 goblin lumberjacks were killed on the spot in an instant. The remaining goblins finally panicked, and the goblin centurion's eyes showed fear. It let out a loud cry, and actually took the lead and ran in the opposite direction of the 3 people, preparing to escape. But under the deceleration of Wang Yan's halo, the goblins' escape movements became slow motion, which looked very funny. Qinyuan took advantage of this opportunity to surround and massacre the remaining goblins. He raised his sword and swung it down, killing a goblin on the spot with every strike. The goblin team was in complete collapse, unable to escape or fight. They were chased away without armor and screamed in agony. What followed was a crushing defeat without any suspense. Su Mushua and Qinyuan dealt with this group of goblins easily as if they were killing chickens. Ding, your teammate, Su Mushua, killed the LV-23 goblin lumberjack, and your pet dragon blood crocodile gained 1150 experience points. Ding, your teammate, Qinyuan, killed the LV-25 goblin warrior, and your pet dragon blood crocodile gained 1250 experience points. Experience gaining prompts kept flashing through Wang Yan's mind. The level of the dragon blood crocodile soared again, and has reached level 7. Its body has grown a little bigger. Now Wang Yan feels that it is at least 1 meter long and weighs several dozen kilograms. It is a little difficult to carry it on his back. The corpses of the goblins turned into spots of light all over the sky and disappeared in midair. You got bones, hides, wood, metal. The system prompt came. Qinyuan shouted excitedly. We are lucky. A team actually got 5 white items. Wang Yan walked forward and put all the white clothes into his storage ring. Now all equipment and props in the team are stored and kept by him by default. Su Mushua asked doubtfully. Could it be that the equipment drop rate of these humanoid monsters is higher? Wang Yan shook his head. I haven't heard of this saying. Maybe we are just lucky. Qinyuan seemed to remember something and said. You know about that incident, right? Some time ago, didn't a team of experts from our dragon country get the reward for clearing the extreme frost mausoleum? I remember that the resource output of dungeons and monsters below the heroic level increased by 10%, and the probability of all dungeons and monsters dropping rare items increased by 5%. Su Mushua nodded and said, Of course I know. This matter has been so popular these past 2 days, how could I not know? It seems that our group of awakened people have also benefited from this probability bonus. The 10% and 5% bonuses may not seem like much, but considering that the item drop rate is mostly between 2% and 5%, the probability bonus is considerable. Qinyuan couldn't help but sigh. It's all thanks to these unsung heroes. If I could see them in person, I would definitely bow down to them. Su Mushua also sighed. Yes, it's a pity that they chose to remain anonymous, otherwise I would be able to see these top masters in person. Qinyuan suddenly looked at Wang Yan. What's wrong with you, Lao Wang? Why do you look so weird? Wang Yan quickly shook his head. Ahem, it's nothing. This bloody tooth is too heavy. It's making me a little breathless. The two then discovered that the blood fang had grown to more than 1 meter long and had reached level 7. Qinyuan Xiaohei was allocated less experience, so he is only level 4 and is still small in size. Wang Yan took it off his backpack and put it on the ground. You can walk on your own from now on. You are no longer a baby. I really can't carry you on my back. Roar! Blood Fawn let out a roar to indicate that everything was fine. It stretched its body and began to slowly crawl up on the ground. At this time, Wang Yan and others were hundreds of meters behind. The two members of Long Yan's team were discussing in a low voice. Xiaolan frowned. This guy is not simple. He has group invisibility, group deceleration, and an aura that increases damage. I think I understand why Captain Su wants us to protect him. Taozi looked in the direction of Wang Yan and others, remaining silent. Taozi, why don't you speak? Xiaolan asked doubtfully. Peach sneered. Why else would I call you an idiot? Didn't you notice the crocodile next to Wang Yan? Xiaolan then remembered that in just less than 2 hours, the crocodile's size had increased several times. However, he didn't dare to use the detection technique to check the crocodile's properties, for fear of alerting Wang Yan and others. Peach said. The speed of this size change is not that of an ordinary pet. It must be at least gold level or above. I just don't know where he got such a rare pet. And the heavy-armored warrior next to him actually has the same pet as him. This Wang Yan is really interesting. Xiaolan said disdainfully. Only the weak need pets. The truly strong are like me, who can travel the world with just one sword. Taozi looked at him as if he were a fool and really didn't want to say anything more. Suddenly, Taozi looked serious. Someone is coming. There are 3 of them. They are of relatively high level, and they are actually professionals of the 30-plus level silver rank. What are they doing here? Taozi closed her eyes as if she was feeling something with her heart. Not good, they seem to be heading for Wang Yan and the others. Xiaolan smiled coldly. 3 silver scums, you want to cause trouble for my target? Watch out, Taozi, I will only use 1 strike and they will all die. If you use 1 more strike, I will treat you to dinner tonight. Peach rolled her eyes. Be steady. If it's not necessary, we should try not to show up. These 3 people are definitely not sent by other countries. If other countries really sent people to assassinate Wang Yan, they would not have sent these 3 silver-ranked people. She decided to see the other party's purpose first. Somehow, she had a vague feeling in her heart that these 3 silver-level professionals might not be a match for Wang Yan and others. Don't worry, if they dare to have any bad intentions, I can make them all fall down in just 1 second. Xiaolan drew the dagger from his waist and entered stealth mode. His profession is Night Warrior, a very rare warrior with stealth abilities. Taozi's profession is the assassin profession in the ranger branch, and she is good at stealth, assassination and reconnaissance. Chapter 59 Robbery. After a short rest, Wang Yan and others prepared to move on. Just as they were about to move further into the eastern district, they suddenly heard footsteps and voices not far behind them. Wang Yan and others turned around and saw 3 professionals walking towards them. These 3 professions are all male. Judging from their equipment, they should be a warrior, a mage and a priest. And without exception, these 3 people hid their levels and equipment information. However, they are slightly older than Wang Yan and others, and appear to be around 24 or 25 years old. It is obvious at first glance that they are not the newcomers who have just awakened this time. Wang Yan guessed that their levels should not be low. Wang Yan suddenly became alert. Although there are high-level monsters in Shadow Forest, high-level professionals usually go to find a fixed team to play dungeons for efficiency. It is rare to see such high-level professionals forming a team of 3 and hanging out in the Shadow Forest. Everything seemed a little wrong, and Wang Yan immediately became alert. The leading soldier smiled at Wang Yan and others, showing a kind smile and waved at Wang Yan. Hello, friends. This is our first time here. We have a question for you. As the soldier spoke, he walked towards Wang Yan and others. Wang Yan shouted loudly. Stop! This sound stunned the 3 people on the opposite side, and also scared Qingyuan and Su Muxue. You can ask questions, but keep your distance. The soldier laughed and said, Why are you so excited, little brother? Don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. As he spoke, he continued to walk towards Wang Yan and others. Qingyuan, Su Muxue, attack him once he comes within 15 meters. 15 meters is the charge distance of most warrior professions. It would be dangerous if a ranged profession is approached to this distance by a warrior. Although Qingyuan and Su Muxue didn't know why Wang Yan was so vigilant, and didn't even give him a chance to explain. But they still chose to believe Wang Yan unconditionally and prepared for battle. When the soldier saw that the three men were ready for battle, the smile on his face disappeared and his expression turned cold. He finally stopped the script. "I didn't expect you to be so alert." Then he smiled. "Okay, since you've figured it out, we won't pretend anymore." The priest and the mage also came up. The mage had a sly smile on his face and said maliciously to Wang Yan and the others, "I heard that you recovered nearly 90,000 yuan worth of resources at the supply station yesterday. It seems that the equipment you have should be very good." The soldier showed a greedy and ferocious expression and said viciously, "Listen carefully. Hand over all your equipment and resources to me, and I will spare your lives. If you dare to resist, don't blame me for being rude." Only then did Wang Yan realize that the other party was here to rob him. Wang Yan said coldly, "I saw a piece of news online last night saying that several newly awakened high school professionals disappeared in the Shadow Forest. Was it you who did it?" The priest laughed. "That's right, you guessed it right, we did it. This is the result of daring to resist." The soldier standing in the front looked Su Muxue up and down with malicious eyes. "We tortured that girl terribly yesterday. If you want to end up like her, you'd better listen to us." Su Muxue had never seen such a scene before. She hid behind Wang Yan and pulled the corner of Wang Yan's clothes. "Wang Yan, what should we do?" Wang Yan comforted him. "Don't worry, we have an invisibility aura, they can't stop us," Qingyuan said. "Why don't we just hand over the equipment? The equipment isn't worth much, but I'm afraid they might have some special means, and then we'll be in trouble." Wang Yan shook his head. "You think too much. We've seen their faces. They won't let us go. Killing them is the only way." There was a flash of coldness in Wang Yan's eyes, and he looked at the three people as if he was looking at three corpses. "Be prepared to act." Wang Yan's calm voice made Qingyuan and Su Muxue feel more at ease. Wang Yuan touched his frequency conversion ring and adjusted the frequency to 60%, and multiple halos unfolded at the same time. The conversion rate of holy damage becomes 60%, and the additional damage of god-level attacks is increased to 600%. The movement speed increased by the invisibility aura is increased to 60%, and the time to enter invisibility again is reduced to 6 seconds. All halos increased dramatically at the same time, nearly doubling. A hint of shock flashed across Qingyuan and Su Muxue's eyes at the same time. Wang Yan actually had another trump card? However, the sudden increase in the properties of this halo also gave the two of them more confidence. The invisibility aura is activated. Wang Yan and others disappeared from the eyes of the three people opposite at the same time. The pastor reacts the fastest. "Boss, they have group invisibility skills, come back and protect us." While speaking, he predicted the movement positions of Wang Yan and others, and released a range purification skill towards an area, trying to purify the invisibility of Wang Yan and others. At the same time, the wizard next to him was ready to cast the spell. The two have been working together for many years and have a tacit understanding. As long as the priest lets the other party show up, he will immediately use a set of magic to cover the other party and blast the other party into pieces. But surprisingly, the priest's area purification did not play any role. After the purification spell was cast, Wang Yan and the others still did not show up. Damn it, was my prediction wrong? I didn't even find a single one. What he didn't know was that it wasn't his prediction that was wrong, but that Wang Yan's aura was immune to purification. When the soldiers saw this scene, they immediately felt something was wrong. He immediately took out his sword and shield, intending to go back to protect the priest and the mage. Generally speaking, once the opponent enters stealth mode, the first target will basically be ranged professions with lower health and defense. However, as soon as the soldier took a step forward, he found that his legs seemed to be stuck in the mud and moved very slowly. He shouted, "They have a strong deceleration skill, purify them for me." But the priest just used purification, so where would the purification come from now? Before the priest could respond, a crocodile suddenly appeared in front of the warrior. Blood Fawn used the bite skill, rushed to the warrior in an instant, bit his neck, and then began to perform the death roll. In an instant, several terrifying damage numbers appeared on the warrior's body one after another. Minus 35,608. Minus 41,080. You know, although Bloodfang is only level 7, it has the attribute growth of the boss template. Its health growth is more than 4 times that of an ordinary blood crocodile, and its attack growth is more than twice that of an ordinary blood crocodile. Coupled with Wang Yan's terrifying aura damage bonus, this silver-ranked warrior at level 30 was actually killed instantly by Bloodfang. Chapter 60. The Feeling of the First Time. Seeing their teammate fall in front of the inconspicuous crocodile, the remaining 2 were instantly frightened. This combat power was beyond their understanding. Is this really the combat power that a pet beast less than level 10 can unleash? After killing the warrior, under Wang Yan's command, Shuya quickly retreated. Although due to the multiple factors of high attributes and aura, Bloodfang burst out with combat power that does not belong to this level. However, its health at level 7 is still not enough compared to output professions at level 30 or above. Seeing Bloodfang retreating rapidly, the mage on the opposite side finally reacted and released a fireball. But Bloodfang had already distanced himself from the mage and dodged the attack with ease. After a few seconds, Bloodfang entered stealth mode again. Wang Yan and the others were all in invisible mode, and the priest and the mage didn't even know each other's location. They stood there, not knowing what to do for a moment. Now the initiative is no longer in their hands. Damn it, am I going to capsize in the ditch today? The wizard's face was filled with fear, and he looked around like a frightened bird. This is not the first time they have committed such a robbery. Every year during the awakening season, they would go to the wild areas where novices gathered and make a little money by robbing. These newly awakened newcomers are often not very vigilant, and their strength is average. But they never expected to encounter a team with such exaggerated combat effectiveness today. The wizard moved his steps slightly and found that he was still in a slowing state. Damn it, why hasn't this deceleration ended yet? More than 10 seconds have passed since the 2 sides fought. Isn't this deceleration time a bit too long? The priest's face was also full of panic. Veins appeared on the hand holding the staff, his knuckles turned white, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead. He knew very well that the roles of hunter and prey had now been reversed. Suddenly, a look of determination appeared on the pastor's face. He cast a single, purification spell, on himself, then turned and ran. Fuck you, third brother, why don't you purify me? Looking at the priest fleeing in panic, the mage cursed loudly. However, the wizard soon figured out why. The function of group purification is to remove the control effect and make the purified target unaffected by continuous control skills for the next 3 seconds. Although the effect of single target purification is also to remove control effects, it can prevent the purified target from being affected by continuous control skills for the next 5 seconds. Just for these 2 seconds, the pastor sold him out. 2 seconds is enough for a professional with stronger physical fitness than ordinary people to run a distance of 20 to 30 meters. This distance of 20 or 30 meters could decide life or death. Presumably, the priest also realized that the deceleration aura of Wang Yan and others could last for a long time. If you don't escape quickly while the purification effect lasts, you may not have any chance next time. The warrior is already dead. Facing an invisible enemy, a mage and a priest, no matter how high their levels are just fish to be slaughtered. Seeing the pastor running away, Qingyuan, who was invisible, immediately chased after him. Although he was wearing heavy armor, with the 60% movement speed boost from the invisibility aura, he ran even faster than a cheetah. Soon, Qingyuan caught up with the fleeing priest. He raised his giant sword and with a few sword strikes, he easily killed the priest. At the same time, Su Mushua also summoned a dark matter that fell from the sky and hit the last remaining mage. Although the mage was aware of it, his speed was slowed down by 90%, and he moved as slowly as a snail. He could only watch the black meteorite falling from the sky. Minus 86,731. A terrifying damage number popped up, and the mage was killed instantly and smashed into a pulp. All 3 died, and Wang Yan removed his invisibility halo. The equipment of the 3 professionals fell to the ground. You will not get any reward after killing a professional. Moreover, the equipment in the opponent's storage space will not drop, only the equipment worn on the body will drop. This is also the reason why these three professionals did not take direct action at the beginning, but instead forced Wang Yan and others to hand over the supplies. Wang Yan walked over and took a look. The equipment of these three people was quite good. Most of them were silver equipment, with a few bronze equipments mixed in. He put all these equipment into the storage ring. These equipment should be able to be sold at a very good price. Wang Yan turned around, only to find that Qingyuan and Su Mushue's faces looked a little strange, and their faces were slightly pale. What happened to you two? As soon as Wang Yang asked the question, he quickly realized that they had each killed someone with their own hands. The bodies of professionals do not disappear like the bodies of monsters, but remain on the ground until they are devoured by other beasts or decomposed by microorganisms. The pastor was cut into several pieces by Qingyuan's sword energy. The warrior had his neck broken by Longya. As for the last mage, he was the most miserable. He was smashed into meat paste by the meteorite summoned by Su Mushue. You're not used to killing someone for the first time, right? Although the teachers who teach combat in school have said countless times that in the wild, one must be prepared to kill or be killed at any time. However, only when you experience it for the first time can you feel the shock of seeing a life disappear in your hands. Wang Yan didn't feel anything, maybe because he didn't do it himself. But even if he was asked to do it himself, he would not hesitate at all. The other party is trying to kill people for money. Can we rely on persuasion to avoid killing them? Wang Yanchong and the others asked with concern. How about we find a place to rest for a while? Qingyuan took a deep breath. It's okay. I've adjusted myself. I'll have to go through this sooner or later anyway. Su Mushue's expression also eased slightly. Let's get on with it. Wang Yan nodded, walked to Blood Fang and touched its head. Well done. Although Blood Fang is only level 7, the growth rate of the Dark Gold level mutant boss has already begun to show. Although it is blessed by the halo, Blood Fang's own powerful attributes and skills should not be underestimated. The three of them took a short break and continued to move forward into the east area. After the three people left, Xiaolan showed up, looked at the direction they left, and fell into deep thought. Taozi came over and patted his shoulder. Xiaolan, what are you daydreaming about? Xiaolan was silent for a moment, then said, That kid's invisibility aura can actually ignore the purification spell, and it can also make the group invisible. As an epic level professional, Xiaolan did not dare to say that his stealth could completely ignore the purification of the priest just now. Although he was much higher in level than his opponent, if he was hit by the opponent's purification spell, he would at least appear for about half a second. You're right, Taozi. This kid is indeed not simple. Chapter 61, Perfect Team Annihilation. After wiping out the enemy, Wang Yan used the frequency conversion ring to adjust the efficiency of the halo back to 20%. Old Wang, what happened to your aura just now? Originally, Qingyuan didn't intend to ask, because he knew that Wang Yan needed to keep some things secret for some reason. But when his curiosity aroused, he felt like he was being scratched by a cat. He wanted to know what happened that caused Wang Yan's aura bonus to suddenly increase. That's a 600% bonus and 60% holy damage conversion. If people knew that there was such a bonus aura master in the world, it would probably become a big sensation. After Qingyuan asked this, Su Mushue also looked at Wang Yan. Obviously, she was also very curious. Wang Yan looked at the two curious babies helplessly. It's one of my skills. It can increase the effect of the aura bonus in a short period of time. It's not that Wang Yan didn't want to tell them, but Li Yingtian had repeatedly warned him not to reveal his full strength. Secondly, Li Yingtian once said that if people guessed that he was related to the extreme cold tomb, there would be countless people in the international community who would want to kill him. So Wang Yan had no choice but to make up a white lie. This skill has a long cooldown period. It will probably take some time before I can use it again. Qingyuan and Su Mushue both looked envious. Old Wang, your skill strength is really great. People of different professions, even the same profession, have the opportunity to awaken different skills. For example, two people are both level 30 fire mages, but one of them may awaken a fire skill with extremely high damage at level 30, Hellfire. Some people may also awaken a fire skill with a large range but low damage at level 30, Rain of Fire. If a professional has a strong skill combination, it is usually said that his skill strength is good. Of course, in addition to natural awakening, there is another way to acquire skills, that is, skill books. However, most low-level skill books have little value. High-strength skill books are usually only dropped when defeating bosses. They are very rare and expensive. Generally, professionals below the dark gold rank do not need to worry about skill books, as there are almost no useful skill books below this level. We are about to reach an area where monsters are densely populated. Let's get ready. Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. The other two nodded carefully. This is a team of goblins cutting wood. The goblin centurion put his knife on his waist and inspected the 20 or so goblin lumberjacks around him. The goblin lumberjacks did not dare to slack off at all and worked hard to cut down the trees. If they show any sign of laziness, the whip will soon fall on them. In addition to more than 20 goblin lumberjacks and a goblin centurion, there are also 10 goblins with combat professions. They patrol the surrounding area and drive away wild animals that accidentally enter the place. Uproar! The goblin centurion saw that a goblin lumberjack was moving a little slowly, so he swung a whip at the goblin lumberjack. The goblin lumberjack was beaten with a shallow bloody mark and let out a painful scream. It immediately became more energetic and swung the axe faster. The goblin centurion kept muttering and seemed to be cursing. Suddenly, the goblin centurion heard a sound of breaking air. He turned around and saw a red figure flying towards him, already right in front of him. By the time the local goblin captain saw clearly that it was a huge crocodile, its body had already been bitten. The red crocodile performed a death roll and instantly tore the goblin centurion into pieces. The dying goblin centurion drew the scimitar at his waist and tried to make a final resistance. He swung the scimitar and chopped down the red crocodile's head with all his strength. Minus 2,716. A light damage number emerged. There was a look of fear in the eyes of the goblin centurion, because the one in front of him was just a level 10 crocodile. I stabbed her with my sword, but it only caused this much damage? The red crocodile was cut with a scar, but such damage was just a drop in the bucket compared to its health of more than 40,000. The goblin centurion's sword strike not only failed to hurt the crocodile, but also angered it. The red crocodile roared like a dragon. This roar made all the goblins present feel their legs go weak. The fear in their hearts seemed to be an instinct imprinted in their genes, and for a moment they even had the urge to run away. The red crocodile suddenly spewed out a stream of hot dragon breath, burning the dying goblin centurion into ashes. After burning the goblin centurion to death, it kept breathing dragon breath and turned around to spray at the surrounding goblin lumberjacks. Suddenly, several goblin lumberjacks were burned to death by the dragon's breath. At this time, the remaining goblin warriors finally recovered from the fear of the dragon's roar. They drew their weapons, shouted, and prepared to besiege the crocodile that had entered the camp alone. Just as they rushed towards the crocodile, several dark moon blades suddenly appeared in the void, and countless sword energies flew towards them. A human mage and a human warrior revealed their true forms. A red crocodile that was slightly smaller than the previous one also joined the battlefield. Bite, dragon breath. For a time, the goblin team suffered heavy casualties. Rabbi wa Rava. The remaining goblins all had expressions of fear on their faces and turned around to run away. However, the next second, they found that their movement speed had greatly decreased, and every step they took became extremely difficult. The 2 men and 2 crocodiles rushed forward and massacred the remaining goblins. The goblins, whose fighting spirit had completely collapsed, were only concerned with escaping for their lives and had no intention of resisting at all. Their cowardice made them lose their last chance. If they had fought back, they might have put some pressure on the other side. But now they have become meat on the chopping board with their minds full of thoughts of escaping. A goblin warrior crawled with difficulty to the body of the goblin centurion and picked up the horn at its waist. Woo! A deep but penetrating horn sounded. The goblins have used the distress horn, and more goblins are coming here. After the goblin warrior completed his mission, he was quickly killed on the spot by a dark magic ball. In less than 2 minutes, this group of more than 30 goblins was completely wiped out. It's so easy, haha. Qinyuan waved the sword, shook off the blood on the sword, and his face was relaxed. Wang Yan took out a box of herbal ointment from his backpack and wanted to apply it to Shuya. He had just seen Shuya get stabbed in the head. There was no healing profession in their team, so they could only rely on herbal ointments to help the wounds heal faster. But when Wang Yan came to Shuya, he found that the wound on his head had completely healed, and its health has been restored to full. Wang Yan was also slightly stunned. Is this the dark gold level pet of the boss template? This recovery ability is a bit too incredible. Chapter 62 The Goblin Mage Appears. Blood Fawn wagged his tail, his eyes full of excitement. It let out a low growl, urging its master to lead it forward. It can be seen that it hasn't had enough killing yet. Perhaps it is because blood crocodiles are cruel by nature and crave killing. Bloodfang's obsession and desire for battle far exceeds that of ordinary creatures. Wang Yan took out a large piece of dried meat from his backpack and put it into Shuya's mouth. Bloody Fawn caught it and swallowed it, sending a happy feeling to Wang Yan in his mind. He rubbed Wang Yan's hand, and the tip of his tail wagged rapidly like a puppy. After continuous fighting, and with Wang Yan allocating all his experience points to Blood Fawn, it has now reached level 11. Qinyuan's dragon blood crocodile has also been upgraded to level 7, which means it has a certain combat capability. Sumushira came over and said to the two of them, "Just now the goblins seem to have used a horn to summon his companions. Should we continue? If nothing unexpected happens, the number of goblins summoned by the horn should be a lot." Wang Yan joked. "Of course we have to continue. We are now barely a group of 5. The combat effectiveness displayed by the two dragon blood crocodiles is no worse than that of professionals of the same level, and is even stronger. With the blessing of Wang Yan's halo, the combat effectiveness of the two dragon blood crocodiles cannot be underestimated. To be on the safe side, Wang Yan was the first to activate the invisibility halo. The goblin camp is located at the border of the second area and the first area, to the east of everyone. Wang Yan guessed that their reinforcements would also come from the east, so Wang Yan led everyone to the east and took the initiative to look for the goblins for support. Now with two dragon blood crocodiles as vanguards, Qinyuan and Su Mushue can stand behind and attack without restraint. The two dragon blood crocodiles are very tough, especially Wang Yan's blood fawn. Although he is only level 11, he already has more than 50,000 health points. You should know that the level 20 boss Knoll leader only has more than 80,000 health points. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Knoll leader is an agile boss. But the most terrifying thing is that the two dragon blood crocodiles are strong and tough bosses, but they have long-range attack methods such as dragon breath and charge skills such as pounce and bite. This is somewhat unfair to other bosses. The three of them took the two dragon blood crocodiles and headed eastward. Less than 2 minutes into the walk, I saw dozens of figures hurriedly moving vaguely among the woods in the distance. Looking closely, it was indeed a huge group of goblins. "Let's go around their flank," Wang Yan said. "They have the advantage of being invisible, so they can see the opponent's situation first." Soon, the three of them arrived at the flank of the goblin group. They found that this time, there were no relatively weak goblin lumberjacks in the goblin team, all of them were combat professions. After a rough count, there were about 50 goblins in this team. Most of these goblins are around level 25, and they also saw a new type of soldier, Goblin Spearman. Goblin Spearman, bronze, level 26, medium-range damage dealer, with slow attack frequency but high damage. This Goblin Spearman is one level higher than the Goblin Archer. Obviously, it poses a greater threat than the Goblin Archer. In addition, there is a goblin who is particularly conspicuous in the team. This goblin has a different skin color. Ordinary goblins have dark blue skin, but its skin is white. It was wearing an animal skin cloak and holding a staff inlaid with a crystal core. The goblins around it seemed to be intentionally protecting it, keeping it at the center of the team. Goblin Mage, bronze, level 27, an extremely rare goblin with spellcasting ability, with a single but powerful magic skill. The goblin warrior led the way in front while observing the surrounding situation. Obviously, they were looking for the traces of Wang Yan and others, but they never expected that Wang Yan and others were lurking beside them. "It seems that this goblin wizard is the biggest threat," Wang Yan said. Just from the positions of the goblins and others, it can be seen that this goblin mage is the absolute core among them. Su Mushua also nodded. If it's not resolved, the subsequent battles could be quite troublesome. The Goblin Mage is also recorded in the Common Monster Encyclopedia. Goblin mages are usually fire elemental mages, and they only have one move, Exploding Fireball. That is to say, a big fireball is summoned to hit the enemy. The fireball will explode when it gets close to the enemy, causing a certain range of damage. Even though this goblin wizard only has this one trick, it is a typical example of one trick to rule them all. The goblin mage's explosive fireball not only has a certain tracking ability, but also has enormous power, and its output capacity is far higher than monsters of the same level. If it is not dealt with first, even Blood Fang may not be able to withstand its damage. It is truly a mobile turret among the goblins. Qin Yuan waved his hand, shook his hair, and said casually, "It's a small problem. Leave it to me. I'll just go over and kill it with 2 slashes." Su Muxiu showed a speechless expression. "Qin Yuan, what nonsense are you talking about? Are you hallucinating under the blessing of Wang Yan's halo?" Wang Yan smiled slightly and said, "Don't be impulsive, Qin Yuan. Your damage is definitely enough to kill the goblin mage instantly, but how are you going to get out?" After Qin Yuan killed the goblin wizard and appeared, there were dozens of goblins waiting for him with eager eyes. These goblins are not weak characters like the goblin lumberjacks. Each of them is the elite among the goblins. Qin Yuan understood this logic at once, and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Ha ha ha, Lao Wang's aura is so powerful that I almost think I'm the god of war." If surrounded by dozens of goblins at the same time, not to mention Qin Yuan, even a dragon-blood crocodile of the same level would be in trouble. "So what are we going to do?" Qin Yuan looked at the team of goblins in front of him. After all, their numbers were limited, and it seemed quite difficult to defeat them. Wang Yan looked at the goblin team and fell into deep thought. Are we going to give up on this goblin team? Experience points can be increased slowly, but once your life is gone, it's really gone. At the same time, the goblin wizard also fell into deep thought. Just now it clearly heard one of its kind blowing the horn, but when it rushed over with its men, there was no trace of the enemy. In order to find the enemy, it had spread the team out as far as possible, but still found nothing. The woods here have become very sparse due to years of logging by the goblins. It couldn't figure out where else the enemies could hide. Wang Yan thought for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Hey, I have an idea." Qin Yuan asked excitedly, "What do you mean, old Wang?" "There are too many monsters on the opposite side this time. We can't attack head-on. We have to fight and retreat at the same time." Wang Yan looked at the Blood Fang. In Wang Yan's plan, it was the key to killing the goblin wizard. Chapter 63, Blood Fang's Sneak Attack. Under Wang Yan's command, Blood Fang, which had entered stealth mode, began to move towards the goblin mage. As a dragon-blood crocodile, Blood Fang's crawling speed on the ground is not very fast. But fortunately, the goblin team's formation was somewhat dispersed in order to search for the enemy's traces. Although there were still more than a dozen goblin warriors surrounding the goblin mage, the gaps between them were enough for Blood Fang to lurk in. Under the nervous gaze of Wang Yan and others, Blood Fang walked and stopped, avoiding the goblins around him to avoid them bumping into him and being discovered. After about a minute, Blood Fang finally crawled behind the goblin mage. At this time, the goblin wizard was unaware of all this. He held a staff in his hand and looked around with a serious expression. Blood Fang stood behind the goblin mage, waiting for his master's orders. Wang Yan and others also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly approach the goblin team. After they were ready, Wang Yan gave the order to Bloody Fang to take action in his mind. Blood Fang suddenly jumped up and bit the goblin wizard's hand holding the staff, and with a death roll, it tore its hand off. Wow! The goblin wizard let out a scream and his staff fell to the ground. Blood Fang kept moving. After biting off the goblin mage's hand, he immediately spewed out dragon breath, burning the goblin mage to ashes. Before the goblin mage could react to what was happening, he was killed instantly by Blood Fang. Walala! The goblins around then noticed that a big red crocodile had sneaked into the center of the team at some point. And their absolute core goblin mage died in its mouth. Rabbi Rava! The goblins roared in anger and charged towards Blood Fang. Blood Fang spewed out dragon breath, killing the 2 goblin warriors around him instantly again. Just as it was about to be surrounded by the goblins, Bloodfang suddenly used the bite skill on a goblin on the periphery of the goblin team. When Bloodfang is at level 1, the range of its bite skill is only about 5 meters. But as its level rapidly increased to level 11, it can now jump out at a maximum distance of 16 meters. I saw Bloodfang suddenly jump out like a red lightning. Bloodfang knocked a goblin spearman who was on the periphery to the ground and blew a breath of dragon at it, burning half of its body to ashes. All the goblins were stunned. They probably had never seen a crocodile with such good jumping ability in their lives. After Bloodfang escaped from the encirclement with its biting skill, it did not want to fight anymore. It killed the goblin spearman under it and immediately ran away. Although it has broken the stealth state, the movement speed bonus brought by the stealth aura is still there. For a moment, the dragon blood crocodile, which was originally moving slowly, was actually running on par with these goblins on flat ground. For a moment, the goblin was actually unable to catch up with the frantically fleeing Bloodfang. Feeling that he was being fooled, the goblin became even angrier and kept chasing Bloodfang. The goblin archers shot a few arrows from a distance, but their accuracy was really poor. Occasionally 1 or 2 arrows would hit Bloodfang, but the damage was very general and did not pose much threat to Bloodfang. The goblin spearman's attack range was not enough, so they could only chase after Bloodfang anxiously. But Bloodfang's movement speed is not fast after all. If they continue to chase it like this, they will catch up with Bloodfang sooner or later. Just when all the goblins were chasing Bloodfang, Su Muxue, Qingyuan and Xiao He suddenly appeared. Qingyuan continued to swing the giant sword, slashing out several sword energies, killing the goblins chasing in the front one by one. Su Muxue released the dark moon magic, bombarding the goblins in the front row. Although Xiao He is only level 7, with the blessing of Wang Yan's damage aura and holy damage aura, his dragon breath can deal nearly 10,000 damage per second. Although its grade is not as good as Bloodfang, it is still a gold level pet. The 2 men and the crocodile suddenly appeared. The goblins in the front were caught off guard and 7 or 8 of them fell down in an instant. Bloodfang also took advantage of this time to escape a long distance. When the goblin warriors in the front row discovered that there were new enemies, they rushed towards Qingyuan and Su Muxue. Wang Yan's deceleration halo was deployed in time, and in an instant, the movement speed of this group of goblin warriors became slower than a snail. Qingyuan, Su Muxue and Xiao He took advantage of this opportunity to kill 7 or 8 more goblins. The goblin warriors in the front row had no means of long-range attack and were restricted by the deceleration aura. They could only watch helplessly as a bunch of magic, sword energy, and dragon breath came at them like a storm. At this time, the goblin archers and goblin spearmen were also restricted by the slowness aura and could not provide support in the first time. After killing a dozen goblins in the front row, Qingyuan and Su Muxue did not linger in the fight and quickly retreated. About 8 seconds later, everyone became invisible again. When the goblins discovered that Qingyuan and others could become invisible, their first reaction was to huddle together and form a smaller formation. However, Wang Yan's deceleration halo limited their movement speed, and the formation, which was already somewhat scattered, was now difficult to gather again. After entering the invisible state, Qingyuan and others were like hunters lurking in the dark. Under Wang Yan's command, they always launched attacks on the goblin team's weakest defenses. After killing several goblins, they quickly retreated, waiting to enter the next stealth state, without any greed or recklessness. Just like that, under the dual constraints of the invisibility aura and the deceleration aura, the goblin team was eaten away bit by Qingyuan and others, and had no ability to fight back at all. With Xiao He and Shueya, 2 mobile blood banks, in front to resist damage, Qingyuan and Su Muxue's output environment is relatively safer. Soon, this huge group of goblins was killed and only a dozen or so were left. The people who were hiding in stealth no longer held back and rushed forward all at once. After a fierce fight, the battle was quickly resolved. Wow, what a great harvest! Looking at the equipment all over the floor, Qingyuan laughed. The level 25 monster brought them considerable experience points. They both reached level 18 at the same time, almost catching up with Wang Yan's level. Of course, this is also the reason why Wang Yan gave all the experience to Bloodfang. Bloodfang's level also skyrocketed and reached level 13. The level 13 Bloodfang is already 2 meters long and looks like a huge monster. Wang Yan picked up all the equipment on the ground. This time, by killing the goblin team, I obtained a total of 8 white equipment and 1 bronze equipment. There is a lot of material besides this. Since humanoid monsters like goblins are often equipped with homemade weapons, armor and the like, they will decompose into a large amount of materials such as wood, metal, and leather after they die. These blacksmiths and pharmacists can be used to create a variety of items. Chapter 64 Old Acquaintance. Among the monster materials, the most important one is the crystal core dropped after killing the monster. This is a magic core full of energy. The higher the level and strength of the monster, the more energy the magic core dropped will have. There are many power generation devices in the power plant in Tianshui City that use monster crystal cores as energy to generate electricity. These crystals are not only a form of energy reserve, but also important materials for crafting equipment and refining potions. However, Wang Yan and the other 2 were all combat professions and had no need for these materials. So they can only take these materials to the supply station and sell them. Maybe the amount we sell today will break the record again. Qin Yuan smiled. The news that they recovered 90,000 yuan worth of resources at the supply station yesterday was spread to the campus forum and became a hot topic. For a time, Qin Yuan, like Su Muxue, became a celebrity in the campus forum. Many people believe that his strength is probably no less than Su Muxue's. Su Muxue shook her head. I think we should keep a low profile. Didn't we just attract 3 robbers? As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous just like pigs are afraid of being fat. The 3 robbers were obviously targeting Wang Yan and others. It was possible that Wang Yan and others had been targeted by them as soon as they arrived at the outskirts of the Shadow Forest. Qin Yuan laughed. It's okay. We still have Lao Wang's invisibility aura. If we can't beat him, we can just run away. The 3 were chatting when they suddenly heard a sharp whistle in the air. Wang Yan found the voice very familiar. The 3 of them looked up and saw a red firework exploding in the sky not far from them. After the fireworks exploded, they slowly turned green. Then, a cloud of green smoke floated in the air for a long time. These fireworks were obviously specially made and were very conspicuous even in the daytime. It's a distress signal, Wang Yan said. And it looks like it's from our school. After the awakening ceremony is completed, many newly awakened combat professions will join the battle. In order to prevent students from being insufficiently prepared, most schools will distribute some basic combat supplies. These combat supplies include some herbal ointments for stopping bleeding and accelerating wound healing, maps of various wild areas, a magic core-driven compass, and so on. These combat supplies include flares for calling for help in emergency situations. This flare is actually a special kind of firework that can emit a huge whistling sound and leave a cloud of lingering smoke in the air after exploding as a signal for help. If there are sentries or patrol teams nearby, they will rush to rescue after seeing the fireworks. Qin Yuan said. This damn place is so far from the supply station. Where did the sentinels come from? What are these people doing? Wang Yan really didn't expect that besides them, there were other students from Tianshui City who dared to come to this place. If the other party is a newly awakened professional like them, then they are too bold. It looks like they are in big trouble. Let's go check it out. The color of the opponent's flare changes from red to green, and the color of the smoke is also green. This is a unique color of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. The flares used by each middle school in Tianshui are different in color. This is actually to encourage students from the same school to help each other. Considering that they are alumni, Wang Yan doesn't want to just leave them alone. Well, let's go check it out. Su Muxue also agreed. About 500 meters away from Wang Yan and others, 3 professionals, 2 men and 1 woman, were fleeing frantically. Behind them, a group of goblins were chasing them madly. Damn, why is there a group of goblins here? The soldier running in front was breathing heavily and his face turned pale. He felt like his lungs were about to explode and his physical strength was almost at its limit. Help, I don't want to die here. The girl's voice had a hint of crying. She waved her staff, releasing a wall of ice in an attempt to slow down the goblins. But these goblins were not fools. They bypassed the ice wall and continued to chase everyone. The pastor next to the girl yelled, Idiot, the ice wall is used to resist damage, not to stop the opponent from chasing. Calm down! You're wasting your magic power like this and it'll kill us! But the girl was completely frightened at this moment, and could not listen to what the people around her said. I saw a goblin spear thrower in the distance catching up and throwing a spear at the girl. This goblin spear thrower is level 26, while the girl is only level 13. If she is hit by the spear, she will definitely die. The girl was obviously frightened, her face was pale, and she stood there motionless. The priest quickly released a light shield to block the attack for the girl. The light shield was shattered and the spear was bounced away. Although he successfully blocked the attack, the priest's face darkened. Oh no, my magic power is about to run out. In the previous chase, he had consumed too much magic power to protect his teammates, and now his magic power was almost exhausted. Although he has an item that slowly restores his magic power, it is of no use in battle. After hearing the pastor's words, the soldier showed a look of unwillingness and despair on his face. Are we really going to die here today? The soldier's tone was full of regret. I should have brought a sparring partner earlier. I'm such a fool. Seeing that the team of goblins was about to catch up with them, the three men looked pale and full of despair. At this moment, the three of them suddenly saw two red figures flash by, as fast as lightning. After a moment, the three of them could see clearly that they were two red crocodiles. One of them was slightly larger, with blood-red skin dotted with black patterns like a poisonous snake. The other one, which is slightly smaller, is blood-red all over, with no other colors on its body. The scales of the two crocodiles reflected a metallic luster under the sunlight, shining brightly. They charged into the group of goblins, unleashing bites, dragon breath, and death rolls in succession, and almost instantly routed the goblin squad. Just as the three were horrified, they saw two figures rushing out. For a moment, sword energy and dark moon blades were flying, and the goblins fell to the ground one after another. In just a dozen seconds, the goblin team was wiped out. The three of them were stunned. The goblin squad that had chased them half to death was actually wiped out so easily. Jin Lu Jiangyueqi, why are you here? A familiar voice came from behind the three of them. They turned around and found that it was indeed Wang Yan. The two figures who rushed out to save them just now were Su Muxue and Qing Yuan. At this time, Wang Yan was looking at the three people in front of him with a frown. Two of them were old acquaintances, Jian Yueqi and Jin Lu. As for the man wearing priest equipment, Wang Yan did not know him. Chapter 65, 90,000 Yuan Challenge. Jin Lu and others also recognized Wang Yan and the other two. Jian Yueqi and Jin Lu had complicated expressions on their faces. They didn't expect that it was Wang Yan and the other two who saved them at the critical moment. Jin Lu and Jian Yueqi looked at the three people with shock in their eyes. How could they so easily defeat a team of goblins whose average level was around level 25? Could it be that their level has already risen to over 20? And where did those two ridiculously strong red crocodiles come from? Judging from the fighting power of those two red crocodiles, they must be at least silver-level pets, right? For a moment, the two had many doubts in their hearts. The pastor was delighted and said to the three people, "Thank you, three classmates, for coming to the rescue. Fortunately you came in time, otherwise we would be in trouble today." But soon, the pastor discovered something was wrong. "Hey, you are Su Muxue?" He quickly recognized Su Muxue. After all, Su Muxue was a relatively famous figure in Tianshui No. 1 middle school. Not only does she have outstanding academic performance, she is also delicate and cute in appearance. She is a goddess-like figure in the hearts of many boys in Tianshui No. 1 middle school. In other words, you are Qing Yuan and Wang Yan. The pastor reacted and realized that the three people in front of him were the 90,003 who caused a sensation on the school forum yesterday. The news that they formed a three-person team and recovered nearly 90,000 yuan worth of resources at the supply station has spread throughout the school forum. Many of the students at Tianshui No. 1 middle school come from wealthy families, and 90,000 yuan may not be a big deal for them. But being able to produce resources worth 90,000 yuan on the second day after awakening is an absolute symbol of strength. This is the highest record among all the awakened professionals in recent years. There is much speculation as to how they did it. Some people guessed that it was because Qin Yuan's family was very rich, so they gave him a very powerful set of novice equipment. Some people also speculate that Su Mushua's strength may be far beyond ordinary people's imagination, and she is the strongest among the three rare professions this time. In short, although everyone had different opinions, almost no one guessed that it was Wang Yan. Everyone seems to have a natural prejudice against the Aura Master, a profession that is weak in the early stages. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone, if Wang Yan was really capable, he should stand up and prove himself in the face of so much criticism and attention. However, since Wang Yan did not stand up, it indirectly shows that he is not strong enough. However, many people are very envious of Wang Yan, envious that he can gain experience from two great gods, Qingyuan and Su Muxue. Su Muxue didn't know the pastor in front of her, but Qingyuan recognized him. "You are Zhang Xingyi?" Wang Yan and Su Muxue suddenly realized what was going on after hearing the name. It turned out that the boy in front of him was Zhang Xingyi, a holy light priest, one of the three major professions awakened in Tianshui Middle School this year. "Yes, that's me." Zhang Xingyi nodded. He was originally very enthusiastic, but after recognizing the identities of Wang Yan and others, for some reason, the expression on his face became a little awkward. Zhang Xingyi was not famous in school. His academic and martial arts performance was average, and there was nothing special about him. But on the day of awakening his profession, he successfully awakened a rare profession, Holy Light Priest. This made him a celebrity on campus, and he was admired by many people. The Holy Light Priest is a very powerful and rare auxiliary profession that can not only strengthen and protect teammates, but also has a certain combat power itself. Because Holy Light Priests can manipulate light magic to attack enemies. Wang Yan remembered that in the Arctic Tomb dungeon, the Holy Light Priest Su Muqing, who was responsible for protecting him, had released a hammer of holy light, the destructive power of which was no less than that of an output-type elemental mage. Moreover, the protection and strengthening capabilities of the Holy Light Priest are much stronger than those of ordinary priests. When the awakening ceremony just ended, some bored people on the school forum ranked the professional strength of the professionals who awakened this year. And Zhang Xingyi, a Holy Light Priest, was ranked first. Qingyuan asked curiously, "Hey, why are there only 3 of you? Where's your sparring partner, Jinlu?" Although Qingyuan's tone did not sound sarcastic, Jinlu felt a little aggrieved when asked this question. He was a little annoyed, but after all, Qingyuan and others had just rescued them, so he was not likely to lose his temper. Qingyuan suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "You guys aren't really planning on participating in that challenge, are you?" "Ha!" Wang Yan and Su Muxue both looked confused. Wang Yan asked, "What challenge?" Qingyuan said, "Oh my god, Lao Wang, don't you usually surf the internet? Didn't someone spread the news on the school forum that we recycled a lot of resources at the supply station yesterday?" Wang Yan nodded. He just found out about this when he was chatting with Qingyuan today. Qingyuan continued, "Then some people who like to watch the fun said that the record set by the 3 of us is absolutely unprecedented and will never be repeated in Tianshui No. 1 Middle School, and no one can replicate it. Then many people responded by saying they were dissatisfied and wanted to form a 3-person team to challenge our 90,000 yuan record. They launched a 90,000 yuan challenge. After hearing what Qingyuan said, Jin Lu and others blushed and looked a little strange. Qingyuan was right. The reason why Zhang Xingyi found Jin Lu to form a 3-person team was to prove his strength. In his opinion, if 2 of the 3 major professions in Tianshui City joined forces, could they not be better than Su Muxue? Unexpectedly, they were chased by a group of goblins and almost lost their lives, but were rescued by Su Muxue and 3 others at the critical moment. This is really a slap in his face. However, Zhang Xingyi felt better when he looked at the 2 red crocodiles lying at the feet of the 3 people. No wonder these 3 were so powerful yesterday. It turned out they had 2 powerful pets to assist them. He said to the 3 people, "Alas, I overestimated my own abilities. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful pet. It seems that I can't break this record." Zhang Xingyi's words seemed humble, but they also contained a hint of sourness. However, Qingyuan and others didn't care so much. Qingyuan smiled and said, "Haha, there's nothing we can do about it. We're just lucky. It's just a record. Don't take it to heart. But you are really brave. A team of 3 actually came to the east area of the first area. This is the border with the second area. You'd better be careful. After hearing this, Zhang Xingyi suddenly looked unhappy. What? From what you said, you, Qinyuan, can come, but we can't? However, thinking of the gap in strength between the opponent and them when they killed the goblin team just now, Zhang Xingyi sighed inwardly in his heart. Jian Yueqi exclaimed. What? This is the East District. Chapter 66, Secret Passage. What? This is the East District. Shouldn't this be the Southeast District? Jian Yueqi took out the map, her face full of confusion. Wang Yan couldn't hold it anymore. When he heard Qinyuan talking about the 90,000 yuan challenge, he felt that these people were really bored and were just looking for trouble. But after hearing Jian Yueqi's words, he was completely speechless. After all this time, these people even read the map wrong? In order to avoid extreme situations where electronic maps cannot be used, all combat professionals must learn the most basic usage of paper maps, which is not considered a very high-end skill. These three people can't even read a map, yet they dare to team up and brave the Shadow Forest. I don't know whether they are here to level up or to die. Wang Yan sighed and said, Take out your compass. From your current location, walk another 800 or 900 meters in the 170-degree direction. You will be in the southeast area. The faces of Jin Lu and the other two suddenly turned purple. Zhang Xingyi coughed and said, Thank you, in an inaudible voice. Then he turned and cursed at Jin Lu. Look at the people you brought with you. They only know how to scream when they are in danger, and they don't know how to use their skills. They can't even read a map correctly. When we get back to the supply station, tell her to go away on her own, or don't team up with me in the future. Originally, Jin Lu agreed to form a 3-person team with Jian Yueqi because she and Jin Lu were ice wizards. After all, the ice mage is still a relatively powerful profession among mages. Unexpectedly, Jian Yueqi, who was responsible for looking at the map, almost killed all three of them. For a moment, Zhang Xingyi took out all his anger on Jian Yueqi. Jian Yueqi was scolded so badly that her eyes were misty, and she looked at Jin Lu pitifully. Jin Lu sighed and said helplessly, Go back and find a team for yourself later. A hint of despair flashed across Jian Yueqi's eyes. She knew that she was abandoned. Originally, she thought she could climb up the 2 big trees of Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi, but she didn't expect that all her fantasies were shattered in the blink of an eye. Zhang Xingyi, with a gloomy face, turned around and forced a smile at Wang Yan and the other two. Thank you for what I did. I'll treat you to a meal some other day. I'm going back to the supply station first. Wang Yan waved his hand. It's just a small favor. We are all alumni, so it's only natural for us to help each other. Zhang Xingyi turned and left. Jin Lu looked at Wang Yan and the other two, opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Just as Jin Lu was about to turn around and leave, Wang Yan spoke up. If you want to go back to the supply station, it's best to go in the 220-degree direction. After about 1,200 meters, you will encounter a stream that spans the outer area and the first area. It can be used as a landmark. Jin Lu only felt his face burning, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Although he knew that Wang Yan's reminder was well-intentioned, he still needed someone else to teach him such basic things. If this matter gets out, how can he save face? Wang Yan's words made him feel worse than a slap in the face. He didn't dare to look up at the 3 people again, but turned around and left silently. Jian Yueqi walked up to Qinyuan with tears in her eyes and said in a tearful voice, Qinyuan, I've always wanted to apologize to you. Qinyuan interrupted her directly. Stop it! Don't try to play tricks on me. Have you forgotten what your attitude was at that time? I am just like this. If you don't recognize my brother, you don't recognize me. Go wherever you want. It's over between us. Qinyuan had an expressionless face and cold eyes, which made Jian Yueqi feel extremely unfamiliar. Wang Yan advised. You'd better hurry up and catch up with Zhang Xingyi and the others. It will be troublesome if you get into danger alone later. When Jian Yueqi heard this, she felt completely hopeless. Now she has offended both sides. Jin Lu abandoned him, and Wang Yan didn't accept her either. After 2 days, most of the newly awakened professional teams have been settled. In the next few days, it might not be easy for her to find a good team again. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, said nothing more, and quickly turned around to catch up with Zhang Xingyi and the others. After Jian Yueqi and others left, Qin Yuan shook his head. Alas, I was so blind that I fell in love with such a snobbish woman, Wang Yan said. Yesterday was actually my fault. Qin Yuan interrupted. Why blame you, Lao Wang? If it weren't for you, I might not have been able to see her true face. Let's not talk about her anymore. It makes me angry. While the two were talking, Su Muxue came up mysteriously, took out a piece of parchment, and said, Guess what I found? When Qin Yuan saw the parchment in Su Muxue's hand, he was immediately surprised and said, Oh my god, could it be another treasure map? Su Muxue laughed and said, Where did all those treasure maps come from? But they are good stuff, right? Wang Yan and Qin Yuan took the parchment, and found that it was a rather rough map. The name of the map is the secret passage of the goblin camp. This rough parchment is actually a silver-level item. This was dropped by the goblins just now. I picked it up the first time I saw it, Su Muxue said. Jean Lu and the others were there at the time, so I didn't say anything. No wonder Wang Yan, Qin Yuan and others didn't notice it. It turned out that Su Muxue picked it up quietly when no one was paying attention. The two studied the map for a while and found that the map marked a secret passage that could safely lead them into the goblin camp. This passage is located in a mine behind the goblin camp. This was originally a passage built by the goblins for mining. Later, because the minerals in the mine were mined out, the mine was abandoned and the passage was preserved. Since the entrance to the passage was a patch of thorns, which was a natural barrier, the goblins did not deal with this passage. Qin Yuan said in surprise. That is to say, we can sneak into the goblin camp through this passage. At once, all three of them became interested. Wang Yan said. But there must be a boss in the goblin camp. It's easy for us to get in, but we may not get anything good. He heard that the level of the goblin leader seemed to be 28, which was already quite close to the silver rank. Although the team is relatively strong now, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue are only level 18 after all. If you face the goblin leader, the gap is a full 10 levels. If the goblin leader gave them even a casual blow, they would probably be dead. How about this? Let's turn on the invisibility halo and go over to take a look first. Chapter 67, Goblin Camp and Goblin Chieftain. Since Wang Yan and others arrived late, they did not go to the Shadow Forest until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By then, the sky was gradually getting dark. Wang Yan looked at the time and it was already 5 p.m. It will be dark soon, and they must return to the supply station or the city before dark. Fortunately, the location of the goblin camp was roughly marked on the blueprint of this secret passage. Wang Yan directly turned on the invisibility halo and sneaked all the way. If he occasionally encountered a group of goblins, he would kill them. As they continued to fight monsters like goblins, they became more and more skilled in killing them. Moreover, the levels of the 2 dragon-blood crocodiles in the team are constantly improving, which is equivalent to having 2 additional combat forces. Bloodfang's level increases the fastest. When everyone arrived not far from the goblin camp, Bloodfang had already reached level 14. Wang Yan looked at the map and found that the location of the goblin camp was quite well chosen. The goblin camp is surrounded by 3 hills. According to the markings on the map, one of them seems to be an iron mine. All the weapons and armor of the goblins are smelted from the iron or collected from this mine. The location of this goblin camp already belongs to the second area. However, with the strength of the goblins, they can only find a foothold on the edge of the second area. As you go deeper into the center of the second area, you will encounter more and stronger monsters. As the 3 continued to get closer to the goblin camp, they encountered more and more goblin groups. Moreover, there are no goblin lumberjacks responsible for logging in these teams. Most of them are combat goblins. It can be seen that the goblins also understand the principle of rabbits don't eat grass near their burrows. The closer to their camp, the more lush the surrounding trees are, and there are no signs of having been cut down. These goblins seem to be just patrolling around the camp to prevent intrusion by outsiders. In order not to attract too much attention from the goblins, Wang Yan and others also stopped hunting the goblin team. If a goblin blew a horn nearby, I'm afraid that more than a dozen goblin teams would soon surround us. So Wang Yan simply turned on the invisibility halo and quietly walked past these patrolling goblin teams. Wang Yan said to Su Muxue and Qin Yuan, "From the map, if we don't want to be discovered, it would be better for us to go to this mountain." The mountain he was referring to was the mine that had been abandoned by the goblins. This mountain is the tallest of the 3 mountains surrounding the goblin camp. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see. As long as you can reach the top of the mountain, you can see the specific situation in the goblin camp clearly. Moreover, this mountain is an abandoned mine, so there shouldn't be too many goblins guarding it. The 3 of them continued walking up the mountain for more than 30 minutes before finally reaching the top of the mountain. Suddenly, everything in front of them became clear. They found a suitable angle and looked down the mountain, and sure enough, they saw a huge goblin camp. The goblin camp looked to be about the size of a football field. There are many wooden buildings inside, as well as some tents, campfires, and many busy goblins. Wang Yan and others took out binoculars and observed the camp. The goblin camp was built on a huge open space, and the surrounding trees and weeds were cleared cleanly. They built a very long line of defense along the edge of the mountain. It was a wall built with a mixture of wood, stones, and yellow mud, and looked a bit like a crude version of the Great Wall. There is a watchtower about every 20 meters on the city wall, with goblins holding bows and arrows on guard. There are many wooden chevaux de frise placed below the city wall, with sharp spikes carved on them. This simple city wall looks very new and should have been built not long ago. Wang Yan discovered that there was no entrance in the city wall, and the goblins had to rely on wooden ladders and ropes to enter and exit. If you want to storm this goblin camp, you won't be able to take it without a team of 30 to 50 people. Half of the mine under their feet was located in the goblin camp, and they could enter the goblin camp through a secret passage. There are so many wooden houses built in the goblin camp, which shows that the goblins' construction skills are much better than those of the kobolds. Although the structures of most of these houses are very simple, they are much better than the thatched houses of the kobolds. In addition to the living area, the goblin camp also has areas dedicated to smelting steel, slaughtering wild beasts, drying meat, and making simple equipment. It can be said that although it is small, it has all the necessary organs. Wang Yan estimated the number of goblins. There seemed to be 200 to 300 goblins in the camp alone. Including the goblins patrolling outside, there are probably close to 500 goblins in total. Such a large number is no longer something they can handle. Wang Yan said, "It seems that even though we have the map of this secret passage, it's useless. There are too many goblins. It's beyond the ability of the 3 of us to deal with them. This secret passage can only help them bypass the goblin defenses and go directly into the camp. But once you go in, you will be surrounded." Qin Yuan and Su Muxue also agreed with Wang Yan's opinion. There are hundreds of monsters of more than level 20. No matter how strong they are, they can't do anything. For a monster camp of this size, it would take a team of dozens or even hundreds of professionals at the gold level to have a chance of taking down this goblin camp. Of course, gold level professionals definitely have no interest in these goblins in their 20s. Now among the 3, only Wang Yan is at the bronze level, and the other 2 are blank slates. Su Muxue suggested, "Why don't we sell the map of this secret passage? Maybe some large guild will be interested in it." Wang Yan said, "I think so too. Anyway, this map is of no use to us." Just when everyone was feeling pity, Qin Yuan suddenly let out a cry of surprise. "Look, what is that?" Wang Yan picked up the telescope and looked in the direction Qin Yuan pointed. "I saw a gigantic goblin walking out of the largest building in the camp. This goblin is very tall, more than 2 meters tall, and is basically a giant compared to other shorter goblins. But this goblin looked very old and frail, with white hair all over his body. It walked so slowly that people couldn't help but worry that it might fall and never get up again. Goblin Chieftain, Silver, level 30. Weak state, all attributes minus 50%. This is a very weak goblin lord who has been tortured by aging and illness for a long time and is no longer in the peak state of his youth." Wang Yan looked at the attribute column of the goblin chieftain, thoughtfully. "No wonder so many goblins are out cutting wood recently. It turns out that the goblin chief is weak, so they can only rely on building and strengthening the city wall to protect the goblin tribe." Chapter 68. The Rise and Fall of the Goblin Clan. After Wang Yan expressed his guess, Qing Yuan and Su Muxue also showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. In this shadowy forest, there are not only fights between professionals and monsters. The various monsters living in the shadow forest will fight with each other and seize territory. There are even cases where some types of monsters are almost killed to extinction by monsters of another type. I heard that hundreds of years ago, monsters often invaded human settlements. However, as the overall strength of human beings has continued to grow over the years, such incidents have rarely occurred. If Wang Yan remembered correctly, according to the records in the Tianshui City Monster Encyclopedia, this goblin camp located at the junction of the first and second areas suddenly emerged 60 years ago. Originally, the scale of these goblins was not large, but later the goblin camp gradually became stronger, and there were more and more goblins in the eastern area of the first district. This also led to the East District being generally regarded as the most dangerous place in the first district of Shadow Forest. Calculating the lifespan of the goblins, it seems to match the time written on the tree. Wang Yan roughly guessed that the story went something like this. 50 years ago, a very powerful young goblin suddenly appeared among the goblin race. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary goblins. Just as Wang Yan had just seen, this goblin's physique was obviously not on the same level as other goblins. So this goblin naturally became the goblin chieftain, and led his people to fight for territory and establish a goblin camp. They also occupied an iron mine and used the iron ore produced to forge equipment. As its power continued to grow, the number of goblins increased, and the area of the camp became larger and larger. Under the leadership of this powerful goblin chief, these goblins gradually developed from an insignificant small race into the overlord of the East District. In this area of the East District, there are almost no signs of monster activity other than the goblins. But as the saying goes, everything that goes up must come down, and now the goblin chief's life has reached the twilight stage. It is no longer as brave as it was in its youth. No matter how strong a goblin warrior is, he cannot resist the ravages of time. According to the description in the illustration book, the lifespan of most goblins is around 50 years. But the fate of this goblin chieftain is related to the rise and fall of the entire goblin clan in Shadow Forest. Once it dies, this goblin camp will probably soon be unable to sustain itself. Wang Yan suddenly remembered that he had seen news on the internet some time ago saying that the number of goblin lumberjacks in the East District had increased. In the past, goblins also cut down trees, but most of them were combat goblins who would cut down some trees and carry them back. Unlike now, at least half of a goblin team are goblin lumberjacks. In the past, it was more common to see a 5-man goblin team composed of all combat arms, patrolling and hunting in the Shadow Forest. After seeing the goblin chief, Wang Yan understood everything. It turned out that the goblin chief wanted to command the goblin camp to build a stronger defense line before he died. In this way, the goblins can survive as long as possible by relying on the camp's defensive fortifications. If this continues, the decline of the goblin tribe is foreseeable, unless a stronger goblin chief emerges among them. Wang Yan told Qing Yuan and Su Muxue the story he had speculated. Qing Yuan was stunned when he heard this. "I say, Lao Wang, your imagination is too big." However, after thinking for a moment, Qing Yuan found that the behavior of these goblins actually matched everything Wang Yan said. Su Muxue said, "I also saw the news about the goblins cutting down trees recently that you mentioned. At first I thought it was winter and they were storing more firewood, but..." Su Muxue raised the telescope and confirmed again. "It seems that there should be plenty of firewood in their camp now." The place for storing firewood in the goblin camp is a simple shed with a slanted roof to prevent rainwater from accumulating. There was a pile of firewood under the shed, almost filling up the entire firewood storage area. Not only that, but the entire camp was littered with wood. Near their city walls, many goblins were processing the fresh wood that had just been cut down. There were also some goblins repairing and reinforcing the city walls. Wang Yan said, "Anyway, we probably don't need to sell this map. No matter what the purpose of these goblins is, at least there is a silver-level boss in a weak state in front of them. All its attributes have been weakened by 50%, whether it is attributes, health, or damage. It can be said that the current goblin chieftain is probably not even as powerful as the goblin centurion. The fact that it can still sit in the position of chief is probably due to the majesty it has accumulated in the past. How could Wang Yan let go of this opportunity?" Qingyuan and Su Muxue were obviously very interested as well. Now this boss who is easier to kill than a chicken is right in front of you. It is like pie in the sky. As the saying goes, if you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. But what they have to consider is how to take this big pie. Lao Wang, just tell me what your plan is. I'll listen to you anyway. Su Muxue also nodded, looking at Wang Yan with anticipation in her eyes. Wang Yan then realized that, without realizing it, these two people had silently regarded him as the leader of the team. Now they always give priority to Wang Yan's opinions when making decisions. Wang Yan smiled. What other plans can we have? Find an opportunity to go in and kill the boss, then get away with it. Wang Yan shook the map of the secret passage of the goblin camp in his hand. Now this map is their biggest trump card. Considering the strength of the current defensive fortifications of the goblin camp, it would be impossible for the three of them to sneak in head-on. But with this map, it's different. They can sneak into the camp without being noticed, kill the goblin chief and retreat quickly. But not yet. With our current strength, it's still too dangerous to force our way in. After all, there are a lot of goblins in the camp. Wang Yan looked at the two of them. Qingyuan and Su Muxue were both still at level 18. Generally speaking, a professional will awaken a skill every time he reaches 10 levels. Professionals with better talents will sometimes awaken a skill when they reach level 5. In other words, after Qingyuan and Su Muxue reach level 20, their combat effectiveness will undergo a phased improvement. Let's upgrade to level 20 first. Not only Qingyuan and Su Muxue need to be upgraded, but Blood Fang also needs to be upgraded. Bloody Fang's performance today has far exceeded Wang Yan's expectations. If it is allowed to grow, with the bonus of the halo, its combat effectiveness will be stronger than Qingyuan and Su Muxue. Chapter 69, Team Invitation. After listening to Wang Yan's analysis, Qingyuan felt a little regretful. It seems that we can only watch this goblin camp but not touch it in the short term. What do you think we will do if someone takes it first? Wang Yan comforted him. Don't worry. Don't just say that this goblin camp is not that easy to break into. If someone really wanted to destroy this goblin camp, they would have done it long ago. For bronze-level professionals, without a team of 100 people, they probably can't even enter the gate of the goblin camp. Instead of spending so much effort, you might as well kill a few monsters to gain experience. After all, there is a boss inside. Who knows how powerful the goblin chief is? What if there are heavy casualties? Moreover, goblins are notoriously difficult to deal with, and most teams are not even interested in a goblin team, let alone a goblin camp. As for professionals above the silver level, it is not worth it for them to compete with a goblin camp. It would be better to go for a dungeon, where the resources produced are much more fixed. Moreover, the difficulty of the dungeon can be selected, and the number of monsters is fixed, so it is not easy to encounter any unexpected situations. The most important thing is that there are many dungeon guides on the internet, which can help players who enter the dungeon for the first time to be mentally prepared and ensure the safety of team members to the greatest extent. After hearing what Wang Yan said, Qingyuan felt relieved. That's true, now that you put it that way. Wang Yan put away the map and put down the telescope. Okay, it's getting late, let's get ready to go back. Su Muxue asked. What are your plans for tomorrow? Qingyuan thought about it. I will definitely come early tomorrow morning. My mom nagged me all morning at home because I was trying to hatch Little Black. Wang Yan thought about it and decided that he didn't have anything to do. Now he has been confirmed to be admitted and does not need to take the college entrance examination. Just stay at home and play games at home. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, we can make an appointment to come over early in the morning. Su Muxue suggested. How about 8 a.m.? It can be seen that Su Muxue is also full of expectations for this goblin camp and wants to reach level 20 as soon as possible. In addition, tomorrow is the third day after the awakening ceremony, and there are only about 4 days left until the college entrance examination. Generally speaking, students who have taken the college entrance examination in previous years can upgrade their level to around level 15 before the exam. If you can reach level 20, that is definitely an excellent level. Reaching level 20 or above means there are more chances of being noticed by good schools. Although Wang Yan didn't have to worry about the college entrance examination, he was happy to help them. So Wang Yan said it was no problem and he could arrive on time at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Qingyuan also said that it was no problem. So Wang Yan turned on the invisibility halo and left the first area. They first went to a supply station, intending to sell their resources first. As soon as the three entered the supply station, a group of people stood by and watched them closely. They instantly became the focus of the crowd. Under the curious gazes of everyone in the supply station, Wang Yan understood what they meant. They wanted to see how much resources Wang Yan and others could recover today. In the crowd, Wang Yan saw several familiar faces, who turned out to be classmates from Class 1, Grade 3 of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. When they saw Qingyuan and Wang Yan, they greeted them. Hi Qingyuan, Wang Yan. Wang Yan is actually not very familiar with these classmates because he is usually quiet in class and he only has Qingyuan as a friend. He just nodded at those classmates and didn't say anything. To be honest, he was not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. Those students asked Qingyuan, "How about Qingyuan? Can you create a new record today?" Qingyuan laughed. Haha, I may disappoint you today. Today, Wang Yan and the other two only stayed in the shadow forest for the entire afternoon and simply did not come in the morning. In addition, it took them some time to rescue Zhang Xingyi and others and to find the goblin camp, so the harvest was naturally not as rich as yesterday. Although Qingyuan said so, many people still came up and wanted to see what Qingyuan and others had gained today. It wasn't until the salesperson announced the number, 56,070, that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, the one they used yesterday must have been accumulating resources for 2 days. Yeah, how can we collect 90,000 in one day? That's too much. But to be honest, making over 50,000 a day is pretty impressive. Not everyone can do that. That's true, but I think the great guys in our grade should have a chance if they work hard. The classmates who were in the same class as Qingyuan and Wang Yan also joked. Fortunately, Qingyuan, if you guys had made another record today, I might have despaired of this world. But seriously, your team is pretty awesome. Do you need anyone else on your team? Wouldn't a team of 3 be too few? As they were talking, those students became eager to try and even thought about recommending themselves. After all, Wang Yan and Qingyuan are classmates, so they are easier to talk to. Qingyuan, Wang Yan, what do you think of us? We have a warrior, a thief, and a wind mage. Why don't we form a team? More people will be more efficient. Wang Yan and Qingyuan looked at each other in bewilderment. It was indeed rare to see a team of 3. What these students said was not wrong. Because for low-level professionals, the more people there are, the higher the efficiency. However, this is not the case for Wang Yan and the other two. They have been having a great time sharing the experience among themselves these past 2 days and have no intention of finding more teammates. Just when Wang Yan was thinking about how to refuse, Su Muxue, who had been silent on the side, spoke first. I'm sorry, but we don't need any more players for now. Thank you. After Su Muxue said this, several people were suddenly disappointed. Well, that's a shame. Come on, guys. Those students looked at Qingyuan and Su Muxue with slightly admiring eyes, then looked at the silent Wang Yan behind them with complicated eyes. In that look, there was envy, sympathy, and a hint of contempt. Wang Yan knew what they were thinking. Most of them were probably wondering why Wang Yan could team up with Su Muxue and Qingyuan. Perhaps in their eyes, they are not much worse than Wang Yan. Wang Yan didn't care. He has never been a person who cares about other people's opinions. Even when he was known as the number 1 genius in Tianshui No. 1 Middle School, he never became complacent because of other people's admiration and praise. Only he himself knows that he has never been a genius, he just spent more time than others. The reason why he worked hard for 3 consecutive years to become the number 1 in Tianshui No. 1 Middle School was never to gain anyone's recognition or admiration. He just didn't want to disappoint himself and didn't want to disappoint his parents' expectations when they were alive. So even though many people now misunderstand that he has hit rock bottom, he doesn't feel any loss or anxiety. Chapter 70. You look pretty when you smile. On the outskirts of the shadow forest, Wang Yan and the other two walked to the safe zone while talking and laughing. Qingyuan said, Do you want me to take you there? I drove here today and I can take you for a ride. Wang Yan quickly refused. Forget it. Your driving skills. I'm afraid that I'll affect your performance if I'm standing next to you. I'd better call a taxi. Every evening, there would be many taxis waiting outside the shadow forest, soliciting passengers. Su Muxue also said. My family arranged a car to pick me up. Qin Yuan spread his hands. Okay, I'll go first. Be careful on the road. As he spoke, Qin Yuan walked towards the parking area. After Qin Yuan walked away, Su Muxue smiled at Wang Yan. Then we'll see you tomorrow. Wang Yan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He rarely saw Su Muxue smile. When she smiled, it was like the warm sunshine in spring, penetrating through layers of frost, and the ice and snow melted instantly, releasing the warm sunshine. Her eyebrows were curved into a lovely crescent, and her eyes were like stars twinkling under the crescent. Many professionals passing by couldn't help but look over here. It must be said that Su Muxue's eye-catching rate was quite high. Wang Yan smiled slightly. I didn't expect you to look so pretty when you smile. Ah? What? Nothing. Wang Yan shook his head. Let's go. See you tomorrow. He stopped a car, opened the door, and got in. Su Muxue stared blankly at Wang Yan's car disappearing at the end of her sight. Under the dim street lights, no one noticed her slightly red cheeks. After returning to the city, Wang Yan randomly found a restaurant, packed up 3 dishes and a soup, and took them back home. After returning home, Wang Yan released Blood Fang from the pet ball. The level 15 Blood Fang was almost 2 meters long, and the originally small living room suddenly seemed crowded. When Blood Fang came out, he immediately expressed his dissatisfaction to Wang Yan. Although he had only stayed in the pet ball for less than an hour, this hour was really too long for him as he was so active. It swung its tail and whipped the sofa legs, making them snap, venting its unhappiness. Okay, stop being so mad. Who told you to crawl so slowly? Wang Yan patted its head. If you were to crawl slowly on your own, we wouldn't be home until after 10 o'clock today. Wang Yan fed it several pounds of meat, and with the meat to eat, Bloody Tooth finally felt better. I see other crocodiles are lazy all day, either basking in the sun or taking a bath. How come you are still hyperactive? After feeding Bloody Fang, Wang Yan sat at the dining table and started eating dinner. He suddenly remembered the 90,000 yuan challenge that Qin Yuan mentioned today. After opening the campus forum, Wang Yan discovered that the post was still there, and it seemed to have been designated by the moderator. When I clicked in, I saw that there were people seriously discussing how to break the record of Su Muxue and others. From career matching to skill combinations, the discussion was very heated. Many people said that they would form a 3-person team tomorrow to repeat this record. Some people also said that Wang Yan and the other 2 were just collecting 2 days' worth of materials and equipment together for recycling to attract attention. However, in the latest reply, someone said that he had just seen with his own eyes that Wang Yan and others had recovered about 50,000 resources, which is still a very high level. These people are really too full. Wang Yan shook his head. Just as he was about to exit the campus forum, Wang Yan suddenly saw a very obvious hot post, revealing the real reason why Wang Yan's team is so powerful, the most powerful pet you have never seen. Wang Yan laughed. When he saw the title, he probably knew who the poster was. After looking around on the internet, Wang Yan didn't find any interesting information. The SSS level record of the extreme cold tomb a few days ago is still the hottest topic. Just as he was eating and surfing the internet at night, someone suddenly sent him a message in his friend list. Wang Yan opened it and saw that it was sent by Li Yingtian. How was it, Wang Yan? Did you meet the 2 people who protected you today? Wang Yan was a little confused. What protects me? After a while, Li Yingtian replied. Oh, it's my fault. I forgot to tell you. I've been too busy these past 2 days. 2 experts have been assigned to protect you. They are both from the Midgard Guild. Wang Yan was stunned. He thought carefully for a long time and could not remember anyone around protecting him. He replied, Why didn't I see the expert you mentioned? Li Yingtian sent a laughing emoticon. Haha, it's good that you didn't see them. These 2 are masters of stealth. They are members of the Longyan team. If you find them, there will be no point in trying to survive. After Li Yingtian said this, Wang Yan felt a chill on his back. Although I know Li Yingtian is joking. But from what Li Yingtian said, he was actually being followed the entire day today and had no idea. By the way, those two people praised you to me, saying that you have great potential. Wang Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. There was one thing he really couldn't understand, which was that he and Qing Yuan and others had been in stealth mode most of the afternoon. How did the other party follow him? Although he didn't know what the Longyan team was, their tracking ability was definitely world-class. Now he knows that the other party is responsible for protecting him, which is fine, but what if the other party is here to kill him? Maybe he is dead now. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh that there are always people better than you in this world. No wonder Li Yingtian asked him to keep a low profile during this period. If foreign assassins really found out that he was related to the records of the Arctic Tomb, his situation would immediately become very dangerous. After a while, Li Yingtian sent another message. By the way, do you know about the national war in a month? Wang Yan replied. Of course I know. The All Blue Star Professional International League is held every 10 years. All professionals who have successfully awakened during these 10 years can participate in this international league. This competition is not hosted by any country or the United Nations. Rather, it is a competition generated under the rules of the Supreme Heavenly Law, and the United Nations is only responsible for the supervisory role. After the competition, countries will receive rewards based on their overall ranking. This national war competition is of vital importance to any country, and it is very likely to affect the fate of a country. The higher-ups are interested in selecting you as a candidate to participate in the national war competition. So I said that someone will be assigned to help you level up and complete some tasks. You should be prepared. Wang Yan thought for a moment and asked, Can we wait until after the college entrance examination? Now Wang Yan is the leader of the three-person team consisting of Qing Yuan, Su Muxue, and he can't abandon these two. Li Yingtian quickly replied. Is it because of Qing Yuan and the others? Of course. Chapter 71. Is she your girlfriend? The next morning. At about 7 o'clock in the morning, Wang Yan heard a pa 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 sound coming from the foot of the bed. He was startled and sat up in bed. He found that it was Bloody Fong whipping the bed legs with his tail, urging him to get up. Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief and yawned. I admire you. I thought it was haunted, but you are quite punctual. Roar! Blood Fong let out a low growl, appearing very excited and full of energy. Wang Yan got up, washed, fed Bloody Fong a few pieces of meat, and then put him into the pet ball. After going downstairs to have breakfast, we took a car to the Shadow Forest. When he successfully reached the outskirts of Shadow Forest, the time was around 7:40. After arriving at the Shadow Forest, Wang Yan released Blood Fong because it could no longer be held in the pet ball. This guy seemed to hate the pet ball extremely and didn't want to stay in it for even a second. So Wang Yan had to let it out to get some fresh air. After Bloody Fong came out, he lay on the ground, opened his mouth wide and lay motionless, enjoying the morning sunshine. Its appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people around. Its nearly 2-meter-long body is covered with beautiful yet dangerous red and black patterns, and its teeth, nails, and scales are like blood jade, sparkling with dazzling light. If it weren't for its red star-like eyes blinking from time to time, people might mistake it for a jade carving. Oh my God, what a beautiful crocodile! Is this an ornamental pet? It looks like a combat pet. Everyone was talking about it, and some people from Tianshui Middle School recognized Wang Yan and his crocodile. Is this crocodile the red crocodile mentioned in yesterday's post? That's not right. Didn't the post say that the crocodile belonged to Qing Yuan and Su Muxue? That's right, why is it Wang Yan's pet? Wang Yan probably doesn't have the money to buy such a powerful pet, right? Could it be that Su Muxue gave it to him? It's possible. I heard that the two have a very good relationship, and Su Muxue's family seems to be in the pet business. This kid is a gigolo, right? I also want to be kept by a rich loli. No future. Good morning, Wang Yan. Wang Yan heard a female voice coming from behind him, but it was not Su Muxue's voice. He turned around and saw a tall and slim girl standing behind him, looking at him with a smile. Wang Yan recognized that the girl in front of him was his classmate and the vice monitor of their class, named Gong Yu. Because Wang Yan is the class monitor and Gong Yu is the deputy class monitor, the two are quite familiar with each other, but only to the extent of knowing each other. Wang Yan was a little confused, wondering why she suddenly ran up to say hello. Good morning, Gong Yu. Gong Yu looked at Shuya with anticipation, and an expression that showed she was eager to try. Is this your alligator? Can I touch it? It turns out she came for the bloody fawn. Of course, go ahead. After getting the promise, Gong Yu happily squatted down, took out her mobile phone, stroked the crocodile and took pictures, and finally took a group photo with the crocodile. Wang Yan! Just as Wang Yan and Gong Yu were chatting casually, another female voice came from Wang Yan's ears. This time it was Su Mushua's voice. The two turned around and saw Su Mushua with a cold face. She said coldly, Is this your girlfriend? Wang Yan, why don't you introduce her to me? Wang Yan found that Su Mushua's tone seemed a little off. This is... As soon as Wang Yan opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Gong Yu. Don't get me wrong, Su Mushua. I just came here to take a look at this crocodile. I have no other intentions. Everyone knows that you are Wang Yan's girlfriend. After hearing this, Su Mushua's originally cold cheeks suddenly turned red. No. Wang Yan was about to explain when he was interrupted by Gong Yu again. Okay, squad leader Wang, I'm going back first. My teammates are still waiting for me. Having said that, Gong Yu ran away quickly without listening to Wang Yan's explanation. The onlookers around were a little disappointed. They thought there would be some sparks between the three of them, but the Shura scene that everyone imagined did not appear. After Gong Yu left, Wang Yan looked at Su Mushua. Su Mushua blushed and didn't say anything. The atmosphere became a little awkward for a moment. Fortunately, Qingyuan arrived in time and eased the awkward atmosphere. Hey Lao Wang, Su Mushua, good morning. He greeted the two of them from a distance, and Xiao Hei followed slowly behind him. After the three of them gathered, they set off towards the East District of District 1 along the route they took yesterday. With yesterday's experience, the three of them were familiar with the route to the East District today. After entering the Shadow Forest, Wang Yan glanced around from time to time, not knowing whether the two masters that Li Yingtian mentioned had followed him today. Wang Yan always felt uneasy when he thought about two people following him. He even had the urge to activate the purification halo to see if he could sweep the two people out, but thinking that they were also on a mission, Wang Yan decided not to make things difficult for them. Old Wang, do we have any plans for today? Qingyuan asked. Let's go to the area near where the goblins gather, gain experience from them, and reduce the population of the goblin camp at the same time. The total number of goblins in the goblin camp, including the goblin lumberjacks outside cutting trees, and the goblin groups wandering in the Shadowwood. Wang Yan conservatively estimated that there should be at least thousands of them. Qingyuan continued. Speaking of which, I asked everyone about their levels in the class group yesterday. Guess what happened? Wang Yan smiled and said. How? Qingyuan chuckled. Except for us, the highest level in our class is only level 14, which is 4 levels lower than us. Because Xiao Hei took away some of the experience, Su Mushua was about to reach level 19, while Qingyuan was still more than 80% short of the experience bar. As for Wang Yan, his level has always been hidden, but Su Mushua and Qingyuan did not ask much. Anyway, the levels of the three should be similar. Su Mushua also said. According to normal progress, the highest level of newly awakened professionals should be around level 15. The efficiency of the three of them is much higher than that of a sparring partner or a team of 10. Because not only did they kill monsters above their level, but there were only 3 of them to share the experience. In addition, they went to the high-yield treasure map copy yesterday and the day before yesterday, which instantly widened the gap with other teams. Along the way, everyone dealt with the monsters passing by while heading towards the East District. Soon, everyone arrived at the East District where the goblins were active. Roar! Blood Fang, who was originally following Wang Yan, suddenly let out a roar, as if to warn him. Qingyuan and Su Mushua looked at Bloody Fang curiously. Wang Yan felt slightly surprised in his heart. Because just now Blood Fang actually sent him a warning in his mind that there was the scent of an enemy nearby. Chapter 72, Acute Sense of Smell. Blood Fang, it seems to be warning me that there are enemies nearby. He squatted down and touched Bloody Fang's head. How come I didn't know you had detection skills? He opened the pet panel properties. Dragon Blood Crocodile, Dark Gold. Level, LV15. A powerful mutant monster, its dragon bloodline has been activated, and it has great growth potential. Skills: Bite, Dragon Breath, Death Tumble. Bite: the dragon blood crocodile leaps forward, rushes to a maximum distance of 5 meters, grows with level, and bites the enemy. Death Roll: after the dragon blood crocodile bites the enemy, it rotates its body at high speed, causing terrible tearing damage to the enemy. Dragon Breath Spray: spray out a stream of dragon breath that burns everything. Dragon's Might: causes all hostile creatures around to enter a state of fear, reducing their movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and skill CD by 10%, lasting for 20 seconds. After Bloodfang's level was raised to level 15, a new skill Dragon Might was awakened. But it doesn't have any skills related to reconnaissance. Wang Yan couldn't figure out for a moment how it discovered the enemy. Could it be the beast's perception? That's weird. It obviously doesn't have any reconnaissance skills. Su Mushia thought for a moment and said, I know this. My dad mentioned this to me a few days ago when he was talking to me about blood crocodiles. He said that blood crocodiles have a very keen sense of smell and can even smell blood from thousands of meters away. She looked at Blood Fang. I guess that as the Blood Fang's level increases, its sense of smell also gradually improves. Wang Yan showed joy after hearing this. I didn't expect it to have this ability. Isn't this a coincidence? It just so happens that our team is short of a reconnaissance profession. Because of the small number of people, Wang Yan's team is lacking in many professions. Not only is there a lack of professions for reconnaissance and information acquisition, but there is also a lack of healing and control professions. It is precisely because Wang Yan's aura is so overwhelming that one person can replace 10 people, that the current shortcomings of their team are not so obvious. After Blood Fang sent the warning, Wang Yan immediately activated the invisibility aura. While communicating with Blood Fang in his mind to confirm the other party's position, he and everyone else moved towards the location where the enemy appeared. Sure enough, under the guidance of Blood Fang, after the group advanced about 200 meters, they encountered a group of goblins. This team of goblins is not large in number, consisting of 5 combat-type goblins and 7 or 8 goblin lumberjacks. The 3 of them had killed quite a few goblins yesterday and were already familiar with the goblins' fighting style. Blood Fang took the lead, pounced and rushed forward, biting directly a goblin archer, and then launched a death roll. After instantly killing the goblin archer, Blood Fang continued to spit out dragon breath, suppressing the other goblins. Su Mushua and Xinyuan also appeared in the chaos and attacked the remaining goblins, and soon killed the goblin team with ease. It took them less than a minute to deal with a team of more than 10 goblins. This upgrade efficiency is simply exaggerated. Blood Fang, can you still smell it? Lead us to the goblins. Wang Yan only knew that dogs had a keen sense of smell before, but this was the first time he knew that crocodiles also had such a keen sense of smell. After receiving Wang Yan's order, Xiuya sniffed the air, then pointed his head in one direction and nodded at Wang Yan. Following Bloodfang's guidance, the 3 of them soon found another group of goblins. This goblin squad is slightly larger than the previous one, with 8 combat troops and more than a dozen goblin lumberjacks. At Wang Yan's command, Blood Fang rushed out again. In this way, the group basically did not rest for the whole morning, looking for goblin groups to kill everywhere. Wang Yan not only referred to Blood Fang's guidance, he was also deliberately and slowly encircling the goblins outside the goblin camp. As they continued to kill groups of goblins logging outside, they were getting closer and closer to the goblin camp. Crushing storm. Xinyuan swung the sword and turned his body. Countless violent sword energies tore the goblins around him into pieces. As the last goblin fell, Xinyuan heard a reminder. Ding, your level has been upgraded, current level, level 19. Ding, you got attribute rewards, all attributes +1, free attribute points +5. Xinyuan moved his shoulders and felt that his arms, waist and back were about to cramp. I looked at the time, it was 11:43, and it was almost noon. The 3 of them hardly stopped working this morning and were busy for a full 4 hours. Wang Yan conservatively estimated that at least 300 to 400 goblins had died at their hands, and the progress was smoother than he had imagined. At this rate, the entire goblin tribe might be wiped out by them in no time. I've upgraded, Qingyuan said to Su Muxue and Wang Yan. Su Muxue had already upgraded from level 18 to level 19 this morning. Because Qingyuan had to share some of his experience with Xiao He, his leveling up was much slower than Su Muxue's. But Qingyuan felt that it was all worth it. Although Xiao Hei's overall performance was slightly inferior to Blood Fang's, it was much stronger than ordinary gold-level pets. After all, like Blood Fang, it has the attribute growth of the boss template and a mutated dragon bloodline. After Xiao He grows up, he will definitely be of great help in improving Qingyuan's combat effectiveness. Su Muxue said. I'm still about 50% experience away from reaching level 20. Both of them are looking forward to what skills will be awakened after reaching level 20. According to predecessors, generally speaking, most of the skills awakened below level 20 are basic skills. Level 20 is a threshold. Many professionals with good talents can awaken a very powerful skill at level 20. Especially for mages, except for rare professional exceptions like Su Muxue, most mages' output capabilities in the early stages are not very strong. Only when a mage reaches level 20 will he awaken a very violent output skill. It is at this time that most mages officially enter their period of strength. Ordinary mages are like this. I wonder what kind of skills Su Muxue will awaken. Wang Yan also planned to see what skills Qingyuan and Su Muxue awakened before deciding what to do after entering the goblin camp. Although they killed a lot of goblins this morning, Wang Yan knew very well that these goblins could not be considered the elite of the goblin camp. Most of them are goblin lumberjacks with little fighting power. Now all the real goblin camps have been gathered in the camp, responsible for supervising the construction of fortifications in the goblin camps. Let's go back to the supply station first. I'm starving, Qingyuan said. As his physical strength continued to be consumed, the recovery rate of his fighting spirit became slower and slower. Not only him, in fact, the mage's fatigue value will also accumulate. After a long battle, the mage's magic value recovery speed will gradually slow down. At this time, you need to rest for a while to recover from your body's fatigue. Chapter 73 Goblin Centurion. After returning to the supply station, everyone sold the resources they had, and as expected, this attracted a crowd of onlookers. In the end, the three of them sold resources worth 60,000 dragon coins, and each person received more than 20,000. After all, they had been killing goblins all morning. The amount of 60,000 yuan is staggering, but the people in the supply station seem to have become a little numb to the amazing deeds performed by their three-person team. Wang Yan felt a little emotional. He had spent the 200,000 yuan pension left by his parents for so many years. Now he can make tens of thousands of dollars a day just by selling various materials and equipment. Although professionals' financial expenditure should not be underestimated, the speed at which they make money is truly unattainable for ordinary people. After having a hearty meal at the supply station, the three did not choose to rest for too long. After finishing the meal, they rushed to the East District without stopping. On the way to the East District this time, everyone clearly felt that there were fewer goblins on the road. In the morning, under the leadership of Blood Fang, they would encounter a group of goblins every 10 minutes or so. But this time they walked for more than 20 minutes without encountering even a group of goblins. Qingyuan said doubtfully. Could it be that we have really killed these goblins to the point of extinction? Wang Yan shook his head and said. What are you thinking? How is that possible? I guess they probably sensed something was wrong and reduced their range of activities. Unlike ordinary monsters, goblins are more or less humanoid monsters, have a certain level of intelligence, and have their own civilization. They are also one of the few monsters that will run away and summon teammates below level 30. Wang Yan and his team killed so many goblins this morning, which must have aroused the goblin tribe's vigilance. If Wang Yan had guessed correctly before, the goblins are now in an extraordinary period, and they will become more cautious about their lives than before. So they probably won't send too many goblins out to cut wood for a while. Sure enough, after the three of them had been moving towards the goblin camp for nearly 40 minutes, Blood Fang sent another reminder. Although Blood Fang has a keen sense of smell and can smell blood from thousands of meters away, if it wants to accurately locate the enemy's direction, it can only be within a range of about 1,000 meters at most. Wang Yan started stealth and found that the team of goblins in front of him was very large, with more than 20 of them. Moreover, these 20-odd soldiers are all combat-type soldiers without exception, without a single goblin lumberjack among them. These goblins were exploring the forest, seemingly looking for something. Qin Yuan asked in surprise. I say, are these goblins here to seek revenge on us? Wang Yan nodded. Very likely. They killed so many goblins today, it would be strange if the goblin camp didn't react. It seems that Wang Yan and others have seriously interfered with their logging business. So these goblins had to send out some troops to try to get rid of Wang Yan and his group of troublemakers. Among this group of goblins there's a goblin wizard, 10 goblin warriors, 2 goblin archers, and the rest are goblin spearmen and a goblin centurion. In addition, Wang Yan also saw a type of soldier that he had never seen before, the goblin centurion. Goblin centurion, bronze, level 29, is an all-around goblin warrior who possesses almost all the abilities of other goblin soldiers except the inability to cast spells. To Wang Yan, the goblin centurion actually felt like a stronger goblin warrior. And this goblin centurion is a little stronger than the goblin decapitator. Not only that, the armor on him is also thicker and covers his entire body, making it look like his defensive capabilities should be stronger than those of other goblins. It also had a crossbow hanging around its waist and several spears on its back. It can be seen that it also has the medium and long-range attack capabilities of the goblin spearmen and goblin archers. If combat troops are the elite among the goblin race, then this goblin centurion should be the elite among the elite. Wang Yan would naturally give priority to dealing with such elite troops. He commanded Bloodfang to sneak slowly near the goblin mage. Although the goblin centurion was stronger, the goblin mage posed a greater threat. But this time, the goblin warriors around the goblin mage surrounded the goblin mage tightly in the center. It was impossible for Bloodfang to rely on stealth alone, so Wang Yan had to let Bloodfang use the bite skill. The goblins saw a flash of red light before their eyes, breaking through the air like a bolt of lightning passing by them. In a blink of an eye, the red light had knocked the goblin wizard to the ground, and then Bloodfang rolled in death. How could the fragile goblin mage withstand such a bite, not to mention the blessing of Wang Yan's halo? The goblin mage's health bar dropped to the bottom in an instant, and he was torn into pieces by the blood fangs. Lava! The goblin warriors who were responsible for protecting the goblin wizard were furious, and raised their weapons to surround Bloodfang. Wang Yan immediately activated the deceleration aura to slow down the movement speed of the goblins. Bloody Fang opened his bloody mouth and roared like a dragon, full of oppression. Bloodfang's dragon power is activated. Dragon's might causes all hostile creatures around to enter a state of fear, reducing their movement speed by 50%, attack power by 40%, casting speed by 30%, and skill CD by 10%, lasting for 20 seconds. Since Wang Yan's slowing aura has already slowed down the goblins by 90%, the slowing skills will not be stacked and only the highest value will be taken. However, the most important function of Bloodfang's dragon power skill is to reduce the enemy's attack power by nearly 40%, and greatly slow down the opponent's casting speed and increase the cooling time. Although there was a 90% slowdown, Bloodfang was too close to these goblin warriors after all. The goblin warriors raised their daggers and slashed at Bloodfang. The goblin spear throwers in the distance also threw out their short spears. The goblin archer drew his bow and shot the flint arrow at Bloodfang. For a moment, Bloodfang was surrounded by a group of goblins. It had just used the bite skill to kill the goblin mage, and the bite skill was currently in a cooldown period of about 10 seconds. The attacks of numerous goblins fell on Bloodfang one after another, and a series of damage numbers kept rising. But a scene that surprised the goblins and others appeared. -448. -536. -490. Their attacks only caused a few hundred points of damage to Bloodfang. The current Bloodfang level is 18, but it already has more than 140,000 health points, which makes it a mobile blood cow. This little bit of damage is just scratching it. Wang Yan was not surprised by this, as all this was within his expectations. After reaching level 18, Bloodfang's defense and health increased dramatically, with a defense value of over 10,000 and a health value of 140,000. The attribute growth value of this boss template is simply incomparable to that of ordinary monsters. Chapter 74, Fanaticism. The attack power of these goblins, except for the goblin mage, is only around 5 or 6,000. They can't break Bloodfang's defense at all and can only cause a small amount of force damage. Coupled with the fact that Bloodfang's dragon might cause a 40% reduction in attack power, it was not surprising that these goblins only suffered a few hundred points of damage. This is also the reason why Wang Yan dared to let Bloodfang rush into the group of goblins. For a moment, these goblins also experienced the feeling of fighting the boss. After resisting the damage from the goblins, Bloodfang launched his own counterattack. It kept spewing dragon breath from its mouth, biting and rolling, constantly killing the goblins around it. It went in and out of the group of goblins 7 times, just like a god of war. Sumushua and Qinyuan also followed in time to support Bloodfang. Just when the situation on the field was one-sided, the goblin centurion suddenly let out a sharp cry. After a moment, a ripple spread from its body and its eyes turned red. Goblin Centurion used the ability, Zealotry. Frenzy. Goblin Centurion puts himself into a frenzy state, becoming immune to control for 5 seconds. His attack power and movement speed are greatly increased in a short period of time, and his range is greatly increased. After entering the frenzy state, the Goblin Centurion's bodies became slightly larger. Unaffected by the deceleration, it regained its freedom of movement and removed the spear from its back. Its body tensed like a spring, and it suddenly threw the spear in its hand out. And the target it chose to throw was Sumushua. The Goblin Centurion used the skill, All-Out Attack. All-Out Attack. The Goblin Centurion unleashes all his strength to deliver a powerful and critical attack at the cost of losing 10% of his health. The Goblin Centurion released the control so suddenly that Sumushua and others were caught off guard. When it threw out the spear, Sumushua was just in the casting state. When the skill prompt flashed through everyone's mind, a hint of panic flashed across everyone's eyes. You have to know that Sumushua has no defensive skills. If she is hit by this spear, her life or death would be in danger. Sumushua's face turned slightly pale, and her slightly desperate eyes seemed to have anticipated her own ending. At this critical moment, a red figure flashed by and passed by her like a bolt of lightning. This red figure is Bloodfang. It turned out that at this critical moment, Wang Yan commanded Bloodfang to launch the biting skill, and instantly rushed to Sumushua's side, just blocking the attack for her. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Minus 27,190. An exaggerated damage number floated up from Bloodfang's body. The Goblin Centurion's attack actually caused nearly 30,000 damages, which shows how terrible the damage is when it is in a frenzy state. If this spear hit Sumushua, the outcome would be predictable. Sumushua only has about 24,000 HP, and her defense is far inferior to Bloodfang. After Bloodfang blocked the attack for Sumushua, Sumushua's dark matter magic was also chanted. A dark substance that looked like a meteorite hit the Goblin Centurion heavily, causing huge damage. Qinyuan also slashed out several sword energies at the Goblin Centurion. With the blessing of Wang Yan's halo, the Goblin Centurion died on the spot before he could launch his second move. "Thank you, you just saved my life." Although Sumushua looked relaxed on the surface, her slightly trembling hands and pale face revealed the fear in her heart at the moment. Seeing Sumushua's lingering fear, Wang Yan also discovered their biggest problem now. That is, none of the 3 of them have any self-protection skills, and when facing monsters they basically rely on the blessing of auras and crush them with super high damage. Qinyuan is fine. As a heavily armored warrior, his defense is not bad. Wang Yan hid in the invisibility halo the whole time, so the monster couldn't even find where he was, so naturally it couldn't threaten him. In other words, the most dangerous person in the team is actually Sumushua. After the death of the Goblin Centurion, the Goblin team was quickly defeated and all of them were killed. While Qinyuan was collecting the spoils, Wang Yan said to Sumushua with concern, "Are you okay? Do you want to rest for a while?" Sumushua shook her head. "I'm fine, it was just a false alarm, it won't scare me." Wang Yan didn't expect that she was so tenacious. She had just been through a near-death experience. "You have to be careful next time. You are our main output. Besides, if something happens to you, I won't know how to explain to Uncle Su. Yes, I understand. Sumushiue knew that she was indeed a little too impatient just now. Before the opponent's strongest goblin centurion made a move, she was in a hurry to show up and didn't manage the distance well. She trusted Wang Yan's slowing aura a little too much. Who would have thought that the goblin centurion actually had a control-free skill? However, when she heard Wang Yan say that he didn't know how to explain to her father, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Damn, this goblin centurion is really strong. We almost got screwed just now. After collecting the spoils, Qin also sighed. He also saw the thrilling scene just now. Fortunately, Lao Wang, you reacted quickly and saved the beauty. Hee hee, you are so handsome. If I were a girl and you saved me like this, I would definitely marry you. Qin winked at the two of them, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. You little brat. Wang Yan raised the bone scepter in his hand and hit Qin head twice. Unfortunately, Qin heavy armor was as thick as his face, so Wang Yan could only make a sound. Qin laughed and said, Stop making a fuss. We're lucky. We got a necklace. It was dropped by a goblin centurion. It's a silver necklace. Qin handed over the looted equipment and props to Wang Yan. This is a thin necklace made of pure silver with a ruby hanging on it, which is dazzling. The light inside the gem seems to be flowing slowly, expanding and contracting, like a beating heart. Heart of Fanaticism, silver, equipment type necklace. Equipment level, LV20, increases casting speed by 10% after wearing, intelligence +9, active skill, Fanaticism. Fanaticism, casting speed is greatly increased, skill damage is increased by 10%, lasts for 5 seconds, and the cooldown time is 5 minutes. What's interesting is that although the Goblin Centurion is a warrior, the equipment he dropped looks like equipment for a mage. For a mage, casting speed is also a very important attribute. The reason why Sumushiue was in danger just now was because she was in the state of casting a spell and couldn't dodge at the first moment. Moreover, this equipment also has an active skill that can increase casting speed and skill damage in a short period of time, which is simply unlimited firepower. Chapter 75 Tiger Roar. In general, the attributes of this equipment are very good, and ordinary silver equipment should be able to sell for tens of thousands of dollars. However, the attributes of this necklace are much better than those of ordinary silver equipment, and it is a jewelry equipment, so it should be no problem to sell it for more than 100,000 or 200,000. There is no doubt that the person who is most suitable for this equipment is Sumushiue. Wang Yan's aura skills are all activated instantly, and do not require any casting speed. The characteristic of Sumushue's Dark Moon Mage profession is that the destructive power is extremely terrifying, but the casting speed is relatively slow. This piece of equipment is perfect for her. Wang Yan handed the necklace in his hand to Sumushiue. This equipment should suit you well. Sumushiue took the necklace, looked at it for a while, and soon fell in love with it. This necklace not only has good properties, but also looks beautiful. The elegant and exquisite sterling silver necklace, paired with crystal clear rubies, is exquisite. She put the necklace on. The three of them had already discussed it before. As long as the equipment dropped by 3 people teaming up, they would not distribute it according to the normal team bidding method, but instead distribute it according to demand. So Sumushiue didn't mention the money. Distribution on demand means that the equipment will be given to whoever has the attributes and occupational requirements. With this distribution method, if one of the team members is lucky, he might get several pieces of equipment in a row. Therefore, this allocation method is generally used for fixed teams that have known each other for a long time, or teammates who plan to form a team for a long time. Wang Yan could even give away gold-level pet eggs, so naturally he wouldn't care about such a small thing. For him, the most important thing is to make more reliable teammates. Although Sumushiue and Qin are not as strong as the team of Li Yingtian and others, they both have great growth potential and a promising future. After distributing the spoils, everyone continued on their way. Sumushiue will soon reach level 20, and Qin is only about 1 level of experience away. If all goes well, they should have a chance to level up to level 20 today. After Bloodfang's level reaches 20, Wang Yan won't have to give all his experience points to it. Because when the pet and the owner are at the same level, the pet's level will not be higher than the owner's. Wang Yan had his own considerations for setting the experience value sharing ratio of Blood Fang to 100%. His biggest weakness as a Halo Master is that his individual combat capability is too poor, and he himself does not have any offensive means. But it's different with Blood Fang. As long as he turns on the Halo for Blood Fang will be even more powerful than with cheats. Wang Yan is looking forward to whether Blood Fang will awaken any new skills after reaching level 20. Could it be that the level 30 plus Dragon Blood Crocodile from last time unleashed a bloody frenzy that was immune to magic? Or some other skill? I think that as a Dark Gold level pet, Blood Fang is one level higher than its mother. Maybe it will be one level stronger than its mother when it grows up. The three of them packed up and were about to continue moving towards the goblin camp when Bloody Fang beside Wang Yan let out an agitated growl. What? There's a monster fight going on? And there's a strong smell of blood? Wang Yan tried hard to interpret the message that Blood Fang was trying to convey in his mind. The communication between the owner and the pet is different from human language, but a direct communication of consciousness. When the Blood Fang is at a lower level, it can only convey some simple emotions and thoughts, such as hunger, happiness, anger, and so on. As its level gradually increased, its mind seemed to begin to grow slowly. Now it can convey some more complex information to Wang Yan. Wang Yan told Qinyuan and Su Muxue the information given by Shuya. What do you mean? Do you want to go and have a look? Qinyuan was quite interested, but Su Muxue was a little hesitant. The direction you mentioned is close to the second area, right? Wang Yan said. That's right, but I think that while the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. If there is a fight between monsters, we can go and watch. If there is no benefit, we can just turn invisible and leave. Su Muxue thought about it, and felt that it was probably true. Well, let's go take a look. Your bloody nose is really useful. It's better than the ranger's eagle eye skill. What Su Muxue said was right. The ability to find the enemy by smell alone is probably not easy even for a normal blood crocodile. Ordinary blood crocodiles can only smell the smell in the air, but blood fangs can directly and roughly locate the direction and position of the target. Qinyuan looked at Bloody Fang with a hint of envy in his eyes. I wonder when my little black will grow up to be as powerful as Blood Fang. Wang Yan smiled and said, You don't want to give up more experience points, and you want the horse to run but not eat grass, right? Qinyuan Xiaohei is upgrading slowly and is only level 9 now. That won't do. Qinyuan shook his head repeatedly. You're so good, you're recommended to Jiangnan University. Of course it's easy for you to talk. If I don't get into a good university, my parents might force me to retake the exam next year. Let it grow slowly. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Qinyuan is different from Wang Yan's Aura Master. He is a combat-oriented profession and his requirements for pets are not as high as Wang Yan's. Wang Yan turned on the invisibility halo and led everyone in the direction indicated by Blood Fang. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, everyone suddenly heard a tiger roar coming from about 200 or 300 meters ahead. This sound seemed to evoke the fear of tigers engraved in human genes, making people shudder. After the tiger's roar stopped, everyone heard a series of chirping sounds, and they knew it was the goblins calling. Tiger? Wang Yan was thinking rapidly in his mind. Are there any tiger-like monsters in this shadowy forest? Wang Yan suddenly remembered a very powerful creature, the Golden Tiger King. This is a very special monster. It does not have any special abilities, but can dominate the mountains and forests just by relying on its strong physical fitness. I heard that this monster is about 5 or 6 meters long, has amazing bite force, and its palm force can reach several thousand kilograms, so it can easily tear its prey into pieces. Moreover, this Golden Tiger King has an amazing jumping ability, and can jump a distance of 7 or 8 meters in one leap. But isn't the Golden Tiger King a monster from the second area? How did it get here? With doubts in their hearts, Wang Yan and others quickened their pace and quickly moved towards the location where the tiger's roar came from. Soon, everyone saw a group of goblins, about 50 or 60 of them, all combat soldiers. They were surrounding a huge golden tiger and screaming. There were already several corpses of goblins lying on the ground around them. Without exception, they all had huge claw marks on their bodies, and their deaths were horrific. Some goblins had their necks bitten off, leaving several horrifying bloody holes on their necks. Apparently, for some unknown reason, this group of goblins confronted the Golden Tiger. Chapter 76: The Lair of the Golden Tiger King. This is a golden tiger that is somewhat exaggeratedly large. It looked to be about 5 or 6 meters long, which reminded Wang Yan of a creature called saber-toothed tiger in ancient times. However, this tiger probably looks several times larger than the saber-toothed tiger. Its fur is golden with white mixed in. Unlike those tigers with yellow and white fur mixed in with black stripes, it looks obviously more beautiful. Golden Tiger King, Silver, level 38, is a solitary beast with a strong sense of territory and is very vengeful. If you are not fully prepared, it is best not to enter its territory easily. Wang Yan remembered that according to the description in the Monster Encyclopedia, this Golden Tiger King was considered a small elite monster, much stronger than monsters of the same level. It is precisely because of the Golden Tiger King's outstanding strength that it can occupy a large territory on its own. As the saying goes, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. In the territory of the Golden Tiger King, no monster that can threaten it is allowed to exist. It was obvious that these goblins had run into bad luck and for some unknown reason had accidentally entered the territory of the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King roared, then jumped high and landed in front of a goblin warrior in an instant. This Golden Tiger King obviously had an agility that was completely inconsistent with its huge body. The goblin warrior swung his scimitar at the Golden Tiger King's head, but the agile Golden Tiger King shook his head slightly and easily dodged the goblin warrior's scimitar. Then, it slapped out with its palm, and the huge force actually knocked the goblin away. The goblin warrior fell heavily against a tree. With a dull thud, the trunk shook violently and leaves fell everywhere. Wang Yan and others seemed to hear the sound of bones breaking. I saw a claw mark on the goblin warrior's body that was deep enough to see the bone, and blood was constantly oozing out of it. The goblin warrior had already lost consciousness and was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. There was a flash of fear in the eyes of the other goblins, but under the command of the goblin centurion, they still gritted their teeth and launched an attack on the Golden Tiger King. However, most of the arrows from the goblin archers and the short spears from the elf spearmen were easily dodged by the Golden Tiger King. As for the goblin warriors, if they dared to approach the Golden Tiger King, they would be slapped to death by the Golden Tiger King. Even if the Golden Tiger King is hit occasionally, it can still withstand it with its exaggerated defense and health. The health of this Golden Tiger King is about 170,000, and its defense is unknown, but the damage the goblins inflict on the Golden Tiger King is only about 700 to 800. Not to mention that most of their attacks were directly dodged by the Golden Tiger King. This group of goblins could not pose any threat to the Golden Tiger King at all, so they could only let the Golden Tiger King run rampant among the goblins as if he was in an empty space. After all, the level difference between the two sides is about 10 levels. This group of level 20 goblins were no match for this small elite monster of nearly level 40. After a while, the ground was littered with goblin corpses. The only shortcoming of this Golden Tiger King is that he has no special abilities and relies entirely on his physical fitness for hand-to-hand combat. But its strength, agility, physique and other attributes are simply ridiculously high. In a blink of an eye, more than half of the goblin group of about 50 or 60 people were killed or wounded. It was a massacre without any suspense. Wow! The goblins' fighting spirit was finally shattered by the fear in their hearts, and they also used their best skill escape. However, this time the goblin centurion did not blow the horn at his waist. It seems that it is also very clear that no matter how many goblins come, they are all to fill the stomach of the Golden Tiger King. The only thing the Golden Tiger King had to consider when facing this group of weaklings was whether he could eat so much. After all, the goblins are all veterans at escaping, and they are very smart and skilled at escaping. They did not flee in one direction, but scattered and fled separately. After the angry Golden Tiger King chased and killed a few unlucky guys, the other goblins had already run away. Oh my god, this is too fierce! Qingyuan stared with his eyes wide open. This ordinary level 38 silver monster actually had a combat power close to that of a boss. Its various attributes do not seem to be much weaker than those of boss monsters of the same level. But its health is far inferior to that of the boss, because the health growth of boss-level monsters is usually ridiculously high, about 3 or 4 times that of ordinary monsters. What do you say, Lao Wang? Should we fight it? Wang Yan shook his head. It's not because he felt he couldn't defeat the tiger, but because his aura was just the right amount to restrain the tiger. This tiger has no special charge skills, nor does it have any skills to release control. The physical fitness that it is proud of will only make it look like a donkey in front of the deceleration halo. What Wang Yan is least afraid of is this kind of high-status monster that relies solely on its physical body. I suddenly had a good idea. We might be able to make use of this tiger, but we have to wait until we reach level 20. After killing several goblins, the Golden Tiger King gave up chasing the other goblins. After walking around, he headed towards the second area. Wang Yan said quickly, "Come on, let's catch up with it." They followed the Golden Tiger King patiently in a focused state. The Golden Tiger King walked slowly, heading northeast, which was exactly the direction of the goblin camp. Wang Yan was delighted when he saw this scene. The closer the Golden Tiger King's lair was to the goblin camp, the more beneficial it would be to his plan. After walking for about 10 minutes, the Golden Tiger King stopped in front of a hill. I saw it drink a few sips of stream water and then crawl into a very hidden cave. If it hadn't crawled into the weed-covered cave in front of the 3 people, they might not have discovered that there was a cave here. It can be seen that this is the lair of the Golden Tiger King. Wang Yan took out the map, confirmed the approximate location of the Golden Tiger King, and made a mark on the map. Let's go! The next thing we need to do is to reach level 20 as soon as possible. The lair of the Golden Tiger King is located in the second area, just like the goblin camp. Given the current level of Wang Yan and others, it would be best not to hang around in the second area as they may encounter monsters that are too powerful. So Wang Yan led everyone back to the boundary between the first area and the second area. Wang Yan signaled Blood Fang to take them to continue searching for traces of the goblins around. Soon, Blood Fang indicated that he had smelled a group of goblins. When the 3 arrived at the location, they found that this group of goblins was actually the same group of goblins that had just escaped from the Golden Tiger King. They moved to another place and gathered together again. Wang Yan laughed and said, "Haha, isn't this a coincidence?" This group of goblins looked completely frightened and exhausted. Chapter 77, Stargate. Ding, your teammate, Su Mushue, killed the LV-29 Goblin Centurion, and you gained 1450 experience points. Ding, your teammate, Su Mushue, has been upgraded and the current level is LV-20. After more than an hour of unremitting efforts, Su Mushue's level finally reached LV-20. During this hour or so, Wang Yan and his companions encountered several teams of goblins, and they were all wiped out. Wang Yan and others have already mastered the goblins' fighting style and have become ruthless goblin killers. When Wang Yan and Qin Yuan heard the level reminder, they both looked at Su Mushue in surprise. Wang Yan asked curiously, "How is it going? What skills have you awakened?" Su Mushue closed her eyes, apparently checking her attribute panel. After a few seconds, she showed a surprised expression. "It's a group damage skill, but the damage is relatively not that high." Wang Yan was delighted after hearing this, because what he was least afraid of was low damage. He was not afraid that your damage was low, but that your range was not large enough. His aura is best paired with large-scale, low-damage skills. After all, the bonuses brought by the damage aura and holy attack aura are really terrifying. When he was cooperating with Chen Ming in the underground cave, Chen Ming could kill a large number of monsters in seconds with just one rain of fire. The originally low area damage, with the blessing of his aura, the damage actually exceeded far. Su Mushue displayed her skill attributes directly in front of the 2 of them. Astral Gate summons several dark cracks, dropping countless small dark matter, causing damage to enemies in a large area. Cooldown time is 20 seconds. As Su Mushue leveled up, Wang Yan's Blood Fang level also reached level 19. Qin Yuan's experience bar has reached about 70%, and he will soon reach level 20. Come on, let's find a team of goblins and test the power of your new skill. Wang Yan is very much looking forward to Su Mushue's new skills. After searching for a while, the 3 of them soon found a group of goblins patrolling in the forest. This team of goblins has more than 30 of them, which is a fairly large team of goblins, and there is also a goblin centurion leading the team. After seeing the goblin centurion, Su Mushua's expression changed slightly. This goblin centurion almost took her life before. Don't worry, you're far enough apart this time. Wang Yan saw her concerns and comforted her. Although the chanting time of Su Mushua's Stargate is longer, the attack distance is farther. Moreover, Wang Yan's invisibility aura allows her to complete the chanting process safely, and she will not be visible until she deals damage. This group of goblins moved forward slowly, looking aimless. Suddenly, several black cracks appeared above their heads. Originally, there was only a small crack in the sky. As Su Mushua chanted, the crack gradually opened like a crack on glass and became bigger and bigger. This black crack seemed to be connected to the abyss of another world. It was pitch black and bottomless, but in this darkness, it was dotted with countless stars. The goblins seemed to have noticed something was wrong as well. They looked up at the crack above their heads, but there was no panic in their eyes. Instead, there was some curiosity. Wow! The goblin centurion looked up into the sky with a puzzled expression on his face. Apparently, it hasn't realized how dangerous these cracks are. In a blink of an eye, the crack had expanded to about 100 meters. The crack that blocked out the sky seemed to have torn open a starry sky out of thin air in the daytime. This scene seems like the end of the world. At this moment, the goblins under the crack finally felt a sense of oppression, and their expressions became solemn. The next second, countless small dark objects fell from the sky, falling as rapidly as raindrops. These dark substances are about the size of hailstones, but they fall at an extremely fast speed, creating countless small pits on the ground and splashing mud, sand and gravel. Minus 13,648. Minus 15,678. The skill, which originally had average damage, became as terrifying as a forbidden spell under the blessing of the halo. Countless dark matter fell like a flood, beating the goblins into a bloody mess. The goblins cried out in fear and fled in all directions, trying to avoid this sudden attack. However, these dark substances were like precision-guided bullets, ruthlessly pursuing and attacking the goblins. Their bodies were riddled with countless small holes from the dark matter. Under the heavy damage, the goblins let out muffled sounds and collapsed to the ground. They fled in all directions, trying to escape the attack range of the Stargate. But what is strange is that while the crack is dropping dark matter, it is also expanding. In the blink of an eye, it had expanded to a radius of about 300 meters. Wang Yan and Qingyuan were also stunned watching from the side. Apart from anything else, the attack range of this skill is a bit too exaggerated. This storm of dark matter does not end here. More and more dark matter continued to pour out of the cracks. They were like a black ice and snow storm, raging on the ground and devouring all life. The goblins fell one after another, and their cries for help became weaker and weaker. As time went by, the dark matter gradually dissipated, leaving only corpses and a devastated scene on the ground. Wang Yan was very satisfied with the effect of Su Mushua's skill, which could fully maximize the advantages of his halo skill. Xinyuan's eyes were full of shock. A small group of goblins was wiped out just like that. Just as Xinyuan was shocked, suddenly, he saw a bloody figure struggling to get up from the group of goblin corpses. Everyone looked at the figure. It was the goblin centurion. Its eyes were red, and it was obvious that it had entered a frenzy. This goblin centurion is indeed stronger than ordinary goblins. After being baptized by this round of dark matter, it is still alive. Wang Yan was just about to call on Blood Fawn to charge forward, but Su Mushua took action first. She waved her staff and a dark orb flew quickly towards the goblin centurion. As the goblin centurion's hand touched the crossbow at his waist, the dark orb exploded on him. The enormous force blew the goblin centurion into a bloody mess. He flew backwards nearly 3 meters and died on the spot. After killing the goblin centurion with her own hands, Su Mushua smiled slightly, as if a knot in her heart had been untied. She smiled at Wang Yan. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment, and gave her a thumbs up. That's right. With your skill, we should be able to go to the goblin camp with no problem. Now it all depends on what skill Qingyuan can awaken. Qingyuan laughed, and said, Why is the pressure coming to me all of a sudden? In my opinion, Su Mushua's skill is enough. I will just cheer her on from the side. The three of them continued walking deeper into the forest while chatting and laughing. Chapter 78, and Hunter. In the next hour, Wang Yan and others were surprised to find that there was no goblin team to be found in the entire East District. Wang Yan and others felt helpless. It looks like they've gone into hiding. Qin Yuan and Su Muxue also looked incredulous. You have to know that the goblins in this East District used to be rampant. The goblins here often hunt monsters from other parts of the world for food and territory. They often form teams of more than 10 or 20 goblins, and they cooperate well with each other. Those goblins fighting alone cannot beat them at all. It can be said that the existence of this group of goblins has greatly squeezed the living space of other monsters. However, I didn't expect that the notorious goblins in the East District would take the initiative to hide one day. After all, no one has ever been willing to provoke the goblins in the East District. Not only would a fight be troublesome, it would also be dangerous. Monsters of the level of Goblin Centurion could easily wipe out the entire opposing team if they encounter a weaker team. Wang Yan continued. But this is a good sign. At least it means that there are not many goblins in the goblin camp. They killed a lot of goblins today. Wang Yan estimated that there were not as many goblins in the goblin camp as those he saw yesterday. This was a good thing for his next plan. There's no other way. It looks like we can only go to the Southeast District to upgrade first. The monsters in the Southeast area are much weaker than those in the East area, and correspondingly, the experience points are much less. However, the Southeast District and the East District are the closest, which is also the best choice at present. At this time, Qin Yuan was still halfway away from reaching level 20 in experience, and his Xiao Hei had also reached level 13. Although it was still far from Shirya's level 19, he had already grown into a good combat force. The panel attributes of the dragon blood crocodile are already exaggerated. The level 13 Xiao Hei has 67,000 health points. Ordinary monsters and professionals of the same level cannot do this. You have to know that a heavy armored melee profession like Qin Yuan only has about 17,000 health points at level 13. In order to speed up the progress, Wang Yan turned on the invisibility halo, allowing everyone to move quickly to the southeast area. As soon as they entered the southeast area, Shuya reminded Wang Yan and others that there was a strong smell of blood in the air. The three of them moved forward in the direction indicated by Blood Fang, and soon they saw more than 20 hunting ants gnawing on several bloody corpses on the ground. Hunter Ant Bronze, level 18, is a social monster that is good at drilling out from the ground to attack humans. These big black ants are not ordinary ants. Each of them is more than half a meter long. Their carapaces are covered with barbs, and the dark black carapace looks like a polished metal shell, and it looks very hard at first glance. Wang Yan and others all frowned when they saw this scene. Su Muxue covered her chest with her hands and frowned. She was obviously a little bit nauseous, but she finally held it back. Obviously, these were human corpses. There seemed to be 5 people, but they had been bitten to pieces by hunting ants. Judging from the bloodstains around, these people should have died not long ago. Judging from the size of the skeletons, they should be of the same age as Wang Yan and others. It seems that they came to the Southeast District in order to upgrade quickly. Although the Southeast District is safer than the East District, that is only true given the strength of Wang Yan and others. For novices who have just awakened successfully, they should actually go to the West and South areas, where the monsters are very limited in strength and are closer to the supply stations, so the possibility of life-threatening situations is smaller. Wang Yan said with emotion. This team is really unlucky to have encountered a creature like the hunter ant. Wang Yan was very familiar with the hunter ant, and the introduction in the monster encyclopedia had left a deep impression on him. Although these hunter ants are large in size, they are also good at digging holes and dig very quickly. The activity range of hunter ants is usually about 500 meters in radius. Hunter ants rarely move on the ground. They will dig many anthill tunnels in their activity range in advance. Then they will stay in the ant nest without moving, waiting for their prey to step into their trap. When they sense through the vibrations of the ground that prey has entered their hunting range, they will burst out of the ground and surround the prey from all sides. When they emerge from underground, it often means there is almost no chance of escape. Although the individual combat effectiveness of these hunter ants is average, they are good at group combat. As the saying goes, a swarm of ants can kill an elephant, let alone these ants, each of which is half a meter long. Even a mammoth would not be able to withstand them. Moreover, these ants have a highly poisonous stinger on their tails that can release toxins that cause paralysis and severe pain in humans. They are extremely dangerous creatures. It can be said that within the scope of the first area, the danger level of these hunter ants is second only to that of the goblin squad. Sumushiwa sighed. Maybe they shouldn't be here. Perhaps it was because girls were more sensitive and fragile, so there was a hint of sadness in her tone. Their parents will probably be very sad if they can't wait for them to come back tonight. Qinyuan sighed and fell silent. It was obvious that Sumushiwa's words touched him. Yeah, I don't know whose children these people are, and whose brothers and sisters they are. After tonight, Tianshui City is destined to have a few more broken families. Although Wang Yan felt a little emotional, he knew that he would get used to it sooner or later. This is the fate of combat professionals. Combat professionals occupy the highest position in the entire society, but they also have to bear higher risks and more responsibilities. If you embark on this road, you must be prepared to lose your life at any time. In fact, even in the entire history of mankind, it has only been in the last few hundred years that humans have been able to establish secure countries and city-states and maintain superficial peace. If the rules of nature had not changed hundreds of years ago, allowing a large number of people from various professions to emerge in human society, humans would probably still be trampled at the bottom of the food chain by various monsters. In this crisis-ridden world, human beings are still far from being able to live a peaceful life. Wang Yanchong and the others said, "Go ahead and teach these bugs a lesson." Killing these hunter ants can be considered as revenge for these strange humans, and comforting their souls in the afterlife. At Wang Yan's command, Shuya rushed out first, followed closely by Xiao He. The two of them spewed out dragon breath together, and the high-temperature flames instantly roasted the hunter ants, making a sizzling sound. Sumushiwa's dark moon blade and Qinyuan's sword energy followed closely behind. Even a team of goblins at level 20 or so were easily wiped out by them, so dealing with these level 18 ants is naturally a piece of cake for them now. Almost the moment everyone appeared, nearly half of the 20 or so hunter ants died. Chapter 79, The Boss is Here Again. The remaining hunting ants also discovered the people who suddenly appeared from their invisible state. They all surrounded Blood Fang, which was in the front, and tried to encircle and suppress it using the ant-sea tactics. However, under Wang Yan's command, Blood Fang did not rush forward rashly. Instead, he fought and retreated, trying to keep a distance from the group of hunter ants. If you are accidentally surrounded by them, and more than a dozen poison needles inject toxins at the same time, even if the Blood Fang has thick skin and flesh, I'm afraid the consequences will not be good. So Wang Yan simply told it not to rush forward, but to keep a distance, and use dragon breath to kill these hunter ants. Without the advantage of a sneak attack from underground, the movement speed of these hunter ants on the ground can only be considered average. Qinyuan seized an opportunity and rushed into the ant colony with a crushing storm, instantly killing the group of hunter ants, leaving only broken limbs and arms all over the ground. In just 2 encounters, these hunter ants were killed instantly, without any power to resist. Just as Qinyuan was about to put away his weapon, everyone suddenly felt a slight vibration under their feet. "Qinyuan, withdraw first," Wang Yan quickly reminded him. Qinyuan did not dare to take it lightly. He immediately switched to a defensive posture and quickly retreated back to the crowd. Just as he was about to step back, he saw hundreds of hunter ants emerging from the ground where he had just stood. If Qinyuan had not retreated just now, he would have been surrounded by them by now. The dense army of hunting ants just emerged from underground, only to find that Qinyuan and others had disappeared. They didn't know that Qinyuan and others, including the 2 dragon-blood crocodiles, had entered stealth mode again. The hunter ants waved their antennae, as if they were communicating with each other. They were crawling around in the open space, looking like they were looking for traces of Qinyuan and others. The dense army of hunter ants looks dark and creepy. Wang Yan joked. It seems we have disturbed an ant's nest. If he guessed correctly, the huntsman ant's nest should be nearby, so these huntsman ants could arrive so timely. Just in time, we haven't bothered to look for them yet. Sumushiwa looked at the group of ants in front of her with cold eyes. Perhaps it was because she had witnessed the miserable deaths of those professionals that Sumushiwa felt a trace of hatred towards these ants. She began to wave the staff of darkness in her hand, muttering the spell of the Stargate. With the experience from last time, Sumushua was obviously more skilled this time, and her casting speed was a little faster than last time. The crack in the sky expanded rapidly, tearing open a dark and cold starry sky above the many hunter ants. This group of hunter ants is completely unaware of what is happening above their heads. Their eyesight is very average, and they usually rely on vibrations, smells, and pheromones to sense their enemies. A moment later, dark matter fell like raindrops, indiscriminately covering the hunter ants below. The damage numbers above the hunter ants' heads rose and fell like waves, and the scene was very spectacular. After being enhanced by Wang Yan's halo, the damage of these dark substances is extremely high, and they can basically kill the hunter ants within 2 or 3 seconds. The hunter ants had almost no time to react before they were killed by the magical attack that was like a small meteor shower. They were killed instantly before they even had time to think about escaping back underground. Hundreds of hunter ants were wiped out, leaving only countless broken bodies and shells on the ground. Seeing this scene, Qin shouted excitedly, "Well done, Sumushue! It's really F*King satisfying, and it has to be you." The hunter ant's body did not last long before it turned into spots of light that slowly dissipated in the air, leaving behind a pile of equipment, mostly white gear. Qin was just about to pick up his equipment when suddenly, everyone felt a violent vibration under their feet again. This time the vibration was even more violent than before, but the difference was that the last time the vibration came from multiple directions, while this time the vibration seemed to come from the same direction. Qin and others looked cautiously in the direction where the vibration came from. A moment later, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the ground, and for a moment, mud and sand splashed everywhere. This is an extremely huge hunter ant. Its body is as big as a cow. Unlike ordinary hunter ants, it has a pair of huge mandibles on the front of its head, like a pair of powerful hydraulic pliers. This pair of pliers is covered with sharp serrations. It is not difficult to imagine that if you are caught by this pair of giant pliers, the consequences will be very serious. Hunter Soldier Ant Bronze, level 22, is the strongest fighter in the hunter ant colony. It is usually fed by worker ants, and is responsible for protecting the queen ant. It will only join the battle at critical moments, and has extremely strong jumping ability. Wang Yan said, "We have invited the boss again. Be careful of its sudden attack. This thing can jump very far." Wang Yan naturally knew the information about the hunter soldier ants. Their bodies are several times larger than those of ordinary hunter ants. Not only do they have hard shells and stingers like ordinary hunter ants, but they also have extremely abnormal jumping abilities. Don't be fooled by the huge size of these ants. They can jump about 10 meters in one leap, which is quite amazing. Moreover, its pair of terrifying jaws are not just for show. Its bite force is so amazing that it can easily break the bones of its prey. This hunter soldier ant is basically the strongest in the hunter ant colony. Because of its large size and the large amount of energy and food it consumes, a hunter ant colony will generally only support one soldier ant. As for why it is the boss instead of the queen ant, that's because the queen of hunter ants does not participate in any battles. She is only responsible for laying eggs. If the ant nest is under fatal threat, the queen ant will choose to run away at the first opportunity for the continuation of the population. Other hunter ants, including soldier ants, will also sacrifice themselves to protect her. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Yan estimated that the queen ant would be on the way by now. After the soldier ant appeared, it immediately locked onto Su Mushue. Its body slightly bent, and its 6 legs slightly bent. The next moment, its body tensed up and all its legs kicked violently. Then its huge body suddenly jumped out like a grasshopper and rushed straight towards Su Mushue. Roar! Bloodfawn let out a violent roar, and while using its dragon power to suppress the ants, it also launched a charge skill towards the hunter ants. I saw Bloodfawn flying towards the soldier ants like a red cannonball, and its speed was even faster than that of the soldier ants. The two huge monsters had a passionate collision in the air. With a loud bang and a violent collision, Bloodfawn fell steadily to the ground and only took a small step back. On the other hand, the soldier ant's huge body flew backwards and finally stopped after hitting a tree. The tree, which was as thick as a person, was broken in half, with wood chips and leaves flying everywhere. The horror of Bloodfawn's power can be seen from this. Chapter 80, Single Boss. At least from this collision, it can be seen that the comprehensive strength of Blood Fang has the momentum to suppress the hunter ants and soldier ants. This is not surprising. After all, under the premise that both sides are boss templates, the hunter ant soldier ant is only a bronze level boss. However, Blood Fang is a dark gold level boss. Although Blood Fang's level is about 3 levels lower than the hunter ant soldier ant that is as big as a bull, the difference in quality cannot be easily made up by level. Generally speaking, when a professional checks monster information, as long as it is a boss level creature, a special 6-pointed star symbol will appear next to the health bar. Elite level monsters are 5-pointed stars, such as the Goblin Centurion and the Golden Tiger King mentioned earlier. They are elite level monsters. The superior monsters that are stronger than ordinary monsters are in the shape of triangles. The Goblin Centurion is probably at this level. As for ordinary monsters, there are no signs. As for the pet's information, others cannot see it unless the owner deliberately displays it. Wang Yan could see that there was a 6-pointed star symbol next to Blood Fang's health bar, which meant that although Blood Fang had been tamed as a pet, its boss attribute template still existed. And it is a mutated boss template. The soldier ant that was knocked away struggled to stand up. It opened its huge jaws and jumped towards Blood Fang again. Obviously, it was a little unwilling to accept the defeat and insisted on competing with Blood Fang in a head-on confrontation. Blood Fang's temper also flared up. Although its bite skill was still on cooldown, it did not choose to spit out dragon breath, but instead faced the soldier ant head-on. In a blink of an eye, the soldier ant had jumped to the side of Blood Fang and suddenly opened its huge mandibles, trying to clamp Blood Fang. As long as it can successfully clamp the Blood Fang and fix it, it can use the stinger on its tail to pierce the Blood Fang's body and release venom. As the most powerful individual among hunter ants, the toxicity of its sting is certainly not comparable to those of ordinary hunter ants. Just when the soldier ant's mandibles were about to clamp down on Bloody Fang suddenly shook his head, opened his bloody mouth first, and bit down on half of the soldier ant's mandibles. The moment Blood Fang bit into the soldier ant's mandibles, his body began to spin at high speed. Bang! With a loud and crisp sound, one side of the soldier ant's mandible was broken off by the bloody fangs. The soldier ant with only one mandible left naturally had no way of causing any damage to Blood Fang. The soldier ant was obviously a little panicked. It shook its head on the ground, trying to break free and retreat. But Blood Fang didn't give it the chance at all. He changed his target and bit the 2 legs on the left side of the soldier ant, followed by another death roll. Although these 2 moves only caused 30,000 damages, seemingly having no effect on the soldier ant's 160,000 health points, everyone present knew that the soldier ant's combat effectiveness had been reduced by half. Qingyuan and Su Muxue were stunned. Watching these 2 huge boss-level monsters fighting each other feels like watching a monster movie. The fight is so intense. The 2 were about to go up to provide support, but Wang Yan stopped them. No, Blood Fang told me that it wants to fight this soldier ant in a one-on-one duel. Blood Fang's consciousness was constantly transmitted into his mind, and at this moment it was filled with a desire for killing and fighting. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh that this Blood Fang was truly a natural killer, cold-blooded, cruel, and full of fighting will. But the good news is that it is very loyal to its owner. Even if he wanted to fight the soldier ants in a duel, he had to ask Wang Yan for permission first. Seeing that Bloody Fang was basically certain of victory, Wang Yan agreed to it and let it enjoy the battle. The soldier ant, whose mandibles were half destroyed and 2 legs, finally realized that it was no match for Blood Fang. It jumped back, as if trying to distance itself from Blood Fang. But it originally had 6 legs, but now it has 2 legs missing, and its jumping ability seems to have been affected. The distance of this jump was far less than the previous one, only 7 or 8 meters, and the body almost lost balance. There was no way Blood Fang would let it escape so easily. It roared angrily and activated its biting skill, which had just cooled down. It instantly pounced on the soldier ant and bit the last remaining leg on its left side. Immediately afterwards, the death roll began, and after a crisp sound, the last leg on the left side of the soldier ant's body was also removed by it. Now the soldier ant only has half a leg left, so it has trouble even walking, let alone jumping. Bloody Fang Qinxing chased after it, and simply removed the remaining 3 legs of the soldier ant, turning it into a insect stick. This scene gave Su Muxue and Qingyuan goosebumps. Qingyuan took a breath of cold air. Hiss! Lao Wang, your bloody teeth are quite perverted, ha 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 ha. Su Muxue also echoed. As expected of a dragon blood crocodile, its fighting style is indeed brutal. However, Su Muxue was more happy. Seeing that blood fawn was so powerful, she couldn't help but be full of expectations for the 2 eggs that the family company took to cultivate. Blood fawn looked down at the soldier ants struggling on the ground like a victor. Roar! It let out a roar that shook the mountains and forests, like a loud dragon's roar. Then, Blood Fawn spewed violent red dragon breath at the soldier ants that were unable to move. Minus 15,920. Minus 16,415. Minus 15,676. A series of damage numbers appeared one after another, and as the soldier ant's health bar quickly reached the bottom, its body was burned to ashes. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile killed the LV-22 hunter soldier ant, and you gained 16,500 experience points. After killing the soldier ant queen, Bloody Fang walked proudly to Wang Yan's side and rubbed his trouser leg like a spoiled child. Well done! Wang Yan fed it a piece of dried meat and touched its crocodile head. No matter how ferocious Blood Fang appears in front of monsters, he will always be a baby in front of Wang Yan. Well, a baby that is 3 meters long and weighs more than 300 kilograms. After the hunter-soldier ant died, in addition to dropping many materials, it also dropped a silver-level equipment. Qingyuan picked it up and looked at it, then laughed. Haha, it's my equipment, so I won't be polite. He displays his attributes before everyone. Carapace breastplate, silver equipment level LV20, after equipped, strength plus 20, physical defense plus 2080, magic defense plus 1872. Protective gear type, heavy armor. There is no doubt that this is a piece of equipment that is very suitable for Qingyuan. Qingyuan joked. Old Wang, now only your equipment is not available. Wang Yan didn't care. It's not that easy to get equipment for Aura Masters. As an unpopular branch of the mage profession, the Aura Master has very special requirements for the attributes of equipment. Many equipment suitable for other mages may not be suitable for him. But Wang Yan doesn't care much about this. He doesn't rely on equipment to make a living anyway, so having the halo is enough. Chapter 81 Death Tornado. But having said that, your blood fang is too powerful. You actually killed the boss alone. Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan's bloody teeth, his eyes full of envy. Not to mention Qingyuan, Su Muxue's eyes were also full of envy. Although she got 2 pet eggs, in order to contribute to the family, the 2 hatched dragon blood crocodiles were taken away by her father. Qingyuan looked at Xiaohei, who was level 13, standing next to him. I wonder if my little blackie can grow to the level of blood fang. Wang Yan encouraged. Of course it's possible. They're both dragon blood crocodiles, so there won't be much difference. It's just that your Xiaohei's level is too low. Qingyuan also sighed. Alas, there is no other way. If it weren't for the college entrance examination, I would really like to train Xiaohei up to a higher level like you. As he spoke, Qingyuan suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, my experience bar has reached 99%. I think I can reach level 20 if I kill a few more monsters. The soldier ant that died just now contributed a lot of experience points to the 3 of them. Wang Yan looked at the time. It was only about 2:30 in the afternoon. Today's progress was very smooth and they were upgrading at an incredibly fast speed. It only took one morning and more than 2 hours in the afternoon, and Qingyuan and Su Muxue caught up with Wang Yan in level. Looks like we have enough time to get to the goblin camp today. Wang Yan did not waste any time and directly ordered Blood Fang to use his sense of smell to find the next wave of monsters. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the group encountered a pack of about 10 wind wolves. The monster that had made them extremely alert and cautious in the past now presented no pressure at all to deal with. The 3 of them plus the 2 dragonblood crocodiles easily wiped out the pack of wind wolves. Ding, your teammate, Qingyuan, has been upgraded and the current level is LV20. A faint white light flashed across Qingyuan's body. Wang Yan looked at him curiously. He was very curious about what skills Qingyuan would awaken. Judging from Qingyuan's performance before level 20, his talent is really not bad, and he even has a tendency to be on par with Su Muxue. Wang Yan felt that among the professionals who awakened in Tianshui No. 1 middle school this year, Qin Yuan was likely to be an unpredictable dark horse. Qin Yuan closed his eyes, apparently checking the skill description. After a moment, Qin Yuan's face showed ecstasy. "Haha, man, I'm really awesome this time." He quickly showed the description of his skills to Wang Yan and Su Muxue. Death Tornado. Cut out a small tornado composed of several sword energies, which lasts for 10 seconds. You can control the direction of the tornado until it disappears. Cooldown time, 7 seconds. Just by looking at the skill description, you can tell that this skill seems a bit complicated. Qin Yuan continued. "You probably don't know this, but this move is at least in the top 10 of the heavy warriors' currently known awakenable skills. This move is not only extremely powerful, but also a continuous range attack with a certain control effect. Most importantly, the cooldown time is very short." After listening to Qin Yuan's words, Wang Yan roughly understood why he was so excited. He smiled and punched Qin Yuan. "Sure, you kid." Wang Yan was also happy for Qin Yuan from the bottom of his heart. Sometimes, for professionals, even if their professional strength is not top-notch, but if their skill set is strong enough, they still have a bright future. "Congratulations." Su Muxue also congratulated Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan danced with joy, did a backflip on the spot, then picked up Xiao He and kissed him hard twice. "That's enough. Look at the monkey you are." Wang Yan quickly stopped Qin Yuan to prevent him from doing something more embarrassing in front of Su Muxue. It was not known whether the two people from Wang Yan's team were nearby. Wang Yan and his team remained invisible while they were on the road, and he was not sure if the two people from Wang Yan's team could keep up with him. However, if they saw Qin Yuan like this, it would be a bit embarrassing. "Ha ha ha, sorry, I got a little too excited." He patted Wang Yan's shoulder. "Let's go, Lao Wang, let's go to the goblin camp. I'm in great shape now," Wang Yan said. "Don't worry. We have one more thing to do before we go to the goblins." About 10 minutes later, everyone arrived in front of a familiar hill. Wang Yan checked the map and confirmed that this should be the location. He scanned the hill carefully, and soon found the entrance of the cave that the Golden Tiger King had covered with weeds based on his memory. Isn't this the lair of the Golden Tiger King?" Qin Yuan recognized the familiar hill in front of him at a glance. Wang Yan nodded and said, "Yes, this is the lair of the Golden Tiger King, but I don't know if it is home now." Qin Yuan looked at Wang Yan doubtfully. "Lao Wang, why did you bring us here? Are you planning to kill this tiger?" Su Muxue said. "But this Golden Tiger King is already level 28, and it's not a boss, just an elite monster. You won't get much experience after killing it, and it may not even drop any equipment." Wang Yan shook his head. "No, of course we won't fight it. Not only will it be tiring, but it will also be a waste of time. If he just wanted to encircle and kill the tiger, there would be no need for him to go through so much trouble to come here." "So what do you mean?" Wang Yan explained. "The current goblin camp has a conservative estimate of more than 300 goblins. Yesterday, they saw more than 300 goblins in the camp alone, not counting the goblin groups roaming outside in the entire East District. Although they did kill a lot of goblins, the remaining goblins should have reduced their range of activities and returned to the vicinity of the goblin camp. By that afternoon they had almost lost sight of the goblin squad in the East District. So there will only be more goblins around the goblin camp now than yesterday. Those goblins are all monsters above level 20. Even though we have reached level 20, it doesn't mean we are 100% safe. Because we don't know what the goblin chief is capable of yet. There are records of goblin chieftains in the monster manual, but it is obvious that this goblin chieftain, which is somewhat abnormally strong, has only appeared in recent decades. Wang Yan could only find some fragmentary information about this goblin chief on the internet. This means they knew nothing about the goblin's skills. Often the unknown means danger. So to be on the safe side, I plan to lead this tiger to the goblin camp and attract their attention. Qin Yuan's eyes lit up. Then we can sneak into their camp and kill the goblin chieftain? Wang Yan nodded. Yes, that's it. Ha ha ha, that's great, Lao Wang. You still have more ideas. Chapter 82, Lure the Tiger Away from the Mountain. Wait for me here. You don't have to come up unless I'm in danger. Wang Yan instructed Su Muxue and Qin Yuan. There was a reason why he chose the Golden Tiger King instead of luring other high-level monsters to the goblin camp. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Golden Tiger King looks like a god of war in front of the goblins, and can easily defeat many of them alone. However, the attributes of the Golden Tiger King were completely restrained by Wang Yan's deceleration aura. Because it doesn't have any special abilities, it only relies on its powerful attributes and physical fitness to fight. Its resilience may be very high, and many control skills will not have much effect on it. However, Wang Yan's deceleration aura ignores toughness, and the toughness of the Golden Tiger King is meaningless to him. It can be said that once it is slowed down by Wang Yan's deceleration aura, it will immediately become a sitting duck. Even if Wang Yan and others wanted to kill it, it was only a matter of time. Wang Yan slowly approached the cave entrance, which made Su Muxue and Qin Yuan involuntarily nervous. Wang Yan came to the front of the cave and carefully untied the weeds covering it. Then, Wang Yan took out a flashlight and shone it inside the cave. As soon as the light shone into the cave, Wang Yan saw a pair of oval eyes reflecting a faint green light, like a killer hiding in the darkness. Obviously, the owner of these eyes is the Golden Tiger King. Wang Yan directly adjusted the flashlight to maximum power, and a beam of strong light hit the Golden Tiger King's face directly. Exposed to the strong light, the Golden Tiger King instantly let out a terrifying tiger roar. As the king of beasts, when has it ever suffered such an insult? Looking at the daring human in front of him, the Golden Tiger King quickly stood up and jumped towards the ignorant human. But as soon as it kicked the ground, it felt something was wrong. The Golden Tiger King felt that his body had become much heavier, and it was very difficult to move. Normally, it could easily jump more than 10 meters with one leap, but this time it put in a lot of effort and only jumped a distance of nearly 2 meters. For a moment, the Golden Tiger King lost control of his body and accidentally fell flat on his face. Wang Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Roar! The Golden Tiger King let out an angry roar, as if he wanted to tear the human in front of him into pieces immediately. Wang Yan retreated quickly. Although the Golden Tiger King was slowed down by 90%, its movement speed was not slow. Therefore, Wang Yan did not dare to be too arrogant, and always maintained a safe distance of about 10 meters. Soon, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue saw Wang Yan running out of the cave, and behind him was a Golden Tiger King that seemed to be running in slow motion. Qin Yuan exclaimed, "Damn, why does this tiger seem to be stuck?" Since the slowing aura does not work on friendly forces, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue only know that Wang Yan has an aura that can slow down the group. However, they are not very clear about the specific properties of the halo. Wang Yan looked at the Golden Tiger King behind him and thought that he was running too slowly. If this continues, it might be dark by the time we reach the goblin camp. So Wang Yan used the frequency conversion ring to adjust the effect of the slowing down aura from 90% to about 80%. After the adjustment, the movement speed of the Golden Tiger King instantly became much faster. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh that this Golden Tiger King was indeed a solitary elite monster. After slowing down by 80%, it can still run at a good speed. However, it is still a bit difficult to catch up with Wang Yan and others at this speed. Wang Yan and others trotted to distance themselves from the Golden Tiger King while leading it towards the goblin camp. The Golden Tiger King saw that he could never catch up with the others, but he didn't give up. Just like the skill description, he holds a grudge. In order to prevent it from escaping, Wang Yan would throw a stone at it from time to time. It could be said that it was not very aggressive but extremely insulting. The Golden Tiger King was so humiliated that he was furious. He let out a terrifying tiger roar, and his eyes looked like he wanted to skin Wang Yan and the others alive. While Wang Yan was running, he adjusted the effect of the deceleration halo so that the Golden Tiger King always kept a safe distance from him without running too slowly. Goblin Camp. A group of goblins are working overtime to build fortifications. Most of their old walls have decayed and need to be filled with new timber. They also need to build some watchtowers and chevaux de frise to prepare for future safety. The old goblin chief was patrolling the goblin camp. It staggers and limps, and needs to use the wooden stick in its hand for support when walking. One of the old goblin's eyes was cloudy and it looked like he had lost his sight. Cough, cough, cough. It glanced at the goblin camp and coughed a few times. Suddenly, the goblin chief showed a look of pain, as if some hidden disease in his body had flared up. It raised its arm, and there was a black magic rune on it. At this moment, the black magic rune was shining with a faint light, burning his arm with a sizzling sound. The goblin chief's strength seemed to be drained by the magic rune, and he looked even more haggard. It shook its head and turned around, as if it was going to give up the idea of patrolling its territory and return to its own residence. Suddenly, the goblin chief heard a loud tiger roar. He turned around and saw that the tiger's roar came from outside the camp. The goblin chieftain shouted, "Lava Walla!" The goblins in the camp immediately rushed towards the direction where the tiger's roar came from. Not far from the goblin city wall, they saw a human warrior holding a shield, approaching their camp with a golden tiger king. This warrior was Qin Yuan. He now switched to a defensive posture, holding a large shield in front of him. Wang Yan and Su Muxue entered invisible mode and waited on the side. The goblins stood on the wooden walls and watchtowers, continuously shooting arrows and crossbows at Qin Yuan, but they were all blocked by his huge shield and failed to cause much effective damage. Just when Qin Yuan led the Golden Tiger King to the bottom of the Goblin City wall, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Only the Golden Tiger King and the goblins on the city wall were left looking at each other. At the same time, Wang Yan also lifted the slowdown status on the Golden Tiger King. After Qin Yuan entered invisible state, he returned to Wang Yan and others. The three of them looked at the Golden Tiger King with a little expectation. The Golden Tiger King looked around and sniffed the air, as if looking for traces of Wang Yan and others. But at this moment, some goblin with an unknown hand suddenly shot an arrow at the Golden Tiger King. The Golden Tiger King was furious. He roared and slapped the arrow into two pieces. Then, it burst out at an astonishing speed and ran towards the wall of the goblin camp. When it ran to the bottom of the city wall, it jumped to an astonishing height, then pushed against the city wall to gain leverage and easily jumped onto the top. The goblins were stunned. Chapter 83: A Sneak Attack on the Goblin Chieftain. After the Golden Tiger King jumped onto the city wall, he started a brutal killing. It had been fooled by those humans all the way and was feeling very angry. Now that the humans were gone, it took out all its anger on the goblins. Without the restriction of the deceleration halo, the Golden Tiger King was like a beast out of a cage, fully displaying its terrifying strength and speed, as well as precise killing skills. Ha ha ha, it worked! Qin Yuan laughed at the side. Let's go quickly and take advantage of this opportunity. Wang Yan and others took advantage of the time when the Golden Tiger King was causing trouble in the goblin camp and headed towards the mine. Because they had visited the mine yesterday, they were very familiar with it. Following the instructions on the secret passage map, everyone easily found the small hole leading into the mine. After entering the cave, it was pitch black. Fortunately, there is a glowing stone embedded at regular intervals in these caves. These stones emit a faint green light. The light is not strong, but it is enough for people to see the road inside the cave clearly. Damn, what is this stone? Could it be some treasure? Qin Yuan was very interested in the stone, and couldn't help but go forward and touch it. Su Muxue teased. Aren't you afraid that this is some kind of radioactive substance? When Su Muxue said this, Qin Yuan was startled, and quickly withdrew his hand. Wang Yan said as he walked. It's just ordinary green fluorite. As long as it is exposed to the sun for a period of time, it can glow for a long time. Green fluorite is a mineral in this world. In human society, some alchemists will process it again and combine it with monster crystal cores to make lighting tools that can glow for a long time. But the goblins obviously don't have this ability. They must have dug up a piece of green fluorite mine, then exposed it to the sun for a while, and then embedded it in various mines. This green fluorite is very common and not valuable. However, after being exposed to the sun for a period of time, they can continue to emit a faint light for decades, which is very practical. After Wang Yan explained to Qin Yuan suddenly understood. Lao Wang, you are worthy of being the walking encyclopedia of our class. You really know everything. A hint of admiration also flashed in Su Muxue's eyes. This knowledge is not in the textbooks, and she couldn't imagine how many books Wang Yan had read. After walking in the mine for a while, the three of them came to a fork in the road. According to the map, they should go left. After entering the mine on the left, and walking for a distance, the three finally saw some faint light coming from the front. Along with the light, there were faint roars of tigers and shouts of goblins. Obviously, the exit of the mine is ahead. Everyone was excited and quickened their pace. After turning a corner in a mine, everything in front of me suddenly became clear. They successfully entered the goblin camp through the secret passage in the mine. There were low wooden buildings and animal skin tents everywhere, but they saw no goblins. Obviously, at this moment, all the goblins in the entire goblin camp were attracted by the Golden Tiger King. After everyone walked out of the mine, they saw the tall figure in the camp at a glance, the goblin chief. Its height is so conspicuous that it stands out among the goblins like a crane among chickens. The goblin chief was watching the fight between the Golden Tiger King and the goblins, but he had no intention of taking action himself. Under the cover of the invisibility halo, the three of them quietly came to a place about 30 meters behind the goblin chief. Let's attack together later, and try not to give it a chance to fight back. If you don't know the skills of the goblin chieftain, it would be best if you could kill it instantly. Wang Yan once again adjusted the frequency of the frequency conversion ring to 60%, and instantly, everyone's attack power increased dramatically. After everyone was ready, Wang Yan waved his hand and Shuiya and Xiao He rushed out immediately. They simultaneously breathed out dragon breath at the goblin chief. Su Muxue activated the active skill of the fanatic heart necklace fanaticism. In an instant, she first summoned the Stargate, and then her hands kept moving. She was like a turret with unlimited firepower, throwing out dark moon blades, dark orbs, and dark matter alternately. Qingyuan raised the heavy sword and slashed it out. There was a sound of breaking through the air. In an instant, countless swords she gathered in front of him, forming a sword-chi tornado that was nearly 5 meters high. Under Qingyuan's control, the tornado was sweeping towards the goblin chief at an extremely fast speed. The goblin chief heard the noise behind him, turned around, and an expression of horror suddenly appeared on his face. Dragon breath, magic balls, meteor showers, and a terrifying sword energy tornado. The goblin chief was instantly overwhelmed by this violent output, and countless damage numbers floated above his head. Perhaps because of the -50% of all attributes, the goblin chieftain's defense was as fragile as paper and could not withstand this heavy bombardment. In less than 3 seconds, the goblin chief's huge, bloody body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Ding! Your pet dragon blood crocodile killed the LV-30 goblin chieftain, silver, and you gained 22,500 experience points. After the goblin chief fell to the ground, a gold-level equipment dropped. Qingyuan rushed over, picked up the equipment, and ran away without even looking at its attributes. Ha ha, Lao Wang, let's run! The process of killing the goblin chieftain went more smoothly than expected. However, after everyone killed the goblin chief, countless goblins soon discovered the 3 people who had broken into the goblin camp. Looking at the dead goblin chief, the other goblins were extremely angry. They raised their weapons and seemed not to want to care about the Golden Tiger King anymore. They all rushed towards Wang Yan and others. Wang Yan was not worried, because they would enter invisible mode again in a few seconds anyway. This time, thanks to the Golden Tiger King attracting attention in front, the goblin chief didn't even have a guard around him. Just as the 3 were about to leave, suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared in the goblin chief's body. I saw its body suddenly start to burn inexplicably, and the burning flame was actually black. The magic rune on its wrist began to shine with a dazzling light. After a moment, the magic rune actually broke away from the body of the goblin chief and floated in the air. After a moment, the magic rune suddenly grew larger, instantly covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius. The goblin chieftain used abyssal magic to launch a curse of souls against you, the abyssal prison. Abyss cage. All creatures imprisoned in the abyss cage cannot leave the cage. In the cage, skills such as stealth, teleport, flash, charge, etc. cannot be used. The cage lasts for 10 minutes. A look of shock flashed across Wang Yan's eyes. Abyssal magic? How can a goblin be related to the abyss? Chapter 84. I don't pretend anymore. The Abyss Demon Clan has a history of thousands of years on Blue Star. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, demons from the Abyss invaded the Blue Planet and started a massacre, almost destroying human civilization. Not only that, the Abyss Demon tore open a space crack and released countless monsters from another world to invade the entire Blue Planet. Many species that originally existed on the blue planet were also affected by the energy overflowing from the space cracks and mutated. During this period, countless species became extinct and countless new species emerged. Human beings have fallen to the bottom of the food chain, with their living space being squeezed infinitely by monsters from another world. Even those creatures that originally existed on the blue planet have become a threat to human survival because of various mutations. According to history books, the human population once declined from 8 billion to only about 300 million worldwide. This kind of struggling life lasted for thousands of years. A few hundred years ago, a powerful law of nature suddenly changed the entire world. Various powerful professionals began to appear among humans, and countless powerful monsters were sealed into copies, leaving only a small number of monsters active on the blue star. Since then, human beings have finally become stronger and rebuilt civilization. But even so, the scope of human activities is still limited. Apart from cities, forests, grasslands, lakes, oceans, these wild areas are very dangerous for humans. The deep demon is one of the few beings that can shake the seal of heaven. The Jiangnan University, where Wang Yan will go in the future, is built near an abyss cave. Fighting against the monsters in the abyss is both a test for students of Jiangnan University and their responsibility as students of Jiangnan University. Almost every year, the abyss monsters in the abyss cave would tear open space cracks and invade the areas inhabited by humans. So it can be said that the abyss monster is one of the monsters that pose the greatest threat to humans. After all, humans were once ruled by monsters from the abyss on the blue planet for thousands of years during the Dark Ages. Wang Yan was really surprised that the goblin chief in front of him was actually related to the abyss monster. Sumuxue and Qingyuan were also very surprised. Qingyuan said, "Could it be that there are abyss monsters hiding in this camp?" Wang Yan shook his head. "Not likely. There are definitely no abyss monsters in a small city like Tianshui. If an abyss monster appeared here, it would be a major event that would cause a sensation in the entire Tianshui city. I guess it must have worshipped some kind of evil god from the abyss, and then received a response from the evil god, and was granted some kind of mysterious power." Wang Yan remembered that the goblins did have the custom of offering sacrifices to gods. Moreover, the goblins are very willing to work like slaves for some evil and powerful creatures and become their servants. It seems that this goblin chief should be the lucky one chosen by the god of the abyss. This would explain the goblin chief's extraordinary strength. The mysterious power it gained from sacrifices should have played a big role in its ability to lead the goblins to occupy the entire eastern district of Shadowgrove. Of course, this power does not come without a price. No wonder the goblin chieftain was so weak in the end. It was obvious that he had seriously overdrawn his vitality. And this abyss cage is its last remaining strength. The scope of this abyss cage is extremely large. In addition to Wang Yan and others, those imprisoned in the abyss cage also include the Golden Tiger King and hundreds of goblins. Seeing hundreds of goblins rushing towards them, Sumuxue and Qingyuan became nervous. "This is bad. Damn it, this cage can actually restrict stealth skills. Not only stealth, but also various flash and displacement skills cannot be used in this cage. And stealth skills happen to be the biggest reliance of Wang Yan's team. The reason why they don't need meat shields and can challenge goblin teams that are several levels higher than them is undoubtedly that the invisibility aura plays a huge role in this. Without the aura of invisibility, they instantly lost their greatest reliance. No matter how powerful they are no match for hundreds of goblins. Wang Yan, my Stargate still needs about 10 seconds of cooling time." Sumuxue's tone was a little flustered, and Qingyuan looked at Wang Yan expectantly. "My death tornado will be cooled down soon." His death tornado has a cooldown of only 7 seconds, which is also the most powerful aspect of this skill. "Old Wang, what should we do?" At this critical moment, the two of them tacitly placed their hopes on Wang Yan. The angry goblins were rushing towards them madly, roaring, and at this moment they were less than 300 meters away from Wang Yuan and others. Behind them was the mine, the entrance of which was blocked by the abyss cage. Goblins were surrounding them from all directions and they had no way to retreat. Wang Yan first deployed a deceleration halo, which greatly slowed down the goblins, making it impossible for them to catch up for a while. Afterwards, Wang Yan activated the god-level purification halo, wanting to see if he could purify this abyss cage. Unexpectedly, a prompt came to my mind. The Abyss Cage is a cursed skill summoned by the power of the evil god when the goblin chief sacrificed his soul to pray to the evil god of the abyss. Your level is low and it cannot be purified. Fuck, so cruel? Wang Yan said to Su Muxue and Qin Yuan. I can't purify this abyssal cage. We probably can't get out. After hearing what Wang Yan said, the expressions on their faces suddenly became a little uneasy, and their looks gradually became panicked. Wang Yan, however, remained very calm. Don't worry, I still have a trump card. He originally planned to kill the goblin chief and leave, but he didn't expect that the goblin chief would create such a cage. And the cage couldn't be purified, so he had to stay in there for 10 minutes. In that case, he'll just come clean and stop pretending. Wang Yan touched the frequency conversion ring on his hand. The god-level attack aura is adjusted to 100%, and the attack power and magic attack power are increased to 1000%. Holy damage aura is adjusted to 100%, all damage is converted to holy damage, ignoring damage reduction, invincibility and dodge. After seeing the changes in the halo on their bodies, both Qin Yuan and Su Muxue were stunned. Old Wang, what are you doing? Wang Yan, your halo, is it because I am dazzled? This attribute was a bit too abnormal, and the two of them couldn't even believe it for a moment. Wang Yan smiled slightly. Go, show these goblins who is the one trapped in the cage. When Wang Yan adjusted the halo to 100%, Su Muxue and Qin Yuan's eyes became confident again. Chapter 85 Bloody Rage. Qin Yuan rushed out first. He slashed a death tornado directly at the group of goblins. Wherever the tornado went, sand and rocks flew everywhere. All kinds of debris were sucked into it by the powerful attraction, and then turned into powder by the violent sword energy within the tornado. As the tornado was approaching, the goblins were restricted by Wang Yan's slowing aura and could not avoid it, so they were all sucked into it. With the blessing of Wang Yan's halo, the damage of the tornado also became extremely terrifying. Any goblin sucked into a tornado will almost certainly die within a second, with no possibility of survival. Qin Yuan controlled the tornado while continuously slashing out with sword energy. Every time he slashed out with sword energy, a goblin was killed instantly, and his efficiency was comparable to mowing the lawn. It's just because Wang Yan's aura bonus is too abnormal. Each sword energy of Qin Yuan can cause more than 90,000 damages, and these are all holy damages. No matter what skill it is, as long as it falls on the goblin, it will be killed instantly without any negotiation. Not to mention ordinary goblins, even a goblin chief in his heyday might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, Wang Yan's deceleration aura made their movement speed extremely slow, leaving them no room to dodge at all. Wang Yan felt a little funny when looking at Qin Yuan. This Qin Yuan had both sword energy and tornado. It seemed that he was destined to go further and further on the path of Wind Mage. Maybe Qin Yuan's big shield would get rusty, and may not be used many times in the future. I don't know if Qin Yuan still remembers that his original dream was to become a knight charging into battle. The two dragon blood crocodiles were not idle either. They activated their charge skills and entered the battlefield, biting and breathing dragon breath at the goblins. At this time, Su Muxue's Stargate had finally cooled down. She waved her staff, summoning a rift in the sky above the goblin camp. In order to avoid accidentally hurting Qin Yuan and others, she chose the location of the crack behind the goblin army. The cracks in the starry sky continued to expand, and soon, thousands of dark matter fell like the rain of death. As long as you are hit by dark matter, you will be killed instantly and mercilessly. Under the Stargate, countless goblins screamed and wailed in pain. They wanted to escape from this death zone, but the limit on their movement speed meant that they could not keep up with the expansion speed of the Stargate. Almost in the blink of an eye, half of the goblin army consisting of hundreds of goblins were gone. When the Stargate dissipated, more than 100 to nearly 200 goblins had died at the hands of Su Muxue. The situation was reversed in an instant. It should have been a one-sided situation, but now the goblins were in a passive position. For a moment, the goblins fighting will collapsed instantly. Some fled and some died. They were completely routed and lost all their weapons and armor. Suddenly, Wang Yan discovered that among the group of goblins, a skinny goblin suddenly started beating the animal skin drum around his waist. This skinny goblin looks taller than the average goblin. Its skin looked like it was sick, covered with white spots, and had no hair on its body. Moreover, its body was covered with all kinds of strange symbols painted with some kind of white paint. Goblin Priest, Bronze, level 27, the High Priest of the Goblin Tribe, enjoys a high reputation among the tribe. The Goblin Priest was seen beating an animal skin drum and muttering something strange. After a moment, a red ripple spread out from it. Goblin Priest used the skill, Inspire. Encouragement purifies the negative status of friendly troops within 200 meters, reducing the effect of negative status they receive by 60% in the next 10 seconds, greatly increasing their desire to fight. As the red ripples spread, the goblins temporarily resumed their movement speed, with red light flashing in their eyes. The goblins' fighting spirit was restored again under the encouragement of the goblin priests. The goblins gathered into a team again, seemingly planning to attack Wang Yan and others again. And this time, the restrictions of the deceleration aura on them are greatly reduced. At this moment, a prompt suddenly came to Wang Yan's mind. Ding, your pet dragon blood crocodile killed the LV-27 Goblin Centurion, and you gained 1350 experience points. Ding, your pet dragon blood crocodile has been upgraded, and its current level is level 20. Ding, your pet dragon blood crocodile has awakened a new skill, Bloody Frenzy. Blood Fury, size increases by 100%, HP increases by 50%, range and damage of dragon breath spray increases by 30%, defense and attack power greatly increase, gain 30% damage reduction effect, land walking speed increases by 100%, swimming speed increases by 100%, immune to all magic and negative states, lasts for 180 seconds. Wang Yan was delighted, as this upgrade came at the right time. Wang Yan had seen this bloody and violent skill before on the level 33 Dragon Blood Crocodile. But Blood Fangs, Bloody Fury, seems to be an advanced version. This may be because the quality of Blood Fang is dark gold, and the level 33 Dragon Blood Crocodile is gold grade, which is one level lower than Blood Fang. Its skills have an additional effect of increasing the range and damage of dragon breath by 30%, as well as a 50% increase in health and a 30% damage reduction effect. Even the size increase has been increased from 50% to 100%. These bonuses are what the previous Dragon Blood Crocodile did not have. Wang Yan gave Blood Fang an order in his mind. Turn on the Bloody Frenzy and kill that nosy goblin priest. This priest was a big trouble for them. The goblins were originally slowed down by 90%, so Qingyuan and Su Muxue could output in relative safety. However, the presence of the goblin priest greatly weakens the slowing effect, allowing the goblins to move more freely, and will pose a greater threat to Qingyuan and Su Muxue. After receiving Wang Yan's order, Shuya let out a roar. I saw Blood Fang's body swell up rapidly. It was originally about 3 meters long, but at this moment it suddenly grew to 7 or 8 meters in length, and turned into a prehistoric behemoth. The red scales on its body were emitting billowing hot steam, as if they were flowing magma, and the black patterns on its body seemed to come alive, like a deadly venomous snake. Its health volume also increased from 176880 to 265320, a total of more than 260,000, which is quite amazing. After Blood Fang transformed, a pair of cruel and bloodthirsty eyes instantly locked onto the goblin priest among the goblins. It immediately activated its biting skill and leaped over 40 meters. Looking at the Blood Fang flying like a missile, the goblin priest was stunned by fear. Its pupils dilated rapidly, and even the hands that were beating the animal skin drum froze in midair. Blood Fang pounced on the goblin priest, opened its bloody mouth and bit its body. When its huge body landed on the ground, it splashed up countless dust, and the entire ground seemed to tremble. Blood Fang held the goblin priest in his mouth and exerted a little force. With a click, the goblin priest died on the spot before he could even scream. Blood Fang shook his head and threw the goblin priest out like a rag doll. Ding, your pet dragon blood crocodile killed the LV-27 goblin priest, and you gained 1350 experience points. Chapter 86, Gold Level Ring. Blood Fang rushed into the encirclement of a group of goblins, and killed the goblin priest in front of many goblins. The whole process was simple and crude, without any skill, so simple that it was hard for these goblins to believe it. Even Qingyuan and Su Muxue were stunned when they saw Blood Fang grow bigger. Unlike Wang Yan, they had already seen the bloody frenzy, skill of the dragon blood crocodile in advance, and the visual impact of the blood fangs on them was quite shocking. It was not until the body of the goblin priest fell to the ground with a dull sound that the group of goblins woke up from their dream. This crocodile dared to go so deep into the enemy territory alone, completely ignoring them. They roared, raised their weapons, and surrounded Blood Fang. All of a sudden, swords, crossbows, spears, were all aimed at Bloody Fang. Blood Fang roared and used his dragon power to suppress him. -387. -367. -397. -425. A series of damage numbers floated up on it. Under the dual effects of dragon power and damage reduction, these goblins could only deal a pitiful 300 or 400 points of damage. For Blood Fang, which has 260,000 HP, this amount of damage can almost be ignored. Blood Fang suddenly turned his body and swung his tail towards the group of goblins. More than 10 goblins were killed instantly with this tail. Then Blood Fang spewed out another dragon breath, and immediately several goblins were burned to ashes. At this time, a goblin wizard behind the group of goblins finally found an opportunity to cast a spell. It waved its staff, and countless fire elements gathered at the top of its staff, eventually forming a huge fireball. The goblin wizard waved his staff, and the fireball instantly flew towards Blood Fang at an extremely fast speed. A moment later, the fireball hit Blood Fang's body, making a loud bang. The fireball exploded with a loud bang, creating a circular pit of nearly 10 meters in size on the surrounding ground. Flames danced in the round pit, thick smoke billowed, and Bloody Fang's entire body was engulfed in flames. When Qin Yuan and Su Muxue saw this scene, their hearts tightened. Wang Yan was not worried at all, but smiled slightly. As the flames slowly faded away, a damage number, -0, slowly floated above Bloodfang's body. Its entire body was completely intact, not even a single scale was lost. Instead, this fireball completely enraged Blood Fang. Its cold-blooded scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the goblin mage among the goblin group. It jumped high again and leaped towards the goblin wizard. The goblin wizard was so frightened that he threw away his staff and fled in panic. But Bloodfang's movements were too fast, and the goblin wizard was knocked to the ground by Blood Fang before he could run 2 steps. Blood Fang bit down and broke its neck alive, killing the goblin wizard on the spot. At this moment, the goblins no longer had anger in their eyes when they looked at Blood Fang, but instead had deep fear in their eyes. This huge creature looks like a ghost crawling out of hell. They simply couldn't see the slightest possibility of defeating it. It wasn't just one person who led the group. The goblins suddenly started running away desperately, and the entire goblin team instantly turned into a pile of loose sand. Although the buff that the goblin priest gave them before his death is still there, allowing them to run faster in a short period of time. But the entire goblin camp has been trapped in the abyss cage. Even if they want to escape, where can they escape to? Seeing the goblin team collapsed again, Su Muxue, Qin Yuan, and Xiao He immediately took advantage of the victory and began to hunt down the remaining goblins. The goblins, having lost their desire to fight, no longer posed any threat to them, and the battle gradually turned into a one-sided massacre. For a moment, the goblin camp was filled with the smell of blood. The goblins were crying and wailing. The cage that was originally used to imprison Wang Yan and others had now become their prison. Even if they wanted to use their signature skill escape, they would have no chance. Soon, the remaining goblins were completely cleared out by their combined efforts. At this time, Bloodfang's Bloody Fury skill time had expired, and he returned to his previous size. The bodies of the goblins turned into light spots in the sky and dissipated, leaving only equipment on the ground. Most of these equipment are white, with a few bronze pieces occasionally. There is no particularly good equipment, but as for materials, everyone has obtained a lot. As the goblin's corpse disappeared, the goblin camp became empty in an instant, leaving only bloodstains on the ground and the smell of blood in the air, telling of what had just happened. Qin Yuan began to clean up the equipment on the ground. Su Muxue suddenly exclaimed, "Wang Yan, look at this!" Wang Yan walked over and saw a dying tiger behind a wooden house, staring at the two of them with its eyes wide open. This tiger was exactly the golden tiger king that Wang Yan had brought here before. It is now covered in wounds and its health bar is almost empty. This is normal. No matter how powerful it is fighting alone. In addition to chasing Wang Yan and others, some of the goblins were also busy dealing with the Golden Tiger King. And maybe it might even be affected by the Stargate. Deal with it, and put an end to its suffering. The reason why Wang Yan and others were able to kill the goblin chief so easily was all thanks to the Golden Tiger King, who was attracting attention in front. When the abyss cage descended, it also helped Wang Yan and others share some of the pressure. Su Muxue nodded, she waved her staff, and a dark ball flew out, ending the life of the Golden Tiger King. After Qin Yuan collected the equipment, he returned to the two of them. At this moment, the abyss cage has not dissipated yet, and the three can only continue to wait in the cage. Old Wang, you are really good at hiding. Qin Yuan chuckled and patted Wang Yan on the shoulder. Wang Yan smiled and said to the two of them, "It's still the same old rules." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yuan interrupted. I know. Keep it a secret. I don't know why you are so low-key. If I had the ability, I would let the whole world know. Su Muxue said. That's not necessarily true. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat. Wang Yan must have his own considerations. Seeing Wang Yan's expression become a little strange, Su Muxue blushed slightly and quickly added, I didn't say you were a pig. Wang Yan sighed and waved his hand. It's okay, I understand what you mean. Qin Yuan laughed a few times, and suddenly remembered something. He took out a ring from his pocket. This is the equipment I got from killing the goblin chieftain. It's gold-level equipment, and it's a ring. Everyone looked closely. Ring of contract, gold, equipment level, LV20, gains 3,000 shield points after wearing, requires 10 seconds of cooling time to recover after the shield is broken, active skill, shelter contract. Shelter contract. When you are hurt, you can let your pet or summoned creature bear part of the damage for you, up to 50%. Chapter 87 Special Events. This ring has very good properties and can be considered a life-saving artifact. The shield value of 3,000 points is very practical, and it also allows your pet to bear the damage for you. This means that before the pet dies, the owner can get up to 50% damage reduction. This is already very good. You should know that many warrior professions' damage reduction skills cannot reach this value. It just so happened that Wang Yan's blood fawn had thick skin and flesh, and an astonishingly high amount of blood. Especially when the Bloody Fury was activated, he was almost invulnerable to swords and guns. This ring is absolutely perfect for him. However, this ring does not restrict the profession that can use it, so in theory all three of them can use it. Su Muxue spoke first. This ring is not suitable for me. I don't have a pet or summons. It's a waste of passive properties. Qin Yuan also followed up and said, I don't need it either. I'm wearing heavy armor, so I don't really need defense. This ring is a waste for me. Qin Yuan paused, then continued. Come to think of it, we have been a team for such a long time, but Lao Wang still hasn't gotten any good equipment. This ring is very suitable for you. Since the three of them formed a team, Qin Yuan and Su Muxue have each obtained 2 pieces of silver equipment, but Wang Yan has never found equipment that suits him. Seeing the two of them decline, Wang Yan was too lazy to be polite. Okay, I'll take this ring then. He is the core of the team. As a critical auxiliary profession, he can maximize the team's benefits only by ensuring his own survival. Now Wang Yan already has 2 ring equipment, one is a dark gold storage ring, and the other is a gold-level contract ring. After only awakening for a few days, the equipment he possesses is already far superior to that of many novice professionals. After everyone waited for about 3 or 4 minutes, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the abyss cage in the sky. Afterwards, the cracks continued to expand, and finally, the entire abyss cage suddenly shattered, turned into starlight, and fell to the ground. It's finally over, let's go. The 3 were about to leave the empty goblin camp when Wang Yan heard a prompt in his mind. Congratulations on completing the special event destroying the minions of the abyss. You have successfully slain the goblin chieftain infected with the power of the abyss, thwarting its evil plan to sacrifice itself to summon the abyssal rift. You receive the Medal of Achievement Guardian. Guardian, you killed the minions of the abyss and prevented the invasion plan of the abyss monsters. Holding this medal will increase your total attributes by +10, permanently, and the hatred value of the abyss by +10. Wang Yan was a little confused. Su Muxue and Qin Yuan also looked surprised. Obviously, they also heard the hint just now. Did you hear that too? Wang Yan asked the two of them. That's right. Wang Yan suddenly fell into deep thought. Minions of the abyss? Summon the abyss rift. It suddenly dawned on him. Could it be that this goblin chief is planning to sacrifice himself before his death and summon the abyss rift in exchange for the abyss monster's protection for the goblins? There was a look of fear on everyone's face. If the abyss crack appeared in the suburbs of Tianshui City, the consequences would be unimaginable. The lowest rank of abyss monsters is gold or above, and their strength is generally much stronger than ordinary monsters of the same level. If they really come, Tianshui City will probably suffer a disaster no less severe than the Beast Tide outbreak 10 years ago. As for how serious the consequences will be, that depends on the size of the abyss rift. Anyway, the Shadow Forest will definitely become a restricted area from now on, and residents living in the northern suburbs of Tianshui City will be forced to evacuate. This is inevitable. Su Muxue said. No wonder these goblins cut down trees to reinforce the camp. I thought they wanted to protect the camp before the goblin chief died. It turns out they are preparing to summon the abyss monsters. Qin Yuan took a breath and cursed. Fuck, this damn old Biden is actually planning to do something so big. If he succeeds, I really don't dare to think about it. But Qin Yuan soon laughed again. In other words, this old man spent a lot of time preparing, but we ended up sneaking into his house and killing him? Ha! Wang Yan also laughed and said, It's really like man proposes, God disposes. It can only be considered bad luck. This goblin chief has dominated the East District for so many years, and no one dared to cause trouble. He probably never dreamed that there would be humans who would dare to sneak into the camp and launch a sneak attack on him. No matter what, its plan failed and Tianshui City was temporarily safe. Suddenly, another reminder came to everyone's mind. You have completed a special event. The current area will receive a regional reward. Regional notifications will be made soon. Do you want to remain anonymous? Qin Yuan and Su Muxue looked at Wang Yan at the same time. What? We want to be anonymous? Wang Yan shook his head. Why are you being anonymous? Aren't you going to take the college entrance exam? This kind of regional notification will add points, and a lot of them. Don't you want to take the Jiangnan University entrance exam with me? But... Su Muxue showed hesitation on her face. Didn't you say you wanted to keep it a secret? Qin Yuan also said. Yeah, even if we're not anonymous, it's useless for you to be anonymous alone. Now almost the entire Tianshui No. 1 middle school knows that the three of them are a fixed team. Even if Wang Yan remains anonymous, it is useless. Anyone can guess that it is him. Unless all three of them remain anonymous. Wang Yan smiled indifferently. Don't worry, just tell the truth when the time comes. Just say that the goblin chief is weak and we took advantage of it. Wang Yan was not worried about this. It was just a goblin chieftain boss, and it was only a regional notification. It would not cause an international sensation. After this incident spreads, everyone will only think that Qin Yuan and Su Muxue are powerful, and Wang Yan will most likely be regarded as a scoundrel. The only thing he needs to keep secret is his skills. If his aura ability is known by some people with ulterior motives in other countries, that would be really dangerous. Wang Yan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. I really need to grow up quickly, otherwise it will be really tiring to hide like this all the time. After Wang Yan persuaded the two, they all chose not to remain anonymous. Qin Yuan also felt relieved and a happy smile appeared on his face. Thanks, Lao Wang. Among the three, Qin Yuan's academic performance is the worst, and it is probably too late for him to catch up now. With Su Muxue's grades, she has a good chance of being admitted to the Supreme Academy, but it will be somewhat difficult for Qin Yuan. Now that he had this regional notification and reward, he estimated that he was sure to pass the college entrance examination. And all this is thanks to Wang Yan. Wang Yan smiled and said, When did you become so polite? I should thank you for bringing me to Shadow Forest to upgrade. When everyone was pessimistic about Wang Yan, only Qin Yuan and Su Muxue chose to stand with him. Moreover, Yuan even had a falling out with his girlfriend over this, and was willing to delay his own upgrade progress in order to be with Wang Yan. Yuan's eyes suddenly turned slightly red. Fuck, there's sand in my eyes. He quickly turned around and quietly wiped his eyes. Let's go, it will be dark in 2 or 3 hours, let's just kill some monsters, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Chapter 88, Killing the Boss is the Real Deal. Shadowgrove, Area 1, West. In the forest, a small professional team of 5 people was in a tense standoff with a group of spiky wild boars. These spiky boars are extremely powerful, each one being almost twice the size of a normal domestic pig. One of the spiky boars was 3 times the size of an ordinary domestic pig, making it very conspicuous. This is a bronze-level boss, the Spiked Boar King. Spiked Boar King Bronze, level 15, a powerful boar king who is good at charging, but has poor turning ability. The team of professionals in front of the Spiked Boar King is a professional team led by Zhang Xingyi from Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. Jin Lu is also in his team, but Jian Yueqi is no longer there. In addition to Jin Lu and Zhang Xingyi, their team also includes an Earth Mage, a Shield Warrior and a Ranger. These 3 professionals are all male and are students of Tianshui No. 1 Middle School. They are experts that Zhang Xingyi found from other classes. Zhang Xingyi said, Wan Chang, don't be afraid later, just go ahead and I'll give you a shield. After hearing Zhang Xingyi's words, the shield warrior named Wang Chang's nervous expression eased a little. He tightened the big shield in his hand and nodded. Don't worry, brother Zhang. The Spiked Boar King lifted his front hooves, raised a few handfuls of sand, and panted heavily. Obviously, this was a sign that it was preparing to launch an attack. The Wild Boar King made a grunt sound and then rushed out suddenly. Wang Chang followed Zhang Xingyi's instructions and went straight forward, launching a shield attack on the Wild Boar King. Just before he collided with the Wild Boar King, Zhang Xingyi waved his staff, and a golden light instantly enveloped Wang Chang, and a translucent shield blocked him. Bang! With a loud bang, Wang Chang was knocked away, but fortunately, with the blessing of the Holy Light Shield, he was not seriously injured. On the contrary, the Wild Boar King was stopped by him, and its charged momentum suddenly stopped. The whole pig seemed a little dizzy and its steps were unsteady. Now! Zhang Xingyi shouted and gave Jin Lu a Holy Light Blessing. Blessing of Holy Light increases attack power by 20%, all attributes by 5%, and each attack adds 10% light attribute damage. Jin Lu, who was blessed by the Holy Light, rushed out first, waving the dagger in his hand and launched a fierce attack on the Wild Boar King. The Mage and Ranger in the team also launched an attack on the Wild Boar King. Zhang Xingyi released Holy Light blessings for them one by one. The Wild Boar King saw the human rushing towards him and was about to fight back, but unexpectedly Zhang Xingyi swung his staff again, releasing a Light Binding. Light Binding summons a prison of light to imprison the enemy for 5 seconds. The Wild Boar King was instantly unable to move and could only take the beating on the spot. Seeing their boss being pinned to the ground and beaten, the other spiky boars also charged forward. But as they launched their charge, the Earth Mage had already summoned a long earth wall, separating the Wild Boar King from the other wild boars. The wild boars slammed their heads against the earth wall, becoming dizzy and dazed. Afterwards, the Earth Mage summoned a quicksand trap, trapping all the wild boars in the quicksand, making them unable to support the Wild Boar King. The others took this opportunity to launch a fierce attack on the Wild Boar King. Zhang Xingyi was at the back, directing the battle and occasionally replenishing his teammates with light shields. Just like that, the 5 men beat the wild boar wildly, and the Wild Boar King soon died. The wild boar wailed, fell to the ground, and a bronze-level equipment dropped. After killing the Wild Boar Queen, the other spiky boars naturally posed no threat. Some of them escaped, while others were besieged and killed by the team. Haha, good job guys! Zhang Xingyi was in a very good mood after killing the queen of spiky boars. Our team's combat effectiveness is pretty good. We easily defeated the level 15 boss. Jin Lu quickly complimented. Thanks to Brother Zhang's blessing of Holy Light and Shield, otherwise how could this Wild Boar King be defeated so easily? The other 3 also echoed. That's right. Brother Zhang's blessing and shield are simply too powerful. I dare say that there is no other auxiliary professional who is more powerful than Brother Zhang in the entire Shadow Forest. Hey, I'm just a nobody, holding everyone back. If it weren't for Brother Zhang, I wouldn't dare to look at the Wild Boar King until I reach level 20. Brother Zhang is indeed a holy light priest. With this skill strength, his future is limitless. Everyone called Zhang Xingyi Brother Zhang, praising him until he felt a little flattered and the smile on his face never disappeared. Oh, you guys are exaggerating. Without your performance, what's the point of my being a good supporter? Jin Lu said. Come to think of it, it's only the 4th day after the awakening ceremony, and our team has already killed a boss-level monster. This should be considered a record, right? Zhang Xingyi smiled. Records and such are not important, but we are indeed the first team to kill a boss-level monster without a sparring partner. I read on the campus forum these days that most teams can only run away when they encounter boss-level monsters. The ranger said. I have recorded the scene of us fighting the boss just now. I will post it on the campus forum tonight. Jin Lu seemed to have thought of the record previously set by Wang Yan and others. Isn't our first boss kill more valuable than that 90,000 yuan? Others also echoed. That's right. Bringing 2 top-quality pets to collect materials is nothing. I can do it too. Brother Zhang leads us to kill the boss, which is our true strength. What's the point of getting more materials? Yeah, they're praised so highly on the campus forums. If they're really capable, why don't they kill a boss and see for themselves? Everyone became more and more excited as they talked, and Zhang Xingyi also felt extremely happy. As the most recognized and strongest profession among all the professions awakened in Tianshui No. 1 middle school this year, he has always felt that he has been suppressed by Su Muxue during this period of time. It's just because the 3-person team composed of Qin Yuan, Su Muxue and Wang Yan is so eye-catching. After killing the boss today, he finally felt proud. Just as everyone was chatting happily, a reminder suddenly sounded in their minds. Regional announcement: the Goblin Shrimp Hands team composed of 3 professionals, Wang Yan, Su Muxue, and Qin Yuan, successfully killed the level 30 Goblin Chieftain, Silver, completed the special event, obtained the achievement medal and triggered the regional reward. Regional rewards: resource output of all areas in Shadow Forest plus 9%, rare item drop rate plus 3%, experience value plus 7%, monster density plus 20%, monster danger level reduced by 20%, reward duration, permanent. Zhang Xingyi and others were dumbfounded.